Chapter 1. A towering abyss, where one can pluck the stars. In the realm of Xinjiang Continent, a world steeped in martial arts, lies the enigmatic Tangmen of Bashu, renowned for its mysterious concealed weapons that dominate the Shuzhou region. The majestic Wudong Mountain boasts the profound Tai Chi, where one fist divides into dualities, two fists transform into the four symbols, and three fists open the celestial gates. Longhu Mountain. The celestial master wields thunder with a radiant aura, instilling fear in malevolent spirits. The legendary Shaolin Temple harbors an unfathomable master in its sutra repository, who gazes into the autumn waters, immersed in deep meditation. At this very moment, atop the peak of Mount Tai, countless esteemed sects and martial arts masters regard the youth with the Guqin at the precipice with grave expressions. Tianchen. Today, you have nowhere to escape surrender the heavenly demon Guqin. A venerable Shaolin monk, with profound inner strength, thundered in a voice reminiscent of a lion's roar, attempting to bolster his own authority. Tianchen. The star-plucking tower has been annihilated. Over the years, how many martial artists have you slain, and how many innocent lives have you harmed with the heavenly demon Guqin? Today we, the righteous sects, have encircled you. It would be futile to resist. Another elder, of Taoist lineage, spoke calmly to the youth that a gentle breeze swept through, yet the youth on the precipice remained unperturbed. Slowly lifting his gaze to meet the solemn faces before him, Tianchen felt an overwhelming disdain within. Your words come with such ease. Fundamentally, you covet the heavenly demon Guqin in my possession. As for the slaughter of innocents, that is but a farce. Since the establishment of the star-plucking tower, how many of the missions I undertook were commissioned by you so-called righteous sects? Deep down, you are well aware. Why pretend to be oblivious? Tianchen knew these individuals all too well. From the moment of his birth, Tianchen was branded as a monster, abandoned by his parents due to his 6 fingers and left to perish in the wilderness. Had it not been for the former master of the star-plucking tower who stumbled upon him, he would have been long dead. From the onset of his training, he exhibited extraordinary talent, becoming a top-tier martial artist by the age of 16. Following the passing of the former master, Tianchen assumed control of the star-plucking tower, acquiring the heavenly demon Guqin, and with the addition of the 8 sounds of the heavenly dragon, he ascended to the pinnacle of martial prowess within just a few years. However, upon the exposure of the heavenly demon Guqin and the decline of the star-plucking tower after the master's death, these individuals, akin to wolves sensing blood, set their sights upon the remnants of the star-plucking tower. Now he stood alone, the last remnant of the once mighty organization at this juncture. For Tianchen, who had executed numerous assassination missions, life and death had lost their significance. Nevertheless, he was determined that those present before him would pay a price. Ha ha, ha ha. Since you have pursued me to this place, I, Tianchen, shall host you well. All of you shall meet your demise. With these words, amidst a flash of lightning and a shower of sparks, before the righteous sects could respond, Tianchen raised the heavenly demon Guqin, igniting his life force. And all his martial prowess, blood gushing forth and staining the Guqin, which eagerly absorbed his essence. Boom, 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 clang, clang, clang. A torrent of terrifying melodies surged forth, transforming all who heard them into a mist of blood in an instant. The very summit of Mount Tai was ruthlessly carved away, as if nothing had ever transpired. In the aftermath, Tianchen himself was cast down from the peak due to the backlash. 20 years later, Douluo Continent. This is a wondrous world where the measure of all things is determined by the strength of one's soul power. It be why hunting soul beasts and acquiring soul rings, individuals continually elevate themselves. Upon reaching the age of 6, every child awakens their martial soul. Wuhun City is a place of immense sanctity for soul masters across the continent. Home to the mightiest force, the Wuhun Hall. Within Wuhun City, at the central east, a towering edifice stands prominently. This is the enigmatic Zhaixing Tower, another formidable force within the city. Zhaixing Tower enjoys a formidable reputation among the denizens of the continent. An assassin organization. Its rules are straightforward. Pay the requisite price, and Zhaixing Tower will eliminate a target at the behest of the employer. Whether the target is a soul master of the 10th rank or a Title Douluo, all can be dispatched for the right price. The tower's ability to even take down the legendary Title Douluo has cemented its unassailable position in Wuhun City. At this moment, atop Zhaixing Tower, amidst the clouds, an array of rare and precious flora is meticulously cultivated. With a gentle breeze, a man clad in white, wearing a silver mask, kneels respectfully before the depths of the chamber. Master, Your subordinate has returned after completing the task and is here to report. As the white-clad man's words fell, an ethereal melody resonated through the loft, causing beads of sweat to cascade down his forehead. Boom! Overwhelmed by the celestial strains, soul rings began to materialize around him. Rings in hues of yellow, purple, and black emerged, revealing him to be a soul Douluo. Powerhouse clang, clang. As the melody subsided, a long-haired man adorned with a gilded mask emerged, cradling an ancient zither, his gaze sharp and penetrating. Young Bai, you have performed admirably and have made significant progress, reaching the 89th level. It seems your cultivation is on par with Inhe's. It may be time to seek your 9th soul ring. Hearing the composed words of the masked man, the white-clad soul Douluo was visibly elated, repeatedly offering his gratitude. With a wave of the gilded masked man's hand, he signaled for the white-clad man to withdraw. If one were to peer closely through the intricate mask, they would recognize the gilded masked figure as none other than Tianchen from the Xinjiang continent, who now gently caressed the Tianma zither, lost in contemplative thought. After his fall from the peak of Mount Tai on the heavenly Xian continent, he found himself inexplicably transported to the Douluo Continent. Strangely, his physical form had also regressed to that of a 6-year-old child, and like many others, he was abandoned by his parents at a tender age due to his innate 6 fingers. However, fortune smiled upon him as he delved into the remarkable cultivation system of the Douluo Continent, ultimately awakening his martial soul, which was none other than the celestial demon harp. From that moment onward, Tianchen embarked on his journey to cultivate his soul power. He did not neglect the training of the 8 sounds of the celestial dragon, and within just over a decade, he ascended to the legendary status of a Title Douluo on the Douluo Continent. He also gradually established the star-picking tower. The gentleman in white from earlier was one of the 2 esteemed guardians of the star-picking tower, known as the Yin Yang Guardian, beneath whom were 9 soul saint-level elite assassins, 36 soul emperor-level earth assassins, and an innumerable number of mysterious and yellow-level assassins. Chapter 2. A guest at the star-picking tower, the Saintess Bibidong. The star-picking tower. I wonder how long it will take to stand firm like the colossal spirit hall. Tianchen mused, shaking his head as he let go of such concerns. With his presence, the star-picking tower held hope and the potential to leave an indelible mark on the Douluo Continent. With his slender and lean figure, he made his way back into the tower. Before long, a delicate and melodious tune began to emanate from within the tower. Enchanting and captivating, the it flowed like the tide or gentle rain, stirring inexplicable emotions in the hearts of passing soul masters, even from a distance of 100 meters. Some suddenly found their eyes reddening, blood rushing to their faces as they activated their martial souls, displaying their soul rings like fearsome soul beasts. Others paused, tears welling in their eyes, experiencing a profound awakening as their mental state elevated and their soul powers surged. The star-picking tower, as always, radiated an air of mystery, captivating the curiosity of wandering soul masters. Meanwhile, within the spirit hall of Spirit City, a breathtaking beauty, akin to a celestial being with the grace of autumn waters and lotus blossoms, gazed seriously at the shadow that appeared before her. This enchanting figure was none other than the current saintess of the spirit hall, Bibidong. The shadow, a fragment of divine soul from the legacy of the Rakshasa god, spoke with an air of dominance and coldness. Bibidong, are you prepared to commence the divine examination of the Rakshasa god? I must caution you, opening the divine examination at this moment may exceed your current capabilities to complete the first trial. Bibidong lifted her gaze, her exquisite features and porcelain-like skin evoking awe indeed, a rare beauty. Yet at this moment, no one would witness the stunning visage of Bibidong, for her eyes reflected not the innocence and charm typical of a young girl, but rather complexity and hatred. Lord Rakshasa, Bibidong has made her decision. I am ready to initiate the divine examination. Her words were articulated with icy precision, devoid of any trace of emotion. Since it is so, I shall no longer persuade you. For the first trial of the Rakshasa god, you must, within 3 months, employ any means necessary to slay a soul master possessing both angelic bloodline and angelic martial spirit. Can you accomplish this? Upon hearing the stipulations of the first trial, Bibidong visibly faltered. She had not anticipated such a formidable task. To compel herself to eliminate a soul master with an angelic martial spirit was undeniably a direct affront to the Qian family. However, once Bibidong regained her composure, she nodded in acknowledgement. From a moment the divine trial commenced, she recognized there was no turning back. The Qian family, particularly Title Douluo, was beyond her reach. She knew there was no feasible way to bring down a peerless Douluo of level 99. And in the face of the mere 5-year-old Qian Renshua, Bibidong ultimately found it impossible to raise her hand against her. The only target without any psychological burden was Qian Xuanjie. In fact, she harbored a desire to eliminate him on the spot. No one comprehended the depth of Bibidong's anguish following the harm inflicted by Qian Xuanjie, nor did they grasp the torment she endured after the betrayal of her beloved Yu. Xiaozhang, gazing at the Rakshasa god, Bibidong's eyes brimmed with unwavering resolve, her murderous intent palpable, radiating a fervent and ruthless energy. I, Bibidong, shall strive with all my might, embracing death without regret. The Rakshasa god smiled faintly, uttering no further words, and transformed into a wisp of black smoke that dissipated before her. Once the Rakshasa god's essence departed, Bibidong turned her gaze towards the direction of the papal palace, a ripple of emotion stirring within her heart, predominantly hatred, accompanied by a thirst for vengeance. Qian Xuanjie, the pain you inflicted upon me shall be repaid in full. With that proclamation, Bibidong exited the Hall of the Saintess, hastening towards the tallest edifice in Spirit City, the Star Selection Tower. Upon the announcement of the Rakshasa god's first trial, Bibidong had already reached her resolution. Though Qian Xuanjie was not as formidable as Title Douluo, he was nonetheless the Pope of the Spirit Hall, a level 95 Title Douluo, a possessor of a divine martial spirit. His strength was not to be underestimated. Meanwhile, Bibidong was merely an 89 level soul, though any attempt to confront him directly could lead to her demise. Thus she turned her thoughts to the Star Selection Tower. This enigmatic force had never engaged with the Spirit Hall and had never regarded it with any measure of respect. In Spirit City, it was common knowledge that any soul master the Star Selection Tower sought to kill, even those at the Title Douluo level, could not escape their grasp. The true extent of the Star Selection Tower's power remained a mystery, yet the haunting melody of the mysterious chime that emanated from its premises constantly reminded passing soul masters that the tower had indeed slain Title Douluo. Once, Bibidong inquired of an elder Title Douluo within the Spirit Hall why they tolerated the presence of the Star Selection Tower. The response was unexpectedly straightforward. The master of the Star Selection Tower possessed the strength to slay a peak level 95 Douluo. If there were no deep-seated enmity between the Spirit Hall and the Star Selection Tower, the Spirit Hall would prefer not to provoke them lightly. Bibidong's intention in seeking the Star Selection Tower was precisely to enlist their aid in eliminating Qian Xuanjie. The reason is quite simple: that At, the star-picking tower, as long as one is willing to pay the necessary price, they can request the assassination of anyone. Although Bibidong is uncertain whether the enigmatic master of the star-picking tower would be willing to take action, she currently has no other means to effortlessly bring about the demise of Qian Xuanjie. After all, the Rakshasa God trial did not explicitly state that Bibidong must personally kill an angel soul master. Naturally, she can hire an assassin. In no time, Bibidong arrived at the foot of the towering star-picking tower, her heart racing with apprehension. The tower exudes an air of mystery, particularly the master within, known only as a Title Douluo, with a peculiar spirit in the form of an ancient zither, possessing 6 fingers. The people of the continent refer to him as the Six-Fingered Lyre Demon. After a moment's contemplation, Bibidong took a hesitant step, choosing an unconventional route. With a graceful leap, she began ascending swiftly along the protruding corners of the tower. As she arched elegantly, her striking form stood proudly atop the star-picking tower, surveying the serene surroundings, where exquisite flowers emitted enchanting fragrances. Bibidong found herself momentarily intrigued. The Six-Fingered Lyre Demon indeed possessed a unique taste. It was rather exquisite. Just as she intended to reach out and caress a magnificent rose, ethereal notes began to resonate from within the tower, veiled by strands of azure silk. Instantly, Bibidong felt a prickling sense of danger, as if a sharp thorn were embedded in her back. Her outstretched hand recoiled in an instant, and in the next moment, a transparent blade of wind flashed above the vibrant rose, cleaving the clouds and the sky asunder. Bibidong understood that this was a warning from the mysterious master of the star-picking tower, advising her not to touch his belongings. A chill ran down her spine. It was no wonder that none dared to provoke the star-picking tower. The master's power surpassed her expectations. Had it not been for her soul's unique ability to sense danger, she would have lost her hand in that moment. Even an ordinary Title Douluo would likely find it impossible to escape such a bizarre assassination technique. Moreover, the sheer strength of that attack was such that even a Title Douluo would hesitate to claim they could split the ominous clouds overhead, let alone that it was a mere casual strike from a master of the star-picking tower. At this moment, Bibidong felt a surge of cautious elation within her heart, for this indicated that the master truly possessed the strength to easily eliminate Qian Xuanji. As for how to persuade him to act, that would depend on Bibidong's own capabilities. With a smile gracing her lips, Bibidong bowed respectfully toward the tower. I am Bibidong, the saintess of the spirit hall, seeking an audience with the six-fingered Lyre Demon. Upon finishing her declaration, she lifted her gaze, but the interior of the tower remained unchanged, as if her presence had gone unnoticed. Undeterred, Bibidong raised her voice, proclaiming once more, Bibidong, seeking an audience with the six-fingered Lyre Demon. With that, she resolved to stride boldly into the tower. However, just as she stepped forward with her left foot, a chilling voice resonated unexpectedly. Bibidong? The saintess of the spirit hall? Ah, how intriguing. What brings the people of the spirit hall to my star-gathering tower? Could it be that the spirit hall intends to take action against my establishment? Upon hearing the master of star-gathering tower finally speak, Bibidong breathed a sigh of relief. In truth, as she attempted to enter the tower, her spirit sensed danger, warning her that it could be fatal. Yet, her gamble paid off. The master of star-gathering tower did not wish to eliminate her at first glance. Chapter 3. The six-fingered Lyre Demon emerges, assassinating Qian Xuanji. Nonetheless, the words of the master of star-gathering tower clearly reflected a disdain for the spirit hall. This was precisely what Bibidong had hoped for. Without hesitation, she responded, Lord Lyre Demon, I stand here today not as a representative of the spirit hall, but as an individual. As soon as these words were spoken, the originally somewhat hurried sound of the zither in the pavilion began to become more soothing. Oh, you represent yourself. The Jiaxing Tower. The Holy Maiden should know what kind of place it is. Since you represent yourself, may I ask what brings the Holy Maiden to my Jiaxing Tower? At this moment, Tianchen was slightly puzzled in the pavilion. To be honest, he wasn't quite prepared for the spirit hall yet. If Jiaxing Tower wanted to rise, it would inevitably conflict with the spirit hall. And the strength of the spirit hall was something that even Tianchen, who had already attained the rank of Title Douluo, found daunting. Not to mention the numerous Title Douluo powerhouses, just one Qian Douluo, the grand priest of the spirit hall, a peerless Douluo at level 99, was not something Tianchen could handle at this moment. Over the past 2 years, Tianchen had already considered retreating. Initially, moving Jiaxing Tower to Spirit City was to attract outstanding soul masters to join. But now, as Jiaxing Tower wanted to develop, it had inevitably begun to clash with the Spirit Hall, which made Tianchen contemplate leaving Spirit City to secretly develop into two great empires, and face the unavoidable hurdle of the Spirit Hall when his strength became formidable in the future. That's why Tianchen didn't immediately kill Bibidong, but only aimed to sever one of her hands as a slight punishment. However, Bibidong's quick reaction did make Tianchen regard her with a measure of respect. In response to Tianchen's inquiry, Bibidong did not hesitate and quickly answered. Under the Lyre Demon's crown, I have heard that Jiaxing Tower is mysterious and unparalleled, as long as the employer is willing to pay the corresponding price. Jiaxing Tower will definitely kill the person requested by the employer on the spot. Since the establishment of Jiaxing Tower, there has never been an accident. Everyone that Jiaxing Tower has aimed to kill has not lived to tell the tale. Even the legendary Title Douluo powerhouses have been personally dealt with by the Lyre Demon and slain. Uncertain whether what I am saying is the truth, Tianchen at this moment could not figure out the purpose of Bibidong's arrival. However, upon sensing that Bibidong was only at level 89 and had not even reached the rank of Title Douluo, he did not take it to heart. He casually remarked, as you said, the star-picking tower has never made a mistake. However, what does this have to do with you coming to the star-picking tower? As he spoke, Tianchen also stopped his actions. The sound of the zither ceased. In the night, a beam of moonlight shone down from the originally split dark clouds, illuminating the top of the star-picking tower, making it appear deep, silent, and vast. At this moment, Bibidong had already made a decision in her heart. She took a step forward and clasped her hands in salute. Under the Lyre Demon crown, to be honest, I have come to the star-picking tower tonight with a request. If the Lyre Demon crown can agree to this matter, Bibidong will be eternally grateful. As she spoke, a fierce glint also flashed in Bibidong's eyes. Like a fierce beast, she was constantly fixated on the prey within reach. Tianchen was also taken aback. He didn't expect that Bibidong would dare to make a request to him. Did she really think he was a great philanthropist? However, upon reflection, over the years, no one has dared to speak to him like this, making Bibidong seem quite special. It has always been that whatever Tianchen says goes, and no one has dared to utter a word against it. Even the two elders, Yang Bai and In He, are the same, let alone the other assassins from the star-picking tower. Through the strands of black hair, Yi Tianchen's ethereal and cold voice made Bibidong feel a chill. Huh, so you're here to ask me for a favor. Does the saintess not know that the star-picking tower only takes assassination jobs? Or does she think that the star-picking tower would consider her spirit hall's reputation and agree to other requests from the saintess? I advise the saintess to be a bit more self-aware. Don't provoke my anger, or the saintess might not survive. At this moment, Bibidong had completely lost the last shred of confidence she had, feeling ice-cold from her feet to her head, yet beads of sweat were breaking out on her forehead. She didn't want to die here so easily. She still had a great revenge to take. Lord Qinshe, today Bibidong has come to ask you to kill someone. Worried that Yi Tianchen might suddenly strike, Bibidong finally revealed the purpose of her visit. Hearing this, Yi Tianchen was immediately filled with confusion. Logically speaking, as the saintess of the spirit hall, there shouldn't be anyone who would dare to provoke her. Even if there was someone Bibidong had to kill, she should have let those old fellows from the spirit hall handle it. Why come to the star-picking tower to find him? In his confusion, the sound of a zither in Yi Tianchen's hands rang out again. With a hint of curiosity, Yi Tianchen asked, May I ask who it is that has made you, the saintess of the spirit hall, take the risk to personally seek me out at the star-picking tower? Since the conversation had reached this point, Bibidong found herself in a difficult position and decided to take a gamble. Gritting her teeth, a wave of killing intent accompanied her every word. Lord Qinshe, the person I want you to kill is none other than the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Qian Xuanji. Boom! As soon as these words came out, Yi Tianchen had to admit he was shocked by Bibidong. Qian Xuanji was the Pope of the Spirit Hall. His strength was not weak, being a peak Daw at level 95, and behind him stood the 99 level Title Douluo. Yet Bibidong, standing outside the strands of hair, actually wanted him to assassinate Qian Xuanji. This was truly looking for a needle in a haystack. However, it must be said that the originally calm knight Tianchen was also shaken by the startling scene created by Bibidong, causing ripples in his heart and igniting a strong interest. As Knight Tianchen stopped his actions, the sound of the guqin disappeared once again. With a casual wave of his hand, strands of black silk flew, and Knight Tianchen finally saw Bibidong's true appearance. Her fair skin and nearly perfect features made her stand out so much. Especially the invisible aura of nobility and divinity emanating from her made one involuntarily feel a sense of reverence and worship. Although Knight Tianchen was not influenced by this, he still praised in his heart, "What a saintess of the Spirit Hall." In contrast, Bibidong was even more surprised upon seeing Knight Tianchen. His figure appeared somewhat slender, but under the cover of his green robe, there was a certain charm. The silver strands, like moonlight, were neatly draped over his shoulders, and his face was obscured by a golden carved mask. However, Bibidong could still infer the extraordinary beauty of the man beneath the mask through the gaps. His long fingers gently rested on the soul-stirring guqin, and like the legends, the guqin master was born with 6 fingers. Yet, Bibidong felt nothing inappropriate about it. Instead, she found it quite harmonious. It was unforgettable for her. "Your Excellency, Saintess, I am very curious. Qian Xuanji is your teacher, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, and the son of Title Douluo. Why do you think I would kill him for you? And why do you think I have the ability to do so? You must know that the Spirit Hall has no less than 10 Title Douluos. And currently, in the star-picking tower, there is only one Title Douluo, which is me. Your Excellency truly makes me see you in a new light." As Knight Tianchen spoke, he examined Bibidong, who did not seem to be joking. However, it was strange. What made Bibidong so eager for him to kill Qian Xuanji? Bibidong took a step closer, staring directly into Knight Tianchen's deep and cold eyes, and coldly said, "The reason I came to seek the guqin master is naturally because I trust that you can kill Qian Xuanji. As for why I want to kill him, I apologize, guqin master, but I cannot disclose that to you. It just depends on whether you dare to accept this commission." A provocation tactic? TSK. This is indeed interesting. I have said before, in the star-picking tower, you can rest assured. Qian Xuanji is merely a peak Title Douluo at level 95, but in terms of true power, he doesn't amount to much. The star-picking tower can take this on. As Knight Tianchen's words fell, a hint of joy involuntarily appeared in Bibidong's expression. She knew that the master of the star-picking tower was not deceiving her. However, seeing the surprise in Bibidong's expression, Knight Tianchen poured a bucket of cold water on her. "Your Excellency, Saintess, don't be too quick to rejoice. Accepting this commission is fine, but what kind of price can you offer?" This needed to be made clear. Chapter 4. The price is humiliation. Bibidong is resolute. The life of a Title Douluo is not something that can be taken lightly, especially when it comes to the Pope Qian Xuanji. Uncertain of what price the saintess can pay, Tianchen quietly looked at Bibidong, his eyes revealing only a hint of mockery. The assassination of Qian Xuanji was indeed a challenging task, and Tianchen admitted that he was somewhat tempted by such a high-difficulty mission. However, as a master of the star-picking tower, he could not forget the rules of being a killer. Trying to talk one's way into a deal without any effort would not work at the star-picking tower. At this moment, Bibidong fell silent, suddenly realizing a problem. While the star-picking tower could indeed complete the assassination of Qian Xuanji, it required the employer to pay an appropriate price for them to take action. As Tianchen said, the impact of assassinating Qian Xuanji could be unimaginably severe. What did she offer? A few minutes later, seeing Bibidong silent, Tianchen lost interest. All right, Your Excellency Saintess. It's best you leave as you came and not linger at the star-picking tower. Finally, Tianchen's words seemed to provoke Bibidong. This was an opportunity, one that could both exact revenge and complete the first test to the Rakshasa god. Bibidong truly could not think of another way, aside from the star-picking tower's involvement, to accomplish this nearly impossible task. No, Your Excellency Qin Mo, I am willing to pay any price. I only ask that you can kill Qian Xuanji. Bibidong's eyes were devoid of any expression. Success or failure rested on this moment. With a leisurely pace, Tianchen slowly walked in front of Bibidong. As the distance between them closed, the sense of danger in Bibidong's heart exploded. It felt as if the man before her could take her life at any moment. Yet Tianchen hadn't made any move, not even releasing his martial soul or any fluctuation of soul power. Finally, Tianchen looked down at Bibidong, his cold gaze carrying a hint of murderous intent. Any price? Bibidong, you're truly naive. If I want you to die right now, would you be willing? Bibidong was momentarily at a loss for words. If it were 5 years ago, she would have agreed without hesitation. As long as it meant Qian Xuanji would die, she could pay any price, even her life. But now there were still some things she could not let go of. Tianchen could predict Bibidong's reaction and found it unsurprising. Your Excellency Qin Mo, aside from that, I am willing to bear any price. Bibidong raised her head, looking at Tianchen, each word filled with determination. Shaking his head, Tianchen extended his long six-fingered hand, slowly gliding from Bibidong's forehead down to her chin, gently lifting it, and calmly said, Since you are unwilling to die, then serve me for one night. However, in exchange, you will lose 20 years of your vitality. Are you willing? As his words fell, in the blink of an eye, Tianchen's entire figure retreated like a tide back into the pavilion, strands of black hair cascading down, and the sound of a guqin began to resonate. Accompanied by the beautiful and melodious sound of the guqin, there was also Tianchen's indifferent reply. If you're willing, come in. If you're afraid, leave now, Bibidong. You have 1 incense stick's time to consider. If you remain standing here unmoved when the time is up, I will surely take your life. At this moment, Bibidong's heart was in deep turmoil. To kill Qian Xuanji, the man before her could easily do it, but it was unclear how much time passed. But finally, before the incense stick burned out, Bibidong's heart turned to ashes. With a slight tremor of soul power, the dress on Bibidong's body suddenly slid down, exposing large areas of her snow-white skin to the air, illuminated by the moonlight, each move captivating. Bibidong coldly stared at the pavilion hidden beneath the strands of hair and stepped in step by step. At dawn, as the rising sun released its first rays of morning light, Bibidong slowly walked out of the pavilion. Like a living corpse, her complexion rosy, yet giving an eerie chill. It was as if she had lost all vitality. Even strands of silver began to appear at her temples. The moment she stepped out of the pavilion, a set of glazed skirts adhered to Bibidong's smooth skin, covering much of her springtime allure. Without a word, Bibidong leaped away from the star-picking tower. Tianchen could not know what was in Bibidong's heart at this moment. Shortly after Bibidong left, a lazy voice came from within the pavilion, and Tianchen also brushed aside his hair, slowly walking out. Looking in the direction where Bibidong had departed, a mysterious smile appeared on Tianchen's lips. Bibidong's decision last night was unexpected for Tianchen. However, he was not a good man or woman. He was merely responding to natural instincts. Moreover, Bibidong had also paid 20 years of her vitality. The technique of nourishing yin with yang was something Tianchen was quite proficient in. The Wuhun Temple, since they would eventually confront each other. Let it start with you, Qian Xuanji. After speaking, Yi Tianchen took out the Tianchen, and with the melodious sound of his guqin, figures leaped from the center of the star-picking tower, reaching the pinnacle of the star-picking tower. We pay our respects to the master. The figures all bowed to the ground in unison, their eyes filled with fervor. Yi Tianchen looked at the assassins of the star-picking tower before him, his eyes revealing a satisfied expression. These assassins were the backbone of the star-picking tower, and in the future, they would even bear the heavy responsibility of dominating the continent. As he surveyed the group, Yi Tianchen began to give orders. Yin and Yang, the two offerings, stepped forward to receive orders. As Yi Tianchen's voice fell, Yang Bai and Yin He slowly emerged from the crowd, dragging their long robes. We are here to receive orders. From today onward, you two will no longer take assassination missions, but will instead fully investigate the movements of the Wuhun Temple and Pope Qian Xuanji. I trust you with this task, and after this mission concludes, I will personally lead you two to hunt for the 9th spirit ring. Yin He and Yang Bai instantly showed joy, bowing deeply to the ground. We will obey the master's orders. After the words were spoken, Yin He and Yang Bai flew away from the pinnacle of the star-picking tower, racing towards the direction of the Pope's palace. They valued this mission greatly. After all, it concerned their 9th spirit ring. How could they not take it seriously? Once Yin He and Yang Bai left, Yi Tianchen's gaze fell on the other assassins. Heaven-level assassins, heed my command. We are here to receive orders. As 9 heaven-level assassins stepped forward, their faces concealed by black cloth revealed a passionate fervor. With Yin He and Yang Bai promised their 9th spirit ring. They also looked forward to their own advancement. After all, everything the master promised, regardless of size or difficulty, Yi Tianchen had always delivered without fail, which is one reason why these heaven-level assassins were so loyal to him. Beneath Yi Tianchen's golden mask, there was also a satisfied expression towards this group of heaven-level assassins. You all will not take on any tasks during this period. Just secretly transfer all important and precious items of the star-picking tower in Wuhun City to the Tiando Empire. Can you manage that? As soon as these words were spoken, the 9 heavenly-level assassins visibly paused. They had not expected their esteemed leader to give such a task. Transferring the valuable items from the star-picking tower in the Soul Master City seemed to be no simple matter. After all, what the star-picking tower was doing was, to put it bluntly, leaving the Soul Master City. They speculated that it might have something to do with the Spirit Hall, but that was none of their concern. As heavenly-level assassins of the star-picking tower, all they needed to do was one thing: absolute obedience to their leader. Rest assured, my lord, we will definitely accomplish this. We will not expose a trace. Nodding slightly, Yi Tianchen then looked at the remaining assassins and said slowly, as for you, continue with your tasks during this time. However, remember, do not expose your whereabouts. After completing your tasks, do not return to the Soul Master City. Leave directly for the Tiando Empire. Do you all understand? The remaining assassins knelt on one knee and raised their fists. My lord, we understand. Once the tasks were assigned, Yi Tianchen waved his hand, and in an instant, both the heavenly-level assassins and the others transformed into shadows and left the top of the star-picking tower. After all the assassins had departed, Yi Tianchen slowly approached a corner of the star-picking tower, looked towards the direction of the Spirit Hall, and a slight smile appeared on his lips as he took out the sky demon zither and began to play it passionately. Soon, below the star-picking tower, groups of soul masters began to gather, hoping to gain insights from the ethereal sound of the zither played by Yi Tianchen. Everything seemed as if it had never happened. Just like before, the silence was like a tide. Chapter 5. The competition of flowers, the killing of hundreds, and the thoughts of Qiang Sunji. After leaving the star-picking tower, Bibidong rushed back to the Spirit Hall in no time. The towering gates and magnificent architecture all displayed the majesty of the Spirit Hall. When Bibidong arrived at the gate and intended to enter quietly, the originally closed gate slowly opened, revealing the figure of the person Bibidong least wanted to see in her life, Pope Qiang Sunji. In an instant, the past humiliations flashed through Bibidong's mind, and the seeds of hatred grew wildly. Bibidong suppressed the impulse in her heart and coldly stared at Qiang Sunji. After a few moments, Qiang Sunji seemed somewhat irritated by Bibidong's cold gaze, and his deep yet slightly hoarse voice rang in Bibidong's ears. Dongya, I heard you left the Spirit Hall last night and did not return all night. Is this true? As soon as he spoke, Qiang Sunji revealed the purpose of his visit. Besides being the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall, Bibidong was also a woman he had possessed. King Sunji knew that Bibidong hated him, but as the Pope of the Spirit Hall, he still believed that Bibidong belonged to him. Therefore, no matter how Bibidong resisted, even if he had to use dirty means, King Sunji was determined to obtain Bibidong. At this moment, Bibidong's expression changed in an instant, showing a hint of panic and even more of a gnashing hatred. She knew that every move she made was likely under King Sunji's control. Unexplainably, Bibidong suddenly felt a sense of relief about her trip to the star-picking tower. Although the master of the star-picking tower was also a bastard, Bibidong realized at this moment that without his help, she would never have been able to kill a peak King Sunji. I am the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall, and where I go and what I do does not require your report, Your Holiness, and I do not need you to send someone to supervise me. Also, Your Holiness, my name is Bibidong, not Donger. You can also call me Holy Maiden. Bibidong stared directly into King Sunji's eyes, her endless emptiness and killing intent perfectly concealed. King Sunji felt that Bibidong's gaze was so sharp that, in shock, he withdrew his own gaze. Bibidong's unyielding behavior left King Sunji with no other options. Looking at the cold Bibidong, King Sunji slowly said again, Bibidong, remember your identity. You are the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall, the disciple of the Pope, and the mother of Schwer. Not wanting to continue, knowing that further questioning would yield no results, King Sunji turned and left. Finally, after King Sunji walked away, Bibidong retracted her fierce gaze and raised her head, following the familiar path toward her Holy Maiden Palace. Back in the Holy Maiden Palace, next to the 100 Flowers pool, as Bibidong's clothes slipped off, she slowly walked into the pool. With a splash, Bibidong submerged herself completely in the water, the warm pool water constantly stimulating her sensitive skin. With a gasp, as Bibidong emerged from the water, the figure of Tianchen began to appear in her mind. That terrifying strength and strange zither sound seemed to echo in Bibidong's ears once again. Bibidong closed her eyes tightly, trying hard not to recall her experiences from last night, but the more she tried to forget, the more those unbearable memories surged to the forefront of her mind. Suddenly, Bibidong's tightly closed eyes opened wide, and wisps of black mist emanated from her body, silently spreading throughout the entire Holy Maiden Palace. The flowers that had originally bloomed near the 100 Flowers pool all withered and died, and even the water in the pool rapidly changed color. Master of the Star-Picking Tower, I hope you can truly slay King Sunji. If you go back in a word, Bibidong, will make sure you and the Star-Picking Tower completely disappear from Douluo Continent whenever I have the chance. Finally, when Bibidong spoke these words, the crimson-black mist in her eyes began to fade away. Subsequently, the water in the 100 Flowers pool returned to its previous clarity, but the withered flowers could no longer stand upright. Naturally, the commotion on Bibidong's side did not escape King Sunji's notice. Upon returning to the Pope's palace and learning about the situation regarding Bibidong, King Sunji's thoughts stirred. He had never regretted what happened back then, but he truly wanted to possess Bibidong. Therefore, over the years, even though Bibidong had never looked at him once, King Sunji had said nothing. Sigh. I don't know how to make Donger accept all of this. Just as King Sunji was troubled, the doors of the Pope's palace slowly opened, and with the entrance of two figures, King Sunji's thoughts paused for a moment. He then resumed the dignity expected of the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Subordinates Moonlight and Ghostly Charm, I have seen your holiness. Entering were Title Douluo Moonlight and Title Douluo Ghostly Charm. King Sunji waved his hand, signaling them not to be overly courteous. Title Douluo, have you discovered anything during this time? Has the Holy Maiden shown any abnormal behavior? Upon hearing King Sunji's question, both Title Douluo and Title Douluo shook their heads simultaneously. As King Sunji's trusted aides, they had been monitoring Bibidong's every move. Last night, it was they who informed King Sunji that Bibidong had left the Spirit Hall. Moonlight stepped forward and recounted the events of last night, reporting to your holiness. After the Holy Maiden left the Spirit Hall last night, she headed towards the Star-Picking Tower. Although Old Ghost and I followed her secretly, we did not dare to get too close due to the Holy Maiden's unique martial soul. When the Holy Maiden reached near the Star-Picking Tower, we intended to continue tracking her. However, the master of the Star-Picking Tower seemed to have discovered us. With just a zither sound, changing in myriad ways and filled with killing intent, it forced Old Ghost and me to retreat. The Offering Hall once had an order that without the command of the Grand Offeror, we cannot provoke the Star-Picking Tower. So Old Ghost and I lost track of the Holy Maiden. After speaking, Title Douluo and Title Douluo lowered their heads, seemingly waiting for Qiang Sunji's punishment. However, after waiting for a long time, there was no reaction from Qiang Sunji. This matter is not your fault. The Grand Offeror of the Star-Picking Tower has also mentioned to me that his strength is unfathomable, and I should avoid provoking him without reason. However, now it seems that the Saintess increasingly hates me. After saying this, Qiang Sunji didn't know what to do and could only sigh deeply. At that moment, Title Douluo's eyes turned, as if he had thought of something. He raised his head, looked at Qiang Sunji, and said excitedly, "Your Holiness, the Saintess has already reached level 89. Why not hunt a soul ring for her? If your Holiness can obtain a 100,000-year soul ring for the Saintess, she will surely change her mind about you." Guido also reacted at this moment. He understood what Yueguan meant. "Your Holiness, coincidentally, Yueguan and I happen to know the whereabouts of a 100,000-year soul beast. If this works out, how could the Saintess not forgive you?" Oh, with Douluo saying this, Qiang Sunji was instantly tempted. If it could really be done, he felt that Bibidong might indeed forgive him. After all, in the Douluo Continent, who could refuse a 100,000-year ninth soul ring? The corners of his mouth slightly raised. Qiang Sunji appeared somewhat anxious. "Kiku Douluo, Guido, quickly tell me, where is this 100,000-year soul beast right now?" Seeing Qiang Sunji so excited, Kiku Douluo and Guido were also very pleased, and were about to inform Qiang Sunji about the 100,000-year soul beast. "Your Holiness, that 100,000-year soul beast is said to be a blue-silver grass, which has transformed and entered human society. Right now, it is with Tang Hao of the Haotian sect, located at the edge of the Douluo forest. Moreover, it is said that the blue-silver emperor is pregnant with Tang Hao's child, and its strength is almost non-existent. It will be tough to deal with a soul Douluo, and as for Tang Hao, he is just a soul Douluo. Your Holiness, this is truly a heaven-sent opportunity." The desire in Qiang Sunji's eyes revealed his current thoughts. Just as Kiku Douluo and Douluo said, this was indeed a heaven-sent opportunity. It could not only win Bibidong's favor, but also strike at the Haotian sect, truly killing two birds with one stone. Chapter 6 Qiang Sunji sets out, the six-fingered appears. Alright, since heaven has given me, Qiang Sunji, such a rare opportunity, how could I let it go to waste? At this moment, Qiang Sunji began to fantasize about capturing that 100,000-year soul beast and bringing it before Bibidong. Kiku Douluo and Douluo, seeing this, were also secretly delighted. "Send my orders. 3 days from now, I, the Pope, will go to the Soul Master City for some matters. Kiku Douluo, you two will accompany me. Remember, do not let the High Priest know." Nodding, Kiku Douluo and Douluo were not foolish. It was normal for the Pope not to want the High Priest to know. After all, the High Priest would not allow Qiang Sunji to go alone to the Douluo forest. As for the reason, Kiku Douluo and Douluo did not know. What was the High Priest's order? Who could say? Meanwhile, Qiang Sunji and Kiku Douluo and Douluo began preparing to head to the Douluo forest. While the two guardians from the Star-Picking Tower, who had been investigating the news, learned of this information half a day later, at the Star-Picking Tower. At this moment, Tianchen was bored, playing a tune of high mountains and flowing water. Suddenly, a breeze swept through, and the two guardians, Inhei and Yongbai, appeared before Tianchen. Stopping his movements, Tianchen raised his head, looked at Inhei and Yongbai, and slowly asked, "How? Have you found any news about Qiang Sunji?" Inhei and Yongbai half knelt on the ground and relayed the news that Qiang Sunji was heading to the Douluo forest. After pondering for a moment, Tianchen raised an eyebrow. "What does Qiang Sunji want to do in the Douluo forest? If I remember correctly, the Spirit Hall does not allow the Pope to go to the Douluo forest alone. Have you investigated what Qiang Sunji is going to the Douluo forest for?" Hearing the master ask again, Inhei and Yongbai could only shake their heads helplessly. This was all they knew. They did not know Qiang Sunji's true intentions for leaving the Spirit Hall to head to the Douluo forest. Besides Qiang Sunji and Kiku Douluo, even the spies placed in the Spirit Hall by the Star-Picking Tower were unaware. Seeing Inhei and Yongbai shake their heads, Tianchen did not press them further. Forget it. No matter what Qiang Sunji is going to the Douluo forest for, he's just a dead man. Why bother caring so much? You two have done well. For this trip to the Douluo forest, you two will also go along. Once I kill that Qiang Sunji, I will also find the 9th soul ring for you. By the way, have the heavenly level assassins speed up their relocation, and let the other assassins finish their tasks in the Soul Master City as soon as possible and leave quickly. Understood. Inhei and Yongbai exchanged glances. They would finally be able to achieve Title Douluo. Master, we will take our leave first. Since you are going to help us hunt for the ninth soul ring, we must break through to level 90 as soon as possible. Waving his hand, Yi Tianchen let them go prepare. After the two guardians left, Yi Tianchen moved to the edge of the star-picking tower, looking at the bustling Soul Master City, and shook his head slightly. After this operation, the star-picking tower might completely disappear from this Soul Master City. Yi Tianchen could already imagine the expression on Tian Douluo's old face when he learned that he had killed Qiang Sunji, Tian Douluo, sending a white-haired man to his grave. I wonder if you can bear it. Don't die of anger first. Slowly uttering these words, Yi Tianchen also slowly returned to the pavilion. 3 days later, today's Pope Hall was particularly lively. In the past, only Qiang Sunji would be present, but today, in addition to Qiku Duo and Gue Duo, there were also 4 powerful Soul Douluo standing in the hall. After a while, Qian Xuanji slowly walked out from behind the screen, looking at the Gue Duo and the 4 Soul Douluo, feeling an indescribable joy in his heart. We pay our respects to your holiness the Pope. Gue Duo and Gue Duo were in front, and the 4 Soul Douluo followed, all echoing loudly. Enough, enough! Qian Xuanji gestured for Gue Duo and the others not to be overly polite. All right, everyone is here today. The Hall of Offerings shouldn't know about this matter, right? Qian Xuanji stared at Gue Duo and cautiously asked. To be honest, Qian Xuanji was fearless in the Spirit Hall, but he was afraid of Tian Douluo alone. Unfortunately, his own father never seemed to look favorably upon him in any aspect. If it weren't for the strange twist of fate that led Qian Xuanji to have a granddaughter with Tian Douluo, he probably would have been targeted by Tian Douluo long ago. Whether he could maintain the position of Pope was still uncertain. Your Holiness, the Hall of Offerings certainly doesn't know about this matter, especially the Grand Offerings. Your Holiness, the Grand Offerings currently have no time to pay attention to us. Every day, their focus is on Miss Schwer. Your Holiness need not worry. Zhu Douluo spoke one after another, making Qian Xuanji feel that success was almost certain. Nodding, he thought that since the Hall of Offerings and the Grand Offerings didn't know about this matter, they could set off. Let's go. Douluo Forest, the 10,000-year soul beasts. This Pope is coming. Without further delay, Qian Xuanji quickly left the Pope Hall with Gue Duo and the 4 Soul Douluo, departing from the Spirit City towards the Douluo Forest. Just after Qian Xuanji left the Spirit City in the Hall of Offerings, a richly dressed, silver-haired old man was currently cradling a delicate and lovely little girl, slowly falling asleep. The old man and the little girl were none other than Tian Douluo and Tian Renxue. Just as Tian Renxue fell into a deep sleep, a golden-haired old man slowly walked into the main hall. Elder brother, the Pope has just left the Spirit City with Gue Duo and the 4 Soul Douluo. Their destination seems to be the Douluo Forest. Should we take action? Turning his head, Tian Douluo's aging body suddenly trembled, then quickly returned to calm. Jin, no need to pay him any mind. The Pope is ultimately not suited for this position. Once Schwer grows up a bit, she could take over as Pope. As for the Douluo Forest, those terrifying beings have long since gone into hibernation. If nothing major happens, they won't appear. If Xuanji has the ability to awaken those beings, then he is truly grown. We might have to regard him with a bit more respect. After saying this, Tian Douluo refocused his gaze on the sleeping Tian Renxue, his eyes filled with tenderness. Jin Douluo paused, not expecting his elder brother to say this. But it was not his concern. Tian Douluo's family matters were his own. If it weren't for Qian Xuanji being the Pope, Jin Douluo would have been too lazy to care. Moreover, Tian Douluo was right. Although there would be some risks in Qian Xuanji going to the Douluo Forest, he was still a level 95 Title Douluo, and he had Gue Duo accompanying him. Ordinary 10,000-year soul beasts were not enough to threaten their safety. Those fierce beasts indeed would not awaken just because of a Qian Xuanji. With this thought, Jin Douluo decided to take his leave. Just as he reached the entrance of the main hall and was about to step out, Tian Douluo's voice suddenly came. Jin, that one from the star-picking tower has been quiet lately, right? Jin Douluo was taken aback, then replied, Elder brother, that one from the star-picking tower has been the same as always, with no abnormalities, still playing the piano in the star-picking tower. If you are worried, why not take action directly and put an end to it? It's not that I don't want to, but although that one from the star-picking tower is not my opponent, I fear that to kill him would require a considerable price. Even if I use all my strength, I can't be completely sure of leaving him behind. After saying this, Tian Douluo sighed. The star-picking tower suddenly emerged, and its appearance made Tian Douluo feel somewhat uneasy. He believed that if given some time, Tianchen would surely grow to his level, and by then, the status of the Spirit Hall would likely face significant challenges. If one day he, Qin Douluo, were to die, relying solely on Qin Xuanji, the Spirit Hall might not even be enough to compete with the star-picking tower. Jin Douluo deeply resonated with this. A year ago, Jin Douluo had an unexpected battle with Yi Tianchen, which ended in a stalemate, but the master of the star-picking tower was still young. Youth was the greatest capital. Not wanting to continue, after leaving the Hall of Offerings, Qin Douluo sighed slightly. Now, all his hopes were placed on Qian Renxue. If Qian Renxue could support the Spirit Hall in the future, he, Qin Douluo, would ensure her slow growth. If Qian Renxue could not, then Qin Douluo could only choose to fight to the death, to perish together with Yi Tianchen. It's almost time. Shuer will be 6 soon. In half a year, whether to fight or defend, everything will be clear. Chapter 7, Douluo Forest on the way. While Qin Douluo in the Hall of Offerings was heavy-hearted at this moment, Yi Tianchen in the star-picking tower was feeling just the opposite. Yi Tianchen's current thoughts were not filled with worry, but with immense excitement. Yin Hei, young Bai. Has Qin Xuanji left the Spirit City? Standing at the edge of the tower, Yi Tianchen's fingers trembled slightly, filled with the desire to slay a Title Douluo powerhouse. The instinct of a killer told him to remain calm, but after so long without making a move, he felt a bit itchy. In response to the Tower Master, Qin Xuanji has indeed left the Spirit City. Besides Zhuge Da, there are also 4 soul Douluo accompanying him. As for the elders in the Hall of Offerings, we haven't seen any movements. Moreover, according to the information returned by the Dark Agents, Qin Xuanji seems to intend to keep this matter from those old guys in the Hall of Offerings. After Yin Hei and Yang Bai finished speaking, they looked at Yi Tianchen, who could also feel the desire for blood emanating from their Tower Master. Yi Tianchen looked in the direction of the Spirit Hall's Hall of Offerings, took a deep breath, and then slowly spoke. It seems that Qin Douluo is completely disappointed with Qin Xuanji. This matter can't be hidden from that old guy. Level 99. How terrifying is his strength? Yin Hei and Yang Bai chose to remain silent, not speaking further. They knew too little about Qin Douluo and had no access to him. At this moment, memories of the past began to surface in Yi Tianchen's mind. When he killed that Title Douluo, the Title Douluo sought refuge with the second offering of the Spirit Hall, Jin Douluo, hoping to gain protection. The result was that Yi Tianchen, under the watchful eye of Jin Douluo, killed that Title Douluo, and then he was inevitably drawn into a fierce battle with Jin Douluo. Relying on his overwhelming strength and the bizarre power of the Tianchen, Yi Tianchen, at around level 95, was able to barely contend with Jin Douluo. The two battled for a day and a night until they felt the terrifying aura of Qin Douluo approaching, at which point Yi Tianchen had to retreat urgently. Now, Yi Tianchen was already at level 96, and he was just one step away from reaching level 97. However, when facing Kindali, he still felt that he had no chance of winning and could only hope to escape. Since then, Kindaliu had not troubled Yi Tianchen, and Yi Tianchen could guess a thing or two. The Spirit Hall had relied on Kindaliu for the Qian family to dominate the continent for so long. If anything unexpected happened during a battle between Kindaliu and himself, even if it was just a serious injury, the Qian family would face a catastrophe. After all, Kindaliu was already old. So now, regardless of whether Bibidong came to seek him, Yi Tianchen planned to leave Spirit City as soon as possible. If the little princess of the Qian family awakened her martial soul at the age of 6, but lacked talent, Yi Tianchen knew that Kindaliu would definitely risk everything to kill him. As long as he died, the Spirit Hall had the golden crocodile Douluo guarding it, and there wouldn't be any major issues in the short term. But if he allowed himself to develop in the future, even if Kindaliu wanted to go down with him, he probably wouldn't be able to do it. Coming back to his senses, he took a deep look at the Spirit Hall, slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, and with a light tap of his toes, he shot out like an arrow. Shadows were left behind him as he moved swiftly, and then a voice came. Let's go. Yin Hei and Yang Bai exchanged glances, and like flying birds, they leaped up and followed Yi Tianchen's direction, rushing away. At this moment, Qin Xuanji was still unaware that his life was about to come to an end. After leaving Spirit City, Qin Xuanji hurried towards the Douluo Forest with the Zhuge Douluo without stopping. The Douluo Forest, as one of the 3 most famous soul beast habitats in Douluo Continent, has an area almost equal to that of the Barak Kingdom, spanning the borders of the Tiando Empire and the Xingluo Empire. Of this, 2/5 of the area is in the Tiando Empire, while 3/5 is in the Xingluo Empire. It It is a vast primitive forest with complex terrain, including wetlands, swamps, and more. The soul beasts there are extremely terrifying. The closer one gets to the center of the forest, the stronger the soul beasts become. Entering a seemingly eerie, dense forest, Qian Xuanji's mind was filled with thoughts of the 100,000-year soul beasts. He was not afraid of the dangers that might arise in the Douluo forest at any moment. However, there was nothing to fear from their group. 3 Title Douluos and 4 soul, dual-level powerhouses. Just the terrifying aura they emitted was enough to make soul beasts under 50,000 years hesitate to approach. Even soul beasts over 50,000 years, due to their considerable intelligence, wouldn't be foolish enough to seek trouble. Your Holiness, according to the information received, Tang Hao is currently hiding with that 10,000-year soul beast in the outskirts of the Douluo forest. However, after being discovered by some soul masters, it seems that Tang Hao has gone deeper. It has made our search quite troublesome. Your Holiness, Old Ghost is indeed correct, but Tang Hao is not a fool either. The depths of the Douluo forest are far more dangerous than human society. I suspect that Tang Hao will not venture into the core area. Nodding, upon hearing Zhu Douluo's words, Qian Xuanji pondered slightly. The Douluo forest is so vast that even the outskirts would take them a long time to search. Where did Tang Hao last appear? With the question in mind, Qian Xuanji looked at Zhu Douluo. Your Holiness, it is said that Tang Hao's last appearance was in a certain canyon. Qian Xuanji smiled confidently. Let's go to that canyon. Since the 10,000-year soul beast by Tang Hao's side is pregnant, it cannot be too far away. How confident is this guy Tang Hao? He would never think someone would come looking for trouble. If we go now, we will definitely find them. After saying this, Qian Xuanji waved his hand, instructing Zhu Douluo to lead the way. Soon, the 7 of them transformed into terrifying shadows, quickly moving through the forest. After they left, a mysterious figure slowly descended from the sky, with the tips of their toes lightly hovering over the fallen leaves, making not a single sound. Qian Xuanji. So you came to the Douluo forest for the 10,000-year soul beast. No wonder this usually inactive pope actually dared to leave the spirit city. A 10,000-year soul beast, pregnant, Tang Hao, Qian sect. Interesting. In a short while, 2 figures appeared, and it was none other than the dark and light priests. Master of the building, a 100,000-year soul beast has emerged. The dark and light priests looked at the departing King Sunji and the others, their hearts shaken. They didn't expect that the spirit hall had such well-informed news, especially about a 100,000-year soul beast. Nodding slightly, Tianchen didn't care much. He already had his 9 soul rings, so he wasn't particularly interested in the 100,000-year soul beast. Moreover, the special feature of his heavenly demon chain was that it could enhance the lifespan of soul rings. What is the heavenly demon chain? It harms others to benefit oneself. By absorbing the essence, blood, and spirit of soul beasts, or the soul power and soul rings of soul masters, it can grow. Alright, don't be surprised. Just follow along and see. Your 9th soul ring could also potentially be of the 100,000-year level. Regardless of the surprised and dazed expressions on Inhei and Yangbai's faces, Tianchen transformed into a shadow and disappeared from spot, ignoring their shock. The 2 of them, filled with eager smiles, quickly followed. If it weren't for the matter of the 100,000-year soul beast and Tang Hao, perhaps Tianchen could have kept Qian Xuanji here. However, the news about the 100,000-year soul beast was indeed intriguing. The combination of humans and soul beasts made Tianchen curious just thinking about it. Moreover, with Haotian sect involved, there might be unexpected surprises. Therefore, Tianchen decided not to rush into action, letting the mantis catch the cicada, while the oriole waits behind, enjoying the benefits of a fisherman. How wonderful that would be. Chapter 8, Destiny's Calamity. Ein and Tang Hao appear. In the Douluo forest, it was pouring rain, and amidst the dense forest, Qian Xuanji and Zhu Douluo rushed past the treetops in an instant. Behind them, 4 powerful 8-ring soul Douluos were using their martial souls, barely keeping up with the 3 Title Douluos ahead. Wherever they passed, whether it was soul beasts or soul masters who had come to the Douluo forest to hunt for soul rings, all were trembling in fear from that overwhelming aura. Meanwhile, Tianchen and the 2 offerings, Inhei and Yangbai, strolled leisurely, following closely behind Qian Xuanji and the others without haste. Lord, Qian Xuanji has been searching for 3 days now, and there is still no trace of the 100,000-year soul beast. Should we just take action? Inhei said calmly behind Tianchen. Inhei, you're too impatient. How could the 100,000-year soul beast be so easily discovered by Qian Xuanji and the others? Moreover, In these past 3 days, they haven't conducted a thorough search. It seems they know the exact location of that 100,000-year soul beast. Let us wait a bit longer. Tianchen replied without further comment. Inhe wasn't genuinely eager to eliminate Qian Xuanji quickly. It was just that he had broken through to level 90 yesterday and wanted to help him hunt for soul rings sooner. Yangbai was also interested in the 100,000-year soul beast, so the two of them couldn't be said to be right or wrong. However, Tianchen is quite interested in the 100,000-year soul beast that is pregnant. Inhe, be patient. A hot-tempered person cannot eat hot tofu. As a qualified assassin, you still need to refine your temperament. As Tianchen spoke, Inhe nodded. Since the master had spoken, he could only execute orders unconditionally. Just as Tianchen and Inhe were discussing with Yangbai, Qian Xuanji and the others finally passed through the dense forest and arrived at the canyon where Tang Hao had once appeared, standing on the cliff. Qian Xuanji looked down at the vast canyon below, feeling quite excited. Here it is. This is the place. I can even sense Tang Hao's annoying aura. Hearing Qian Xuanji so excited, Douluo was also very excited. If this matter is handled well, their status in the Spirit Hall would greatly improve. Your Holiness, since this is the case, Old Ghost and I will search separately for Tang Hao and that 100,000-year soul beast. Your Holiness will search with the remaining 4 soul Douluos. As long as we find Tang Hao, no matter which side it is, we can quickly pin him down. At that time, the 100,000-year soul beast will be unable to escape. Nodding, Qian Xuanji had no objections. At this moment, it was definitely impossible to let the 4 soul Douluos search separately to avoid alerting the enemy. Both Zhu Gui and Old Ghost were Title Douluo level powerhouses. So Qian Xuanji felt reassured. Let's do it. Zhu Gui, if this succeeds, when we return to the Spirit Hall, I will personally commend you both. Let's set off. After saying that, Zhu Gui shook his body, full of energy, and jumped down into the canyon like 2 streaks of light. Qian Xuanji and the other 4 soul Douluos were not idle either. They jumped down from the cliff and began searching. A few minutes after they left, Tianchen and the 2 offerings, Inhe and Yangbai, were also standing on the cliff. Master, it seems that the so-called 100,000-year soul beast is hiding in this canyon. Should we also search? Yangbai asked cautiously. Their master had a bad temper, and he didn't want to be as reckless as Inhe. Looking at Qian Xuanji and the others who had gone far away, Tianchen smiled slightly. Regardless of whether Qian Xuanji can find the 100,000-year soul beast, this canyon can just serve as Qian Xuanji's burial place. No need, you two stay here to cultivate. As for Qian Xuanji, let them search for that 100,000-year soul beast. I hope they can really find it. After saying that, Tianchen sat cross-legged on the cliff, the heavenly demon zither appearing in his hands, and began to close his eyes and cultivate. As his fingers moved on the strings, a pleasant melody began to flow slowly. Seeing this, Inhe and Yangbai also followed suit, sitting cross-legged on either side of the cliff and quietly starting to cultivate. Since their master was not in a hurry, why should they be anxious? Meanwhile, Qian Xuanji, who was searching for Tang Hao and the 100,000-year soul beast in the dense forest, was completely unaware that his life was about to start counting down. Shortly after entering the canyon, Qian Xuanji discovered some clues. Someone must have been here. Looking at the extinguished campfire on the ground, which had been out for who knows how long, Qian Xuanji seemed to be deep in thought. Just when Qian Xuanji and the others were trying hard to find Tang Hao, at this moment, tens of miles away behind a waterfall, Tang Hao was anxiously waiting. Ain, hang in there. We're almost there. Our child is about to be born. Just as Tang Hao was encouraging, a child's cry suddenly rang out. And Tang Hao and the 100,000-year soul beast, Lan Yinhuang's child, was finally born. Ain, Tang Hao hurriedly rushed to Lan Yinhuang's side, wrapping the newborn child in a silk scarf, looking tenderly at the crying baby boy in his arms. Brother Hao, our child. Tang Hao was extremely excited at this moment, quickly handing the baby to Lan Yinhuang. Ain, you've worked hard. Brother Hao, it's not hard. Everything is worth it. After saying that, the baby in her arms cried even louder. Brother Hao, the little guy is probably hungry, but the child has just been born, and I don't have breast milk yet. Lan Yinhuang looked troubled, glancing at Tang Hao, and the guilty expression made Tang Hao's heart soften. It's okay. Ain, you hold the baby first. I will go out to find a nursing soul beast. After saying that, Tang Hao shook his body and directly passed through the waterfall, entering the dense forest. He began to search for a nursing soul beast. Meanwhile, Yin's expression was somewhat complicated as she stared blankly at the departing Tang Hao. In no time, Tang Hao discovered a 1,000-year-old wind leopard, which seemed to be in the nursing period. Excited, Tang Hao directly released his martial soul. The pressure of an 89th level soul, Douluo, surged forth. The enormous Haotian hammer unleashed a tidal wave of pressure that caused the 1,000-year-old wind leopard to collapse to the ground, unable to resist at all, not even able to stand up and flee. Ha ha! A little wind leopard is nothing to me. Overjoyed, Tang Hao quickly approached and picked up the 1,000-year-old wind leopard, disappearing in an instant. However, Tang Hao would never have thought that this action would plunge him and the blue-silver emperor into a quagmire. After searching for a long time, Qin Xuanji was starting to have doubts, wondering if his guess was wrong and that Tang Hao and the 100,000-year-soul beast had not remained in this canyon. Just as Qin Xuanji was about to recall the Ju-Go's-Daluo to search elsewhere, a strong fluctuation of soul power suddenly made Qin Xuanji almost jump in excitement. This was a soul-level fluctuation, the scent of the Haotian hammer. Tang Hao, I never expected you to really hide in this canyon. Heaven is helping me. Heaven is helping me. Dong, wait a moment. I will bring you 100,000-year soul beast soon. Ha ha ha. This strong fluctuation of soul power was not only felt by Qin Xuanji, but also by Ju-Go's-Daluo. However, the two did not act recklessly but returned to Qin Xuanji's side. Your Majesty the Pope, you are truly ingenious. Tang Hao actually exposed his soul power fluctuations voluntarily. It seems that heaven wants you to capture this 100,000-year soul beast. Upon returning to Qin Xuanji's side, Ju-Daluo showered Qin Xuanji with praise, making him feel secretly delighted. Coldly looking in the direction of Tang Hao's soul power fluctuations, Qin Xuanji smirked. Tang Hao is right ahead. The 100,000-year soul beast can't escape. Let's go. Kill Tang Hao and capture the 100,000-year soul beast. With that, Qin Xuanji took the lead and rushed forward. Ju-Go's-Daluo exchanged excited glances with him and sped after Qin Xuanji, while the remaining 4 soul Douluos followed suit. At this moment on the cliff's peak, when Yi Tianchen sensed the unique fluctuation of Tang Hao's Haotian hammer, he sneered and abruptly halted his movements. The instant the music stopped, Yi Tianchen's body flew into the sky, leaving Yin He and Yang by dumbfounded at the spot. Once they regained their senses, they quickly rushed in the direction their master had flown. Chapter 9. Sacrificing Hao Tiancheng, the cloak meteor hammer. On this side, Tang Hao, holding the wind leopard, soon returned behind the waterfall. I found a nursing wind leopard, just in time to feed the little one. After saying that, Tang Hao casually tossed the wind leopard, which collapsed to the ground, unable to move. The blue-silver emperor glanced at the nursing 1,000-year-old wind leopard, feeling a wave of tenderness. Brother Hao, you've worked hard. Tang Hao patted her head, smiling nonchalantly, but a flash of brilliance suddenly passed through his eyes before softening again. Before long, Tang Hao brought the newly born little Tang San to the wind leopard and began to let him suckle. After eating and drinking his fill, little Tang San stopped crying. Just then, outside the waterfall, Qin Xuanji, Ju-Go's-Daluo, and the 4 other soul Douluos had already arrived. Sensing the unique aura of the 100,000-year soul beast behind the waterfall, Qin Xuanji was ecstatic. Tang Hao, come out and die. With Qin Xuanji's furious roar, the entire valley was filled with the sound of flapping wings. Tang Hao was instantly alerted and broke through the waterfall, facing Qin Xuanji and the others. Looking at the surrounding Title Douluos floating up and down, Tang Hao clenched his fists, feeling bitter. Tang Hao, you can't escape. Hand over the 100,000-year soul beast, and I will spare your life. Otherwise, you will bring about your own destruction. Qin Xuanji's voice was loud and filled with divine authority, echoing throughout the valley. Qin Xuanji, if you want to take Ian away, you must step over my dead body. Even in the face of a Title Douluo, Tang Hao remained defiant. He looked at the exhausted and weak Ian in the waterfall, along with her son in her arms. A flash of regret and pain crossed his eyes. Yes, he regretted it, because all of this was caused by him. It was due to his inability to resist the greed in his heart. He couldn't withstand the temptation of the 100,000-year soul ring. Tang Hao was well aware that he loved Ian deeply, but there was always an invisible force in his mind that subtly changed his thoughts, urging him toward greed. He had already stepped into the title level, but had suppressed himself at the 89th level using the secret methods of the Haotian sect. With just one more 9-soul ring, he could immediately become a true Title Douluo. So he had planned all of this, doing it very secretly, believing that only he knew of this affair. The arrival of Qin Xuanji and his group was also due to his secret information leak. Otherwise, he would not have fallen into such a dangerous situation. He had harmed Ian. However, now he is ready to use his life to make amends. Tang Hao tightened his grip on the Haotian hammer, intending to take the initiative and launch an attack. Very well, then prepare to die. Tang Hao, attack. Qian Xuanji saw that Tang Hao had no intention of compromising and directly ordered the attack. Yuguan, golden buds blooming with flowing clouds. Gui Mei, ghostly shadow of the earth abyss. Upon receiving the order, the two Title Douluo, Zhuge and Gui Mei, activated their soul rings and immediately launched their attack. Chaotic wind. Tang Hao swung the hammer, stacking power, each strike stronger than the last, and pushed back the two. Angelic blade. At this moment, Qian Xuanji also launched an attack, the massive blade slashing down. Heavenly strike. Tang Hao maximized the power of the chaotic wind, fiercely clashing with Qian Xuanji. Boom! The deafening sound suddenly echoed through the valley, the intense wind from the clash destroying the trees in the valley, and massive stones continued to fall from mountain. In this confrontation, Qian Xuanji was knocked back several dozen meters, his face extremely grim. He had actually fallen into a disadvantage. Tang Hao was not feeling well either. After the powerful strike, he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, already severely injured. After all, he was an 8-ring Soul Douluo against a 9-ring, level 95 Super Douluo. The explosive power of the Haotian sect's ultimate skill was indeed formidable, but it also had a strong backlash. Polar Stillness Domain. Seeing that they couldn't take down Tang Hao in a short time, Yuguan and Gei Mei immediately clasped their 10 fingers together, embracing each other, and activated their martial soul fusion skill. Suddenly, all 18 soul rings on their bodies lit up, and a white light circle rapidly expanded, instantly binding Tang Hao and preventing him from moving even a bit. No one can stop what the Spirit Hall wants. Tang Hao, get ready to become a stepping stone for my ascent. Qian Xuanji stepped in the air and slowly spoke, his voice echoing through the valley. Angelic Holy Sword. Seizing the opportunity while Tang Hao was temporarily bound, Qian Xuanji threw the Angelic Holy Sword, aiming to kill Tang Hao with a single strike. It's over. Tang Hao. However, he did not get his wish. Ain made her move. At the moment the Angelic Holy Sword was about to pierce Tang Hao's head, several blue-silver emperor vines burst from the ground, wrapping around it and preventing it from advancing even a bit. Ain clenched her jade hand, and the Angelic Holy Sword was instantly shattered into a rain of light. Let him go. I will go with you. Ain walked over and stood in front of Tang Hao. Fine. Qian Xuanji pondered for a while and agreed. As long as Ain went with them, their goal would be achieved. Killing Tang Hao wouldn't benefit them. After all, Tang Hao was the heir of the #1 sect, the Haotian sect. There was no need to clash with him over this. Upon hearing this, the other members of the Spirit Hall also ceased their attacks and lowered their guard. Ain, don't go with them. Hearing Ain say she would go with the Spirit Hall, Tang Hao shouted anxiously. Ain said nothing. She urged the blue-silver emperor vines to bind Tang Hao to the ground, then turned and placed the child in his arms. Ain, I'm sorry. I've harmed you. Tang Hao, unable to move, could only watch Yin's actions, tears of regret streaming from his eyes. Ain shook her head lightly. Brother Hao. Actually, I know, you have thoughts about my soul rings too, right? You don't have to deny it. I noticed that a few times you looked at me in a way that was a bit off. It was a very strange gaze, bloodthirsty, greedy. I just didn't want to believe it, because I love you and chose to trust you. I know I'm foolish. I don't blame you. And thank you for your company all the way. I know you're making up for me, and I've been very happy these days. But it's time to end. Brother Hao, this is the last time I will call you that. Since you also want my soul rings, then I will give them to you. Take good care of your child. Ain's tears streamed down her face, and then she resolutely initiated the sacrifice. No, Ain, don't. Tang Hao shouted loudly, breaking free from his restraints, trying to stop her. Not good. She's going to sacrifice herself. Quickly stop her. Qian Xuanji and the two Title Douluo, Zhuge and Gei Mei, never anticipated this situation. It happened suddenly, and everyone was stunned. Qian Xuanji was the first to react, sharply reminding them before taking action, the Angelic Holy Sword immediately slashing out a powerful golden light. Following that, the others launched their powerful attacks. However, it was already too late. Once the sacrifice began, it could not be stopped. Goodbye. Ain's red lips parted to convey her last words. No. Tang Hao's eyes widened in agony, kneeling on the ground, crying out to the heavens. In the next moment, a blue-silver light circle suddenly enveloped the entire world. Everything and everyone within the circle instantly froze, as if time had stopped. This effect was even more terrifying than the polar stillness domain of exudes Douluo and Douluo. All personnel of the Spirit Hall, including the strongest Pope Tianchen, could not move. All attacks were imprisoned in the void. Until Ain's body transformed into a blood-red soul ring, encircling the Haotian hammer in Tang Hao's hand. The blue-silver light circle then dissipated, and everyone regained their ability to move. Ain's figure no longer existed, leaving only a seed and a piece of shining blue-silver soul bone, which fell to the ground. No. Tang Hao watched helplessly as Ain made her sacrifice. He obtained Ain's soul ring, but he felt no joy. He covered his face with one hand, lowering his head, sinking into deep regret and self-blame, tears streaming from his eyes and dripping onto the child in his arms. The members of the Spirit Hall, seeing that it was too late for anything, appeared somewhat dejected. Damn it! Qian Xuanji swung the angelic holy sword, cutting down several small hills in frustration. Zhu Gui and Gei Mei were not interested in the blue-silver seed left by Ain, but were fixated on the shining soul bone, which was the right leg bone of a 100,000-year blue-silver emperor. Greed appeared in their eyes, but they quickly retracted it upon receiving a fierce glare from Qian Xuanji. The Spirit Hall, a truly formidable Spirit Hall, I will not rest until we are at odds. At this moment, the golden light of soul power emitted by Qian Xuanji awakened Tang Hao, who opened his mouth and let out an angry roar. The sound as if it came from the depths of hell. The love and guilt for Ain, as well as his own regret and pain, all transformed into endless rage. Tang Hao suddenly raised his head, his eyes instantly turning blood red, his aura climbing relentlessly, directly surpassing level 90, then level 91. Finally stopping at level 92, the pressure belonging to a Title Douluo instantly sweeping out. His injuries healed in an instant. Chapter 10. Qian Xuanji severely wounded. Haotian embraces the child. Level 92, Title Douluo. The change in Tang Hao's aura finally caught the attention of Qian Xuanji and the Zhu Gui of the Spirit Hall. Looking at the pulsating red soul rings on Tang Hao, they were all filled with shock, momentarily stunned, as a 100,000-year soul ring actually had such a fierce effect. At this moment, seizing the opportunity while the Spirit Hall members were in shock, Tang Hao boldly launched an attack. God of Death Domain, exploding rings, Haotian true body. A blood-red halo suddenly ignited on Tang Hao, enveloping the 5 people, enhancing his momentum while simultaneously weakening the enemy, increasing his own strength by 20%. At the same time, the 9 soul rings on his body burst open, and his aura became even more terrifying. The true form of Haotian also materialized, amplifying his power. With a chaotic cloak, Tang Hao's attacks were incredibly fast, with all his moves completed in the blink of an eye. The hurriedly defending Yueguan, Gui Mei, and the 4 soul level powerhouses were knocked flying one after another, crashing into the valley walls and creating 3 large holes, then falling to the ground, spitting blood and looking weak. Among the 6, 3 of the soul Douluo were the weakest and lost all signs of life. Yueguan and another soul Douluo were also severely injured. Gui Mei, whose martial soul was the Ghost Shadow, had the strongest physical defense among them. He stood in front of Qiang Sunji, but was quickly forced back several meters by Tang Hao's hammer strike, his legs plowing 2 deep furrows into the ground, before he spat out a mouthful of blood. Great Summer Hammer. At this moment, Tang Hao unleashed his most powerful ultimate move, the Haotian secret technique, channeling all his soul power into his martial soul. The Haotian hammer suddenly grew to over 100 meters tall, held in the hands of Haotian's true form, and ruthlessly struck towards Qiang Sunji and Gui Mei. Gui Mei, confident in his bizarre and astonishing martial soul, let out a cold snort, instantly activating his Ghost Shadow martial soul and bravely charging forward. However, he underestimated the power of the Great Sumeru Hammer. Under the multiple enhancements, the Great Sumeru Hammer was something he could not withstand. Boom! Gui Mei was instantly knocked away, crashing into the valley and losing all combat capability. Tang Hao, you're dead. Angel True Body. Seeing Gui Mei knocked away with no sign of life, Qiang Sunji was furious and summoned the Angel True Body, a gigantic 6-winged angel shielding him at his chest. 9th soul skill, Angel's Glory. Qiang Sunji unleashed his strongest attack, a terrifying beam of murderous light spewing forth from the mouth of the Angel True Body. In the next moment, the Haotian hammer and the golden light collided violently. A destructive shockwave erupted, recklessly rushing into the valley and instantly destroying several surrounding peaks. The Haotian hammer and the golden light clashed against each other, neither side yielding. Stalemated for a short time, where neither could gain the upper hand. If this stalemate continued for long, the one who would win would definitely be Qiangsunji. After all, as a level 95 Super Douluo, Qiangsunji had nearly double the soul power of the newly promoted Title Douluo, Tang Hao. Moreover, Tang Hao's strength came from the momentary amplification of his explosion rings, which could not be sustained. Once the time passed, he would suffer severe backlash. However, there are always unexpected events in the world. Of course, these surprises often come from the meticulous design of humans. An invisible white light ball, carrying a wisp of red mist, descended from the sky. The white light ball projected into the arms of the baby in Tang Hao's embrace. The red mist detached from the white light ball and entered Tang Hao's body. At this moment, Tang Hao's soul power was nearly depleted. Suddenly, he felt a terrifying killing force explode within him, and his already blood-red eyes became even deeper and more scarlet. Although the remaining soul power was being eroded by this force, he was delighted to discover that he could actually harness this power. Tang Hao's eyes lit up, and he immediately channeled this power directly into his martial soul, the Haotian hammer. A red glow flashed in Tang Hao's eyes as he shouted fiercely. In the next second, the Haotian hammer was engulfed in a blood-red aura, instantly breaking the stalemate, shattering the angel's glory. How is this possible? Qiangsunji's face was filled with disbelief as he watched the Haotian hammer crash down on the angel true body. Crack! With a sound like shattering glass. The angel true body was instantly destroyed. Qiangsunji's body collided with the Haotian hammer and was sent flying, crashing hard against the valley wall. After smashing a massive pit into the rock face, Qiangsunji's body rebounded from the tremendous force, bounced away, and finally fell, lying on the ground with blood oozing from all 7 orifices, no longer moving. It was unclear whether he was dead or alive. After this strike, Tang Hao's figure flickered as he attempted to pick up the seeds and soul bones that had fallen after a yin sacrifice. He then quickly flashed away, using his last bit of strength to smash through the encircling holy emperor warriors outside the valley, clutching his son and fleeing. However, at that moment, a transparent sound wave suddenly surged toward Tang Hao. Seemingly ordinary, yet capable of splitting heaven and earth. Tang Hao was momentarily stunned, watching helplessly as a yin soul bone was directly swept away by this sound wave. Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Hao's heart raced, a sense from the depths of his soul warning him to run. There are more powerful beings. Moreover, there are existences that Tang Hao cannot contend with. Holding little Tang's sand, Tang Hao fled wildly, and the sound wave did not pursue him further, quickly allowing Tang Hao to vanish within the valley. Yue Guan and Gai Mei watched in shock as these incredible events unfolded, their hearts trembling with fear, too scared to pursue. They then cautiously approached to investigate. Discovering that Pope Qiangsunji had all his bones broken, blood flowing from his 7 orifices, looking gruesomely pitiful, yet still alive. Fortunately, His Holiness the Pope was not in life-threatening danger. Olgue, hurry! We must leave the Stardo Forest and return to the Spirit Hall. If anything happens to His Holiness the Pope, neither of us can bear the responsibility. Gue Mei groaned and spat out a mouthful of blood. He had been severely injured by Tang Hao's hammer, and, at this moment, just as Douluo said, if anything happened to the Pope, they would definitely be held accountable. After all, they had led Qiangsunji to find Tang Hao and the 10,000-year soul beast. In this operation, 3 soul Douluo were directly killed by Tang Hao's hammer, and the remaining soul Douluo was clearly not going to survive. With Qiangsunji severely injured and unconscious, they were not much better off. Douluo, yes, hurry. Let us take His Holiness the Pope and go. Despite their severely injured bodies, Gue Mei knew they could not delay any longer, and quickly moved forward, cooperating with Douluo to carry Qiangsunji towards the exit of the canyon. At this moment, Tianchen was sitting cross-legged at the exit of the canyon, the Tianchen quietly resting in his arms. One hand held a piece of blue glowing bone, which was indeed a yin's soul bone. The sound wave that Tang Hao had encountered earlier was also caused by Tianchen. How could Tianchen allow something that was within his grasp to be taken away by others? If it weren't for the 10,000-year soul beast sacrifice being too swift and the sacrifice being uninterruptible, Tianchen would have wanted to directly capture the 10,000-year soul beast. Although it wasn't a success, having a soul bone that is 100,000 years old is not too bad. Moreover, when Tang Hao was exhausted, the 2 beams of light were clearly observed by Tianchen, and they were truly strange. From those 2 beams of light, Yi Tianchen sensed the aura of life and destruction, a feeling very similar to the unique aura emitted by Title Douluo. It belonged to a god. Because of this, Yi Tianchen did not make things difficult for Tang Hao. Otherwise, with his strength, Tang Hao would have had no chance to escape. The aura of a god makes this matter increasingly interesting. Initially, it was thought that gods were merely something imagined in the mystical realm of Douluo Continent, but unexpectedly, there really are some things. Yi Tianchen's thoughts were somewhat complicated at this moment, and he had an indescribable feeling towards gods. However, he quickly cleared his chaotic thoughts. And the reason was simple. Douluo and Douluo were already supporting the unconscious Qian Xuanji and were about to arrive. The mission target was about to begin, and although Qian Xuanji was seriously injured, Yi Tianchen would not let him go. After all, he had promised Bibidong, right? Thinking of this, Bibidong's graceful figure unconsciously appeared in Yi Tianchen's mind, and the corner of his mouth slightly lifted. Chapter 11. The sound of the zither like waves, intercepting midway. In the blink of an eye, half a stick of incense passed, and soon, 3 figures began to blur into view in the valley ahead of Yi Tianchen. At this moment, the sky was gradually darkening, and strands of thick fog began to spread in the damp canyon. With only about 1,000 meters between them, Yi Tianchen could vaguely see Douluo and the unconscious Qian Xuanji approaching. Old ghost, we're about to exit the canyon. We need to hurry. His Holiness the Pope cannot have any mistakes. Otherwise, the offering hall's grand offering will surely devour us alive, Douluo said with a worried expression, even though he was also seriously injured from his recent battle with Tang Hao. But Qian Xuanji was far more important than them. Old Jew, I've already exhausted all my strength. I can't go any faster. If I push myself, my injuries will be uncontrollable. Before he could finish his sentence, Douluo spat out a mouthful of blood. Douluo shook his head repeatedly, filled with anger and sorrow. Just as Douluo was about to say something, a melodious, ethereal zither sound, which was both eerie and delightfully clear, washed over them like a tide. In an instant, both Douluo and Douluo's expressions changed dramatically. They were all too familiar with this zither sound. It was the zither sound of the master of the star-picking tower. In that moment, Douluo and Douluo exchanged a glance, seeing deep fear in each other's eyes. Old ghost, this is bad. Damn it. How could the master of the star-picking tower appear here? Douluo's mind went blank, completely ignoring what Douluo was saying, feeling as if his heart had skipped a beat, and he was frozen in place. Old ghost. Old ghost. Under Douluo's shocked gaze, Douluo's body stiffened. A muffled groan escaped him, and he collapsed to the ground, blood continuously pouring from his mouth. At this moment, Douluo couldn't care less about Qian Xuanji. He placed Qian Xuanji on the ground and rushed to Douluo's side, using all his strength to help him suppress his injuries. Meanwhile, at the canyon exit, a cold smile slowly appeared at the corner of Yi Tianchen's mouth, and his movements quickened in an instant. After the zither piece ended, he stood up, put away his zither, and walked step by step towards Douluo and the unconscious Qian Xuanji. Douluo was completely unaware of Yi Tianchen's approach because he knew that resisting was meaningless at this point. With the thick fog surrounding them, it was better to wait in place than to search for Yi Tianchen's whereabouts, responding to changes with stability. The atmosphere had already dropped to a low point. Soon, Douluo heard footsteps slowly approaching, followed by Yi Tianchen's ethereal voice, as if the Grim Reaper was calling for their lives. A chrysanthemum and a little ghost, so loyal, even in such a severe state, still guarding the place. Not bad, but unfortunately, your luck today is quite poor. One Tang Hao, just recently became a Title Douluo, has managed to bring you all to this state. 4 soul Douluos are dead. Qian Xuanji is severely injured and unconscious, and a little ghost is also badly hurt. Only you, Douluo, still have the strength to resist. How pathetic. The spirit hall, apart from those old fellows in the offering hall, turns out to be a bunch of useless people. Douluo's face turned pale. He knew there was no chance of escape for him, Douluo, and Pope Qian Xuanji in front of the master of the star-picking tower. Even if the 3 of them were at their peak, hope would be slim. One more now. Under the zither demon, why bother pretending to be mysterious? Since we are in this state, although I do not know why you, zither demon, are here, there is no need to mock us like this. Would the zither demon dare to come out and meet us? Douluo's sharp voice was as grating as metal being scratched, causing an inexplicable irritation. Hearing this, Yi Tianchen, shrouded in fog, slightly raised the corner of his mouth. With a wave of his hand, a terrifying soul power erupted instantly, and all the thick fog in the canyon was expelled in an instant. His figure appeared before Douluo. As you wish, little chrysanthemum. In shock, Douluo saw Tianchen's godlike figure. With only about 100 meters between them, as Tianchen took a step forward, a dark and deep soul ring slowly rose from beneath his feet. With another step, another dark soul ring rose. After taking 7 steps, the 7th soul ring was no longer dark, but revealed a hint of blood red. The 7th soul ring indicated that Tianchen was already close to the level of 100,000 years. At this moment, Douluo was completely stunned. He truly could not believe his eyes. Who starts with a 100,000-year soul ring? His astonishment did not stop there. When Tianchen took his 8th step, a soul ring of an incredibly blood-red hue suddenly caused the air to thicken. Douluo stared intently at that blood-red soul ring, filled with blood and terror. As it rose, 100,000 years soul ring. It was indeed 100,000 years soul ring. 100,000 years, 100,000 years. Douluo was completely dumbfounded, and even Douluo, who was slumped on the ground, turned his head with great effort, witnessing this unforgettable scene for the rest of his life. However, this is not the end. The moment Tianchen took the 9th step, another scarlet soul ring, 100,000 years old, rose up. Whether it was Douluo or Douluo, they were already numb at this point. The theory of martial souls they had accepted told them that it was impossible for a soul master to start with a 10,000-year soul ring. But what exactly were they witnessing now? No wonder the Hall of Worship advised us not to provoke the star-picking tower lightly. So that's how it is. Douluo shouted crazily in his heart. He never would have thought that one day he, a level 94 Title Douluo, would actually become a lamb to be slaughtered. With no power to resist at all, Tianchen, with all 9 soul rings activated, now had a soul power close to level 97, radiating like a great sun. The terrifying aura emitted made soul beasts over 50,000 years old in the Douluo forest feel this inexplicable pressure. In the core area of the Douluo forest, in the lake of life, as a gigantic bull's head slowly emerged from the water, a trace of fear began to spread in its eyes. This was the pressure of a Title Douluo close to level 98. Could it be that the Douluo forest was about to change? As the bull's head slowly uttered these words, its body began to sink back into the lake. No matter what the soul beasts in the starry forest think. At this moment, the Douluo doesn't dare to think of anything. As he watched Tianchen approach step by step, a bitter expression began to appear on their faces. When Tianchen was about 50 meters away from Douluo, he stopped. Looking at the somewhat fearful Douluo, Tianchen's expression began to relax under the golden mask. A mysterious smile started to spread under the crown of the Tianchen. May I ask what brings you here? Holding on to his last hope, Douluo raised his head, nervously facing Tianchen. Large beads of sweat began to drip from Douluo's forehead. With a slight smile, Tianchen glanced at the unconscious Tianchen and did not say much. Little Jew, what do you think the star-picking tower is here for? It's nothing more than to kill. Why don't you guess who my target is for coming here? Seeing Douluo hesitate, Tianchen was not in a hurry. With Tianchen in this state, he didn't need to act personally. He feared that if he delayed any longer, he would be the one to kick the bucket first. Douluo took a deep breath. Indeed, the star-picking tower wouldn't act without reason, especially the master of the star-picking tower. However, none of them had any grievances with the star-picking tower, which left only one possibility. Someone was willing to pay the price for the life of one among them. As he pondered, a figure suddenly appeared in Douluo's mind, that of the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall, Bibidong. Of course, no wonder Bibidong disappeared near the star-picking tower last time. It turned out she wanted to make a deal. However, in the next moment, Douluo felt extremely bitter. This meant that although the target of the star-picking tower master was not himself, it definitely was the Pope Tianchen. Douluo was well aware of the misdeeds that Tianchen had done in the past. Looking at Tianchen's deep gaze, Douluo let out a slight sigh. Your Majesty the Demon King, if you intend to assassinate the Pope of the Spirit Hall, it will be difficult for you to escape the net of the Offering Hall in the future. Ha ha ha, what a joke. Do you think I will be afraid of that group of old guys? I have to say, you are very clever, but unfortunately, you are following the wrong person. Tianchen won't say much more and will focus on Tianchen. Chapter 12. The 8 Sounds of the Heavenly Dragon Play. Tianchen ultimately dies. Under the Demon Queen's command, slow down. Seeing that the master of the star-picking tower is no longer wasting words with him, he turns his attention to the Pope. Qian Xuanji. Even at this moment, Zhu Douluo's heart is trembling, and he wants to struggle a bit. Oh, little chrysanthemum. Although Qian Xuanji is your Pope of the Spirit Hall, you are after all a Title Douluo, so loyal, TSK. Could it be that you have some unspeakable secret with Qian Xuanji? Looking at Zhu Douluo's flamboyant appearance, Yi Tianchen's mind is racing. Whether in the Xinjiang continent or this Douluo continent, there are quite a few who enjoy Longyang. This kind of preference Yi Tianchen has only heard of. But now looking at Zhu Douluo's nervous demeanor, could it be that the two really have something going on? In the midst of the conversation, the expression behind Yi Tianchen's golden mask also becomes exciting. Thinking about Longyang is thrilling. Although Zhu Douluo cannot see the expression behind Yi Tianchen's golden mask at this moment, he can guess a thing or two, but now he cannot afford to explain too much. Under the command of the Demon Queen, it is well known that the star-picking tower has 3 no-kill principles. Why bother attacking the Pope of the Spirit Hall today? Implicitly, Zhu Douluo still holds a glimmer of hope, praying that Yi Tianchen will spare Qian Xuanji because of this principle. Yi Tianchen coldly glances at Zhu Douluo, and in an instant, Zhu Douluo feels like sitting on pins and needles. Oof. I thought you little chrysanthemum and Qian Xuanji had some unspeakable secret. But it turns out it was for this 3 no-kill principle. However, little chrysanthemum, do you think he, Qian Xuanji, or you, Zhu Douluo, can adhere to the 3 no-kill principles? Overestimating oneself, Zhu Douluo secretly thought it was bad. Being too clever had backfired. The 3 no-kill principles are, first, do not kill ordinary civilians who are not soul masters. Second, do not kill the elderly, weak, sick, disabled, pregnant, or those who are widowed, orphaned, or lonely. Third, do not kill fellow disciples of the star-picking tower. No matter what, Qian Xuanji has nothing to do with these 3 rules. At this moment, Yi Tianchen also no longer hesitated and was about to strike Qian Xuanji dead with a palm. At the critical moment, Zhu Douluo exchanged glances with his companion. Both determined. Old ghost, do it. Polar prohibition domain. In an instant, disregarding his injuries, Zhu Douluo directly unleashed his martial soul fusion technique, attempting to trap Yi Tianchen. Stubborn and unyielding. How could a mere martial soul fusion technique hope to stop me? A foolish wish. Heavenly Dragon 8 sounds. Suddenly, the Qian appeared in Yi Tianchen's hands, and as his 12 fingers struck the strings, waves of terrifying sound, like a raging river, surged into the martial soul fusion technique. In an instant, in the entire canyon, waves of sound transformed into weapons, whether long spears, short blades, galloping warhorses, or slaughtering deities. In just a moment, the martial soul fusion technique that Zhu Douluo desperately unleashed shattered into pieces. Zhu Douluo was also rebounded by the force. Directly sent flying 100 meters away, his bones shattered, unable to resist at all. Looking at the unconscious Qian Xuanji, a strange smile appeared under Yi Tianchen's golden mask. He could not let Qian Xuanji die so easily. At that time, Bibidong had a special request, which was to make Qian Xuanji suffer torment before dying. Qian Xuanji. Enjoy it well. First soul skill. Soul claiming Guanyin. As the words fell, the first soul ring under Yi Tianchen lit up, and a strange black smoke instantly invaded Qian Xuanji's mind. Boom! In a daze, Qian Xuanji's spiritual world, which had been asleep, instantly awakened. Before him, it was no longer a peaceful and calm spiritual world, but a scene like hell. Blood flowed endlessly, and withered bones spread along the road. The foul-smelling black water and eerie, unexplainable sounds slowly approached. Put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha on the spot. Put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha on the spot. In an instant, Qian Xuanji found himself surrounded by vengeful souls and evil spirits, each with a fierce expression staring at him. Qian Xuanji, give your life. Just a glance. All the vengeful souls and evil spirits pounced on him, pinning Qian Xuanji to the ground and fiercely biting him. The feeling of unbearable pain made Qian Xuanji's gaze go blank in an instant. I am guilty. I have deep sins. I should die. I should die. Endless voices echoed, and Qian Xuanji's screams of pain played in a loop in his spiritual world. At this moment, Yi Tianchen still wore a smile, watching Qian Xuanji's body tremble uncontrollably. Suddenly, Qian Xuanji's body stiffened, his eyes seemingly terrified, and chilling blood slowly flowed from his eyes. I don't know if this is enough. Forget it. Who told Bibidong to work so hard that night? How could I, Tianchen, take advantage of this for free? Fifth soul skill. Illusionary God's wings. Suddenly, Tianchen's fifth soul ring lit up, and he placed both hands on the Tianchen. As the note sounded, in the void, a flurry of black feathers fell like a torrential rain, madly descending upon Qian Xuanji's body in no time. And just when the evil spirits disappeared from Qian Xuanji's spiritual world, black arrow feathers pierced through his body like a gale. Yet in his spiritual world, he remained an undying existence, like thousands of ants gnawing at him. Qian Xuanji was in so much pain that he couldn't utter a single word. In front of Tianchen, Qian Xuanji's body trembled continuously, and blood began to seep from both nostrils and ears. Not only that, even the incapacitated Douluo was fortunate enough to taste the soul-stirring flavor of Tianchen's fifth soul skill. As the mental arrows fell, the immobile Douluo suddenly felt his mental world suffer a heavy blow. That heart-wrenching pain, despite being a Title Douluo, left them unable to seek life or death. At this moment, Douluo could already imagine the fate of Pope Qian Xuanjia, who was a key target of Tianchen's care. In an instant, they felt a chill run down their spines. Unexpectedly, the master of the star-picking tower not only had formidable strength, but also such bizarre and cruel methods. They wanted to plead for mercy, but their mouths were completely sealed, and seeing Qian Xuanjia in such a state, Tianchen seemed somewhat unsatisfied. This guy is about to die so quickly? I haven't even used my real methods yet. Forget it. It's been a long time since I've had such a satisfying torture session today. Let's see how Qian Xuanjia fares. Heavenly Dragon 8 sounds, flames of karma engulfing you. As the words fell, with continuous movements of Tianchen's hands, terrifying karmic flames began to burn, starting from a small cluster to enveloping the entire valley. In Qian Xuanjia's mental world, he was now at a loss as to whether he was alive or dead. Only the incessantly falling arrow feathers transformed into streams of karmic flames in an instant. In a moment, his entire soul was engulfed by the karmic flames. The past karmic burdens began to pile up, and the burning sensation of the flames caused Qian Xuanjia unbearable pain, causing him to fall to the ground, rolling incessantly, trying to extinguish the karmic flames. But all of this was undoubtedly futile. How could karmic flames be easily extinguished? The endless karmic flames continued to burn Qian Xuanjia's soul. In the midst of pain, his soul gradually dissipated bit by bit, and finally, seemingly unable to endure such inhumane torture any longer, Qian Xuanjia gritted his teeth and ignited his own soul. In an instant, the body of Qian Xuanjia before Tianchen began to char without flames. It was unclear how long it lasted. Perhaps it was just a moment, but Qian Xuanjia's mental world completely collapsed, and his soul was utterly extinguished. The once mighty pope of the spirit hall, Qian Xuanjia, thus fell. Along with him, Douluo was also tormented by the karmic flames, but the two of them endured the pain of the karmic flames and survived. Well, Douluo, I'll spare your life. Otherwise, that old guy, Qian Douluo, wouldn't even know that it was me who killed Qian Xuanjia. Ha ha ha. You tell Qian Douluo that Qian Xuanjia is just a piece of trash. Tang Hao has divine assistance. After saying this, Tianchen lost interest in lingering any longer, waved his hand, and retracted the karmic flames, which disappeared directly into the valley. At the same time, at the moment of Qian Xuanjia's fall in the spirit city, inside the offering hall, in front of Qian Douluo and the angel statue, a glass lamp suddenly extinguished, and Qian Douluo stared intently at everything. No, Jier. Chapter 13. Bibidong's complexity, Qian Douluo's fury. In an instant, in the spirit city, the aura belonging to Qian Douluo, the 99th level Title Douluo, erupted in an instant. All the soul masters were instantly overwhelmed by the immense pressure. Some of them directly shattered their internal organs under this tremendous force. Subsequently, Qian Douluo's figure suddenly flew out of the spirit city, racing towards the Stardow forest, where Qian Xuanjia's corpse lay. In the Holy Maiden hall, as the overwhelming pressure belonging to Qian Douluo disappeared, Bibidong finally managed to stand up with some difficulty, looking in the direction Qian Douluo had vanished, a devilish smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. Just a moment ago, at the instant of Qian Xuanjia's fall, Bibidong's first trial of a Rakshasa god was finally completed. Qian Xuanjia, you devil, didn't expect that one day you would actually die at the hands of others. TSK, TSK, TSK. I have to say, the master of the star-picking tower, his strength is indeed somewhat terrifying. However, once I obtain the divine position, whether it's you, the master of the star-picking tower, or Tian Douluo, you will all have to die. After saying this, Bibidong began to accept the rewards for passing the first test of the Rakshasa god. In an instant, her aura surged from level 89 to level 90. This was still because she had not yet obtained a spirit ring. Once she acquired the 9th spirit ring, her strength would undoubtedly skyrocket. The powerful feeling was intoxicating. The commotion on Bibidong's side naturally did not attract the attention of other Title Douluos in the spirit hall. At this moment, all soul masters want to know why Tian Douluo was so enraged. With a strength of 99 levels, Tian Douluo arrived at the Stardo Great Forest in just a quarter of an hour. The terrifying aura, even more fearsome than that of Tianchen, constantly emitted a warning of danger. All the soul beasts in the Stardo Great Forest were instantly frightened by this aura. Even the soul beasts over 50,000 years old were now fleeing wildly towards the core area of the Stardo Great Forest. Moreover, Tian Douluo's aura did not only instill fear in 10,000-year-old beasts like the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape. In the underground space beneath the Lake of Life, the once sleeping Emperor Tian also opened his eyes at the arrival of Tian Douluo. He looked in the direction of Tian Douluo, slowly exhaled a breath of foul air, then ignored him and focused on the million-year soul beast, the dream ice silkworm. In front of him, rushing forward, it didn't take long for Tian Douluo to arrive at the canyon where Qian Xuanji had perished. From a distance, the canyon was completely barren. All the trees and forest had turned to ashes the moment Tianchen's fiery attack fell. Shifting his gaze, Tian Douluo saw the utterly lifeless body of Qian Xuanji. With a sudden rush, Tian Douluo reached the corpse of Qian Xuanji, extending his aged and trembling hands. Slowly picking up Qian Xuanji's body and holding in his arms, tears streaming down his face. Shower, who did this? Who had the audacity to harm you? In that moment, Tian Douluo was filled with grief and indignation. It was true that he did not like Qian Xuanji, because Qian Xuanji could not support the future of the Spirit Hall. However, Qian Xuanji was ultimately his son. Even a tiger doesn't eat its cubs, let alone Tian Douluo. His hands brushed over Qian Xuanji's stiff and pale face, and Tian Douluo felt as if his heart was being cut by knives. He did not know how much time had passed, but with the arrival of a gentle rain, Tian Douluo finally let go of Qian Xuanji's already cold body. His gaze began to focus on the immobile Zhu Gui Duo. In a breath's time, Tian Douluo was beside Zhu Fei Duo. Just a glance was enough for him to understand Fei Duo's current situation. Zhu Gui Duo also saw Tian Douluo standing before him, his heart racing wildly. His eyes were filled with terror. They could not imagine what kind of trouble the death of the Pope Qian Xuanji would bring them. Regardless of the anger in his heart, Tian Douluo still extended his old hand. A terrifying soul power, accompanied by a strange feeling, instantly invaded the body of the chrysanthemum spirit Douluo. In just a moment, the bone-shattering Douluo was shocked to find that his shattered body began to heal little by little. Finally, as Tian Douluo withdrew his hand, the injuries within the bone-shattering Douluo had also recovered significantly. At this moment, Tian Douluo's ancient and profound gaze calmly looked at the bone-shattering Douluo. The next second, his lips parted slightly, and a terrifying wave of sound instantly surged forth. Bone-shattering Douluo, speak up. What exactly happened? Who killed the Pope? Ignoring his injuries, the bone-shattering Douluo struggled to get up and fell to his knees with a thud. His nervous eyes darted around, not daring to meet Tian Douluo's gaze for even a moment. Great offering. His Holiness the Pope was killed by the Lord of the Star-Picking Tower. The bone-shattering Douluo steeled himself and spoke frankly. Perhaps he and the ghost Douluo could still survive. Otherwise, they would not see the sun tomorrow. The Lord of the Star-Picking Tower, Tian Douluo, was momentarily dazed. He never expected it would be the Lord of the Star-Picking Tower. The Star-Picking Tower is within the Spirit City. How dare he? However, Tian Douluo could tell that the bone-shattering Douluo was not lying. The pain of losing a son, along with the helplessness of knowing who it was yet feeling as if he were punching into cotton, made Tian Douluo suddenly feel much older. He knew very well that since the Lord of the Star-Picking Tower dared to do this, the Star-Picking Tower within the Spirit City had most likely become an empty building, with people gone and the building vacant. No matter how powerful he was, Tian Douluo could not chase after the Lord of the Star-Picking Tower all over the world. The Spirit Hall could not do without him, and Qian Rinxue needed him even more. After hearing that Qian Xuanji was killed by Yi Tianchen, Douluo calmed down a bit and instantly focused his gaze back on the bone-shattering Douluo. Bone-shattering Douluo, you too are level 94 Title Douluo. And Jir is also a level 95 Title Douluo. Even if you were no match for the Lord of the Star-Picking Tower, it shouldn't be this disastrous. Speak up. What exactly happened? Looking at Qian Xuanji's body, which bore no trace of injuries inflicted by the Lord of the Star-Picking Tower's demon harp, Douluo was somewhat surprised, especially by the aura belonging to the Haotian hammer on Qian Xuanji's body, which left Douluo puzzled. The bone-shattering Douluo exchanged glances with the ghost Douluo. Although they felt somewhat guilty, they also understood that this matter could not be hidden from the great offering. What must come will eventually come. The bone-shattering Douluo struggled to lift his head and looked towards the depths of the canyon, beginning to recount. Great offering. His Holiness the Pope was already severely injured and unconscious from a heavy blow by Tang Hao of the Haotian sect from the very beginning. And both the old ghost and I were also injured by Tang Hao. The Lord of the Star-Picking Tower appeared when the old ghost and I were planning to take His Holiness back to the Spirit Hall. So we were simply no match for him, not even able to resist. By the way, the Lord of the Star-Picking Tower actually possesses 7 10,000-year soul rings and 200,000-year soul rings. The more the bone-shattering Douluo spoke, the more astonished he became, until he felt Douluo's expression darken, at which point he stopped speaking. Hascommenced, Tan Hao. He is just a soul Douluo. How could he injure Jir and the three of you Title Douluo? Bone-shattering Douluo, do you think I am a fool? The bone-shattering Douluo's body trembled uncontrollably, and in his anxious state, he ultimately revealed everything about them bringing Qian Xuanji to find a 100,000-year soul beast and the blue-silver emperor sacrificing Tang Hao. Upon hearing this, Douluo was so enraged that he slapped the bone-shattering Douluo and the ghost Douluo away, causing his recently healed injuries to worsen again. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. A newly promoted Title Douluo, you all. Douluo no longer wanted to say another word. The suffocating feeling in his heart, mixed with the pain of losing his son, made him feel dizzy. The bone-shattering Douluo, who was sent flying, spat out blood and glanced at Qian Xuanji, as if recalling something. Great offering. The Lord of the Star-Picking Tower asked us to convey a message to you. The bone-shattering Douluo almost used the last bit of his strength to shout this out. Upon hearing this, Douluo looked at the bone-shattering Douluo. His palm drew in, and he lifted the bone-shattering Douluo in his hand. Speak. The great offering. The Lord of the Star-Picking Tower wanted us to tell you that Tang Hao has divine assistance. After saying this, the bone-shattering Douluo could no longer suppress the injuries within him and fainted. At this moment, Douluo was somewhat dazed. Divine assistance? He did not understand what Yi Tianchen meant by this. Was it mocking him for having a useless son? After a while, Douluo finally reacted. Tang Hao has divine assistance, yes. Otherwise, how could a newly promoted Title Douluo be a match for the bone-shattering Douluo and Qian Xuanji, the three Title Douluo? What was originally just the pain of losing a son suddenly became confusing. Chapter 14. Tang Hao kills the Pope, Haotian sect disputes. 3 days later, the Spirit Hall suddenly released a piece of news. Pope Qian Xuanji was severely injured and died, and the murderer was Tang Hao of the Haotian sect. Furthermore, it was also revealed that Tang Hao had been in collusion with a 100,000-year soul beast. The great offering Douluo personally called out to the Haotian sect, demanding the surrender of the murderer, Tang Hao. For a time, this news spread like wildfire across the entire Douluo Continent. Inside the offering hall, Douluo, who looked weary, was holding the 5.5-year-old Qian Renshua, thinking that it was his idea to exchange the Lord of the Star-Picking Tower, killing Qian Xuanji for Tang Hao. Just as Douluo sighed lightly, the door of the main hall slowly opened, and the aged body of the golden crocodile, Douluo, stepped in slowly. Big brother, the news has already spread. Now all the imperial families and the top 3 sects are aware of this matter. The golden crocodile was somewhat puzzled. Since it was the Lord of the Star-Picking Tower who killed the Pope, why say it was Tang Hao of the Haotian sect? As he spoke, the golden crocodile Douluo had a confused expression. He really did not understand why Douluo would do this. Dragging his weary body, he gently placed the sleeping Qian Renshua on a soft seat, exhaled a breath of turbid air, and came to the golden crocodile Douluo's side. Douluo's voice, slightly hoarse, began to speak. Golden crocodile, the Lord of the Star-Picking Tower is indeed the true murderer of Jir. But now everyone in the Star-Picking Tower has long since left. Ask yourself, what can we in the Spirit Hall do? Should I personally search for the Lord of the Star-Picking Tower all over the continent? Besides me taking action, who in the Spirit Hall can capture the Lord of the Star-Picking Tower? The golden crocodile Douluo was momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, the star-picking tower was empty, and while the Spirit Hall had profound foundations, the Lord of the Star-Picking Tower was powerful. In the entire Spirit Hall, even the level 98 Title Douluo could only say that he could match him without falling behind. Only Douluo could have a chance of winning if he took action personally. But if my big brother is not in the Spirit Hall, then the Spirit Hall cannot be stable. Moreover, the continent is vast, with the abilities of the Lord of the Star-Picking Tower. How could the Star-Picking Tower easily allow the Spirit Hall to uproot it? How could the Lord of the Star-Picking Tower be easily captured? Gently patting the shoulder of the golden crocodile Douluo continued. By the way, golden crocodile, the Lord of the Star-Picking Tower is probably already at level 96, or even 97 now. His soul ring configuration is no longer the previous 8 black and 1 red, but 7 black and 2 red. Suddenly, upon hearing Douluo's words, the golden crocodile Douluo gasped in shock. The Lord of the Star-Picking Tower has progressed so quickly. It is unimaginable. Douluo was silent, and the growth speed of the master of the Star-Picking Tower indeed caught him off guard. But that was not the only reason he attributed the murder of Qian Xuanji to Tang Hao. After a moment of silence, looking at the still, shocked expression of the golden crocodile, Douluo sighed slightly. The Spirit Hall had such a powerful opponent, which was truly unexpected. Even the former Tianchen had not been this troublesome. Big brother, the golden crocodile understands your meaning. Since we can't do anything about the master of the Star-Picking Tower in the short term, it would be better to say nothing. The death of the Pope also has a part of responsibility from his Haotian sect Tang Hao. The Haotian sect must pay the price for this. Otherwise, how can our Spirit Hall silence the rumors? Nodding and then shaking his head, Douluo's thoughts were more than that. Golden crocodile, you are right. This indeed can reduce some of the impact caused by the death of my son. However, I genuinely want to capture Tang Hao of the Haotian sect. I want Tang Hao dead, and it must be so. As soon as these words came out, the golden crocodile Douluo was somewhat stunned. Tang Hao, as a member of the Haotian sect, was now also a Title Douluo level powerhouse. Capturing him would require considerable effort from the Spirit Hall, and if the Haotian sect insisted on protecting Tang Hao, the Spirit Hall might suffer significant losses. In the view of the golden crocodile, they probably wouldn't really take drastic action against Tang Hao and the Haotian sect. After all, Pope Qian Xuanji was already dead, and Tang Hao was merely a scapegoat. Letting the Haotian sect pay some price would be enough to let this matter pass. However, since my elder brother is unwilling, he must have his own considerations, and there is nothing much to say about golden crocodile Douluo. Seeing golden crocodile Douluo's confusion, Douluo's eyes were filled with killing intent. Golden crocodile, don't be surprised. Do you know that the Lord of the Star-Picking Tower sent the chrysanthemum ghost Douluo to bring me a message? Oh, golden crocodile Douluo was somewhat surprised. The operation of the Lord of the Star-Picking Tower was a bit perplexing. Since the person has been killed, what is the point of sending a message? Looking in the direction of the angel statue, Douluo coldly said. He said, Tang Hao has the assistance of a god. Boom! In an instant, golden crocodile Douluo felt his head spinning and finally understood why his elder brother insisted on killing Tang Hao. Having the assistance of a god means that there is a god behind Tang Hao. Golden crocodile Douluo did not doubt that this was the Lord of the Star-Picking Tower playing tricks. He had fought against Tianchen, and, as a top powerhouse of the continent, he wouldn't joke about gods. This elder brother, golden crocodile, understood and said, I will bring a few offerings to visit Haotian sect tomorrow. After saying that, killing intent also surged in golden crocodile Douluo's eyes. Nodding slightly, Douluo did not stop him, tacitly approving this matter. Compared to the Lord of the Star-Picking Tower, the actions of a god made Douluo's nerves tense. The Lord of the Star-Picking Tower would at most cause a shock to the Spirit Hall after he was gone. But to put it simply, if one day Douluo were no longer around and the Qian family had no qualified heir, whether or not there was a Star-Picking Tower, the outcome would not be much different. However, he had to take seriously the layout of a god. As a descendant of the angel god, he could not sit idly by. Before long, Jin slowly walked out of the Great Hall, leaving Douluo alone to quietly watch the sleeping Qianren. At the same time, when the news of Tang Hao killing Pope Qian Xuanji reached Haotian clan, everyone in Haotian clan was in an uproar. In the main hall of Haotian clan, Tang Xiao, look at what your brother Tang Hao has done. actually consorting with a 100,000-year soul beast. He even killed the Pope of Wuhun Hall, Qiang Sunji. Oof. Not only that, I heard that Wuhun Hall is furious about this matter. Tang Hao is one of our Haotian clan members. How can we have it easy? Wuhun Hall will definitely not let us off, in my opinion. It would be best for Tang Hao to confess and surrender to Wuhun Hall, so that our Haotian clan disciples and elders are not implicated. Several elders of Haotian clan were putting pressure on the current sect master, Tang Xiao, one after another. Their words were full of blame towards Tang Hao for provoking trouble and offending Wuhun Hall. At this moment, Tang Xiao also didn't know how to respond. He had only recently inherited the position of sect master, and his own strength was only at level 92. Most of the elders present were powerful soul level experts, and there were even a few Title Douluo level elders also pressuring him about this matter. Elders, whether this matter was truly done by Hao is still up for discussion. Moreover, Wuhun Hall has ulterior motives and may have deliberately sowed discord among us. It's better to wait until the situation is clarified before making a decision. What else there to discuss? Tang Xiao, don't think that just because Tang Hao is your biological brother, you should favor him. Let me tell you, the death of Wuhun Hall, Pope Qiang Sunji, is absolutely true, and he was indeed injured by the Haotian hammer. What you say sounds nice, but Wuhun Hall will not let this go easily. Do you really want our Haotian clan's century-old foundation to be destroyed in an instant? Before Tang Xiao could finish speaking, a Title Douluo level elder directly interrupted him, not regarding his position as sect master at all. Just as the scene reached a stalemate, the second elder, who had been silent, suddenly stood up. In the great hall, everyone immediately fell silent. As the strongest member of Haotian clan, the second elder's strength at level 95 was undoubtedly the highest. Naturally, his words carried more weight than the newly appointed Tang Xiao. All right, let us put this matter aside for now. The death of Wuhun Hall, Pope Qiang Sunji, is a fact, and it is also a fact that he was injured by the Haotian hammer. However, Tang Hao is, after all, a Title Douluo of our Haotian clan. How can we easily hand him over to Wuhun Hall? Let us hold off on this matter for now and see how Wuhun Hall handles it. It is not easy for our Haotian clan to have a Title Douluo, especially since Tang Hao possesses a 100,000-year soul ring. When the soldiers come, we will block them. When the water comes, we will cover it. Let us put everything on hold for now. After he spoke, no one said anything further, and Haotian clan fell into a strange silence for a moment. Chapter 15. Hunting for Soul Rings, Dark and Light Joy. Naturally, all of this happening between Haotian clan and Wuhun Hall would not affect Yi Tianchen, who was deep in the Star-Do Great Forest. At this moment, he was walking calmly towards the depths of the Star-Do Great Forest. Behind him, Inhe, trembling with excitement, was thrilled about the upcoming 9th soul ring. Master of the tower, if we go any further, we will enter the core area of the Star-Do Great Forest, where there are 100,000-year soul beasts. We should be cautious. Yangbai looked towards the depths of the Star-Do Great Forest, his expression gradually changing. Unlike Inhe, Yangbai's 8th soul ring came from deep within the Star-Do Great Forest, specifically from a 70,000-year earthquake dragon. There is a rule in the star-picking tower that all assassins must obtain their soul rings, starting from the 1st soul ring on their own, while the 9th soul ring can be personally obtained by the tower master. Regardless of the age of the soul ring, even if it is a 100,000-year soul ring, if the assassin requests it, the tower master will also obtain it for them. But that being said, whether they can successfully absorb a 100,000-year soul ring is another matter. Back then, Yangbai, confident in his strength, ventured alone into the depths of the Star-Do Great Forest to hunt for soul rings. But unexpectedly, he almost lost his life to just a 70,000-year earthquake dragon. In fact, when he left the Star-Do Great Forest, he even encountered a 100,000-year Titan giant ape, even though he ultimately escaped with his life. Since then, Yangbai has held deep respect and fear for the depths of the Star-Do Great Forest. However, as soon as Yangbai said this, Inhe was not happy. Yangbai, look at your little achievements. It's just that there are 10,000-year soul beasts deep in the Starry Forest. Even if the master of the building takes action. So what if 10,000-year soul beasts come? They're just a bunch of worthless chickens and dogs, right? Don't you think so, master of the building? Yangbai glanced at Inhe and didn't want to argue with him. Ahead, Yi Tianchen also heard the two lively characters bickering behind him, and under the golden mask, a rare smile appeared. Yangbai, there's no need to worry too much. As Inhe said, 10,000-year soul beasts are still too young in front of me. They won't cause any trouble. However, the Douluo Forest is not just home to soul beasts of 100,000 years. There may be ferocious beasts hidden within that are hundreds of thousands of years old. Tianchen spoke calmly and unhurriedly, but to Inhe, it was like a shot of adrenaline that made him much bolder. However, Yangbai clearly wasn't focused on the 100,000-year soul beasts, but rather on what his master mentioned about the possibility of ferocious beasts that are hundreds of thousands of years old, which made him even more worried. Tianchen didn't say this casually. It's impossible that there are only 100,000-year soul beasts on the Douluo Continent, and soul beasts over 100,000 years old have almost never appeared. There are only scattered records and books. However, with Tianchen's ninth spirit ring, now nearly approaching 200,000 years, he speculated that the Douluo Continent must have soul beasts over 200,000 years old, just hidden away in certain places, unwilling to reveal themselves. As the largest soul beast forest on the Douluo Continent, it's hard to say that there aren't ferocious beasts lurking within. Master, do we really have to take action against the 100,000-year soul beasts instead of hunting for spirit rings? Not thinking about the trivial matters, Yangbai began to focus on the task of hunting for the soul ring. Inhe also frowned, not because he doubted his master's strength, but because a 100,000-year soul beast is extremely difficult to find. It would take a lot of time just to locate one. More importantly, neither Inhe nor Yangbai had confidence that they could successfully absorb a 100,000-year soul ring. The pressure faced when absorbing a 100,000-year soul ring is completely different from that of a 90,000-year soul ring. This is why Yangbai asked that question. Upon hearing this, Tianchen paused, and Inhe and Yangbai also stopped in their tracks. This matter depends on how you choose within the Douluo Forest. There are the sky blue bull python, the Titan giant ape, and some unknown existences that are 100,000-year soul beasts. For me, this is not a big problem. Although hunting a 100,000-year soul beast is quite challenging, I am still confident I can do it. As for whether you can successfully absorb it, that will depend on your own decisions. Of course, I have another method that can grant you a 100,000-year soul ring. This method is not dangerous, but it is somewhat different from the former. Tianchen turned back, quietly watching Inhe and Yangbai to see how they would choose. After this statement, Inhe and Yangbai exchanged glances and instantly understood each other's intentions. Looking at Tianchen, they asked in unison, "Master, could you please explain how this second method differs?" Without hesitation, Tianchen spoke plainly. "The second method involves me finding you two soul beasts around 90,000 years old. You will first absorb their soul rings, and then find some 10,000-year soul beasts to add their soul rings to your ninth soul ring, thus elevating it to 100,000 years. However, this method has a drawback. Absorbing a typical 100,000-year soul beast usually grants 2 soul skills, while this method only provides 1 soul skill. The specific choice is up to the two of you." After saying this, Tianchen directly stepped deeper into the Douluo Forest, and Inhe and Yangbai were initially surprised, followed by overwhelming joy. Compared to directly absorbing a 100,000-year soul ring, this method is simply extraordinary. As for having 1 less soul skill, what does it matter? Filled with excitement, the two quickly followed Tianchen's pace, joyfully stepping into the depths of the Douluo Forest. Upon entering the core area of the Douluo Forest, the number of soul beasts suddenly decreased. Throughout their journey, every soul beast they encountered was almost above the 10,000-year level, with most ranging from 30,000 to 50,000 years. Since these were not the targets of their expedition, Tianchen, Inhe, and Yangbai did not pay attention to these soul beasts, focusing solely on searching for soul beasts around 90,000 years old. However, with the Douluo Forest being so vast, how could it be so easy to find suitable soul beasts? For 3 consecutive days, Tianchen led Inhe and Yangbai in a slow search through the Douluo Forest. During these 3 days, nothing noteworthy happened in the Douluo Forest. But outside, the events were nothing short of earth-shattering. Just as Tianchen and the others ventured deep into the Douluo Forest, the Haoyan sect finally faced accountability from the Spirit Hall. The people of Haoyan's sect listened as the high-ranking elder personally came to confront them, stating that he was there for Tang Hao, the murderer of our Spirit Hall's Pope, Qian Xuanji, as the top sect of the upper 3 sects. The Haoyan sect should not be hiding the murderer of our Spirit Hall's Pope. With a loud crash, the golden crocodile, Douluo, descended with 4 elders from the Spirit Hall. In an instant, they appeared above the main hall of the Haoyan sect, completely disregarding the ugly expressions of those present and directly naming Tang Hao as the target to be captured. Tang Xiao, sitting in the sect master's position, gasped sharply. The Spirit Hall actually sent this person, the 98th level Title Douluo, Golden Crocodile Douluo. When Tang Xiao's father was still alive, he had once fought against the Golden Crocodile Douluo, and the result was obvious. While the 97th level was impressive, he was still no match for the 98th level Golden Crocodile Douluo. And today, there was not just one Golden Crocodile Douluo present. Behind him stood the Qingtan Douluo, the Lion Douluo, the Thousand Jun Douluo, and the Demon-Subduing Douluo. 4 Title Douluos above 95 levels, all with cold expressions. Such a powerful lineup left the Haotian sect somewhat at a loss. Even the usually steady second elder felt a surge of fear. If this matter was not handled properly, the Haotian sect would have no chance of surviving in the world. The Spirit Hall had only sent a few elders, and the Haotian sect was already unable to cope, let alone the formidable Title Douluo had not yet personally intervened. Of course, Title Douluo had previously made an agreement with Tianchen and would not personally act against the Haotian sect. Otherwise, the Haotian sect would have been finished long ago. Faced with the current situation, most of the below-level elders of the Haotian sect were drenched in cold sweat. Even some title-level elders swallowed hard and dare not say another word, fearing that they would provoke the Golden Crocodile Douluo, leading to the immediate destruction of the Haotian sect. After all, the 98th level Golden Crocodile Douluo had the power to do so. Chapter 16. The Haotian sect retreats. Tang Hao is wanted. Your Excellency, Golden Crocodile. Although Tang Hao is one of my Haotian sect members, we did not expect him to collude with a 100,000-year-soul beast and kill the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Regarding this matter, we Haotian sect elders will certainly reprimand Tang Hao severely, but unfortunately, since this incident occurred, Tang Hao has not returned to the Haotian sect, and we elders have no news of him. Just as the atmosphere reached a freezing point, a Title Douluo elder began to speak, placing all the blame solely on Tang Hao. The Golden Crocodile Douluo did not respond, maintaining a cold demeanor. Upon hearing this, Tang Xiao was momentarily stunned. These elders actually placed all the blame on his younger brother. Elder 5, you cannot say that. We Haotian sect also felt surprised by the death of the Spirit Hall's Pope. However, whether or not my younger brother truly killed the Pope is still uncertain. Why must you be so rash? Enough. Before Tang Xiao could finish speaking, the Golden Crocodile Douluo's loud reprimand forced Tang Xiao's words back down his throat. I did not come today to hear you shift responsibility. Do you Haotian sect think the death of the Spirit Hall's Pope is a trivial matter? There is no doubt that Tang Hao colluded with a 100,000-year soul beast. My words are still worth your trust. Moreover, the injuries on the Pope were all caused by the Haotian hammer, and this is also a fact. I did not come here to argue with you about these trivial matters. At this moment, whether Tang Hao is in the Haotian sect or not, you Haotian sect must give our Spirit Hall an explanation. The Pope of our Spirit Hall cannot die in vain. Let me remind you, if you cannot satisfy me today, the more than 1,000 people of the Haotian sect will not be under my control after today. After saying this, the Golden Crocodile Douluo did not hesitate. 9 soul rings of yellow, purple, black, and red rose slowly beneath his feet. The unique aura of the 98th level radiated throughout the entire Haotian Hall. All the people of the Haotian sect were fully focused, and their sense of fear gradually intensified. Following this, the 4 elders of the Spirit Hall behind the Golden Crocodile Douluo also unleashed their martial souls. 5 Title Douluo above level 95 put immense pressure on the Haotian sect. The second elder of the Haotian sect could no longer remain calm. He originally thought that the Spirit Hall was just putting on a show and wouldn't make a big fuss to pressure the Haotian sect. But now it seemed that the situation was somewhat off. Sect Master, since His Excellency the Golden Crocodile Douluo has said so, how do you think we should handle a matter regarding Tang Hao? The second elder directly threw the question to Tang Xiao. Times have changed, and he cannot speak carelessly. It was clear that the Spirit Hall was determined to demand an explanation today. Tang Xiao did not expect the second elder to pass the buck to him like this. After all, just the other day, the second elder had strongly opposed the majority and confidently stated that they would deal with any challenges head-on. Now, in the blink of an eye, he had turned against him. Your Excellency the Golden Crocodile, I still say this, before the facts are completely clarified. The Haotian sect cannot confirm whether Tang Hao truly killed His Excellency, the Pope Qiang Sunji. Therefore, I ask Your Excellency the Golden Crocodile to grant us some time to investigate this matter thoroughly. Only then can we prove whether Tang Hao is guilty. Stubborn and unyielding, The Haotian sect has no right to make demands. Before Tang Xiao could continue, the golden crocodile Douluo waved his hand, and Tang Xiao was sent flying over 100 meters by an overwhelming pressure. He tried to get up, but couldn't rise at all. The golden crocodile Douluo scanned the room and then said, "I am reminding everyone present once again. We have come today for an explanation, not to listen to your Haotian sect's sophistry." After saying that, he stood there, waiting for the Haotian sect's response. At this moment, when Tang Xiao was struck away by the golden crocodile Douluo, the people of the Haotian sect were already terrified. Several elders at the Title Douluo level went directly to the second elder and no longer cared about Tang Xiao's injuries. They only wanted to quickly send this group of calamities from the spirit hall away. Second elder, Tang Hao's mistake cannot be borne by all of us in the Haotian sect. Exactly, second elder, we all agreed with what you said the other day. But today's situation is stronger than man. The 100-year foundation of the Haotian sect cannot be jeopardized. Second elder, since Tang Hao has committed such a heinous crime, our Haotian sect certainly cannot shield him. We hope the second elder will think this through. One by one, the elders at the Title Douluo level and a group of soul level elders looked at the second elder eagerly. Their approval of Tang Xiao had dropped to freezing point. Asking Tang Xiao about this matter again was only for those who did not fear death. The second elder also did not expect this matter to fall on his shoulders again. Although he wanted Tang Xiao to handle it, given the current situation, he did not dare to let Tang Xiao say another word. Elders, you don't need to worry. The 100-year foundation of the Haotian sect will certainly not be destroyed by us. Moreover, our Haotian sect has always rewarded merit and punished crimes. Since Tang Hao has committed such a grave mistake, we cannot be lenient because of his status. Now, please tell me how we should deal with Tang Hao. After the second elder finished speaking, he quietly breathed a sigh of relief, looking at the slightly relaxed expression on the golden crocodile Douluo's face, and felt a surge of joy in his heart. He really was a clever old fox. With these words, the elders of the Haotian sect began to discuss animatedly. In my opinion, Tang Hao first colluded with a 100,000-year soul beast, and just based on this point, he should be expelled from our Haotian sect. Expel Tang Hao from the Haotian sect. Moreover, Tang Hao disregarded the feelings of human soul masters and colluded with a 100,000-year soul beast to kill the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Qiang Sunji. This matter is even more serious. Expulsion is not enough. Our Haotian sect must also capture Tang Hao. This kind of disgraceful character seriously tarnishes the reputation of our Haotian sect. Yes, but since the Spirit Hall also wants to hold Tang Hao accountable, how to deal with him should be decided by the Spirit Hall. We only need to be responsible for capturing him. The words of the elders of the Haotian sect fell into Tang Xiao's ears like a bolt from the blue. He never expected that such a large Haotian sect would not have a single elder with backbone. But at this moment, he was powerless to refute, only able to watch as these elders discussed without any response. Looking at the golden crocodile, Douluo, the second elder showed a flattering smile. Your Excellency, the golden crocodile. Just now, the handling results from the elders of our Haotian sect have also reached your ears. Our Haotian sect will never tolerate such criminals. What do you think? Your Excellency, the golden crocodile? The golden crocodile, Wuhun nodded, then withdrew his martial soul and spirit rings, looking at the group of smiling elders from the Haotian sect, and slowly said, I somewhat recognize the handling results of the elders of the Haotian sect regarding Tang Hao. However, your Haotian sect's discipline is lax, leading to such disgraceful individuals. So, Haotian sect should provide an explanation. The second elder and the other elders of the Haotian sect exchanged glances, feeling that it was somewhat difficult to handle, but they knew that the Wuhun Hall would definitely not let this go easily. Taking a deep breath and closing their eyes, the second elder spoke the conditions of the Haotian sect in front of everyone. Lord Golden Crocodile, you are right. Our Haotian sect also bears the responsibility for our poor discipline. Since this is the case from now on, our Haotian sect will remain hidden and not appear in the world. Everything that Haotian sect currently possesses on the continent will belong to the Wuhun Hall. I hope Lord Golden Crocodile can show mercy and forgive our Haotian sect's negligence in discipline. After speaking, the second elder lost all his strength and collapsed to the ground. Although they managed to save the Haotian sect today, the price paid was extremely heavy. However, the second elder soon revealed a smile. Although the Haotian sect paid such a high price, at least they managed to save the sect, didn't they? With a slight lift of his lips, the golden crocodile, Douluo, no longer pressed the issue. He had come today primarily for Tang Hao, and since Tang Hao was not in the Haotian sect, Collecting some interest was not a bad idea. As for the destruction of the Houtian sect, Title Douluo and Tianchen had an agreement. Although the golden crocodile Douluo also wanted that, he would still follow Title Douluo's orders. After all, a Houtian sect like this had little difference whether it existed or not. Remember what you said today. If I find out in the future that the Houtian sect is secretly sheltering Tang Hao, my spirit hall will not let it go easily. As for Tang Hao, we will capture him ourselves. After saying this, the golden crocodile Douluo and the 4 offerings left without looking back, leaving the people of the Houtian sect standing dazedly in place, watching all of this unfold. Chapter 17. Encounter with the 1,000 June ant, black and white impermanence appears. At this time, Tianchen, who was still deep in the Douluo forest, naturally did not know about everything that had happened in the Houtian sect. Even if he did know, he wouldn't be interested at all. The fate of the Houtian sect was not important. A few cats and dogs couldn't stir up much trouble. Compared to that, Tianchen was more interested in Tang Hao, wondering why the so-called god would choose someone like Tang Hao, who had just become a Title Douluo. Of course, there was also the child of Tang Hao and that 100,000-year soul beast. The last ray of light was not simple. Walking in the core area of the Douluo forest, the appearance of 1,000-year soul beasts from time to time excited Inhei and Yongbai. Just as Tianchen and Inhei and Yongbai continued to move forward, a group of 1,000-year soul beasts suddenly appeared ahead. Do not rush towards the direction of Tianchen and the others. Look at the expressions of these 10,000-year soul beasts. They are extremely terrified, as if there are even more terrifying soul beasts chasing them from behind. 20,000-year soul beast, fire cloud, evil fox. 30,000-year soul beast, earth rhino. Inhei and Yongbai were dumbfounded. How could this group of 10,000-year soul beasts be chased? Could it be that behind them is a 100,000-year soul beast? There was no time to think more. Tianchen and their target were not these 10,000-year soul beasts, nor were they interested in casually slaughtering them. They flew directly into the air, and the panicked group of 10,000-year soul beasts had no interest in Tianchen and the others, rushing madly past them. In midair, Tianchen looked behind this group of 10,000-year soul beasts. Rows of 1,000-year and 10,000-year-old trees were being uprooted. It was a grand sight, like a great army on the march. As they got closer, Tianchen realized that the ones chasing this group of 10,000-year soul beasts were actually countless 1,000 gene ants. Among them, there were even some with 10,000-year levels. No wonder this group of 10,000-year soul beasts is so exhausted. Although not every 1,000 gene ant possesses 10,000-year cultivation, their overwhelming numbers are frightening. Ants can devour elephants. Shouldn't we retreat first? Yongbai said cautiously, and he wasn't wrong. Clearly, it wasn't a good idea to confront a swarm of 1,000 gene ants. Just as Tianchen was about to nod to retreat, suddenly, among the swarm of 1,000 gene ants, 3 ants about 3 meters long appeared. Their bodies, covered with a layer of dark golden armor, had 6 strong and sturdy legs, and 6 eyes on their heads emitted a ghostly green light. These were 3 9,000-year ant kings. Ha ha ha. It was a stroke of luck. Inhei and Yongbai initially thought they would retreat soon, but upon hearing their master's exclamation, they couldn't help but swallow hard. A 9,000-year soul beast. Wasn't this just tailor-made for them? Turning to Inhei and Yongbai, Tianchen smiled mysteriously under his mask. Inhei, Yongbai, do you too want to test the strength of these 9,000-year soul beasts? You have a rare opportunity to demonstrate your full power. Hearing this, Inhei and Yongbai did not refuse. After all, with their master watching, there wouldn't be any danger, and it was a good chance to test the abilities of a 9,000-year soul beast. Master, we will go. In the sky, they swiftly dashed past the front lines of the 1,000 gene ant swarm, heading directly towards the 3 ant kings. Blazing Sun Sword, Cold Shadow Blade. As Inhei and Yongbai activated their martial souls, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black soul rings lit up under their feet. The first soul skill, Blazing Sun Divine Light. The 5th soul skill, Shadow Moon Slash. 2 beams of light broke through the dim sky and struck the 3 ant kings. With a loud bang, the entire swarm of 1,000 gene ants started to panic, and after being smashed into the ground for dozens of meters, the 3 ant kings seemed to sense this terrifying impact, and a silver-white light radiated from their bones. In an instant, the 3 ant kings felt pain, their huge eyes filled with blood, and they started to go berserk. Just with a rebound, the 3 ant kings flew directly from the ground to the surface. They looked at Inhei and Yongbai and began to roar. In an instant, all the 1,000 gene ants seemed to receive the signal to attack and started surrounding Inhei and Yongbai. Inhei, These guys are tough to deal with. Their defense is too powerful, and the strength of the 1,000 gene ants is boundless. We shouldn't engage them in close combat. Inhei, Yongbai, you hold off the 3 ant kings. I'll deal with the swarm. Alright, the 8th soul skill, ultimate kill. The 8th soul skill, Shadow Wind Devour. The two launched their 8th soul skills simultaneously, unleashing a full power strike, aiming for a one-hit kill. The 3 ant kings instantly erupted with endless power. The 1,000 gene ants are a type of soul beast with very strong vitality, outstanding physical defense, and immense strength. They possess power far beyond their body proportion. This is the essence of the 1,000 gene ants. As a soul beast, they do not have any soul skills. In any soul beast forest, they often become prey for other soul beasts. Although their defense is decent, it is ultimately limited, and they lack offensive means. While their strength is considerable, they find it hard to unleash it. Of course, many soul beasts look down on the 1,000 gene ants, as breaking through their defense and then eating them can be quite exhausting. It is precisely because of their strong vitality that these soul beasts exist in large numbers within soul beast forests. Generally, a 10-year cultivation 1,000 gene ant is about 3 inches long, with a pair of saber-like teeth capable of biting through hard objects. A 100-year cultivation 1,000 gene ant won't exceed 6 inches in length. Only at 1,000 years of cultivation can they possibly grow to a foot long. This is already a rare 1,000 gene ant, as they lack powerful survival means, and within their own populations, instances of mutual killing often occur. General soul masters have entered many soul beast forests, especially having visited the Stardow forest multiple times, where they often see many 1,000 gene ants. Yet they have never caught their attention and have never seen one longer than a foot. Facing the pressure from Inhei and Yongbai, the 3 ant kings merely shook their heads, slowly parting to surround Yongbai, gradually pressing in. The dark gold on their bodies became more pronounced. However, their energy remained completely contained, showing no signs of leaking out. Buzzing, the ant kings flapped their wings and slowly took to the air. The 3 brothers, having lived together for many years, moved in perfect unison, like a mirror image, whether in wing flapping speed or height from the ground. In an instant, the 3 ant kings charged at Yongbai without hesitation. With immense power and incredible speed, in just one encounter, Yongbai was sent flying over 100 meters by this massive pressure. Inhei was also in a tough spot. The endless swarm of ants kept coming, seemingly inexhaustible, and Inhei's soul power was quickly running low. Master, at this moment, Inhei and Yongbai knew it wasn't the time to be brave and called out to Yi Tianchen directly. You two have done well, retreat. After saying that, Yi Tianchen's Tianmaqin suddenly resonated. Waves of blades surged like a tide, instantly shredding the entire swarm of 1,000 gene ants into pieces. In such fright, disregarding the orders of the ant kings, all the 1,000 gene ants burrowed into the ground, fleeing madly. Heavenly Dragon 8 sounds break. In an instant, as Yi Tianchen's soul power, nearing 97, erupted, 3 transparent and ancient powerful swords appeared in the sky and suddenly slashed towards the 3 ant kings. In the world, only a loud bang was heard. When the smoke cleared, the 3 ant kings were already gasping for breath. Inhei Yongbai, it's time to begin. Inhei nodded, raised his right hand, and, enduring the weakness of fatigue, slowly gathered the remaining soul power into his palm. Accompanied by a faint red glow, the sun fire sword instantly ended 1,000 June Ant Emperor. Come on, my 9th soul ring, you will determine whether I can become a top expert on the continent. Under the guidance of that faint red light, the soul ring of the 90,000-year Ant Emperor slowly flew towards Inhei. Yi Tianchen stared at the approaching soul ring and said solemnly, sit cross-legged and focus on your martial soul. Inhei complied and sat cross-legged, concentrating on the martial soul in his right hand. At this moment, as the 90,000-year Ant Emperor's soul ring drew near, he felt an unprecedented pressure, causing his whole body to emit slight cracking sounds from the bones under this pressure. Soon, the black ring arrived above Inhei's head, not giving him any chance to react. The black ring suddenly contracted, turning into a solid black ring the size of a bracelet that directly fell onto the cold blade martial soul in his palm. Inhei felt as if his right hand had plunged into lava. A scorching energy surged violently, and the intense heat flowed into his body, instantly igniting his insides. His body couldn't help but tremble violently. No matter how the power of the soul ring impacts your body, remember to stay awake. Only then can you better utilize the power of the soul ring in the future. Yi Tianchen continued to remind him, and soon Inhe fell into calmness. Then there was Yang by absorbing the ninth soul ring, which went smoothly. From today onward, the two of them would be Title Douluo at level 91. Chapter 18. The mysterious heavenly demon Tianchen, the 100,000-year soul ring. Title Douluo indeed. This powerful soul power is completely incomparable to that of an 80-plus level soul Douluo. Yang Bai felt the immense soul power within him, and his joy was evident. Ha ha ha, Yang Bai, I never expected that one day you and I could truly become Title Douluo level powerhouses. All of this is thanks to the Lord of the building. Otherwise, with just you and me, it would be impossible in this lifetime, and we could only sigh in vain. The great grace of the Lord of the building. Inhe will never forget. Excited, Inhe also did not forget to express his loyalty. After all, this Ant Emperor was captured by their lord. That's right. Inhe, the great grace of the Lord of the building, will be remembered forever. We thank the Lord of the building. Yi Tianchen was also very pleased at this moment. From today onwards, the star-picking tower would no longer be just his Title Douluo. With Inhe and Yang Bai, he would have helpers for some more troublesome matters that didn't necessarily require his intervention. Yinhe, Yang Bai, reset. You have what you have today because of your hard work and cultivation. I have merely provided you with some cultivation resources and guidance. However, even if one achieves the title of Douluo today, one must remember that this world is vast and full of wonders, with people beyond people and realms beyond realms. One must always be cautious in the future. It should be known that even the most powerful beings can fall if they make a careless move. Yi Tianchen couldn't help but recall his experiences in the Xiantian continent. Yes, dear host, rest assured, the two of us will definitely remain humble and calm to complete the mission. At that moment, despite being injured, the third Qianjun Ant Emperor, after witnessing the tragic fate of his two brothers, made a firm decision. Suddenly, he exerted all the strength he had just regained and frantically burrowed into the ground to escape. Dear host, that Qianjun Ant Emperor is trying to escape. Inhe pointed at the Qianjun Ant Emperor that had already burrowed underground, looking incredulous. After all, just a moment ago, these three Qianjun Ant Emperors were immobilized by their own host's attack. Who would have thought that besides their immense strength, the Qianjun Ant Emperor also possessed such terrifying recovery abilities? Don't worry, he won't escape. Ninth soul skill, sword slash of mountains and rivers. In an instant, Yang Bai soared into the sky, directly unleashing the ninth soul skill he had just obtained towards the direction the Qianjun Ant Emperor was fleeing. In a flash, a golden holy sword phantom spanned several dozen meters, directly slashing towards the Qianjun Ant Emperor who was burrowing underground. With a loud bang, the giant's sword descended, crossing the earth, and brutally struck the back of the Qianjun Ant Emperor, the terrifying aftermath splitting the ground apart for hundreds of meters. Chirp, chirp, chirp! The flesh and blood of the Qianjun Ant Emperor splattered everywhere as it let out a roar, its entire back caving in. Even its two antennae were severed. After struggling for a moment, it finally closed its eyes, and a dark soul ring slowly rose. Ha! Yang Bai, your ninth soul skill is truly terrifying. With just one sword, you have slain this 90,000-year-old Qianjun Ant Emperor on the spot. Summit. Yang Bai smiled slightly. In fact, although his ninth soul skill was powerful, it was still a bit lacking to kill a 90,000-year-old Qianjun Ant Emperor with just one strike. This Qianjun Ant Emperor had already exhausted its last bit of soul power to escape, and when facing his ninth soul skill, it had no soul power left for defense. So it was just Yang Bai's lucky break. However, Yang Bai truly felt the terror of the Title Douluo. Not only has the soul power improved, but the consumption has also been greatly reduced. In the past, if he used such a move, even without such terrifying damage, just the consumption of the ninth soul skill could drain him completely before he became a Title Douluo. The improvement of Title Douluo is all-encompassing. Alright, Inhe and Yang Bai, you can slowly familiarize yourselves with the various wonderful uses at the Title Douluo level from now on. If I have time, I can also give you some pointers. As soon as these words were spoken, Inhe and Yang Bai instantly changed their expressions. The fear they once felt under Yi Tianchen's control resurfacing in their hearts. They had also received guidance from Yi Tianchen before, but it was entirely about how to take a beating. Even if Yi Tianchen suppressed his cultivation to the same level as theirs in front of the Tianchen, all beings are equal, and they had no chance to approach their master, being thoroughly beaten up. Ha, master, let's talk about this later when we have time. Yes, Yes. Yes. Master, let us first focus on rebuilding the star-picking tower before discussing this matter. Shaking his head, Tianchen knew that these two were probably scared. He didn't dwell on this issue. After all, whether they were willing or not wasn't up to them. All right, let's not mention this anymore. Who wants to go first now? I can immediately use secret techniques to bestow the soul ring of the 90,000-year-old Thousand-Gene Ant Emperor onto your ninth soul ring. By the way, let me remind you, this process is not much more comfortable than absorbing a soul ring. After saying this, Tianchen looked at the two with a smile. The two, Inhei and Yangbai, exchanged glances, and suddenly, they both extended their right hands at the same time. Ha ha! Yangbai, you're scissors, I am rock. You go first. After saying this, Inhei looked smug, leaving Tianchen stunned. They had this kind of operation? With a hint of anxiety. Yangbai nervously followed behind Tianchen, heading toward the Thousand-Gene Ant Emperor. Yangbai, release your martial soul. Okay, master. As he spoke, Yangbai released his martial soul, the Blaze Sun Sword. In an instant, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black soul rings lit up beneath Yangbai's feet. Tianchen, absorb. In just a moment, the Tianchen in Tianchen's hand absorbed the soul ring of the 90,000-year-old Thousand-Gene Ant Emperor into the Tianchen. Suddenly, the Tianchen began to emit a powerful wave of soul power, converting all the soul rings of the 90,000-year-old Thousand-Gene Ant Emperor into soul power. As Tianchen plucked the strings with his 6 fingers, pure soul power began to merge into Yangbai's 9th soul ring. When this soul power started to merge into Yangbai's 9th soul ring, Yangbai's expression began to twist in agony. That was the influence of the demonic energy attached to the Tianchen. Enhancing the age of a soul ring is not something that can be done easily. Even though Tianchen's Tianchen has such a miraculous ability, he did not dare to use it recklessly. Every time he used the Tianchen to enhance the age of a soul ring, a large amount of demonic energy would enter his body. If he neglected this, once the demonic energy accumulated to a certain extent, he would completely become a killing machine. The only way to deal with it was to expel the demonic energy a little every day. So Tianchen could only have 2 opportunities to enhance the age of a soul ring each year. At this moment, Yangbai's eyes turned blood red, and his breath became even more violent. But at the same time, as the soul power injected into the soul ring, his 9th soul ring began to undergo significant changes. The originally pitch-black color slowly gained a few streaks of blood red. Finally, when Tianchen's hand movement stopped, the originally dark soul ring was now completely blood red. A 100,000-year soul ring was thus formed. Yangbai's body began to be forced to adapt to this sudden surge of powerful soul power, and in just an instant, his soul power broke through to level 92. As Tianchen slowly stopped, the soul ring of the 90,000-year-old Thousand-Gene Ant Emperor was almost exhausted, and the remaining bit was absorbed by Tianchen himself. His level 96 soul power also began to show some signs of loosening. Inhei, who was beside him, was dumbfounded. This operation was unheard of. Hearing Tianchen talk about it was one thing, but witnessing the birth of a 100,000-year soul ring was another. At least at this moment, Inhei was incredibly shocked. However, just thinking about the pain that Yangbai endured, I instantly felt relieved. There is no way to enhance one's strength without paying a price in this world. Alright, Yangbai, your 9th spirit ring is already at the 100,000-year level. That trace of demonic energy within you can be expelled gradually over a long period of time. Unlike me, you can only undergo a spirit ring enhancement once in this lifetime. If you try it again, you won't be able to suppress that demonic energy. After saying this, Tianchen slowly approached Yangbai and casually pressed down, directly suppressing the demonic energy within Yangbai. Yangbai instantly returned to his original state, but the beads of sweat on his forehead testified to everything that had just happened. Chapter 19. Encountering the Golden Rhinoceros, breaking level 97. With a shift of his gaze, Tianchen fixed his eyes on Inhei. Inhei, now you have no spirit rings left to use, but don't worry, with me here, everything is within reach. Inhei didn't know whether to be happy or sad at this moment. However, soon, Inhei and Yangbai followed behind Tianchen and began to search for the next target. 3 days later, the three arrived at a rather desolate area. However, Tianchen immediately noticed that there was something wrong with this place. The seemingly desolate land was actually only a radius of several dozen miles, and outside of this area, there were dense forests teeming with life. This place seemed to be quite extraordinary, staring at the faint aura of a powerful spirit beast ahead. Tianchen frowned beneath his golden mask. Master, are you saying that there is a powerful spirit beast hidden here? Inhe, do you think there is any need to doubt the words of our master? Prepare for battle. It's just right. We have been searching for 3 days. Let's allow this spirit beast hidden here to become your 100,000-year spirit ring. Yang Bai's eyes were fixed ahead, speaking slowly to Inhe. Sai, it is what it is. What will come. After all, I'm a Title Douluo level powerhouse. Why am I starting to feel scared? Inhe felt a bit dazed, but upon seeing his master's calm demeanor, he seemed to find the problem. Just as Inhe was a bit lost in thought, the desolate land began to tremble. Roar! 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 The roars of a powerful spirit beast echoed through the sky, and even from a distance, Inhe and Yang Bai could sense the dangerous aura. Finally, when the enormous spirit beast came within several thousand meters of them, Inhe and Yang Bai finally saw the true form of this spirit beast. It was actually the legendary golden rhino. Isn't this spirit beast supposed to be extinct? In an instant, Inhe and Yang Bai recognized this huge spirit beast. The golden rhino, a legendary powerful spirit beast. Its body was over 20 meters tall, making Inhe and Yang Bai gulp hard. Tianchen smiled faintly and then looked at Inhe and Yang Bai. But that's not all. This golden rhino is also a spirit beast over 100,000 years old. How about it? Why don't you two give it a try? It's just right to practice your skills. Hearing what their master said, even Yang Bai, who already had a 100,000-year spirit ring, turned pale. What a joke. If this golden rhino is over 100,000 years old, then if Inhe and Yang Bai really faced it, they would be like delivering food. The strength of the golden rhino lies in its terrifying defensive capability and unimaginable power. The thousand-armed ant emperor is just an ordinary bloodline spirit beast, while the golden rhino has a top-tier spirit beast bloodline. A 100,000-year golden rhino, even a peak Title Douluo at level 95, could barely contend against it. Master, how about we change our target? At this moment, Inhe's heart was pounding. The scares he experienced these past few days were more than in the past few years combined. No, we've finally encountered a 100,000-year spirit beast. How can we let go easily? I know you two are quite reluctant, but I will personally take action today. Hearing Tianchen say this, Inhe and Yang Bai finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they didn't have to face such a terrifying spirit beast, it would be fine. Inhe and Yang Bai were not worried about whether their master could slay this 100,000-year spirit beast. After all, Tianchen's 9th spirit ring was obtained from a 100,000-year spirit beast. Now, although this golden rhino was powerful, it still posed no threat to Tianchen. A 100,000-year golden rhino, rare indeed. Since we are fortunate enough to encounter it today, I shall borrow your spirit ring for a use. As soon as the words fell, the sky demon zither appeared in Tianchen's hand, and the 7 black and 2 red spirit rings slowly rose beneath his feet, revealing his peak cultivation of level 96. The terrifying aura made the charging golden rhino come to a halt. Human, how dare you trespass on my territory? I will let you go this time, but leave quickly. The golden rhino, which could speak human language, realized that the man in front of it was not to be trifled with. The terrifying spirit ring configuration and the powerful spirit power it emitted made the golden rhino's previously rising fighting spirit vanish completely. Little rhino, since you've come, I naturally cannot leave easily. I'm here today to take your spirit ring. Kill. In an instant, Tianchen transformed into a streak of light. The sky demon zither in his hand unleashed waves of sound, transforming into countless blades infused with powerful spirit power. In a flash, countless transparent blades descended upon the golden rhino. Clang, clang, clang. The golden rhino's terrifying defensive ability was no joke. It showed no fear of Tianchen's attacks. Pretty tough. But unfortunately, if I want you dead today, you 1T have the chance to live. Heavenly Dragon 8 sounds, the wind howls, and the crane cries. In an instant, a series of sharp winds surged forth, and the terrifying cutting ability caused the golden rhino to have no time to react and be sliced to pieces. Even its terrifying defensive ability could hardly withstand such pain at this moment. Ah, human, I will kill you. Stimulated by its own blood, the golden rhino no longer held any illusions and charged furiously towards Tianchen. Seeking death. 9th spirit skill, Heavenly Demon Apocalypse. This was the second time Tianchen used his 9th spirit skill since the last battle against the golden crocodile Douluo. Behind Tianchen, a massive heavenly demon phantom several hundred meters high began to emerge. As the eyes of this heavenly demon suddenly opened, terrifying demonic energy began to surge. Kill! As Tianchen continued to manipulate the sky demon Zither, the heavenly demon phantom behind him extended its dozens of meters large palm. With a thunderous boom, it slammed down toward the charging golden rhino. Bang! 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 The originally tense and exciting battle came to an abrupt halt, and Tianchen smiled disdainfully beneath his mask. He then retracted the sky demon Zither. Little rhino, if you had fled with all your heart today, I would have had to expend more effort. Unfortunately, it seems your brain isn't quite functioning, so there's no one to blame but yourself. As the smoke cleared, what appeared before Tianchen was a massive crater in the ground. A radius of several hundred meters had been directly smashed down by the heavenly demon phantom's palm. And that 100,000-year spirit beast, the golden rhino, was now lying bloodied and mangled within this palm print. There was not a single intact place on its body, especially on its back. Its entire spine was brutally shattered. Hiss! Even though they knew their master was powerful, Inhei and Yangbai were still shocked upon witnessing this scene. The 100,000-year golden rhino had been so easily dealt with by their master. Terrifying. Truly terrifying. No wonder their master set his sights on this golden rhino. It turned out to be like slaughtering a chicken. Looking at the golden rhino in the pit, it was barely hanging on to life, looking as if it could die at any moment. In an instant, Inhei and Yangbai's eyes lit up. A 100,000-year spirit beast is a treasure all over. Its flesh can help spirit masters temper their bodies, and there's the legendary 100,000-year spirit bone. A 100,000-year spirit beast is sure to yield spirit bones. We've hit the jackpot. We've really struck it rich this time, master. Inhei rubbed his hands together, feeling a bit impatient. Tianchen glanced at Inhei, and instantly, Inhei became respectful and cautious. Inhei, let's go. Don't worry about the soul bone for now. Focus on achieving your 100,000-year soul ring first. As soon as he finished speaking, Tianchen flashed and appeared in front of the golden rhinoceros, casually striking down with his palm, instantly killing the golden rhinoceros. A blood-red soul ring rose up. It had a certain extreme beauty to it, gathering his courage. Inhei followed behind Tianchen, mimicking Yangbai's earlier actions, releasing his martial soul and soul ring. Following the same steps, Tianchen took out the heavenly demon Q and began to absorb the immense soul power of the 100,000-year soul ring. However, unlike the previous time with Yangbai, in just an instant, the heavenly demon Qinin erupted with a blood-red light. Then, Tianchen directly infused the blood-red soul power into the dark ninth soul ring. In a moment, his ninth soul ring transformed into a blood-red hue. At this moment, this 100,000-year soul ring had consumed less than half. The remaining soul power was then infused by Tianchen into his seventh soul ring. In just a glance, the seventh soul ring transformed into a striking blood-red color, followed by the sixth soul ring. In just a moment, the sixth soul ring transformed from its pitch-black appearance, gaining a few streaks of blood-red. Who? As Tianchen exhaled a breath of turbid air, a glimmer of brilliance emerged in his eyes. Not only did the dark soul ring achieve 100,000 years to reach level 92, but he also broke the limit of level 96 because of this 100,000-year soul ring and successfully advanced to level 97. This feeling is truly wonderful. With a slight smile, Tianchen began to slowly rise. Chapter 20. Leaving the Great Forest, facing the Snow Knight Emperor. Standing before the already cold golden rhino, Tianchen directly stretched out his right hand and swiftly pulled, and the 100,000-year soul bone of the golden rhino instantly fell into his hand. The 100,000-year right arm bone looks quite good. This scene was also witnessed by Inhei and Yangbai. It's actually the right arm bone. A 100,000-year soul bone. Unimaginable. Inhei and Yangbai were somewhat shocked, but they also understood that a 100,000-year soul beast would definitely produce a soul bone. Turning to look at the expectant expressions on Inhei and Yangbai's faces, Tianchen smiled slightly. In front of the 100,000-year soul bone, having this level of composure is already quite good. Inhei, Yangbai, you also have a chance to obtain this 100,000-year right arm bone of the golden rhino. How about this? Whoever among you first achieves level 95 Title Douluo, this 100,000-year soul bone of the golden rhino will belong to them. Is that acceptable? Saying this, Tianchen deliberately waved the 100,000-year right arm bone in front of them. Inhei's eyes nearly popped out. Master, this. Forget it, master. The soul bone of a 100,000-year soul beast? is too precious. Although we both desire to obtain such a treasure, Master, you should use it yourself. Inhei, how understanding of you. It's rare to see. Yangbai joked with Inhei, but his expression showed agreement. He also knew that this 100,000-year right arm bone was a good thing, but their master might be more suitable to possess it. Shaking his head, Tianchen knew they had misunderstood. I said I would give it to you, so you shouldn't refuse. Since I began cultivating, strengthening my body, and refining my physique, this soul bone is merely an external object to me. I do not need it. Therefore, you two do not need to be so modest. This matter is decided. You both just need to work hard. This. Thank you, Master. Inhei also did not expect the turn of events to come so suddenly. Being told to have it, he was somewhat caught off guard. However, since the host has already said that soul bones are useless, there is no need for them to say more. After all, they are well aware that decisions made by Tianchen are basically unchangeable. Looking at the soul bone of the golden rhinoceros, and then at the smiling face of Yangbai, Inhei suddenly became alert. Yangbai, this 100,000-year right arm bone will definitely belong to me in the end, so you might as well stop struggling. After all, I am exceptionally talented, right? Yangbai was momentarily speechless. This Inhei changes his attitude in an instant. Whether it belongs to you or not is not just a matter of words. If it were some ordinary trinket, then it wouldn't matter to give it to you. However, I have definitely secured the right arm bone of the 100,000-year soul, beast, golden rhinoceros. Let us wait and see. Watching Inhei and Yangbai bicker, Tianchen also rarely saw such a relaxed and pleasant scene. He did not stop them. In fact, regardless of who wins or loses, Tianchen would give them a piece of soul bone from 100,000-year soul beast. Don't forget, Tianchen has not only hunted 100,000-year soul beast. Alright, the two of you can argue all you want, but let us talk about it after we leave the Douluo forest. Upon hearing their master speak, Inhei and Yangbai stopped their incessant chatter. Master, after we leave the Douluo forest, we should head to the Heaven-Do Empire, right? Yangbai asked gracefully. He wasn't sure why his master wanted to go to the Heaven-Do Empire. After all, they had just killed the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Qian Xuanji. Although the Heaven-Do Empire is a bit farther from the Spirit City, given the Spirit Hall's influence across the continent, it would still be relatively easy for them to find them. This could lead to a crazy retaliation from the Spirit Hall, but they had no choice but to obey Tianchen's orders, hence the question. Glancing casually at Yangbai, Tianchen nodded indifferently. That's right. We are heading to the Heaven-Do Empire, and we will be landing the star-picking tower directly in Heaven-Do City. Inhei and Yangbai were a bit puzzled, but before they could voice their thoughts, Tianchen directly answered their question. Although they had killed Qian Xuanji of the Spirit Hall this time, they had also gained a lot. The Spirit Hall might not necessarily pin the blame on me. So Heaven-Do City is not as perilous as you imagine. Besides, with my current strength, unless Title Douluo personally comes, or all the offerings of the Spirit Hall come together, otherwise, neither I nor the star-picking tower will face any threat. Tianchen had anticipated that Inhei and Yangbai would ask this question. Moreover, Qian Xuanji's death actually makes little difference to the Spirit Hall, given Tianche Douluo's personality. He is probably more interested in Tang Hao. Inhei and Yangbai did not continue to speak. They always believed in their master. More than half a month later, outside the gates of Heaven-Do City in the Heaven-Do Empire, the tall city welcomed 3 special guests. Master, we have arrived at Heaven-Do City. Yangbai hesitated a bit, but still asked Tianchen seriously. Let us go in. Under the golden mask, Tianchen waved his hand, and Inhei and Yangbai instantly understood his meaning. Yes. As they spoke, the 3 began to enter Heaven-Do City. Just then, an unexpected event occurred. Inside Heaven-Do City, chaos suddenly erupted, and elite soldiers of the Empire appeared on the streets. Every 10 steps, there was an elite soldier of the Heaven-Do Empire. And in an instant, the atmosphere of the entire Heaven-Do City became eerie. Master, is it the Spirit Hall? Don't worry, they are friends, not foes. Before Inhei could finish speaking, Tianchen directly interrupted him, stopping in place and quietly waiting. In just a moment, a group of well-trained infantry from the Tianche Empire began to march forward. The overwhelming momentum instantly riled up Inhei and Yangbai, their own aura unintentionally radiating outwards. Finally, when this group of soldiers approached to about 200 meters, Inhei and Yangbai no longer waited and simultaneously unleashed their martial souls. 2 yellow, 2 purple, for black, and 1 red soul rings rose beneath their feet. However, just as they were about to take action, the soldiers suddenly parted from both sides. creating a wide avenue. Immediately, 3 heavenly steeds slowly pulled a carriage out from among the soldiers. The moment the heavenly steeds stopped, a middle-aged man stepped out from the carriage. In an instant, all the soldiers present knelt down as one. Your Majesty. Until that moment, Inhe and Yangbai finally understood that it was the Emperor of the Heaven-Do Empire, the Snowy Night Emperor, who had arrived. Ha ha ha. No need for such formalities. Please rise, everyone. After saying this, the Snowy Night Emperor walked step by step toward Yi Tianchen and the others. Inhe and Yangbai remained vigilant. As powerful as a Title Douluo might be, facing a large number of soldiers from an empire could still lead to their downfall. Therefore, they had no choice but to take it seriously. In a flash, the Snowy Night Emperor arrived before the 3 of them, smiling slightly. Long time no see. Your Majesty the QNM. Inhe and Yangbai were momentarily stunned. This Snowy Night Emperor actually knew their master? They had no idea about this at all. Yi Tianchen, however, remained relatively calm, looking up at the somewhat weathered appearance of the Snowy Night Emperor. His lips moved slightly. Your Majesty, Snowy Night. It's been a long time. It should have been about 10 years since we last met. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed, and the Snowy Night Emperor had transformed from a handsome young man into the current emperor of the Heaven-Do Empire. The Snowy Night Emperor shook his head helplessly. Tianchen, it is merely the mission of being born into a royal family. What can be done? As he spoke, the Snowy Night Emperor seemed to recall the first time he met Yi Tianchen. 10 years ago, Yi Tianchen had not yet become a Title Douluo, merely having just become a soul sage, and the Snowy Night Emperor had just ascended to the throne. The two had met in Heaven-Do City, and as the saying goes, no fight, no acquaintance. Yi Tianchen had given the Snowy Night Emperor quite a lesson. However, as time passed, the Snowy Night Emperor saw in the younger Yi Tianchen the dreams he once had, wielding a sword to roam the world. Thus, the two had formed a bond. During that time, Yi Tianchen roamed the palace, with the finest wines and delicacies at his beck and call, living a life of indulgence. Ultimately, after a year, Yi Tianchen stopped being lost in the confusion of rebirth in Douluo Continent. He bid farewell to the Snowy Night Emperor in the night, left the Heaven-Do Empire, and headed to Spirit City to rebuild the star-picking tower. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. Chapter 21. Support from Snowy Night. Choosing the location of Suatuo City. Tianchen, when you left back then, you said you wanted to establish the star-picking tower in Douluo Continent. Now, it can be considered accomplished. What a pity, I will never have the opportunity to wield a sword and roam the world in this lifetime. The Snowy Night Emperor sighed softly, thinking that if only his talent were stronger and his cultivation higher, perhaps everything would be different. Your Majesty, Snowy Night, life is like a fleeting moment, passing in the blink of an eye. Now that you govern the Heaven-Do Empire, with a rich nation and a stable populace, isn't that also an achievement? Hearing Yi Tianchen say this, the Snowy Night Emperor smiled wryly. Indeed, nothing could be repeated. Looking at Inhe and Yangbai, who were tightly wrapped beside Yi Tianchen, the Snowy Night Emperor also saluted. These two should be the Yin and Yang offerings of the star-picking tower, right? It is said that both offerings have the cultivation of Soul Douluo. Seeing them today, they have already become Title Douluo. The star-picking tower is truly powerful. Inhe has met your Majesty, Snowy Night. Yangbai has met your Majesty, Snowy Night. Inhe and Yangbai did not look down on the Snowy Night Emperor due to their high cultivation. After all, he was the ruler of a nation and had a past acquaintance with their master, so they still respected the proper etiquette. All right, your Majesty, Snowy Night. This place is not suitable for conversation. Let us talk in the usual place. Yes, come on, Tianchen, Inhe Yangbai, let us get in the carriage together. Yi Tianchen did not hesitate, lightly pointing and arriving in front of the carriage, waving his hand and entering the carriage. Yangbai and Inhe followed suit, entering the carriage one after the other. The Snowy Night Emperor then slowly walked to the incredibly luxurious carriage, and a quick-witted soldier bent down on the ground, allowing the Snowy Night to step on his back and enter the carriage. Move out to the drunken immortal tower. We obey. As the Snowy Night Emperor's words fell, the carriage began to move, heading toward the direction of the drunken immortal tower in Heaven-Do City. In front, there were dozens of elite cavalry clearing the way, and behind, there were hundreds of infantry forming a protective formation. It was a grand procession rushing forward. Half an hour later, at the top floor of the drunken immortal tower in Heaven-Do City, at a beautifully crafted 8 immortals table, the Snowy Night Emperor and Yi Tianchen sat facing each other, while Inhe and Yangbai stood on either side of Yi Tianchen. The entire drunken immortal tower was surrounded tightly by the empire's elite. Looking at Yi Tianchen in front of him, the snowy Knight Emperor rarely had the opportunity to visit the drunken immortal tower. Tianchen, it has been a long time since you tasted the drunken immortal brew in this tower. Today, you and I should drink to our heart's content. With that, the snowy Knight Emperor waved his hand, and a soldier from the Empire brought over a long sealed jar. As the snowy Knight Emperor opened it, a charming aroma of wine instantly wafted out. Kulme, kulme, kulme. Tianchen, this is the 30-year-old drunken immortal brew. It's truly rare. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianchen couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart. He then slowly brought his left hand to his brow, gently tapping it, and in an instant, the golden mask fell away. With a turn, Yi Tianchen placed it into the soul guide device at his waist. At this moment, his true face was revealed. Inhe and Yangbai both widened their eyes. Although they had followed Yi Tianchen for 7 or 8 years, they had never seen their master's true appearance. The moment the mask was removed, the two of them were clearly stunned. Their first impression was that he looked young. The starry brows and sword-like eyes, along with the fair skin as white as snow, made them realize that their master was probably not very old. But the terror of his strength made them even more in awe. Shuya also took a curious glance. After all, it had been 10 years since they last met, and at first glance he still looked the same, so spirited. However, it was true that he appeared more mature around the eyes. In fact, when Yi Tianchen wore the mask back then, it was merely a helpless choice due to his low strength. After all, as an assassin, killing was not the hardest part. Protecting oneself was the key. After achieving the title of Douluo, Yi Tianchen had gotten used to showing himself with a mask and no longer cared about such trivial details. Your Majesty Shuya, I've been craving this drunken immortal brew in Wuhun City for a long time. Today, I can finally satisfy my craving. With that, Yi Tianchen didn't worry about any issues with the wine and directly downed a cup. The rich aroma of the wine flowed from his lips and teeth. Yi Tianchen instantly perked up. Inhe and Yangbai looked at each other, wondering if it was really that exaggerated. But as the wine fragrance spread, they couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Ha! The two esteemed offerings of Yin and Yang. Come, let us drink together. Since your Majesty Shuya has spoken, you should sit down. Hearing their master speak, the two finally sat down, and after downing a cup of drunken immortal brew, they couldn't help but praise it. Tianchen, in your letter, you mentioned wanting to move the star-picking tower to the Tiando Empire. Is this true? Seeing that everyone was relaxed, Shuya couldn't help but ask. Calmly looking at the somewhat excited Emperor Shu, Yi Tianchen nodded. That's right. The star-picking tower is no longer suitable to stay in Wuhun City, and moving to the Tiando Empire is also my personal wish. The Tiando Empire has many sects. The murkier the waters, the better. This matter doesn't really concern me. But Tianchen, if the star-picking tower is established in the Tiando Empire, would you be willing to serve as a guest elder for our Tiando Empire? Shuya looked at the calm Yi Tianchen and continued. In recent years, our Tiando royal family has found it increasingly difficult to control the entire empire. Those sects and academies no longer regard the empire highly, and the Spirit Hall is watching us closely. If possible, I hope Tianchen can assist us a bit. Yi Tianchen had already guessed that Shuya would make this request. Your Majesty Shuya, it's not that Tianchen doesn't agree, but recently, I fear it may bring trouble to the Tiando Empire. If I wait until my strength improves a bit more, it wouldn't be a problem. However, Tianchen is willing to lend a hand when the Tiando royal family is in trouble. Your Majesty, what do you think? Alas, Shuya actually knew that this would be the outcome, but it's all right. After all, he promised to assist the Tiando royal family in times of crisis. Fine, Tianchen. Just as you said before, there is no everlasting dynasty. Perhaps one day in the future, the Tiando Empire will also fall apart and become a mere illusion. But with your words, Tianchen, the Tiando Empire can be considered fortunate. In fact, it's not that Yi Tianchen is unwilling to become a guest elder of the Tiando Empire. It's just that as the master of the star-picking tower, he naturally cannot join any faction. However, if the Tiando royal family encounters a crisis, given his relationship with Shuya, he wouldn't mind lending a hand. Moreover, Tianchen Lu and the Spirit Hall are still a huge pressure, and Yi Tianchen doesn't want to expose even the slightest weakness because of this. Forget it. Let's not mention this anymore. Tianchen, where do you want to build your star-picking tower? Soto City. As soon as Yi Tianchen's words fell, Emperor Xia furrowed his brows tightly. If it were to be established within Tiando City, it would be easy to handle. As the emperor of the Tiando Empire, he could settle it in no time. But Soto City is not so easy to manage. As a famous soul fighting venue on Douluo Continent, Soto City is indeed a mixed bag, and the orders of the empire simply do not work there. Moreover, it borders the Xingluo Empire, which complicates matters even further. However, on a snowy night, thinking about the nature of the star-picking tower and their powerful strength, I felt much more at ease. All right, Soto City, since you have already made your decision, I want to ask any more questions. Tomorrow, I will give the order to seal Soto City and hand it over to you. However, if those guys in Soto City do not agree, then it will be up to you, Yi Tianchen, to resolve it personally. Nodding his head, Yi Tianchen knew that he could only do this much. In fact, he did not need to make a trip to Tiando City. He could have gone straight to Soto City. But since he was already on the territory of the Tiando Empire, it was better to say goodbye to some people and matters. Just like the Emperor Shui Yi, from now on, Yi Tianchen estimated that they would never meet again. After all, he was now at level 97, and becoming a limit Douluo at level 99 was just a matter of time. He was also very interested in the appearance of a god. A great era was approaching, and whether one lived or died depended entirely on luck. Yi Tianchen was already prepared. Chapter 22. Half a year passed, the star-picking tower stands tall. A month later, Soto City welcomed a group of strange soul masters. In just one night, the originally intricate forces in Soto City underwent a major cleansing. Hundreds of soul masters lost their lives on the spot. This group of incoming soul masters were the Earth and mysterious level assassins from the star-picking tower. In an instant, everyone in Soto City was in a state of panic. Some soul masters chose to flee the bloody Soto City, while others sought to take advantage of the chaos continuously pouring into Soto City. When the heavenly level assassins from the star-picking tower arrived, the entire Soto City trembled even more as 9 powerful soul saints descended upon Soto City, making the already dark situation even more turbulent. But as time passed, a few days later, a brand new building was being grandly constructed in the central area of Soto City. Finally, after another 3 months, a towering pavilion over 100 feet high stood in the midst of Soto City. When the 3 gilded characters of Star-Picking Tower appeared before everyone's eyes, the soul masters in Soto City finally understood what had happened in these past few months. It turned out to be the Star-Picking Tower. This legendary force could rival the 3 great sects. However, the soul masters of Soto City would never have thought about why the Star-Catching Tower moved from Spirit City to their Soto City. Of course, they could not know. Soon, the news of the Star-Catching Tower standing in Soto City spread throughout the entire Tiando Empire and quickly reached the Xingluo Empire and Spirit City. However, when this news spread across the Tiando Empire, some sect forces in the Tiando Empire were filled with gloom. The 7-Treasure Glazed Tile Sect. As one of the top 3 sects, the 7-Treasure Glazed Tile Sect was thriving in the Tiando Empire, with its industries spread all over the empire. Moreover, having 2 Title Douluo above level 95 stationed in the 7-Treasure Glazed Tile Sect made it one of the most powerful sects in the Tiando Empire. However, at this moment, as the leader of the 7-Treasure Glazed Tile Sect, Ning Fengji appeared to be somewhat troubled, constantly pacing back and forth in the main hall. Ning Fengji anxiously asked, "What happened to make you so nervous?" Just as Ning Fengji furrowed his brows, Sword Douluo Qinshin slowly walked in. The appearance of Sword Douluo calmed Ning Fengji slightly. He looked at Sword Douluo and said softly, "Uncle Jin, we have found the source of the chaos in Soto City during this time." "Oh, shouldn't that be a good thing?" Sword Douluo replied. "Soto City has been in chaos lately, and many of our sect's businesses have been forced to stop operations. Since we have found the root of the chaos, we should send strong members of the sect to resolve it. So why the hurry?" Sword Douluo Qinshin was also aware of some recent news regarding Soto City, and their 7-Treasure Glazed Tile School had many interests there, resulting in significant losses during this period. After glancing at Sword Douluo Qinshin, Ning Fengji shook his head helplessly, looking even more worried. Sword Douluo frowned, keenly sensing the problem. "Fengji, is the root cause behind Soto City not simple? If necessary, I can personally handle it." With those words, Sword Douluo Qinshin exuded confidence. His level 96 strength was nearly unmatched in the entire Tiando Empire, which naturally gave him pride. With a deep sigh, Ning Fengji looked bitter. "Uncle Jin, even if you go in person, it might not solve the problem." Hearing this, Sword Douluo was immediately taken aback. "What? Fengji, is there something in the Tiando Empire that Sword Douluo Qinshin, cannot handle?" even if it's the blue lightning tyrant dragon family causing trouble. I have the ability to resolve it. Before Sword Law could continue, Ning Fengji suddenly interjected, Uncle Jian, what if I told you the reason for the chaos in Soto City is because of the star-picking tower? Upon hearing this, Sword Douluo instantly felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his passionate heart. The star-picking tower. Fengji, are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Is it really the star-picking tower? Isn't it strange? The star-picking tower has always been located in Spirit City. Why has it suddenly moved to the Heaven-Do Empire? And even to Soto City? Chen was clearly puzzled, but upon hearing the name Star-Picking Tower, he calmed down considerably. They naturally knew of the Star-Picking Tower's reputation, especially the terrifying strength of its master. The fact that he could fight equally with the golden crocodile Douluo of the Spear Hall was something Chen could not compare to. Ning Fengji hoped he was mistaken, but the fact was that the Star-Picking Tower had indeed arrived in the Heaven-Do Empire in Soto City. Sword Uncle, the news can't be wrong. Moreover, our spies within Spirit City have reported that the Star-Picking Tower there has been vacated. I suspect there must be some conflict between the Star-Picking Tower and the Spirit Hall. There is indeed that possibility. After all, how could one allow others to sleep soundly beside them? Although it was unclear what the Spirit Hall had been wary of all these years, not taking action against the Star-Picking Tower, there was no doubt that friction would arise between the two sides. That said, the arrival of the Star-Picking Tower in the Heaven-Do Empire might be either a blessing or a curse for our seven treasure glazed tile sect. Indeed, the Star-Picking Tower has always acted secretly and maintained no connections with any faction. After all, the Star-Picking Tower is the #1 assassin organization on the continent. In fact, what I worry about most is not the Star-Picking Tower moving to Soto City, but that the Heaven-Do Empire was almost under our seven treasure glazed tile sect's control. Suddenly, with the emergence of the Star-Picking Tower, which we cannot deal with, it is bound to impact our sect, and the situation in the empire might also change. There was one thing Ning Fengji did not mention. In recent months, the royal family of Heaven-Do had been distancing themselves more and more from their seven treasure glazed tile sect. Ning Fengji had vaguely sensed that something was off. Forget it, Fengji. Since we cannot stop the arrival of the Star-Picking Tower, let's withdraw all our interest from Soto City. It would be best to avoid any conflict with the Star-Picking Tower. If we really can't avoid it, we can unite with the other two sections. The three sects are interconnected, so we need not fear the Star-Picking Tower. It can only be done this way. As he spoke, Ning Fengji seemed to have exhausted all his strength. His years of planning might have all gone to waste with the arrival of the Star-Picking Tower. While some were joyful, others were worried. Compared to the frowns of the seven treasure glazed tile sect, the blue lightning tyrant dragon clan appeared significantly more pleased. Haha, who would have thought that the Star-Picking Tower would move to the Heaven-Do Empire and settle in Soto City? This time, your seven treasure glazed tile sect has your hands full. Ning Fengti. Your years of planning have been suddenly disrupted by the arrival of the Star-Picking Tower. You must be feeling quite miserable right now. Yuanjin was overjoyed. In recent years, their blue lightning tyrant dragon clan had been suppressed by the seven treasure glazed tile sect. They had continuously lost some businesses within the Heaven-Do Empire. So the arrival of the Star-Picking Tower was quite a delight for Yuanjin. After all, when the sky falls, there is someone tall to support it. Their blue lightning tyrant dragon clan was now practically in a semi-reclusive state, so they were not afraid of the Star-Picking Tower's impact. Moreover, Yuanjin felt that at a critical moment, the Star-Picking Tower could also hold back the seven treasure glazed tile sect and the Spirit Hall. This was an enormous surprise for him. Ning Fengji would certainly be unaware of Yuanjin's current thoughts. Besides them, when the Haotian sect heard about the Star-Picking Tower arriving in the Heaven-Do Empire, they directly ignored it. They had already gone into seclusion. Why would they care about such matters? The thoughts of the top three sects were generally not much different from those of the lower four sects. There were still those who were happy and those who were worried. Everything, far away in Heaven-Do City, was clearly of no concern to Tianchen. After staying in Heaven-Do City for more than 3 months, he finally bid farewell to the Snow Knight Emperor and prepared to head to Soto City. A month later, in Soto City, at the peak of the Star-Picking Tower, went a melodious and flowing sound of zither. Sometimes like waves crashing against the shore, and sometimes like a gentle stream, echoed. All the soul masters in Soto City were shaken. This meant that the master of the Star-Picking Tower, the mysterious Six-Fingered Lyre Demon, had finally arrived in Soto City. Chapter 23. Pope Bibidong, Qianren Awakens. Just as Tianchen arrived in Soto City, this news also reached Spirit City, in the Hall of Offerings. At this moment, Title Douluo was carefully listening to the golden crocodile Douluo recount everything that had happened in Soto City. Big brother, I really didn't expect the master of the star-picking tower to go to the Heaven Do Empire, to Soto City. It leaves me somewhat puzzled. Logically, the star-picking tower should have kept a low profile, yet they appeared so openly. Aren't they afraid of our spirit hall's retaliation? After hearing this, Title Douluo had no reaction. It was merely as expected. They publicly stated that G-Air was killed by Tang Hao. So the star-picking tower and the spirit hall had not openly fallen out. Moreover, do you think the master of the star-picking tower is afraid of anything? Afraid of you or of me? He is not afraid. If I'm not mistaken, he is now at least level 96, even level 97. His martial soul is special. His soul rings are mysterious, and his strength has increased again. Even you now would probably not be his match. The golden crocodile, Douluo, fell silent. His older brother was right. The master of the star-picking tower had no need to be afraid. He also did not need to hide. Besides, I think that little guy going to the Heaven Do Empire should also be interested in Tang Hao. I have never doubted that the master of the star-picking tower could reach this point, and he is even more terrifying than I was at a young age. Regarding the gods, he might be even more interested than I am. The golden crocodile, Douluo nodded. He could understand. The desire for level 99 is not any less than his desire to break through level 99. Even if there SA1 in 10,000 chance, he would still try, let alone the desire for the gods. Just as Title Douluo was about to say something else, a cold and enchanting voice came from outside the hall. Great offering, Bibidong seeks an audience. Hearing this, the golden crocodile Douluo also ceased discussing the matter of the star-picking tower, sitting upright and watching Bibidong step into the hall. You're here, Bibidong. Title Douluo's eyes showed no emotion as he looked at Bibidong while also sensing her level 92 strength. The great offering summoned her. How could Bibidong not come? Bibidong met Title Douluo's gaze, her eyes filled with calmness. She glanced at the golden crocodile Douluo beside Title Douluo and smiled slightly. I didn't expect the second offering to be here as well. The golden crocodile Douluo nodded. All right, the reason I called you here, you should know what it's about. Seeing Title Douluo speak, Bibidong's gaze returned to him. Great offering, Bibidong understands that the spirit hall cannot be without a leader for a day. You wish for Bibidong to take over the position of Pope. It is indeed a great honor for Bibidong. Calmly watching Bibidong finish speaking, Title Douluo felt that Bibidong was not someone to be trifled with. But given the current situation of the spirit hall, they could only let Bibidong assume the position of Pope. You are the saintess of our spirit hall. You inherently have the qualifications to take on the role of Pope. Moreover, you are also Schwerer's mother, so for both emotional and logical reasons, you are qualified. Upon hearing this, Bibidong's heart tightened, a wave of unnamed anger burning silently within her. The meaning of Title Douluo's words was very clear. It was not just because Bibidong was the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall, but more importantly, she had given birth to an heir for the Qian family. This was the fundamental reason why she could assume the position of Pope. Even though Qian Xuanji was already dead, Bibidong still felt unresolved hatred. And because she was not the one who killed him, her hatred had only grown during this time. However, facing the position of Pope, Bibidong still endured it. The matter of succeeding to the papacy was entirely up to the Grand Elder. After calming down, Bibidong also replied calmly, "Since that's the case, you will succeed the Pope in a month." Title Douluo's declaration made Bibidong breathe a sigh of relief, dragging her full of anger as she slowly left the offering hall. After Bibidong left, Golden Crocodile Douluo couldn't help but speak up, "Big brother, Bibidong must still hold a grudge against Xuanji. That overwhelming hatred, no matter how well she hides it, is still so obvious. Is it really okay for her to take over the position of Pope?" Title Douluo sighed deeply. "Golden Crocodile, some things really can't be made clear. Juve Douluo told me some things about Xuanji and Bibidong. Do you think Xuanji and the master of the star-picking tower had any enmity?" Golden Crocodile Douluo shook his head. "I haven't heard of that." "Exactly. Xuanji and the master of the star-picking tower had no conflicts at all. So why did the master of the star-picking tower still want to kill him? It's actually still because of Bibidong. According to Juve Douluo, it should be Bibidong who went to the star-picking tower, paid a corresponding price, and had the master of the star-picking tower kill Xuanji." "What?" Golden Crocodile Douluo was somewhat shocked. "If that's the case, why is our big brother still so composed? Even letting Bibidong succeed to the position of Pope? Are you confused?" Don't forget, no matter what, Bibidong is Shui's mother. She is part of the Qin family. Moreover, this is just a guess. Besides, who else in the Spirit Hall is more suitable to succeed the Pope besides the older generation? Golden Crocodile Douluo fell silent. Tian Douluo was right. The younger generation of the Spirit Hall was somewhat lacking. After Qian Xuanji's death, Bibidong had already become the best candidate. Suddenly, both Tian Douluo and Golden Crocodile Douluo seem to have aged a bit more. By the way, big brother, Shui will turn 6 in a few days. It's time for her to awaken her martial soul. Upon hearing this, Tian Douluo instantly perked up. Compared to the worries brought by Bibidong and Yi Tianchen, he clearly cared more about Qian Rinchue's matter. It also gave him the few moments of joy he had. The matter of Shui awakening her martial soul doesn't need to be known by others. We could just have the offerings in the hall witness it together. If Bibidong is willing to come, then let her come. If not, then forget it. 3 days later, we will awaken Shui's martial soul. Yes, big brother. I will take my leave now. After saying that, Golden Crocodile Douluo left the offering hall, leaving Tian Douluo alone in the Great Hall. 3 days later, in the offering hall, all the offerings of the Spirit Hall gathered together to witness Qian Rinchue's martial soul awakening. As steady footsteps approached, Tian Douluo held Qian Rinchue's small hand and slowly appeared before all the offerings. We have met the Grand Elder. No need for formalities. Today is Shui's martial soul awakening. It is a fortune for my family that you all can come. After saying this, Tian Douluo saw Bibidong silent in the crowd. Seeing that Bibidong had no intention of stepping forward, Tian Douluo did not force her. Grand Elder, the awakening stone. Nodding, Tian Douluo placed the awakening stone in the center of the crowd. Shui, go ahead, place your hands on the awakening stone and feel the power that belongs to the angel god. After Tian Douluo finished speaking, his tone clearly revealed a hint of nervousness. Little Qian Rinchue could only vaguely understand what martial soul awakening meant. Although she felt a bit scared surrounded by so many people, she knew her grandfather was looking forward to her awakening her martial soul. Thus, she firmly walked to the awakening stone, placed her hands on it, and carefully felt her own martial soul. After a quarter of an incense stick's time had passed, just as the offerings were feeling a bit anxious, a bright light radiated from Qian Rinchue's body. It was a light belonging to brightness, a light belonging to goodness. In an instant, Qian Rinchue's small body became radiant. And then a 6-winged angel god phantom, dozens of meters high, appeared behind Qian Rinchue. The vast angelic light made Bibidong in the crowd feel an overwhelming disgust. Good. Shui has truly awakened a powerful angel martial soul. My Qian family has someone to inherit. At this moment, Tian Douluo was immensely joyful. He did not doubt that Qian Rinchue could awaken the angel martial soul, as the bloodline of the Qian family flowed within her. What truly delighted him was the powerful soul power fluctuations emanating from Qian Rinchue. This soul power fluctuation was at least full innate soul power. Just then, suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted from the angel statue outside the offering hall, and beams of angelic light shone down on Qian Rinchue's small body. In an instant, the awakening stone shattered, and Tian Douluo could no longer remain calm. This is the inheritance of the angel god, full innate soul power at level 20. Tian Douluo was shocked. The angel god inheritance he had pursued his entire life had unexpectedly fallen upon Qian Rinchue today. Angel god, a god. Is my Qian family about to have a god born? At this moment, besides joy, Tian Douluo also felt a trace of loneliness. The angel god inheritance he had pursued for a lifetime had so easily descended upon his granddaughter. Meanwhile, the offerings around them were all beaming with smiles. Congratulations, Grand Elder. Congratulations, Grand Elder. Congratulations, Misue. Congratulations, Misue. The sounds of joy rose one after another, but no one noticed that in the crowd. Bibidong's figure quietly disappeared from the great hall the moment the angel god inheritance fell. Only Qian Rinchue's somewhat bewildered eyes looked at this scene with a sense of loss. Chapter 24. Tian Douluo's change. Tang Hao's news. Soon, this grand event belonging to the Spirit Hall and the Qian family came to an end. After the few elder offerings left the offering hall, Tian Douluo looked at Qian Rinchue with extremely complex emotions. To be honest, the angel god inheritance that he had pursued for a lifetime had so easily descended upon his granddaughter, and he, at level 99, was just one level away from becoming a god. But a hair's breadth lost, 1,000 miles off, Everything changed from the moment Qian Renshua awakened her martial soul. Forget it. Forget it. The inheritance of the angel god position is ultimately not fated to be with me. However, in the end, it was Schwerer who inherited the divine position, which is quite good. In an instant, Qian Daolu's originally murky eyes suddenly shone with brilliance. He no longer had the chance to attain the angelic divine position, but since Qian Renshua inherited it, he must protect her growth. Schwerer, oh Schwerer, you are truly lucky. Don't worry, with this old bone of Grandpa around, no one and nothing in the Douluo Continent will be allowed to threaten you. Grandpa will definitely flatten everything for you. Just as Qian Daoluo was silently swearing in his heart, Golden Crocodile, Douluo, slowly pushed the door and walked in. Golden Crocodile, you're here, he said. With a shuffling gait, Golden Crocodile Douluo smiled at Qian Daoluo. Big brother, Schwerer has really amazed all the offerings in the offering hall this time. Innate soul power, level 20. With the six-winged angel as a divine martial soul, Schwerer's future is incalculable. I must congratulate you, big brother. Hearing Golden Crocodile Douluo's words, Qian Daoluo felt quite proud. As the heir of the angel family, Qian Renchua's talent was indeed extremely rare. Golden Crocodile, Schwerer has great talent, but she is still young. Before she truly grows, we still need to rely on you, me, and the several offerings in the offering hall to protect her, he said. I believe that in the future, Schwerer will be able to shoulder the responsibilities of the Spear Hall, and my Qian family will have a successor. Upon hearing this, Golden Crocodile Douluo nodded. I understand what you mean, big brother. Don't worry, with you watching over Schwerer, along with me and the old buddies in the offering hall, she won't be in any danger. You're right. Qian Daoluo agreed with Golden Crocodile Douluo's words. It was a joke. If they couldn't protect Qian Renshua, then there would be no need for the Spirit Hall to exist. By the way, Golden Crocodile, do you have any news about Tang Hao from the Haoyan clan? Qian Daoluo still cared about Tang Hao. After all, Yi Tianchen's words about having divine assistance had deeply affected him, lingering like a thorn. But after Qian Renshua's talent had been revealed, combined with her inheritance of the angelic divine position, that thorn made Qian Daoluo pay attention. He would annihilate anyone or anything that posed a threat to Qian Renshua, especially the existence of another god. Moreover, after Qian Renshua obtained the inheritance of the angelic divine position, Qian Daoluo's desire to become a god had not diminished. Naturally, he could not deprive his granddaughter of her divine inheritance, and of course, he did not have that ability. Whoever the angelic god chose would be the one, and Qian Daoluo, could do nothing about it. However, if he could obtain information about the so-called god related to Tang Hao, Qian Daoluo would not be without a chance to inherit other divine positions. It all depends on human effort. Hearing his elder brother mention Tang Hao, Golden Crocodile Douluo also raised the corner of his mouth. Elder brother, I was just about to tell you about this. Our spies in the Haoyan sect reported that there seems to be traces of Tang Hao near the Haoyan sect. If I'm not mistaken, Tang Hao must be eager to seek protection from the Haoyan sect. Unfortunately, that bunch of spineless people in the Haoyan sect seems unwilling to get involved. Looking at the almost certain expression on Golden Crocodile Douluo's face, Qian Daoluo also revealed a smile full of meaning. The Haoyan sect, without that Tangchun, is nothing more than a group of scattered sand, not worth mentioning. It is not impossible for Tang Hao to appear near the Haoyan sect. How about this, Golden Crocodile? You take these elders to pay a visit. If Tang Hao is indeed hiding near the Haoyan sect, remember, if you cannot capture him alive, then kill him on the spot. He must not be allowed to escape. A murderous intent surged in Qian Daoluo's tone. He certainly wanted to capture Tang Hao alive to force out information about the god, but if it was not feasible, then he would kill him to eliminate future troubles. Sensing his elder brother's strong emotional fluctuations, Golden Crocodile nodded. Elder brother, rest assured, as long as I find Tang Hao, I will definitely capture him alive to present to you. Even if I cannot capture him alive, I will certainly kill him. Good. Golden Crocodile, this matter is entrusted to you. The conversation between the two was naturally unknown to Tang Hao, who was hiding near the Haoyan sect. At this moment, he was looking seriously at the figure approaching him. Brother Hao, you have finally come. But you should not have come. As the figure spoke, his face became clear, and it was none other than the current sect master of the Haoyan sect, Tang Hao's elder brother, Tang Xiao. Seeing Tang Hao looking somewhat disheveled, Tang Xiao felt quite uncomfortable. He was well aware of the matter between Tang Hao and the Blue-Silver Emperor, Yin. In fact, Tang Xiao had once had feelings for the Blue-Silver Emperor. Hearing his elder brother say this, Tang Hao's brows furrowed tightly. Looking down at the sleeping baby in his arms, Tang Hao's eyes became resolute. Elder brother, I know I have brought disaster to the Haotian sect. Yin has already sacrificed herself. I, Tang Hao, do not care. If the spirit hall wants to capture me, then I can only die. But our child with a Yin is ultimately innocent. If possible, I hope elder brother can take our child back to the sect to raise. Mentioning a Yin's sacrifice, Tang Xiao visibly paused, and his expression towards Tang Hao became extremely complicated. After calming down, Tang Xiao asked everything he wanted to know. Brother Hao, did you really kill the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Qian Xuanji? Tang Xiao's breathing became rapid. If Tang Hao really did not kill Qian Xuanji, he would have a chance to persuade several elders to accept Tang Hao. Even the Spirit Hall would have a reason to brush it off. Unfortunately, he was disappointed. When he saw the hesitant look on Tang Hao's face, his heart sank. Tang Hao hesitated because he was also uncertain whether he had killed Qian Xuanji. Elder brother, I'm not sure either. That day, Qian Xuanji brought the chrysanthemum Douluo along with 4 soul Douluo to force me to hand over Yin. In the end, Yin sacrificed herself for me, and I broke through to the Title Douluo level. After that, I fought a great battle with them, and for some reason, my soul power, which had been exhausted, suddenly recovered as before and even became more powerful. I used the spirit explosion to severely injure all of them. And Qian Xuanji was also knocked back, his life or death unknown. I originally wanted to take a Yin's soul bone to examine it, but at that moment, a terrifying sound wave forced me to retreat urgently. So I also don't know if Qian Xuanji died in my hands. After this statement, Tang Xiao was also confused. So even if Qian Xuanji did not die directly at his younger brother's hands, he must have been severely injured by him. The Spirit Hall would certainly not let his younger brother off. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Xiao shook his head helplessly. Sigh, Brother Hao, you are confused. The Spirit Hall has always had its eyes on our Haotian sect. Ever since grandfather disappeared, our Haotian sect has been suppressed by the Spirit Hall. The matter between you and Qian Xuanji will definitely be used by the Spirit Hall against us. But they want to capture Yin. Tang Hao shouted directly. Haven't you ever coveted a Yin's soul ring? Tang Xiao's calm gaze fell on Tang Hao, and Tang Hao immediately wilted. Seeing Tang Hao's expression, Tang Xiao did not mention this matter again. All right, at this point, discussing anything else is meaningless. I cannot make this decision about you and a Yin's child on my own, but rest assured, I will do my best to persuade several elders to keep him. As for you, Brother Hao, I am powerless. Sigh. Tang Hao smiled bitterly and nodded. In that case, thank you, elder brother. Chapter 25. The Haotian Sect's Resolution. Golden Crocodile's Arrival. After secretly meeting with Tang Hao, Tang Xiao did not delay any longer and directly returned to the Haotian sect, intending to persuade several elders to take in Tang Hao and a Yin's child. As for Tang Hao, he quickly disappeared into the dense forest. Soto City. Ever since the star-picking tower moved to Soto City, the entire star-picking tower quickly investigated all corners of Soto City, along with the Soul Masters. At the top of the star-picking tower, in the building, Tianchen was leisurely holding a cup of drunken fairy brew, smiling slightly, and then drank it down. Just then, Inhei stepped into the building. Master of the tower, Inhei requests an audience. Putting down the wine cup in his hand, Tianchen looked up and moved his lips. Gumin, Creek, Master of the tower, we have investigated the situation in Soto City. Seeing Tianchen nodding, indicating him to continue, Inhei did not hesitate any longer. Master of the tower, the strength of the soul masters in Soto City is not strong. Generally, they are soul respecters, and soul masters of the soul sect and soul king level are extremely rare. Of course, there are also those above soul king. Originally, there was a soul emperor from the Seven Treasures glazed tile school stationed in Soto City. But ever since we, the star-picking tower, arrived, this soul emperor has also left Soto City. Additionally, the Spirit Hall has a 3rd-level branch, and the person in charge is just a 53rd level Soul King. Tianchen nodded. Soto City is located at the junction of the Star Luo Empire and the Tiando Empire. Although there are a large number of Soul Masters, most of them are low-level Soul Masters. However, this level of strength is actually quite impressive. On the entire Douluo Continent, Title Douluo level experts basically belong to a few major forces and generally do not go out. Most Soul Douluo level experts are focused on their training in hopes of becoming Title Douluo. Therefore, among the traveling Soul Masters on the continent, those at the Soul Sage or even Soul Emperor level are already considered strong. By the way, there should be quite a few industries of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School in Soto City, right? Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent a Soul Emperor to oversee things here. Tianchen said with a slight smile while rubbing his fingers. Owner, your speculation is correct. The assets of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School account for more than half of the entire Soto City. It can be said that before our star-picking tower arrived, the entire Soto City was almost entirely under the control of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. As expected, although Ning Fengji can't break through to the Soul Douluo level due to his martial soul, as a sect master, his mind is still quite sharp. I'm afraid it's not just Soto City. Within the Heaven Do Empire, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School controls a large number of assets. To say they are as rich as a country is not an exaggeration. When Inhei heard this, he also agreed deeply. The strength of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is not only in their robust power, but also in their astonishing schemes. Owner, there's one more thing. According to reports from spies within Spirit City, the golden crocodile Douluo of the Spirit Hall left Spirit City 3 days ago with several Spirit Hall offerings. Their direction seems to be towards us, or perhaps to the Tianchen sect. Upon hearing Inhei mention this news, Tianchen pondered for a moment and then waved his hand dismissively. There's no need to worry. Jin, and the others' target won't be our star-picking tower. As long as Tian Douluo doesn't come out, there's no need for us to be concerned. All right, you may leave. As you command. Inhei then disappeared from the pavilion. Tian Douluo, you are still interested in Tang Hao after all. Haotian sect, Tang Hao, TSK, they're in for it. After muttering to himself for a moment, Tianchen stopped considering these trivial matters. If Jin could capture or kill Tang Hao this time, it would mean that the deity was only temporarily interested in Tang Hao. Tianchen wouldn't need to get involved. But if that guy Jin personally made a move and still couldn't capture Tang Hao, then it would be interesting. At that time, Tianchen would definitely get involved. Inside the main hall of the Haotian sect, all elders with strength above the Soul Douluo level had gathered together. Tang Xiao sat at the sect master position, and, seeing that all the elders were in place, he spoke about the purpose of today's meeting. Elders, regarding my younger brother, Hao, we have received some news. As soon as these words were spoken, all the elders immediately became interested. Sect master, quickly tell us where that disaster star Tang Hao is now. We will go capture him and hand him over to the Spirit Hall. Yes, Tang Hao has committed a grave mistake and even dares to show up. Several elders spoke in unison, eager to capture Tang Hao immediately. Tang Zhao's face darkened. He hadn't even mentioned the matter of Tang Hao's child with Yin, and this group of elders was already in an uproar. How was he supposed to bring that up? Several elders ignored Tang Zhao's call and continued discussing how to deal with Tang Hao. Elders! Finally, Tang Xiao shouted loudly, and only then did the elders turn their heads to look at him, noticing Tang Zhao's pale face. They stopped talking and waited for Tang Zhao's next words. My younger brother Hao and that transformed 10,000-year-old beast have a child. Regardless of whether my younger brother Hao killed the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Qian Xuanji, this child is ultimately innocent. Therefore, I want to bring this child back to the Haotian sect to raise. What do you think, elders? Upon hearing Tang Xiao mention this matter, the faces of the elders changed instantly. Sect master, you must think this through. That child of Tang Hao and the 10,000-year-old beast cannot be kept in our Haotian sect. Not to mention that Tang Hao has committed a tremendous mistake, causing our Haotian sect to be forced to seal the mountain and not go out, even without this incident. A child born from a 10,000-year-old beast is still a disgrace to our Haotian sect. Exactly. Moreover, if the Spirit Hall cannot catch Tang Hao and learns that we are raising this child in the Haotian sect, the Spirit Hall will not spare us. You should clearly weigh the pros and cons, sect master. This. For a moment, Tang Xiao was left speechless. He always thought it was just a child, and the elders should not oppose it. But he was wrong. From the moment the Haotian sect began to compromise, some people had already lost their original backbone. Knowing that he could not persuade the opposing elders, Tang Xiao focused his gaze on the second elder. Second elder, what do you think about this matter? As he spoke, Tang Xiao's eyes were full of expectation, hoping the second elder could say a word for him. Unfortunately, the second elder's words instantly extinguished the flicker of hope in his heart. Tang Xiao, as the sect master, should prioritize the overall situation. This child of Tang Hao, as you said, is indeed innocent, but if our Haotian sect is discovered by the Spirit Hall for taking in this child, have you considered the consequences? Don't forget what we promised the Spirit Hall's golden crocodile Douluo last time. A child compared to the inheritance of the Haotian sect, what does it count for? Hearing this, Tang Xiao already understood what the second elder meant. In an instant, Tang Xiao gritted his teeth, his gaze sweeping across every elder present. And not a single elder agreed to take in this child. Suddenly, Tang Xiao stood up, initially intending to forcefully decide this matter with his position as sect master. Tang Xiao looked at the calm expressions of the elders. After a heavy sigh, he slumped heavily back into the sect master's seat, his eyes filled with confusion. 50 miles outside Soto City, the golden crocodile Douluo was slowly approaching with the two offerings, Tianchen and Jiangma. Second brother, we are 50 miles away from Soto City, and I heard that the star-picking tower has moved here. Should we? Glancing at Tianchen Douluo, the golden crocodile slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. Tianchen, do you think that with just a few of us, what can we do when we get to Soto City? The matter of the star-picking tower master will be handled personally by the grand offering. Let us go. The Haotian sect is not far away. We will arrive in a few days. Tang Hao, we cannot let him escape. All right, second brother, I'll listen to you. Haotian sect, Tang Hao, let us see how you escape this time. Tianchen Douluo coldly glanced at the direction of Soto City, then followed the golden crocodile Douluo as they continued to fly towards the Haotian sect. Meanwhile, Tang Hao, who was near the Haotian sect, was anxiously waiting for news from his elder brother, Tang Xiao. Just as Tang Hao was filled with hopeful anticipation, Tang Xiao approached him slowly, as if his soul had been drained, with a vacant expression. Elder brother, how is it? The elders should have agreed to let the child stay in the Haotian sect, right? Upon hearing this, Tang Xiao instantly woke up, and his gaze towards Tang Hao became evasive. In an instant, Tang Hao sensed something unusual about his elder brother. Chapter 26 Tang Hao meets Golden Crocodile, Crushing Showdown. Little brother, I originally thought that letting you and a yin child into the Haotian sect would not be opposed by the elders. But the reality is the opposite. Now, whenever they hear your name, even if it's just something related to you, they are extremely averse. They definitely wouldn't allow you and a yin child to stay in the Haotian sect. Soda. Little brother, Tang Hao, however, appeared calm at this moment. Elder brother, I don't blame you. Since the elders cannot accept me, Tang Hao, nor an innocent child, then I will leave. I want to make it difficult for you. After saying this, Tang Hao's expression turned cold, and without any hesitation, he turned around and disappeared from Tang Xiao's sight. Little brother. At this moment, Tang Xiao wanted to call Tang Hao back, but he truly felt powerless, even as the sect master. After parting with Tang Xiao, Tang Hao planned to leave the Haotian sect's territory. He flew along, but due to the burden of the child, his speed was not particularly fast. However, just as he was about to leave the Haotian sect's range and enter an open area, an unprecedented sense of crisis suddenly erupted in Tang Hao's mind. Not good. However, by the time Tang Hao said this, it was already too late. In front of him, in the blink of an eye, the golden crocodile Douluo was stepping forward with a robust gait, closing in on Tang Hao step by step. The murky eyes of the golden crocodile Douluo suddenly burst forth with a flash of brilliance at the moment he saw Tang Hao. Slightly nodding, he said, Tang Hao, I didn't expect you to really dare to return to the Haotian sect. This courage is commendable, but unfortunately, it is all just a sheep entering a tiger's den, a self-inflicted trap, killing my spirit hall's pope and colluding with 10,000-year-old beasts. Each and every one of these crimes. Tang Hao, you deserve to die. If you know what's good for you, come back with me to the spirit hall immediately. Otherwise, not only will you die, but the Haotian sect will also be held accountable today. As he finished speaking, 9 soul rings of yellow, purple, black, and red began to emerge one by one beneath his feet. A golden, giant crocodile over 10 meters long was continuously roaring behind him. The imposing aura from his level 98 presence felt like a mountain, and Tang Hao suddenly felt immense pressure. At this moment, Tang Hao had lost the calmness he had when facing his elder brother, beads of heavy sweat continuously falling from his forehead. Turning his head, Tang Hao wanted to take flight and retreat. But just as he turned, 2 more elders with profound and restrained auras appeared before him. Boom! As the 2 soul rings of 2 yellow, 2 purple, 5 black, and 9 appeared on the bodies of the 1,000 Jin Douluo and the demon-subduing Douluo. Their level 96 cultivation made Tang Hao's heart race with fear. At this moment, it would be a lie to say that Tang Hao was not flustered. With 3 Title Douluos above level 96 appearing before him, he truly did not know how he would have a chance to survive. Facing the golden crocodile, Douluo again. Tang Hao's my bitoli, the spirit hall truly values me. Tang Hao, a level 98 golden crocodile Douluo. Since a battle is unavoidable today, then I, Tang Hao, will fight to the death. Saying this, he slowly placed the young Tang San down in his arms, and also released his martial soul. The Haotian hammer falling directly into his hand, as 2 yellow, 2 purple for black, and 1 red soul rings lit up beneath his feet. His level 92 strength now felt as weak as a solitary boat in the vast sea. Suddenly, Tang Hao dashed toward the thousand-gene Douluo and the demon-subduing Douluo, raising the Haotian hammer high, gathering all his soul power onto the hammer's surface. Martial soul, true body, great Sumeru hammer. With a loud shout, Tang Hao maximized the power of the Haotian hammer. In just an instant, his attack reached the thousand-gene Douluo. At this moment, the thousand-gene Douluo showed no fear in his eyes. Martial soul, true body, 8th soul skill, thousand-gene throw. In an instant, the thousand-gene Douluo's movements were like lightning, as he fiercely met Tang Hao's Haotian hammer with his dragon-patterned staff. Boom! With just one exchange, Tang Hao was instantly blasted away by a terrifying force. A mouthful of blood spurted out. Indeed, there was still a significant gap between a level 92 Title Douluo and a level 96. Even if Tang Hao held the world's #1 weapon, martial soul, the golden crocodile Douluo watched this unfold without intervening. He wanted to see what merits Tang Hao had, and why he had the strength to injure the chrysanthemum ghost Douluo and heavily wound the Tianchen back then. But unfortunately, at this moment, the strength Tang Hao displayed did not reveal anything noteworthy to the golden crocodile Douluo. However, the flying Tang Hao took advantage of the attack from the Tianchen Douluo to distance himself from Xiao Tang's San, trying to draw the battlefield in another direction. Without any hesitation, the Tianchen demon brothers charged straight towards Tang Hao. Under the combined efforts of 2 level 96 Title Douluos, after just a few exchanges, Tang Hao was knocked away by a staff strike from Tianchen Douluo, flying 100 meters. Just when Tang Hao wanted to get up and continue resisting, he suddenly heard the voice of the golden crocodile Douluo. Tang Hao, if you still want this little brat in my hands to survive, you better surrender obediently. I'm getting old, and I can't control my strength. He added, otherwise this little brat will suffer. As these words fell, Tang Hao suddenly looked at the golden crocodile Douluo, realizing that Xiao Tang's San was already being held in his palm. Startled, Xiao Tang's San immediately began to cry loudly. The golden crocodile Douluo didn't care and quietly watched Tang Hao, eager to see how he would choose. At this moment, Tang Hao was furious, his whole body trembling, veins bulging, but soon he lost his temper. No matter what, he never expected that a level 98 Title Douluo would actually use a child who hadn't even reached 1 year old to threaten him. However, the golden crocodile Douluo didn't care at all about what others would think. Before he left the spear hall, he had promised his brother Douluo that he would capture Tang Hao alive, and Tang Hao was so weak that, let alone putting in any effort, he was already nearly half dead just from the combined attacks of Tianchen and Jiangma. If he were to intervene, wouldn't Tang Hao be torn to pieces? Therefore, the golden crocodile Douluo decided to be straightforward and directly find Tang Hao's weakness, forcing him to beg for mercy. Golden crocodile Douluo, how could you, as the second elder of the Spirit Hall and a rank 98 Title Douluo, be so despicable and shameless, using a child as a threat? The golden crocodile smiled slightly. Tang Hao, you are not wrong. I am indeed a rank 98 Title Douluo of the Spirit Hall, but this little brat seems not to be considered human. The combination of a human and a 100,000 year soul beast is inherently a mistake. At that moment, Tang Hao heard the cries of his child with Yin, and the child's cries grew louder. Finally, Tang Hao compromised. Just as the Haotian hammer disappeared from his hand, Tianchen Douluo and Jiangma Douluo seized the opportunity, with one striking Tang Hao's ankle. In an instant, Tang Hao collapsed to the ground. Then, Tianchen Douluo and Jiangma Douluo both held one of Tang Hao's arms and brought him directly in front of the golden crocodile Douluo. Tang Hao, you are merely a deeply sinful person. Why should we care about using these methods to deal with you? When you killed our Spirit Hall's Pope, you should have known you would end up like this today. You have no one to blame. Chapter 27. The weakness of the Haotian sect. The power of the Azura God emerges. After Tianchen Douluo and Jiangma restrained Tang Hao, golden crocodile Douluo approached Tang Hao directly. He activated his soul power and sealed all of Tang Hao's soul power. Then he looked at the child in his hand, Xiao Tang's San, born from Tang Hao and the 100,000 year soul beast, Blue Silver Emperor. Tang Hao, I didn't expect you to actually have a child with a soul beast. It seems you're the first in Douluo Continent in hundreds of years. Saying this, golden crocodile Douluo looked at Xiao Tang's San with some interest. Strangely, at this moment, Xiao Tang's San had stopped crying, completely different from when golden crocodile Douluo first held him. His small eyes seemed hollow yet profound, and faintly. Golden Crocodile sensed a trace of killing intent from this little brat. In an instant, the originally carefree Golden Crocodile Douluo's expression turned serious. In his gaze toward Xiao Tang, Sin was no longer teasing, but grave. Could it be that the child born from the combination of a human and a soul beast naturally possesses the nature of a soul beast? Golden Crocodile Douluo silently speculated, but soon dismissed this thought. Although there are very few recorded cases of the combination of humans and soul beasts, Golden Crocodile Douluo was still a figure of the highest level in Douluo Continent. His knowledge about martial souls and soul beasts was extensive. There had never been such a precedent in Douluo Continent. Just as Golden Crocodile Douluo's mood fluctuated, Tang Hao, whose soul power was sealed, felt his heart shatter. He had already let Ain down, which had begun to break his heart, and now, facing the spirit hall, facing Golden Crocodile Douluo and the two elders Tianchen and Jiangma, the confidence he once had as a Title Douluo was instantly shattered. A deep sense of powerlessness left Tang Hao feeling desperate as he looked at Golden Crocodile Douluo's serious expression, worrying even more that Golden Crocodile Douluo would harm his child. Golden Crocodile Douluo, come at me with whatever you have. The child is innocent. Finally, Tang Hao couldn't help but roar at Golden Crocodile Douluo. In an instant, Golden Crocodile Douluo was drawn to Tang Hao's roar, shifting his gaze from Xiao Tang San back to Tang Hao. Tang Hao, how ridiculous. You dare to say innocent to me? A soul master who has grown to the level of a Title Douluo should understand how many people we have killed along the way. Among them, how many were also considered innocent. Today, you have fallen into my hands. Your life is no longer your own, including the little brat in my hand. You. Tang Hao was momentarily speechless. Forget it. There is no point in saying more. Qianjun, Jiangma, take Tang Hao with us. We're going to the Haotian sect to collect some interest. These cowardly turtles have already violated the agreement that day. They should pay something. Yes, we will listen to you, second brother. Qianjun and Jiangma quickly carried the seemingly lifeless Tang Hao, following behind Golden Crocodile Douluo as they sped toward the Haotian sect. At the Haotian sect, Tang Xiao felt somewhat distracted upon returning to the sect, thinking about how he, as the sect master of the Haotian sect, had no power to decide on the matter of Tang Hao and a Yin's child. He felt both guilty and extremely angry. The elders of the Haotian sect were cowardly and timid, retreating again and again, while he, Tang Xiao, had no way to do anything. Who told him that his strength was not absolutely overwhelming? Just as Tang Xiao was lost in thought, the deep sound of a bell within the Haotian sect snapped him back to reality. Not good. The moment the bell rang, Tang Xiao immediately rushed towards the main hall of the sect. In less than half a stick of incense's time, Tang Xiao arrived at the main hall of the sect. As soon as he entered, his heart sank to the depths. He saw Tang Hao lying on the ground, his body battered and bruised, motionless, with only his slightly opened weak eyes proving that he was still alive. How, brother? Tang Xiao exclaimed, but in the next moment, the step he had taken forward suddenly stopped. The reason was simple. The Golden Crocodile Douluo suddenly appeared in front of him, and the overwhelming aura made Tang Xiao feel a bit breathless. The Golden Crocodile Douluo relaxed his brow and sneered. Since the leader of your Haotian sect has arrived, I won't delay you any longer. I believe you have seen it. Tang Hao, the murderer of our Spirit Hall's Pope, has already been captured by me personally. As soon as these words were spoken, a few elders of the Haotian sect exchanged glances, and one elder at the titled level stood up. Your Excellency, since Tang Hao, who killed Pope Qiang Sunji, has been captured by you, why do you need to come to our Haotian sect? We agreed that Tang Hao would be dealt with by the Spirit Hall. Moreover, Tang Hao has long been expelled from our Haotian sect and is no longer one of us. You may deal with him as you see fit. With this elder's words, the other Title Douluo elders of the Haotian sect also chimed in. The Golden Crocodile Douluo did not speak, but turned his gaze to Tang Xiao. Sect Master Tang Xiao, what do you think? Upon hearing this, Tang Xiao was stunned and didn't know what to say. Seeing that Tang Xiao had not spoken for a long time, the elders of the Haotian sect became anxious and exchanged glances. The Golden Crocodile and the Demon Hunter Douluo both shook their heads mockingly. The Haotian sect is truly hopeless. Well then, since Sect Master Tang Xiao isn't speaking, how about you, Elder 2 of the Haotian sect? Seeing that Tang Xiao was unable to utter a word, the Golden Crocodile's eyes flashed, and he no longer pressed him, as his goal had been achieved, and the seed had been planted. The Haotian sect might not even need the Spirit Hall to take action. They would fall apart on their own. When Elder Two heard that the golden crocodile had turned the topic back to him, he felt uneasy. What was he supposed to say when Tang Hao was not captured? It didn't matter what he said, but now, if he allowed the spirit hall to deal with Tang Hao, how would Tang Xiao react in the future? But the Haotian sect couldn't exactly say no. Suddenly inspired, Elder Two also imitated Tang Xiao's silence, hoping to muddle through. But the golden crocodile Douluo would not let him have his way. Since Elder Two isn't speaking, it seems he has tacitly agreed to the agreement made that day. Indeed, the Haotian sect still values its integrity. After saying this, the golden crocodile Douluo smiled and looked at Tang Xiao, speaking clearly. In an instant, Elder Two was left dumbfounded. It could be like this. Tang Xiao also took a deep look at Elder Two, then scanned all the elders present at the Haotian sect. Seeing the scene, the golden crocodile Douluo was very pleased. It was starting to have an effect. All right, everyone of the Haotian sect, since you are cooperating so well, I won't say much about the matter of someone colluding with Tang Hao within the Haotian sect. Originally, I intended to hold you accountable for this matter. But since the elders of the Haotian sect are so straightforward, the demon hunter Douluo of the Tianchen Douluo also had a smile on his face. They hadn't expected that their second brother could play it like this. Oh, by the way, this little brat in my hand is the child born from Tang Hao and that 100,000-year soul beast. What do the elders think should be done with him? Should he still be dealt with by the spirit hall at will? I will seriously consider the opinions of the elders of the Haotian sect. After all, it's just a child, and giving you face is not out of the question. It all depends on what the elders of the Haotian sect think. After saying this, the smile on the golden crocodile's aged face became even more radiant. Tang Xiao subconsciously wanted to let the golden crocodile Douluo spare Tang Hao's child. But after glancing at the indifferent elders, he gritted his teeth and said directly, "Your Excellency, this child is ultimately innocent. If you trust me, please hand him over to our Haotian sect for handling." As soon as these words came out, the expressions of the elders of the Haotian sect instantly changed. They did not want to have any connection with Tang Hao at this moment. No, the child born from Tang Hao and the 100,000-year soul beast has impure blood. How could our Haotian sect allow such a monstrous offspring to disgrace our sect? It should be handed over to the spirit hall, to be dealt with by your Excellency personally. The first Title Douluo elder who spoke stood up to oppose it without caring about Tang Xiao's feelings at that moment. That's right. The 100,000-year soul beast and humans have been enemies throughout history. Tang Hao disregarded human ethics and had a child with a 100,000-year soul beast. Why should our Haotian sect take responsibility for this? Moreover, Tang Hao is no longer one of us. You. Tang Xiao was so furious that he spat out a mouthful of old blood. All right, as expected of the Haotian sect, I admire you. Since the Haotian sect is certainly not a place that harbors filth, then this little brat in my hand will be dealt with by me personally. After saying this, the golden crocodile glanced around and saw that the elders of the Haotian sect did not object. His lips curled coldly. Born from a 100,000-year soul beast. To put it bluntly, it was half human, half beast. Such a little brat could not be kept. I will end this today. With that, the golden crocodile was about to twist little Tang San's neck. No, Tang Xiao cried out in shock, and Tang Hao's eyes were filled with hatred and tears. Boom! Just as the golden crocodile's fingers were about to touch little Tang San's vital point, a dark red divine light suddenly descended from the sky, and in an instant, it sent the golden crocodile and everyone present flying hundreds of meters away. Chapter 28. Golden Crocodile's Regret, Qiandao Liu's Thoughts. In this electric moment, the heavily injured Tang Hao, who had been sealed by the golden crocodile's soul power, suddenly felt that the seal within him was instantly lifted. Even the injuries on his body healed directly. Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Hao rushed forward and hugged little Tang San, sprinting out of the Haotian sect at the fastest speed. Moments later, as the smoke cleared, the golden crocodile Douluo slowly got up from the ground, looking incredulously at the spot where little Tang San had just been. He then saw that Tang Hao had already disappeared, and he was instantly dumbfounded. Is this what the star-picking Tower Master meant by divine assistance? The golden crocodile Douluo could hardly believe that there was someone in this world who could slip away from under his nose in such a manner. That divine light, just now, was so powerful that it was equivalent to a strike from a 99th level ultimate Douluo. It might even surpass that. Except for the golden crocodile, suffering some minor injuries, the demon hunter Douluo and more than a dozen elders of the Haotian sect were all severely injured in an instant. Taking a step out, the golden crocodile instantly left the main hall of the Haotian sect. But when he came out, there was no trace of Tang Hao left. Not even a breath. Damn it, Tang Hao, you actually managed to escape like this. The incredibly frustrated golden crocodile, Douluo, felt somewhat powerless at this moment. After a heavy sigh, he took Tianchen Douluo and Jiangma Douluo with him and directly left the Haotian sect. He needed to quickly inform his elder brother, Tian Douluo, about what had happened today. A day later, in Soto City, at the top of the star-picking tower, inside the pavilion, Yi Tianchen was listening intently to the news brought by Yang Bai. Master, there is news from the Haotian sect. Yi Tianchen nodded. Tang Hao should be nearby the Haotian sect. This time, Golden Crocodile Douluo personally took action, and Tang Hao is probably difficult to escape, unless Yi Tianchen did not continue, signaling Yang Bai to proceed. You are right, Master. The Golden Crocodile offering from the Spirit Hall indeed captured Tang Hao near the Haotian sect. However, an unexpected incident occurred at the Haotian sect, which ultimately led to Tang Hao miraculously escaping. Oh, Tang Hao really managed to escape? Quickly tell me what happened at the Haotian sect. Upon hearing Yang Bai confirm that Tang Hao had escaped, Yi Tianchen's interest instantly piqued. Yang Bai was also straightforward and shared everything. According to the news received, on that day, Golden Crocodile Douluo brought Tang Hao to the Haotian sect for accountability. But for some unknown reason, just as Golden Crocodile Douluo was about to kill Tang Hao and the child born from the 10,000-year-soul beast, a dark red ray of light descended from the sky, instantly knocking everyone present, including Golden Crocodile Douluo, hundreds of meters away. Except for Golden Crocodile Douluo, everyone else was severely injured on the spot, and even two Elder Soul Douluo from the Haotian sect fell directly due to this. As Yang Bai finished speaking, Yi Tianchen's brows furrowed tightly. It seemed that Tang Hao and the child born from the 10,000-year-soul beast were not simple. Initially, Yi Tianchen only suspected that Tang Hao had divine assistance. After all, it could also be some secret technique of the Haotian sect that he was unaware of. But now, it could basically be confirmed that Tang Hao and the child he had with the 10,000-year-soul beast definitely had some connection to the divine. Tang Hao, it seems that not only Tian Douluo is interested in you, I will pay attention to you as well. I hope you can survive. Quietly murmuring this thought, Yi Tianchen waved his hand, signaling Yang Bai to withdraw. After several days of traveling, Golden Crocodile Douluo, with a gloomy face, walked into the spirit city. In the offering hall, when Golden Crocodile Douluo entered with heavy footsteps, Tian Douluo had already been waiting there. Seeing Golden Crocodile enter with a dark expression, Tian Douluo smiled slightly. Golden Crocodile, you're back. Judging by your appearance, it seems you didn't manage to capture Tang Hao after all. Saying this, Tian Douluo straightened up and walked over to Golden Crocodile, patting him on the shoulder. Tell me, Golden Crocodile, how could Tang Hao escape from your, Qianjun Jiangma's hands? Golden Crocodile sighed directly upon hearing this. Elder brother, you don't know. Tang Hao is only at the 92nd level. Even if he has the Haotian hammer and a 10,000-year-soul ring, he is still nothing much. Just Qianjun and Jiangma alone could easily defeat him. Tian Douluo nodded. A 92nd level Title Douluo, even with a 10,000-year-soul ring, could at most be equivalent to a 94th level Title Douluo, and naturally, he could not be a match for Qianjun Douluo and Jiangma Douluo. In order to capture Tang Hao alive, I threatened him with the child born from the 10,000-year-soul beast, and then Qianjun and Jiangma directly crippled Tang Hao's legs. After that, we went to the Haotian sect to seek some interest. Unexpectedly, when I was about to crush Tang Hao and the child born from the 10,000-year-soul beast, an accident occurred. A dark red divine light descended from the sky, and even I was knocked back hundreds of meters. The others were all severely injured, and by the time I reacted, Tang Hao and that child mysteriously disappeared, not even leaving a trace of their aura. Perhaps it's really as the star-picking tower master said. Tang Hao has divine assistance. Elder brother, this time Golden Crocodile was careless. Golden Crocodile is incompetent. Please punish me. Saying this, Golden Crocodile directly knelt on one knee, waiting for Tian Douluo to speak. When Tian Douluo truly heard Golden Crocodile say this, he began to take it seriously. If before it was just because of trust in Yi Tianchen's words that he went to capture Tang Hao, now, Tian Douluo was basically certain that Tang Hao undoubtedly had some connection to the divine. Gently helping Golden Crocodile up, Tian Douluo suddenly smiled and said, "It's fine, Golden Crocodile. This matter isn't significant. If there really is divine assistance, you're also powerless. After all, the power of the divine is too terrifying." As he spoke, Tian Douluo walked to the statue of the angel god. Looking at the towering angel statue, he was momentarily lost in thought. Then his gaze became resolute. A god descending with divine signs only has one possibility. They want to choose a successor to their divine position. Whether it is Tang Hao or the little offspring born from Tang Hao and the 100,000-year-soul beast, in short, Title Douluo does not allow anyone other than Tianchen Shue to achieve godhood. Schwerer, rest assured, with Grandpa here, I will personally resolve all unstable factors for you. Whether our Qian family can give birth to another angel god depends on you. After muttering this to himself, Title Douluo turned to look at Golden Crocodile. Put Tang Hao's matter aside for now. Next time, if there's more news about Tang Hao, I will take action personally. Whether it is Tang Hao or that little brat, they can only pose no threat to my spirit hall if they are dead. Upon hearing this, Golden Crocodile also smirked. Indeed, he could do nothing against Tang Hao with divine assistance, but his elder brother's strength was extraordinary. Unless a god personally intervenes, or Tianchen Poseidon takes action, no one can stop him from killing Tang Hao. Rest assured, big brother, during this time, I will do my best to gather information about Tang Hao. And you just wait for good news. Title Douluo nodded, and then Golden Crocodile directly left the hall to make arrangements. Not long after Golden Crocodile left, a cute little girl slowly walked into the hall and, upon seeing Title Douluo, immediately jumped into his arms. Grandpa, Schwerer missed you. Title Douluo laughed heartily, affectionately holding Tianchen Shue, and gently said, Schwerer, Grandpa missed you too. With her head drooping, little Tianchen Shue thoughtfully asked, Grandpa, what were you and Grandpa Golden Crocodile talking about just now? I was waiting for so long that I couldn't wait. Ha ha ha, Schwerer, Grandpa and your Grandpa Golden Crocodile naturally had important matters to discuss. You don't need to ask too much, you're still young. And some things you will encounter in the future. Grandpa, Schwerer is not small anymore. Schwerer has already awakened her martial soul. Okay? Looking at little Tianchen Shue's proud expression, Title Douluo stroked her hair and smiled slightly. Schwerer has awakened her martial soul, so she should indeed know some things. How about this? Grandpa will take you to hunt for spirit rings in a few days, okay? At that time, I will let your Grandpa Golden Crocodile accompany us too. Good. Grandpa, it's a promise. Looking at the well-behaved and sensible Tianchen Shue, Title Douluo's smile became even more pronounced. All right. Listening to Schwerer, it's a promise. Chapter 29. The New Pope Ceremony, Gifts from the Star Tower. In the blink of an eye, another month has passed. Today, the Spirit City is bustling with excitement. The reason is simple. The new Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibidong, has officially taken office. Today is the ceremony for Bibidong's succession. Today, Bibidong is dressed in the unique attire of the Pope. Her pair of snow-white long legs is very eye-catching, not to mention her curvy hips and snake-like slender waist. As soon as she appeared, she attracted the attention of all members of the Spirit Hall. At this moment, the extremely elderly elder of the Spirit Hall, holding the crown that symbolizes the Pope, walked step by step to Bibidong. Respectful Pope, I, on behalf of the Spirit Hall, present you with the Pope's crown. Looking at the crown in front of her, as long as she wears it, Bibidong will be the official Pope of the Spirit Hall. Almost free from the constraints of anyone in the Spirit Hall, of course, except for the grand offering Title Douluo. Bibidong slightly lowered her head, and the elderly elder carefully placed the crown on her head. At this moment, the Spirit Hall erupted in cheers. Pope Bibidong, long live the Spirit Hall. Pope Bibidong, long live the Spirit Hall. Pope Bibidong, long live the Spirit Hall. The voices roared like the ocean, resounding through the skies. Seeing the scene, even Bibidong couldn't help but feel some joy in her heart, and said, Everyone, today is the most solemn day for our Spirit Hall. I hope you all can give me, Bibidong, a chance to bury the hatchet and share in today's grand occasion. The Pope spoke, and we shall certainly comply. Gulme, let us toast to the Pope and congratulate her on inheriting the position of the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Come, congratulations to Pope Bibidong on inheriting the Pope's position. There were many who flattered her, but there were also some who were just there to watch the excitement, like the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon School. Although they raised their glasses, they didn't shout slogans like others. Bibidong is indeed a talent. In just a few years, she has brought the Spirit Hall, which did not belong to her, under her command. Ning Fengji didn't have any good feelings towards Bibidong. After all, a woman sitting on the throne of the world's #1 power is not something he liked as a man. Moreover, Bibidong's personality was too ruthless, and ordinary people really couldn't withstand it. Most importantly, the interests of the Spirit Hall and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School ultimately conflicted. So Ning Fengji naturally couldn't have any good feelings towards Bibidong. Sword Douluo coldly said, a woman like her being the Pope of the Spirit Hall can only bring harm. Not good. Fengji, We should stay away from that woman. What Uncle Jian said is right. Our seven-treasure glazed tile school has always kept a distance from a spirit hall, and this time is no exception. Ning Feng Ti noted. On the other side, at the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon School, Yu Yuanjun looked at Bibidong on stage with a displeased expression and said, if that rebellious son Xiao Gang had chosen Bibidong back then, our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family would have already been the #1 sect on Douluo Continent. It makes me so angry. What a pity that it slipped through my fingers. Just as Yu Yuanjun was continuously complaining in his heart, a grand voice suddenly brought him back to reality, and he quickly turned to look in the direction of the voice. Elders, the offerings are here. As this shout fell, in the distance, Tianchen Douluo led the way, followed by Golden Crocodile, Qianjun, and other offerings slowly walking in. At this moment, Tianchen Douluo's expression was serious, and the aura belonging to a 99th level Title Douluo was faintly discernible. Everyone in the hall turned to look at him. Your Holiness the Pope, I and the other offerings have arrived a bit late. Moving to Bibidong's front, Tianchen Douluo began to smile, quietly watching Bibidong in front of him. Bibidong also smiled slightly, but the fleeting killing intent in her eyes did not escape Tianchen Douluo's gaze. Shaking his head, Tianchen Douluo felt a bit helpless. After all, there was no one more suitable than Bibidong as the Pope of the Spirit Hall. The Grand Offering, taking time out of his busy schedule to attend Bibidong's Pope succession ceremony, took Bibidong by surprise. So how could she blame the Grand Offering and the other offerings for being late? Grand Offering and all the offerings, please take your seats. With Bibidong making a gesture of invitation, Tianchen Douluo and Golden Crocodile Douluo exchanged smiles and then slowly took their seats. At this moment among the crowd, when Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo saw that even the old monster Tianchen Douluo had come out, they felt nervous to the point of being unable to breathe. A 99th level Title Douluo is extremely rare in this world. It can be said that apart from Tianchen Douluo, who remains after Tianchen of the Haoyan school has gone missing, he is the only one on the entire continent. Although Poseidon in the ocean is also a 99th level Title Douluo as the high priest of the sea god, Poseidon will never have the opportunity to step onto the continent in his lifetime. At this moment, facing Tianchen Douluo, everyone present held their breath. Even though Tianchen Douluo showed no signs of movement or any aura leaking, sometimes just hearing a name can send chills down one's spine. Tianchen Douluo, how could he still be so formidable? I wonder if I, Chun Xin of the Sword Douluo, will ever have the chance to test my sword against Tianchen Douluo in this lifetime, in comparison to Ning Fengji, who is only at level 79. Sword Douluo, Chun Xin was filled with fighting spirit. This was the situation on the side of the seven-treasure glazed tile school. While at the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, when Yu Yuanjun saw Tianchen Douluo make his entrance, his brows furrowed tightly. He couldn't help but murmur to himself. Tianchen Douluo was completely unharmed. He had thought he had already passed away in the worship hall. The spirit hall, still as terrifying as ever. Tianchen Douluo's purpose for coming today was very clear, to tell all soul masters in the world that he, Tianchen Douluo, the limit Douluo at level 99, the true guardian of the spirit hall, was still alive and well. Those ambitious individuals should not think that just because the spirit hall has a new pope, they can act recklessly. This was also Tianchen Douluo's way of establishing authority for Bibidong. Everyone was well aware of this. However, it must be said that Tianchen Douluo's move is exceptionally effective. At this moment, whether it is the seven-treasure glazed tile school, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, or even the lower four sects, nearly all the soul masters present have the spirit hall firmly in their minds, and they remember the godlike majesty of Tianchen Douluo. Just as everyone was astonished by the arrival of Tianchen Douluo and the Golden Crocodile Douluo, another sudden voice came. Jiaxing Tower, Elder Yang, Bai has arrived. The moment the words fell, the atmosphere at the scene instantly dropped to freezing point. Especially at this moment, Bibidong's face turned pale with rage. Even Tianchen Douluo's brows were tightly furrowed. Then, Yang Bai, dressed in a white robe, stepped into the hall. Hearing that today is the inheritance ceremony of the new pope of the Spirit Hall, I have come here at the command of my master to specially congratulate the new Pope Bibidong. Uninvited, I hope the members of the Wuhun Hall won't hold it against me. After saying this, Yang Bai raised his head and quietly waited for the Wuhun Hall's response. Before coming, Tianchen had told him that there would be no danger. After all, this was the succession ceremony of the Pope of the Wuhun Hall, and they couldn't afford to lose face by causing trouble for Yang Bai. Bibidong's reaction was also quite quick. In an instant, she smiled broadly, sensing the unique aura of the Title Douluo from Yang Bai, and was slightly surprised. The guest is here, since the master of the star-picking tower has this intention. Our Wuhun Hall is grateful for this good intention. Yangbai, please take a seat. After Bibidong finished speaking, she glanced at Douluo, who showed no reaction at all and didn't think much more about it. At that moment, Douluo also had no idea what the master of the star-picking tower was planning to do. However, today is the Pope's succession ceremony, and the Lord of the star-picking tower did not personally come, so Douluo lost the desire to take action. As the saying goes, silence is golden. But once one speaks, they can amaze the world. When dealing with the Lord of the star-picking tower, Douluo wouldn't be foolish enough to take action against this newly crowned Title Douluo. After all, that would only alert the snake in the grass. Yangbai's mouth curled into a cold smile. Your Holiness, please wait. Yangbai is not empty-handed today. My Lord has prepared a gift for your Holiness. My Lord said that your Holiness will like this gift. With that, Yangbai immediately took out the so-called gift from the soul guide at his waist. The moment the gift was revealed, the crowd erupted in an uproar, and even Douluo suddenly stood up. Bibidong's expression turned extremely ugly, because the gift that Yangbai took out was none other than the exclusive papal authority of the Pope of the Spirit Hall throughout the generations. Chapter 30. Bibidong's Shame and Anger. Douluo requests an audience. The instant Yangbai took out the papal authority, there were soul masters in the crowd who recognized it and exclaimed in shock. Ning Fengji of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School also stood up directly, staring intently at the papal authority in Yangbai's hand. This is really the papal authority. Ning Fengji was utterly shocked. He then looked at Yangbai and slowly sat back down, his expression changing from surprise to a smile. Fengji, how strange. Why does the star-picking tower possess the papal authority of the Spirit Hall? Isn't this a symbol of the power of the Pope throughout the generations? It's truly puzzling. Douluo expressed some confusion, as the papal authority is generally kept in the hands of the Pope and is almost always personally guarded by them. How could it end up in the hands of the star-picking tower this time? Ning Fengji didn't know the reason either, shaking his head. Now, the reason was no longer important. He wanted to see how the Spirit Hall would respond. Not only did the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School adopt a spectator's attitude, but the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, represented by Yu Engine, also gasped in surprise. The star-picking tower is truly powerful, managing to obtain even the Pope's authority from the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall, TSK, the star-picking tower. It seems that things won't be peaceful from now on. Yu Engine chuckled lightly, then exchanged a glance with Ning Fengji, both of them seeing mockery in each other's expressions. Compared to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, Bibidong, whose face was dark with anger, was also trembling slightly at this moment. She knew all too well that this Pope's authority must have been casually taken by that guy from the star-picking tower when he killed Qin Xuanji. However, today was her, Bibidong's, Pope's succession ceremony. What was the intention behind this gift? Bibidong was furious at this moment. The aura unique to a level 92 Title Douluo began to emanate from her. One soul ring after another began to appear beneath her feet. The moment the ninth soul ring appeared, everyone present was shocked, because Bibidong's ninth soul ring was actually a 100,000-year soul ring. The Death Spider Emperor began to manifest a shadow behind her, clearly indicating an intent to confront Yangbai. Seeing this, Yangbai sneered, thinking, is she really a Title Douluo? Then, beneath Yangbai's feet, 2 yellow, 2 purple for black, and 1 red soul ring slowly appeared as well. The similar strength of level 92 created a tense atmosphere. Meanwhile, Ning Fengji, Yu Engine, and some other soul masters were left dumbfounded. On the stage, whether it was the newly appointed Pope Bibidong or that offering from the star-picking tower, both actually possessed a 100,000-year soul ring. They were momentarily confused. Are 100,000-year soul rings really so easily obtainable? Yangbai looked at Bibidong and calmly said, Your Holiness, what is this? My master knows that this Pope's authority is a token of the past popes of the Spirit Hall. Therefore, with good intentions, I have brought this Pope's authority to the Spirit Hall as a gift for your Holiness. If your Holiness acts this way, it may disappoint my master. My master also mentioned that the relationship between your Holiness and him is quite profound, and hopes that your Holiness will not make things difficult for me. Upon hearing this, Bibidong was infuriated. Wasn't Tianchen just poking at her sore spot? Just as Bibidong was about to teach Yangbai a lesson, Douluo's figure suddenly appeared before the two. The immense pressure forced both Yangbai and Bibidong's martial spirits back into their bodies. Seeing this, Yangbai smiled. Not worried, and slowly took 2 steps back. "All right, your holiness need not be angry. Guests are guests, since the star-picking tower master has good intentions. And this Pope's authority is a legacy of our spirit hall. I must thank the star-picking tower master for returning this item. I believe this Pope's authority was accidentally lost by the previous Pope, my son Qian Xuanji, when he went to the Star Forest. Star-picking tower master, you are indeed thoughtful." This statement, though Tian Douluo said it with a smile, sounded so harsh in Yang Bai's ears. As expected of a level 99 limit Douluo. Truly terrifying. Yang Bai admired him inwardly, but showed no change outwardly. At this moment, Bibidong also suppressed her anger. She couldn't understand why the star-picking tower master, who had clearly killed Qian Xuanji, could remain so calm while Tian Douluo, this old man, acted so composed. However, these were not things she should consider at this moment. Since Tian Douluo had personally intervened, she, Bibidong, could only give up. The high priest said that it was Bibidong who was rude just now, and that Yang Bai should not take it to heart. Shaking his head, Yang Bai under his white robe directly rolled his eyes. He would believe a word Bibidong said. He could understand that the Pope was eager to protect the relic, and naturally, he would not take it to heart. "Pope, please accept it." After saying this, Yang Bai held the Pope's scepter with both hands and approached Bibidong. After glancing at Tian Douluo and seeing that his expression showed no change, Bibidong immediately took the Pope's scepter from Yang Bai's hands. Below the stage, Ning Fengji and Yu Yuanzheng were somewhat disappointed to see that the Title Douluo from the Starry Sky Tower and Bibidong had not had any conflict. If it weren't for Tian Douluo's intervention, perhaps it would have been livelier at this moment, seeing that Bibidong had already accepted the Pope's scepter from him. Yang Bai was unwilling to stay longer in the Spirit Hall. Since the Pope had accepted the gift from his master, his task was complete. "Everyone, farewell." After saying this, Yang Bai strode directly out of the hall. Bibidong glanced at Tian Douluo again, and seeing that he still had no reaction, she could only sigh and let Yang Bai leave. This scene made Ning Fengji and the others feel even more bored. In their hearts, they wished Bibidong would directly take action against the Title Douluo from the Starry Sky Tower. However, Tian Douluo remained calm and controlled the scene, leaving no one daring to act recklessly. The ceremony for the Pope's succession thus came to an end. The era belonging to Qian Xuanji was completely over. And from today onward, in the Douluo Continent and the Spirit Hall, Bibidong would officially make her appearance. The era belonging to Bibidong had arrived. After the ceremony, Bibidong walked alone into her own Pope's hall. Looking at the familiar scene, the once terrible memories slowly surfaced in Bibidong's mind. The figure of Qian Xuanji seemed to reappear before her, and even though Bibidong knew everything was in the past, she couldn't help but feel a little dazed. Sitting on the throne that belonged solely to the Pope, feeling the power that the position brought, Bibidong felt somewhat intoxicated. However, her expression soon turned cold. Today's papal succession ceremony, along with this scene created by Tianchen, truly caught Bibidong off guard, filling her heart with intense hatred and murderous intent towards Tianchen. Of course, she was also extremely angry at Tian Douluo for intervening, but unfortunately, her current strength was too low to resist. 3 days later, Yang Bai safely returned to Soto City, worrying all the way that the Spirit Hall would send someone to assassinate him, causing him to fly without stopping. It wasn't until he entered Soto City that he finally felt at ease. After all, even though Yang Bai was already a Title Douluo, he still felt apprehensive when facing the Spirit Hall. There were more than 10 Title Douluo in the Spirit Hall, and wherever they appeared, they were terrifying existences. At the top of the star-picking tower, when Yang Bai returned to report, Tianchen was smiling as he observed him. "Not bad, not bad. I thought you wouldn't come back, Yang Bai." Yang Bai frowned, and then asked curiously, "Master, didn't you say there would be no danger on this trip?" Tianchen, fine surprise. "Oh, did I say that? Perhaps it was just my guess. I wasn't really sure. After all, it seems quite normal for the Spirit Hall to keep you there if they really wanted to." Yang Bai was somewhat speechless, but when he looked up and saw the teasing expression on Tianchen's face, he realized that his master was just joking. Just as Yang Bai was feeling a bit speechless, a heavenly-level assassin suddenly appeared outside the tower. "My subordinate seeks an audience with the master." Seeing this, Tianchen's smile also faded. "Come in." Upon hearing Tianchen's ethereal voice, the heavenly-level assassin cautiously entered the tower. Noticing the serious expression on the assassin's face, Tianchen directly asked what happened. Reporting to the master, outside the city, there's an 85-level soul Douluo who wants to join our star-picking tower. "Oh, such a thing exists?" Tianchen immediately became interested. "Who is that person?" Hearing his master's question, The heavenly level assassin did not hesitate. Douluo, chapter intridisit, Douluo's determination. Yi Tianchen's test. Douluo, it's actually him. Before Yi Tianchen could react, Yangbai exclaimed first. Yi Tianchen had heard of this person, but had no interactions with him. While Yangbai seemed to have some connection with Douluo. Looking at Yangbai, Yi Tianchen casually asked, Yangbai, do you know Douluo? Upon hearing this, Yangbai nodded. Master, I didn't know Douluo 20 years ago. I was a good friend of Douluo, and we ventured across the continent together. I never expected that today we would have a chance to meet again here. Oh, in that case, it seems you have an old acquaintance. However, it's not easy to join our star-picking tower. How about this? Let Douluo come in. An 85-level soul Douluo is quite impressive. With a wave of Yi Tianchen's hand, the heavenly assassin directly exited the tower and soon brought Douluo to the front of the star-picking tower. Our tower master is already waiting for you at the top of the star-picking tower. Lord Douluo, you can go in person. After saying this, the heavenly assassin disappeared from Douluo's sight. Douluo was tall and slender, resembling a javelin, with hair and beard all in dark green, and his eyes sparkled like emeralds. The whole person gave off an ethereal feeling, almost like an illusion. His expression was emotionless, or rather, his face was completely stiff, with sunken cheeks and messy green hair, dressed in a simple gray robe. Looking at the towering star-picking tower in front of him, Douluo felt a surge of emotion. His purpose for this trip was to join the star-picking tower. He had also witnessed the inauguration ceremony of the Pope of the Bibidong that day. The moment Yangbai released his martial soul, Douluo recognized him. After all, some martial souls are truly unique. Just like his own green phosphor, Snake Emperor, which is unparalleled in poison, he naturally recognized the martial soul of his former friend, the Radiant Sun Sword. But it was precisely because he recognized him that his heart was no longer calm. It is worth noting that back then, he was not much different from Yangbai, and in fact, Douluo's cultivation was even stronger. However, 20 years have passed, and Yangbai, who was once similar to him, has already become a renowned Title Douluo. Moreover, he is also a Title Douluo with a 100,000-year spirit ring. Douluo had to admit that he was moved, so today he came, no longer hesitating. Douluo lightly tapped his toes, and in just a few moments, landed steadily on the top of the star-picking tower. After landing, he saw his former friend, Yangbai, already waiting for him. Meanwhile, Yi Tianchen was sitting alone in the pavilion, not directly meeting Douluo. Douluo cupped his fists in greeting. Brother Yangbai, it's been a long time. Yangbai smiled slightly and returned the gesture. Brother Douluo, it's been 20 years since we last met. I didn't expect to reunite with you here. How delightful. Douluo nodded. After 20 years, aside from some slight changes in appearance, their personalities remained the same as before. Seeing Douluo looking around, Yangbai knew he was searching for the Tower Master. So he got straight to the point. Brother Douluo, I heard that you came today to join our star-picking tower. Is this true? Upon hearing this, Douluo's face showed a hint of shyness. After all, they were old acquaintances, and coming to seek refuge with someone else inevitably felt a bit awkward. However, his face quickly became resolute. Brother Yangbai, to be honest, Douluo, have come today specifically to join the star-picking tower. Can Brother Yangbai recommend one or two? Douluo was straightforward, but Yangbai did not agree and instead looked at Douluo again. Brother Douluo, it's not that I, Yangbai, wish to refuse. My master has said that even though we are old acquaintances, if you want to enter the star-picking tower, you can only qualify through an examination. There is no other way. Douluo could only nod helplessly. After all, if anyone could join the star-picking tower, it would not be the most mysterious force on the continent. At that moment, an ethereal voice suddenly came from within the tower. Douluo, since you truly wish to join my star-picking tower, then I must see your worth. Your current strength is level 85, and I will make it difficult for you. I will suppress my strength to level 80. If you can survive after a stick of incense, then the star-picking tower will accept you. If you die, then that is your fate. Think carefully about what to do. After all, you only have one life. Douluo looked at Yangbai, but at that moment, Yangbai could not interfere and could only stand still, unmoved. Douluo knew that Yangbai could not intervene in this matter. Whether he could join the star-picking tower depended entirely on himself. Under the crown of the Chinese demon, Douluo was willing to give it a try, with no regrets if he died. After speaking, Douluo's expression became solemn, filled with determination. At this moment, Douluo thought that the master of the star-picking tower was only using level 80 soul power, while he was level 85. No matter how he looked at it, he had the advantage. If Yangbai knew what Douluo was thinking at that moment, he would probably not be able to smile. Yangbai was well aware of the terror of his master. Level 80 was more than enough to deal with Douluo's level 85. Meanwhile, within the tower, upon hearing Douluo's confident words, Tianchen couldn't help but shake his head. Since that's the case, Douluo, let us begin. As the words fell, the Tianchen appeared in Tianchen's hands. After suppressing his soul power to level 80, he played the instrument with all 12 fingers. Wave after wave of sound waves crossed the tower, heading straight for Douluo. The angles were so sharp that in an instant, Douluo was astonished beyond measure. Almost in the blink of an eye, Douluo's 8 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black, lit up. Emerald Scale, Serpent Emperor. 7th Soul Skill. True body of the Emerald Scale, Serpent Emperor. Seeing that he had no time to dodge, Douluo could only choose to confront it head-on. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Waves of sound, like sharp blades, reached his body the moment he activated his martial soul's true form. Clang, clang, clang. Like metal colliding, in just one exchange, Douluo found his body turning incredibly red. In some places, it was even directly cut open by the sound waves, and blood began to flow slowly. After just one hit, Douluo retracted his initial contempt, his expression extremely serious. The next second, he made up his mind. Merely defending would not allow him to last for a stick of incense. He had to take the initiative. 5th Soul Skill, Serpent Python Heavenly Gang Shield. In an instant, endless green soul power mixed with terrifying snake venom began to condense into 8 shields in front of Douluo. Then, Douluo stepped forward, ready to charge into the tower. Naive. Inside the tower, upon seeing Douluo wanting to close in on him, Tianchen no longer held back. First Soul Skill, Life-Seizing Brahmin Sound. Suddenly, Douluo's steps froze, and his eyes began to become hazy. In his mental world, a grand life-seizing Avalokiteshvara he had never seen before suddenly descended. As the life-seizing chant began to break through Douluo's mental world, his expression became more and more twisted. No, I can't give up. It's all fake, it's all fake. In just a moment, as Douluo forcibly broke through the mental world, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Watching this scene, Tianchen nodded. Douluo was quite decisive, preferring to be injured rather than continue to be controlled by his first soul skill. Not bad. 6th Soul Skill, Emerald Scale, Serpent Emperor Break. As Douluo unleashed his 6th Soul Skill, the Emerald Scale, Serpent Emperor, behind him suddenly lunged forward. Just a small trick. 3rd Soul Skill, Demon Sea Abyss. As Tianchen's 3rd 10,000-year soul ring lit up, the ground beneath Douluo's feet suddenly became illusory. Suddenly, he directly fell into this illusory space. It felt endless, with no end in sight. After doing all this, Tianchen put away his Tianchen. If Douluo could come out within half a stick of incense, then what harm would there be in joining the star-picking tower? But if he couldn't come out, then it would just end in death. Chapter 32. Douluo breaks through and joins the star-picking tower. Slowly walking out of the tower, Tianchen saw the slightly nervous expression on Yangbai's face. At the moment Tianchen stepped out of the tower, Yangbai also reacted, his face returning to indifference. With a light smile, Tianchen pointed at the black abyss where Douluo was trapped by his soul skill. So, Yangbai, when did your heart become soft? As soon as Yangbai heard this, his face turned pale. For an assassin, the most taboo thing was a fluctuating heart. Yet now, facing Douluo, he found himself somewhat indecisive. He even wanted to ask Tianchen to let Douluo go. As the master, Tianchen interrupted him before he could finish. Yangbai, as an assassin, unless your strength is formidable enough, it's better not to have emotions. However, you are now a Title Douluo and one of the top individuals in this continent. There's no need to focus too much on these trivial matters. But if Douluo wants to join my star-picking tower, he must pass this test by himself. No one can help him. My star-picking tower is not some charity house. Without certain abilities, I won't take notice of him. However, you can rest assured that I did not exert my full strength just now and still reserve some power. If Douluo is still unable to escape after half a stick of incense, it will only be serious injuries. Considering your past acquaintance with him, I'll spare his life. Upon hearing this, Yangbai was instantly overjoyed. Thank you, master. Then, with a hint of tension and anticipation, Yangbai fixed his gaze on the black abyss where Douluo had disappeared. Douluo, trapped in the abyss, was unaware of everything happening outside. Tianchen's 3rd soul skill is somewhat special in this abyss of the sea of demons. It infinitely amplifies a person's greed, obsession, and fixation. If one truly falls into it, they cannot extricate themselves. Ultimately, their spiritual world will collapse, leaving only a path of death for the trapped person. At this moment, although the world in Douluo's eyes remained dark, he could actually feel his cultivation breaking through at an incredible speed. From level 85 soul, Douluo, in just a short while, he reached level 90. Immediately, a blood-red soul ring unexpectedly descended upon Douluo. His aura began to surge. In an instant, he broke through the shackles of Title Douluo, and his soul power soared sky-high. The unique aura of Title Douluo made Douluo feel incredibly ecstatic. Douluo, have become a top powerhouse of this continent. Title Douluo, Douluo have achieved it. Just as Douluo was overwhelmed with excitement, the originally dark world began to brighten. Countless 10,000-year soul bones suddenly appeared before Douluo's eyes. Various types, each radiating an aura that left Douluo breathless with excitement. It was indeed real 10,000-year soul bones. Without hesitation, Douluo, already lost in himself, plunged into this sudden world of 10,000-year soul bones. Meanwhile, outside, Yangbai's expression was somewhat grim, more so filled with tension. The half-stick of incense time was almost up, yet Douluo showed no sign of wanting to escape from his master's soul skill. Master, is your third soul skill really that hard to break through? Yangbai turned his head to look at the smiling Yi Tianchen and asked, slightly nervously. In response, Yi Tianchen shook his head. My third soul skill is actually not that powerful. It's just that Douluo suffered a setback. Although I suppressed my soul power at level 80, at that level, my mental strength is not inferior to that of an ordinary Title Douluo. This third soul skill, if someone with Title Douluo cultivation and greatly enhanced mental strength uses it, cannot be suppressed for long. However, my soul power is only at level 80, so this third soul skill can only last for half a stick of incense. Don't worry. Dugu bo vontedi. Hearing the explanation from my master, Yangbai nodded in a somewhat confused manner. Simply put, Douluo's entire strength relies on his poison skills. Not to mention his mental power, even his physical body is not as strong as a soul Douluo of the same level. It can only be said that my master's third soul skill just happens to be quite restraining against Douluo's Sai. Brother Douluo, you can't continue to be obsessed. The half-stick of incense is almost up. No matter how worried Yangbai is at this very moment, Douluo in the soul bone world is selecting the soul bones that are suitable for him, one piece after another. He is unwilling to give up any of the 100,000-year soul bones. Mine, all mine. Douluo, want to take all the 100,000-year soul bones away. Ha. By the way, I almost forgot, I still need to pick a set of soul bones for Yenner. Just as Douluo mentioned Yenner, he suddenly realized that something was off with himself at this moment. The small figure of Douluo began to appear in his mind. In a daze, it seemed like he could hear Douluo's affectionate voice in his ear. Grandpa, why do you want to go to Soto City? Grandpa is going to become a Title Douluo to protect Yenner better in the future. Boom! In an instant, tears began to fall from Douluo's eyes. In a moment, the entire soul bone world began to distort. The 100,000-year soul bones, tightly held in his hand, also became illusory. Fake. All fake. It turns out that all of this is fake. Yanea. Thank you. In the final moment, when Douluo's voice echoed in Douluo's ears, he suddenly woke up. Eighth soul skill, time solidification. As Douluo activated his eighth soul skill, the entire Demon Sea Abyss came to a standstill, and all confusion came to an abrupt halt. Douluo began to examine this incredibly realistic illusory space. Without any hesitation, Douluo steeled his heart and directly attempted to break this confinement. Sixth soul skill, Violent Snake Emperor Break. As Douluo infused all of his soul power into his sixth soul skill, it became incredibly terrifying. As Douluo's sixth soul skill crashed down upon this still space, it shattered like a mirror, and the entire space constructed by Yi Tianchen's third soul skill collapsed with a loud bang. At the moment when Yangbai was extremely nervous, before the incense stick's time ended, he finally broke free from the constraints of Yi Tianchen's third soul skill and appeared in Yangbai's line of sight. Brother Douluo, you really succeeded. Incredible, unbelievable. Congratulations, Brother Douluo. From now on, we are on the same path. Looking at Yangbai's ecstatic expression, Douluo, exhausted of soul power, felt his vision sway before him, and in a daze, he also broke into a relaxed smile. He then slumped directly to the ground. Seeing this, Yangbai hurried to Douluo's side. Brother Douluo? Brother Douluo? This scene felt strange to Yi Tianchen, who then spoke up. Young Bai, Douluo is merely exhausted from using his soul power. Just take him down a rest. After he recovers, bring him to see me. After speaking, Yi Tianchen waved his hand and entered the pavilion, while Yang Bai realized that Douluo was indeed not in serious trouble. So he took him away from the top of the star-picking tower. Before long, a series of melodious and soul-stirring sounds from the Guqin slowly emerged from the top of the star-picking tower. Chapter 33. The 1,000 Kill Order is issued, and Yu Shaojiang is moved. Slightly modified, otherwise it feels a bit toxic. In just a few days, Douluo had recovered. Not only that, after being tempered by the third soul skill, Abyss of the Sea, from Yi Tianchen, Douluo's state of mind has greatly improved. After a long time, without any increase, his soul power finally found a release, and within a few days, he broke through to level 86, at the peak of the star-picking tower. At this moment, Yang Bai has brought the recovered Douluo before Yi Tianchen. Yang Bai salutes the tower master. Upon seeing Yi Tianchen, Yang Bai's expression became serious, and although Douluo beside him seemed a bit unaccustomed, he followed suit. With both hands clasped in fists, he knelt on one knee. Douluo, pay my respects to the tower master. Seeing Douluo still a bit dazed, Yi Tianchen didn't mind. He would gradually get used to it. No need for excessive formalities. Douluo, since you have passed my assessment, I will naturally keep my promise and allow you to join my star-picking tower. However, at this moment, you must think carefully. It is easy to enter my star-picking tower, but to leave my star-picking tower, either you die or I die. Otherwise, anyone who dares to betray will be hunted down by me personally, no matter where they flee. Do you understand? Listening to Yi Tianchen's cold words, there was no rush or hesitation. A sudden jolt ran through Douluo's heart. It seemed that Yi Tianchen's words carried a kind of magic, making Douluo envision the miserable fate he would face if he betrayed. Raising his head, Douluo looked at Yi Tianchen with determination. Rest assured, Lord Master, since I, Douluo, have entered the star-picking tower today, it will be the root of my existence from now on. Alive, I'm a person of the star-picking tower. Dead, I'm a ghost of the star-picking tower. If I violate this oath, I will surely face divine retribution. Upon hearing this, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Yi Tianchen's mouth. This Douluo is quite reasonable. With a wave of his hand, Yi Tianchen teasingly said, no need for divine retribution. If you betray this oath, before heaven can punish you, I will definitely be the first to snap your neck. However, there's no need to be too nervous. The star-picking tower doesn't have that many restrictions. If there are tasks, they need to be completed in a timely manner. The rest of the time is yours to arrange freely. Whether you want to cultivate or listen to music is up to you, as long as you don't act recklessly under the name of the star-picking tower. After all, you, Douluo, are an 86th level soul Douluo, not a bird trapped in a cage of the star-picking tower. Yes, master of the tower, Douluo understands. Yang Bai, standing aside, couldn't help but smile. Although their master usually had a cold demeanor, it must be said that he was extremely tolerant towards all members of the star-picking tower. The tasks that would allow a soul level soul master to take action each year are very few. In fact, most of Douluo's time still belongs to himself. At this moment, Douluo didn't know whether to laugh or feel scared. Their master seemed different from the typical high and mighty Title Douluo, despite his profound strength. He appeared indifferent to everything. Shaking his head, Douluo decided not to think too much. He had already joined the star-picking tower, so worrying was pointless. It was better to work steadily and cultivate happily. Thinking of this, Douluo finally couldn't help but smile. Looking at Douluo's silly and foolish smile, for some reason, Yi Tianchen felt he might have misjudged him. Why does Douluo seem different? Douluo, I also know the reasons for you joining my star-picking tower, which are nothing more than two things. First, you want to gain the entire star-picking tower as your backing and rely on it for protection. Second, you, Douluo, wish to find the opportunity to achieve the Title Douluo here in my star-picking tower. These, I have no objections to. Upon hearing this, Douluo felt a sudden tightness in his chest, as if he was having difficulty breathing. His little secrets had almost been laid bare. Before Douluo could explain, Yi Tianchen continued, anyone who joins the star-picking tower will naturally receive the protection of me and the entire star-picking tower. This is beyond doubt. However, if you want to find the opportunity to break through the Title Douluo, it depends on how hard you are willing to work. If you, Douluo, are excellent enough to contribute to the star-picking tower, I will not be stingy. What Yang Bai has, you can also have. 100,000-year soul ring is not a big deal in my eyes. Upon hearing this, Douluo was somewhat dazed. Is a 100,000-year soul ring really that easy to obtain? Looking at the smiling Yang Bai and the incredibly calm Yi Tianchen, Douluo was half convinced, but deep down, he was filled with anticipation. There's no need to say more about the rest. During this time, you'll follow Yang Bai. Coincidentally, the annual 1,000 kill order of the star-picking tower is about to be issued, so you two will be responsible for this matter. All right, I am tired now. You two can withdraw for the time being. Yi Tianchen looked at Yang Bai and Douluo, directly deciding this matter without giving them any chance to hesitate. In an instant, Yi Tianchen returned to the pavilion, leaving behind the somewhat dazed Douluo and the slightly distressed Yang Bai. Yang Bai complied. Turning his head to look at the still bewildered Douluo, Yang Bai shook his head. Brother Douluo, let's go. Once the 1,000 kill order is issued, we will have our work cut out for us. Saying this, Yang Bai was the first to leap down from the top of the star-picking tower. Seeing this, Douluo hurriedly followed. He still had many questions that he needed Yang Bai to answer. With a swoosh, the two arrived at Yang Bai's usual residence. Filled with curiosity, Douluo couldn't help but ask Yang Bai, Brother Yang Bai, how should we handle this 1,000 kill order? Not mentioning it is fine, but once it's brought up, Yang Bai's face is filled with sorrow. He then forced a smile and said, Brother Douluo, you must have heard of my star-picking tower's 1,000 kill order. But this matter is not as simple as you think. Douluo frowned tightly. He had indeed heard of the 1,000 kill order from the star-picking tower. It is rumored that the star-picking tower issues the 1,000 kill order once a year, and during the period of the order's release. All soul masters and common people in the Douluo Continent can come to the star-picking tower to post tasks, as long as they can pay the price recognized by the star-picking tower, whether it is to assassinate high-level soul masters or deal with thugs. Right or wrong does not matter. The star-picking tower will mobilize all its forces to crazily complete the tasks within 3 months. However, knowing about it is one thing. Douluo was well aware that to truly handle this matter well, he and Yang Bai would likely be exhausted. After all, once all the tasks were accepted, they would need to oversee and ensure that every single task was completed successfully. Brother Yang Bai, I have only heard a bit about the 1,000 kill order. I just know that the affairs are complicated, but I know nothing else. Sighing lightly, upon hearing Douluo's sigh, Yang Bai's originally bitter smile changed instantly as he looked at Douluo's worried expression. He patted Douluo's shoulder and said, Brother Douluo, don't worry. Don't worry. In previous years, it was always Inhei and me in charge. With me here, this matter is not a problem. You and I should first issue the 1,000 kill order. Upon hearing this, Douluo nodded. Everyone understood the reasoning, so they would take it step by step. A few days later, with the release of the star-picking tower's 1,000 kill order, the entire Tiandu Empire was instantly thrown into heated discussions starting from Suatuo City. Not long after, it spread throughout the entire Douluo Continent. In an instant, Soto City became a whirlwind of activity, with various forces and groups flocking in from all directions. Meanwhile, in the southwestern part of the Tiandu Empire, within the nodding city of the Fasnuo province at the Nodding Soul Master Junior Academy, a middle-aged man with short hair was tightly gripping a piece of information regarding the star-picking tower's issuance of the 1,000 kill order. His eyes were filled with a cold, killing intent. Chapter 34. A Wild Imagination. Assassinating Uluomian? Just as this middle-aged man was slightly lost in thought, a passing teacher in the Nodding Academy noticed the man's unusual behavior. In an instant, the teacher sneered at him. Oh, who do we have here? Tightly clutching the news of the 1,000 kill order issued by the star-picking tower. It turns out to be you, Master. TSK, TSK, TSK. This shouldn't be the case. Master, you are a significant figure from the Spirit Hall. Is there really someone in this world who can make you angry but unable to speak out? However, it seems not impossible. After all, Master, your status is noble, but you are only at level 29. Forget it, Master. The 1,000 kill order from the star-picking tower is a rare opportunity, and you can't afford to delay. Ha ha ha. After a round of sarcastic laughter, the teacher from the Nodding Soul Master Junior Academy walked away, leaving Yu Xiaojing alone in a state of confusion. Other teachers from the Nodding Soul Master Junior Academy who witnessed this scene also had smiles on their faces, glancing mockingly at Yu Xiaojing before heading straight out. At this moment, Yu Xiaojing was almost furious, his square face turning red, and a murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Oof. These bastards are just a bunch of people who can only see the sky from a well. How could they know my capabilities? Although I, Yu Xiaojing, am only at level 29, the 10 theories of martial souls I've studied would drive even a Title Douluo strongman crazy. They look down on others. Yu Xiaojing kept cursing in his heart, but he also noticed what the teacher from the Nodding Soul Master Junior Academy just said. The 1,000-kill order from the star-picking tower is an opportunity that can be encountered but not sought. If I don't seize this excellent opportunity in advance, wouldn't that be a shame? After making up his mind, Yu Xiaojiang stopped hesitating and confidently walked out of Nodding City, striding towards Soto City. The influence of the 1,000-kill order from the star-picking tower goes far beyond this. 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Inside the main hall of the sect, Ning Fengji's face was gloomy at this moment. Just then, Sword Douluo also walked in with a somber expression. Seeing Sword Douluo arrive, Ning Fengji stood up. Sword Uncle, how is it? Did those people really go to Soto City? Sword Douluo was silent for a moment, then said somewhat helplessly, Fengji, we still couldn't stop them. A few soul masters took advantage of the chaos to enter Soto City. Hearing this, Ning Fengji furrowed his brows tightly, breathed out a sigh, and slowly sat back down. It seems we still can't stop this matter. Forget it. We'll face whatever comes. If necessary, we'll let those agents and our person in charge enter the sect, and we will personally protect them. No matter how strong the star-picking tower is, they can't possibly come after my 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School for such a trivial matter. Besides, my 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is not made of mud. Sword Douluo nodded, agreeing that it had to be this way. Speaking of everything that happened in the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, it was still related to the 1,000-kill order issued by the star-picking tower. Once located in the Spirit City, even if they issued the 1,000-kill order, unless there was a deep-seated grudge, an ordinary person wouldn't choose to trade with the star-picking tower under the watchful eyes of the Spirit Hall. After all, the star-picking tower is not afraid of the Spirit Hall, but those low-level soul masters are. Now that they have come to Soto City in the Stardo Empire, the conflicts have already become extremely prominent, especially since the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School has almost monopolized the entire industry of the Heaven Do Empire. In this expansion process, how many soul masters and innocent civilians have tragically died at the hands of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is countless. The arrival of the star-picking tower is like a bright light in the darkness, and for those who long for revenge against the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, the 1,000-kill order from the star-picking tower comes at just the right time. The results are obvious. Countless soul masters and civilians who harbor hatred against the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School continuously head towards Soto City, hoping to take this opportunity to seek revenge. The intelligence of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is not to be underestimated. Among these people, the vast majority have been intercepted and killed by the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School along the way. But unfortunately, there's still some fish that slipped through the net and entered Soto City. For a time, the entire 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School fell into a state of high alert. And this was not even the most terrifying part after the release of the 1,000-kill order from the star-picking tower. When the news of the 1,000-kill order from the star-picking tower spread throughout the Heaven Do Empire, many officials in various places seemed to have become different people. Those who used to be stingy and indifferent suddenly began to distribute supplies to ordinary people one after another. Even more extreme, some went out bearing thorny branches, directly coming to the bustling market to wash away their sins. In Heaven Do City, when Emperor Shui Yi saw the urgent letters sent from various places and the abnormal behaviors of various sects and officials during this period discovered through secret investigations, he couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. For so many years, he had governed without any change or restraint from the officials and sects despite issuing numerous imperial decrees. Yet they were so frightened by the 1,000-kill order issued by the star-picking tower. Indeed, without strength, everything said is meaningless. At this moment, Emperor Shui Yi deeply believed this. All of this, of course, could not stop the continuous influx of soul masters and civilians into Soto City. Therefore, Soto City became particularly lively. Especially under the star-picking tower, countless soul masters gathered here, eager to listen to the music of the star-picking tower's master and gain insights. This extraordinary scene in Soto City was naturally witnessed by Yu Xiaojiang, who hurriedly arrived. On the streets of Soto City, Yu Xiaojiang's mind was filled with excitement at the thought of being able to take revenge soon. In no time, Yu Xiaojiang arrived at the towering star-picking tower. To his surprise, he never expected that there would come a day when the star-picking tower would leave Martial Soul City. But then again, it makes sense. The Spirit Hall is not made up of good-natured people, and the star-picking tower must have had some conflicts with them that he was unaware of. Forget it. Getting things done is the priority. With that, Yu Xiaojiang directly sat cross-legged in front of the star-picking tower, waiting for the issuance of the 1,000-kill order early the next morning. A night passed like the wind, quietly slipping away. At the moment the eastern dawn broke, Countless golden rays of light shone brilliantly, falling on the star-picking tower and reflecting an unusually beautiful glow. Creak, as a main door of the first floor of the star-picking tower slowly opened. Two figures appeared before Yu Xiaojiang and the crowd that had been waiting for a long time. Yang Bai, draped in a white robe, stepped forward, and suddenly 9 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, for black, and 1 red, appeared beneath his feet. The aura unique to a Title Douluo made everyone present too intimidated to breathe. All frozen in place. Seeing this, Douluo, dressed in a green robe, also stepped forward, and similarly, 8 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black, rose beneath him. The strength at the soul Douluo level made everyone present dare not underestimate the situation. Scanning the surroundings, Yang Bai's lips moved slightly, and a mighty voice clearly reached the ears of everyone present. The 9,000 kill order of the star-picking tower will be issued starting today. It will last for 3 months, totaling 3,650 tasks. Those in need can now orderly enter the star-picking tower to receive their tasks. However, I must state in advance that at Jiaxing Tower, I only look at the cost. If you intend to take advantage without paying, it will be better to leave early. Lastly, if anyone dares to cause trouble in Jiaxing Tower, they will be dealt with ruthlessly. After saying this, the intense killing intent emanating from Yang Bai enveloped everyone present. In an instant, everyone's hearts skipped a beat. Naturally, no one dared to cause trouble in Jiaxing Tower easily. Even the initially confident Yu Xiaojiang began to obediently line up. Among those who entered Jiaxing Tower, some came out overjoyed, looking as if they had avenged a great grievance. Conversely, there were also some who looked lost and disheartened, clearly not having paid a price that Jiaxing Tower could accept. Finally, after waiting for a day and a night, it was finally Yu Xiaojiang's turn to enter Jiaxing Tower. Upon entering, Yu Xiaojiang rushed to the front of Douluo, looking at him with great excitement. After taking a brief glance at Yu Xiaojiang, Douluo lost interest. What kind of enemies could a great soul master have? He slowly raised a cup of tea in his hand and drank it in one go. But as soon as Yu Xiaojiang opened his mouth, he almost made Douluo spit out the tea. I want to kill the blue lightning tyrant dragon family. Yuluamian. Chapter 35. The Theory of Martial Souls. Douluo scoffed. Cough cough. Douluo's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at the middle-aged man in front of him, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. After thinking for a while, I still couldn't remember who it was. Just then, Yang Bai was also attracted by this unique assassination target. Yu Xiaojiang. As Yang Bai approached Yu Xiaojiang, he started to feel a bit flustered. After all, he was a Title Douluo level powerhouse. The sense of pressure was definitely present. With a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, Yang Bai spoke directly. The blue lightning tyrant dragon family you mentioned, Yulumian, is a soul Douluo of level 85 or above. This commission can be accepted by my star-picking tower. However, Your Excellency, you are only at level 29. I really don't know what kind of price you can offer for us at the star-picking tower to take this commission. After all, to assassinate the Jade Crown, we at the star-picking tower would need to send out a Title Douluo level powerhouse to accomplish it. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang was overjoyed. He was worried that the star-picking tower would refuse because they needed a Title Douluo level powerhouse, but unexpectedly, they showed no fear at all. Ha ha ha, of course, Your Excellency. Since you dare to come to the star-picking tower with this commission, I have already made preparations. Yang Bai frowned upon hearing this. The guy in front of him was just a level 29 soul master. How could he be so confident? Speak, what can you offer? Yu Xiaojiang, upon hearing this, stood tall and proud. In terms of soul power, he might feel he was lacking, but when it came to his research on the 10 theories of martial souls, he was full of confidence. Your Excellency, the price I can offer is neither a large amount of gold coins, nor any rare treasures, but a book. It is the result of my years of research on martial souls. The 10 theories of martial souls. As soon as these words came out, before Yang Bai could react, the contemplative Douluo finally realized who the person in front of him was. Immediately, Douluo stood up, his tone cold and filled with sarcasm. I thought who it was that had such a big mouth, wanting us at the star-picking tower to assassinate the Jade Crown of the blue lightning tyrant dragon family. So it's you, Yu Xiaojiang, the son of Yu Yuanjin, the head of the blue lightning tyrant dragon family. In an instant, Yu Xiaojiang's previously confident face turned as pale as a sheet when he realized he had been recognized. Yang Bai also began to understand. It turned out that this level 29 waist in front of him came from the blue lightning tyrant dragon family, and he was actually the son of the family head. In an instant, a strong interest appeared on Yang Bai's face. wanting to assassinate his own uncle. This Yu Xiaojiang in front of him was really ruthless. Yu Xiaojiang quickly regained his composure. Since he had already been recognized, there was no need to hide. That's right, I am Yu Xiaojiang, the son of the head of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. However, the star-picking tower shouldn't give up on this commission just because of my identity, right? Moreover, I've heard that the star-picking tower never reveals the identity of its clients. So why should you too be so concerned about who I am? After calming down, Yu Xiaojiang decided to go all out. As long as the star-picking tower ultimately accepts this commission, everything will be worth it. Yang Bai nodded upon hearing this. Lord Yu Xiaojiang, you are right. The star-picking tower indeed does not need to care about who you are, but what you call price. What exactly are the 10 theories of martial souls? Is it truly worth the star-picking tower to slay a soul Duo protected by Title Douluo? Brother Yang Bai, there's no need to ask further. You might not know what Yu Xiaojiang's so-called 10 theories of martial souls are, but I am very clear. Oh, Brother Douluo, please enlighten us. Yang Bai could already guess from Douluo's mocking expression that the so-called 10 theories of martial souls had little value. However, his curiosity got the better of him, and he wanted to know what it was. Brother Yang Bai, the so-called 10 theories of martial souls by Yu Xiaojiang are nothing but a pile of useless junk. Back then, Yu Xiaojiang accidentally got permission to enter the library of the Martial Soul Hall due to his relationship with the Holy Maiden of the Martial Soul Hall, who is the current Pope Bibidong. Who knows how much martial soul knowledge he copied from the summaries of the Martial Soul Hall throughout the ages. After returning to the Tianchen Empire, he started to hype up the so-called 10 theories of martial souls. In my opinion, it is utterly useless. Don't you agree, Yu Xiaojiang? Upon hearing Douluo's words, Yu Xiaojiang could no longer hold back. You, who exactly are you? I, Yu Xiaojiang, have no enmity with you. Why do you deny my 10 theories of martial souls? These are the fruits of my hard research and have nothing to do with the Martial Soul Hall's library. Yu Xiaojiang's face was twisted, looking like he was about to go mad. Who am I? Yu Xiaojiang, you are not worthy to know. Take your so-called 10 theories of martial souls and get out of the star-picking tower immediately. Do you really think that we would slay a Title Douluo for something so worthless? Daydreaming. Yang Bai also realized that the Yu Xiaojiang in front of him was just a fraud, attempting to pull a fast one and make them kill a soul Douluo for nothing. In an instant, Yang Bai's expression darkened. If it weren't for Douluo exposing Yu Xiaojiang's so-called 10 theories of martial souls, he might have wasted even more time. Just a fraud. Daring to deceive me? Seeking death. Suddenly, Yang Bai waved his sleeve, and a terrifying soul power sent Yu Xiaojiang flying out of the star-picking tower for dozens of meters. Boom! He then crashed heavily to the ground. As a mouthful of old blood surged out, Yu Xiaojiang felt that there wasn't a single intact part of his body. After struggling for a while, he still couldn't get up. Inside the star-picking tower, Douluo looked at Yang Bai's furious expression and couldn't help but chuckle. Brother Yang Bai, there's no need to argue too much with this incompetent fool. Just now, your strike has left Yu Xiaojiang severely injured. Even if he doesn't die, he will shed a layer of skin. Hearing this, Yang Bai felt much more at ease. He won't die. During the period of the 1,000-kill order issued by my star-picking tower, all employers entering the star-picking tower, regardless of whether we can come to an agreement or not, will not take the other party's life, unless the employer wishes to exchange their life for another. So just now, Yu Xiaojiang was merely seriously injured. Forget it, let's continue. Douluo nodded. Outside the star-picking tower, there were still many people waiting to enter, and the two of them certainly wouldn't pay any attention to a small character like Yu Xiaojiang, a level 29 guy. In a short while inside the star-picking tower, Douluo and Yang Bai were once again busy. However, Yu Xiaojiang was not so comfortable. After lying outside the star-picking tower for most of the day, Yu Xiaojiang was finally brought back for treatment at the cost of a considerable amount of gold soul coins. 3 days later, outside Soto City, on a bull cart, Yu Xiaojiang was wrapped in bandages from head to toe, lying motionless on top. As the bull cart started moving, Yu Xiaojiang was tossed around. Star-picking tower. How could they be so ungrateful and dare to speak nonsense? I, Yu Xiaojiang, have dedicated my life to the study of the 10 theories of martial souls. How could they be a pile of waste paper? Just wait, if I don't take revenge for this grudge, I vow I will not be human in this life. Star-picking tower. Just as Yu Xiaojiang was secretly swearing and a killing intent surged in his heart, the bull cart swayed too much, and he was thrown off the cart. Chapter 36. The Special List. The massacre begins. Yu Xiaojiang's departure did not affect the anticipation of the soul masters and civilians outside the star-picking tower in the slightest. In just half a month, the 000 kill order released by the Star Picking Tower had a total of 650 commissions filled. In the past, it would have taken at least 2 months to accomplish this in Martial Soul City, but it was surprisingly easy in Soto City. Once all the tasks were filled, the originally planned 3-month period was advanced by more than 2 months. The Star Picking Tower once again closed its doors. Everyone knew that a feast of slaughter was about to unfold in the Heaven Do Empire. At the top of the Star Picking Tower at this moment, Yangbai and Douluo were respectfully reporting the situation of this year's 1,000 kill order to Tianchen. Master, this year's 1,000 kill order has been completely filled with a total of 650 items. Among them, there are no Title Douluo or Soul Douluo level targets. There are 6 Soul Saint level targets, more than 70 Soul Emperor level targets, over 300 Soul King level targets, more than 1,000 Soul Sect level targets, and around 1,000 Soul Master level targets. In addition, there are hundreds of ordinary people. Among all the costs paid, nearly 1,000 people chose to exchange their lives for others. Please give your instructions, Master. Upon hearing Yangbai report on this year's situation of the Star Picking Tower's 1,000 kill order, a complex expression appeared on Yi Tianchen's face. 1,000 people choosing to exchange their lives for others is no small number. It is easy to imagine that those assassination targets with life-for-life exchanges must be blood-stained. With a gentle sigh, Yi Tianchen no longer dwelled on these matters. The existence of the Star Picking Tower is like a sharp sword hanging over the heads of people in the world, isn't it? At the very least, the 1,000 kill order of the Star Picking Tower can provide a glimmer of hope for revenge to those in despair. Yangbai, Douluo, you both have done well. Now that the list is in hand, hang it in the tower and let the various levels of killers complete it. Understood. However, the host, although there are no assassination targets at the level of Soul Douluo or Title Douluo in this mission, there are a few Soul Saints and Soul Emperors who are not easy to deal with. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianchen frowned. After all, Yangbai is a Title Douluo level expert, and there are no targets above Soul Douluo on this list. This can only mean that there are some special existences in this list. Let's talk about it. There are probably some people from the upper 3 sects or the Spear Hall in this list. After all, you Yangbai are a Title Douluo. Nodding, Yangbai glanced at Douluo, and then Douluo slowly spoke. Host, in this list, it doesn't matter about the others. But there are 3 Soul Saints and 12 Soul Emperors, as well as dozens of ordinary people who belong to major merchants, all of whom have already hidden in the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. They are all people of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. And even the industries of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School in various places are managed by this group. That's right, host. If the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School continues to protect these people, with my level 92 strength, even with Brother Douluo and Inhei, we cannot guarantee that we can kill these people under the protection of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. As Yangbai finished adding, Yi Tianchen also did not expect so many people to target the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. It seems that the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School must have many private actions. In that case, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is indeed a bit of trouble for you, but you should carry out other tasks first, and leave those assassination targets of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School to me. It seems that I still need to personally go to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School to handle this. However, it's good that Ning Fingji, this guy's also a smart person. It's time to meet him. Yangbai Bays, hearing that the master of his own building is personally handling matters related to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Yangbai feels much more relaxed. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School has 2 Title Douluo level powerhouses, and both are above level 95. Although Yangbai is very confident in himself, he currently cannot deal with such 2 Title Douluo. Soon, after the issuance of the 1,000 kill order by the Star Picking Tower was completed, the 4 levels of killers from the Star Picking Tower began to receive their tasks. They then surged out of the Star Picking Tower like a tide, with most of them being commissions from the Heaven Do Empire. The slaughter officially begins, in a large and grand manner. At this moment, as the master of this manor, he possesses soul sage strength, and is enjoying the fruits of labor from the slaves within the manor. Just as this soul sage is indulging in delicacies, a sound of breaking air suddenly reaches his ears. In an instant, a heavenly level killer from the Star Picking Tower flies directly into the main hall. Zhan Fengbo, level 72 Battle Soul Saint, thought it was some important figure, but it turns out to be just a lavish person. However, since you have made it onto my Zhaixing Tower's 1,000 kill order list, today is your day to die. As the words fell, This heavenly level assassin suddenly unleashed their martial soul. With a rank 78 strength and an incredibly strange technique, within the time it takes to burn an incense stick, this heavenly level assassin from Jiaxing Tower directly left the manor, casually tossing a killing token unique to Jiaxing Tower. It was deeply embedded in the entrance. Inside the main hall, the Soul Saint had already been torn to pieces. Blood dyed the entire room red. Aside from this, whether in the bustling market or in sparsely populated areas, wherever there was a name on the 1,000 kill order list, Jiaxing Tower's assassins would arrive as promised, one after another, over the course of nearly a month. Jiaxing Tower completed almost all of the 650 commissions. The only ones left were those hiding in the 7 treasure glazed tile school. This month was undoubtedly shocking for the entire Tiantou Empire. From time to time, some soul masters and ordinary people were killed by Jiaxing Tower's assassins. Almost everyone within the Tiantou Empire came to know what Jiaxing Tower represented. It represented slaughter. However, where there is joy, there is also sorrow. At this moment, Ning Fengji of the 7 treasure glazed tile school is extremely worried. He does not believe that the 1,000 kill order from the star-picking tower would not involve the backbone of his 7 treasure glazed tile school. Yet so far, the star-picking tower has not made a single move. Ning Fengji knows that this is merely the calm before the storm. He is not unaware of the power of Yi Tianchen, but he wants to take a gamble. If he wins, the 7 treasure glazed tile school can maintain its absolute dominance within the Heaven-Do Empire in the future. However, if he loses in the end, it would be a heavy blow to the entire 7 treasure glazed tile school. The reason those people affiliated with the 7 treasure glazed tile school is merely to seek protection. But if one day the 7 treasure glazed tile school can no longer ensure their safety, then it will start to decline. Just as Ning Fengji wore a bitter expression, Sword Douluo Qianxin and Bon Douluo Guron walked in together. Chapter 37. Ning Fengji in despair, storm clouds approaching. As soon as they entered the Great Hall, Sword Douluo Qianxin and Bon Douluo saw Ning Fengji, who was filled with worry. Fengji, we have news. With Qianxin's words, Ning Fengji immediately stood up, his eyes filled with complex emotions. Uncle Jin, Uncle Gu, is it news from the star-picking tower? At this moment, Ning Fengji felt more nervous than he ever had in his life. The star-picking tower must have their people on the 1,000 kill order. But more than a month has passed, and the star-picking tower has not shown any reaction. Instead, Ning Fengji has been on edge every day, fearing a sudden attack from the star-picking tower. Sword Douluo and Bon Douluo exchanged glances and lowered their gazes. Sword Douluo began to speak seriously about the information they had gathered. Fengji, the star-picking tower should have completed all commissions except for our 7 treasure glazed tile school. During this period, through our entire intelligence network in the Heaven-Do Empire, more than 3,000 people have been assassinated by the star-picking tower. Therefore, we believe that the star-picking tower is likely to target our 7 treasure glazed tile school last. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji's face turned ashen. Sigh. Well then, Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu, since the star-picking tower has completed other commissions, we in the 7 treasure glazed tile school should also be prepared. The star-picking tower has at least 2 Title Douluo, especially the master of the star-picking tower. I truly don't know if our 7 treasure glazed tile school can survive this crisis. As these words left his mouth, both Sword Douluo and Bon Douluo fell silent. The master of the star-picking tower is not an ordinary Title Douluo. That is someone who can contend with the second offering of the Spirit Hall, the 98th level Golden Crocodile Douluo, without falling behind. Although both of them are also among the stronger Title Douluo, when facing the master of the star-picking tower, neither Sword Douluo nor Bon Douluo had any confidence at all. At this moment, seeing Ning Fengji so worried, Bon Douluo also expressed his thoughts. Fengji, why don't we seek help from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family? With Yu Yuanzhen joining us, even if the master of the star-picking tower comes personally, our 7 treasure glazed tile school would be safe. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji shook his head. He knew the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family, and Yu Yuanzhen all too well. Uncle Bone, that's impossible. Yu Yuanzhen would definitely not lend a hand to our 7 treasure glazed tile school. If there were important members of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family being targeted by the star-picking tower, we might have a chance to team up with Yu Yuanzhen. But right now, it's just our 7 treasure glazed tile school being targeted by the star-picking tower. How could that guy Yu Yuanzhen possibly help our 7 treasure glazed tile school? Bon Douluo fell silent. Indeed, it would already be good enough if the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family didn't take the opportunity to rob them. After all, Even Yuan Jun knew the seriousness of provoking the star-picking tower for no reason. By the way, Sword Uncle, has the Spirit Hall responded? Mentioning the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family reminded Ning Fengji of the Spirit Hall. He wasn't foolish. If he could get support from the Spirit Hall, the seven-treasure glazed tile school wouldn't have to worry about the star-picking tower coming to them. Therefore, Ning Fengji wrote a letter to Pope Bibidong. Sword Douluo was taken aback at first, then shook his head bitterly. Fengji, the newly appointed Pope Bibidong, did reply, but, however, it seemed that Bibidong was unwilling to get involved and even less willing to help our seven-treasure glazed tile school deal with the star-picking tower. For now, we can only rely on ourselves. After Sword Douluo finished speaking, Ning Fengji felt a headache coming on. Bibidong was not foolish. When she received the letter from the seven-treasure glazed tile school, she merely glanced at it before burning it to ashes. Not to mention that if the Spirit Hall wanted to help the seven-treasure glazed tile school, they would at least need to send 3 or 4 Title Douluos. And they couldn't be of the same strength as the Jew Gui Douluo. They must be those offerings in the offering hall who could guarantee the protection of the seven-treasure glazed tile school. Just this point alone was something Bibidong couldn't achieve. Let alone that those offerings in the offering hall wouldn't listen to her. Even the Elder Hall, Bibidong had not yet managed to subdue all the Spirit Hall elders for her own use. How could she help the seven-treasure glazed tile school? Moreover, Ning Fengji's letter was casually written, merely flattering the Spirit Hall without mentioning any benefits of the Spirit Hall helping the seven-treasure glazed tile school. Naturally, Bibidong was even more reluctant to respond. In fact, Bibidong would rather the star-picking tower completely uproot the seven-treasure glazed tile school. After all, the Spirit Hall maintained a facade of being upright and proper, so they couldn't openly target the seven-treasure glazed tile school. The star-picking tower, on the other hand, was different. Tianchen cared little for anyone's opinions about the star-picking tower, whether good or bad. The star-picking tower only cared about the cost of their actions. Of course, Bibidong also worried that if she helped the seven-treasure glazed tile school, it might expose the matter of the star-picking tower's master entrusting her to assassinate Qian Xuanji. At least not now. She, Bibidong, had not yet firmly established her position as the Pope of the Spirit Hall, compared to the current tense situation of the seven-treasure glazed tile school. Far away at the top of the star-picking tower in Soto City, Tianchen was feeling quite relaxed. Since the issuance of the 1,000-kill order, the status of the star-picking tower in Soto City had become even more unshakable. Of course, these were not particularly important matters in Tianchen's eyes. The most important thing was that a large number of soul masters were eager to join the star-picking tower, which made Tianchen very satisfied. However, the star-picking tower still did not recruit these soul masters. According to Tianchen's thoughts, the purpose of each of these soul masters joining the star-picking tower was not to serve the tower, but each had their own ulterior motives. Regarding the need for fresh blood in the star-picking tower in the future, Tianchen still preferred to cultivate it himself. However, all of this is still a bit premature for the star-picking tower. Whether it's Inhei and Yangbai or the other 4-level killers, they are all in a period of growth, and the star-picking tower is still in a phase of ascent. Looking toward the direction of the seven treasures glazed sect from the top of the star-picking tower, Tianchen's eyes began to fill with anticipation. If he remembers correctly, the seven treasures glazed sect has 2 Title level powerhouses, plus Ning Fengji, a level 79 support-type soul master. Tianchen feels that the trip to the seven treasures glazed sect will be even more exciting. Inhei, come see me. With Tianchen's command, almost in an instant, in a room within the star-picking tower, Inhei, who was desperately cultivating, transformed into a phantom and disappeared from a room. In the blink of an eye, Inhei arrived at the top of the star-picking tower. Inhei pays respects to the tower master. Seeing that Inhei had arrived, Tianchen nodded. There's no need for excessive formalities. Inhei, I called you here today because I have a task to assign to you. Not sure if you have the confidence to complete it? After speaking, Tianchen smiled slightly, while Inhei frowned. The host chuckled, saying that life and death are unpredictable, and he always felt it shouldn't be a good thing. But unfortunately, Inhei had no room to refuse. Host, to say directly, I will do my utmost. After saying this, Inhei glanced at his host and saw the corners of his mouth starting to rise, which made his heart sink to the bottom. He knew he was finished. Sure enough, the next second, the words Tianchen spoke nearly made Inhei stumble. Inhei, I want you to kill without mercy all those on the 1,000-kill order list hiding within the seven treasure glazed tile sect. I wonder if you can do that? Host, this. Looking at Inhei's dazed expression with amusement, Tianchen didn't find it too difficult for him. All right, let's go. This time, I will take action personally. Leave the Title Douluo of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect to me, and the rest you can handle. Upon hearing this, Inhe was overjoyed. He knew his host wouldn't abandon him. Ha 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 ha. Host, Inhe obeys. Overjoyed, Inhe followed behind Yi Tianchen. The two of them, like a flying bird, lightly tapped their toes and soared into the sky, turning into two fleeting shadows that disappear at the top of the star-picking tower. Chapter 38. Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect. Yi Tianchen's Domineering. 3 days later, outside the mountain gate of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect. At this moment, Yi Tianchen was admiring the grand architectural complex of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect with a face full of appreciation. TSK, TSK, TSK. As expected of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect, a sect that controls the entire industry of the Heaven Do Empire, is indeed different. This hardly resembled a sect's location. It would not be an exaggeration to say it was a city. Interesting, but now that I, Yi Tianchen, have come, your Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect probably won't be so lucky. Yi Tianchen silently thought to himself. He had to admit that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect was indeed as rich as a nation. Inhe stood behind Yi Tianchen, equally shocked. Although he had long known how terrifying the wealth of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect was, seeing it in person was different from hearing about it. Witnessing the scene, Inhe's eyes revealed not only a hint of anticipation, but also endless killing intent. Host, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect truly lives up to its name. This level of luxury is not much different from the Spirit Hall. However, today the host personally came here. The Seven Treasures Glazed sect will probably remember this day forever. Nodding slightly, Yi Tianchen glanced once more in the direction of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. Then he turned to look at Inhe. Inhe, the prosperity of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect is just an illusion. In this world, there is no absolute strength. All beautiful things cannot be preserved. Forget it. Let's go in. I suppose Ning Fengji has been on high alert for a long time. Remember to slay everyone on the list of the 1,000-kill order, leaving not a single one alive. As for the other disciples of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect who dare to obstruct, you can kill them as well. However, others should not move. It is not yet the time for the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect to perish. Keeping them around will be useful in the future. Upon hearing this, Inhe was somewhat puzzled. Wasn't the purpose of coming here today to annihilate the entire Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect? Fine. He realized he was a bit overly excited. However, regarding Yi Tianchen's orders, even though he didn't understand why they wouldn't directly wipe out the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, Inhe would still carry them out resolutely. Don't worry, my lord. There are a total of 72 people, neither more nor less, and I have memorized all of them. There will definitely be no mistakes. All right, let's go. It has been nearly half a year since I last had a good workout. I hope the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect 1T let me down. At your command, my lord. After saying this, Yi Tianchen led the way, step by step towards the mountain gate of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, while Inhe followed behind. His expression gradually turning cold. Slaughter was about to come. Inhe was already prepared. In no time, the two arrived outside the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. At this moment, several patrolling disciples of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School also spotted Yi Tianchen and Inhe. But before these patrolling disciples could even ask, Inhe merely shot a glance, and the pressure of a Title Douluo level instantly crushed these disciples into a puddle of blood mist. Suddenly, Yi Tianchen and Inhe lightly leaped and entered the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Along the way, none of the disciples who saw Yi Tianchen and Inhe dared to approach. The reason was simple. Beneath Inhe's feet had already risen 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red soul rings. The unique aura of a Title Douluo made it clear that not only could these disciples not block them, but they feared that even a glance in their direction could lead to an explosion. Meanwhile, as Inhe's Title Douluo aura swept across the entire Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji and the Sword Douluo, Bone Douluo, who had been waiting inside the main hall, instantly noticed it. Fengji, they ve come. Star-picking tower. Sword uncle, Bone uncle, let us go. We can't hide from this. Life and death are determined by fate. I hope our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School can survive this calamity. Ning Fengji let out a faint breath of cold air. As the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, he was not afraid of death. Upon hearing this, the Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo exchanged glances filled with a glint of light. As veteran Title Douluos, They were actually not afraid of Yi Tianchen's arrival. Soon, just as Ning Fengji and the sword Douluo, Bon stepped out of the hall, they saw Yinhe in a black robe and Yi Tianchen in plain clothes. At this moment, Ning Fengji's heart sank to the bottom. Although only 2 people had come from the star-picking tower, it was clear that the man in the black robe was one of the 2 offerings of the star-picking tower. The blood-red soul rings constantly reminded Ning Fengji of the man's power. But what made Ning Fengji feel most desperate was the smiling face of Yi Tianchen. Judging by the respectful attitude of the man in the black robe, this plain-clothed man should be the incredibly mysterious master of the star-picking tower, the Title Demon. Looking at Ning Fengji's tense and grave expression, Yi Tianchen appeared indifferent. I wonder what brings the piano demon to our 7-treasure glazed tile school today. Even though he knew the purpose of the star-picking tower's visit, Ning Fengji still did not want to make a big move right from the start. If possible, Ning Fengji hoped to avoid conflict as much as possible. After all, it was obvious that there were 2 Title Douluo level powerhouses, and one of them was incredibly strong and mysterious. He had no confidence at all. Hearing the words tinged with fear from Ning Fengji, Yi Tianchen was not in a hurry to take action. Ning Sect Master, I didn't expect our first meeting would be under such circumstances. Why I have come? Ning Sect Master need not pretend to be confused. If today you can hand over those individuals on my star-picking tower's kill list, perhaps I can let this matter go. Otherwise, the 7-treasure glazed tile school may pay with many lives today. As soon as these words were spoken, Ning Fengji's expression darkened, and the eyes of the sword Douluo and Bon Douluo were filled with killing intent. Are you threatening our 7-treasure glazed tile school, piano demon? Threatening? Ning Sect Master, since that's the case, there's no need to say more. Yinhe, you take action. Remember, don't let a single person escape. Tired of talking, Yi Tianchen directly commanded Yinhe to start acting. Since the 7-treasure glazed tile school thinks they can, then Yi Tianchen would teach them a lesson today. Hearing his master's command, Yinhe's face lit up beneath his black robe, and he transformed into a streak of light, directly rushing into the 7-treasure glazed tile school to begin searching for assassination targets. No. Upon seeing this scene, Ning Fengji's face instantly changed dramatically. The sword Douluo was about to fly forward to stop Yinhe, but just as he had this thought, Yi Tianchen appeared right in front of him. Sword Douluo, Chun Xian, you should stay behind. With a loud bang, Yi Tianchen struck out with a palm, and the overwhelming soul power surged like a tidal wave, forcing the sword Douluo to retreat. Master of Star-Picking Tower, you're seeking death. At this moment, Ning Fengji was somewhat anxious. If the master of the star-picking tower were to hold him and the sword Douluo and Bon Douluo back alone, wouldn't he, the black-robed Title Douluo, be able to act wantonly within the 7-treasure glazed tile school? With the 3 of them unable to protect themselves, how could they think of anything else? It seems I'm still not taken seriously. Saying this, a black soul ring suddenly rose beneath Yi Tianchen's feet, and in an instant, 6 black soul rings and 3 blood-red soul rings made Ning Fengji and the sword Douluo, Bon Douluo's breathing become rapid. 6 10,000-year soul rings. 300,000-year soul rings. How is this possible? Ning Fengji was stunned in place. Chapter 39, Ning, Bon, and Sword Unite, the might of the heavenly demon piano. Immediately, Yi Tianchen's 97th level soul power erupted. Waves of terrifying soul power fluctuations caused the area outside the main hall of the 7-treasure glazed tile school to become a whirlwind of dust and debris. The aura of a Title Douluo made all soul masters at the soul sage level around feel an immense pressure like a mountain. With a loud crash, the soul sage level disciples of the 7-treasure glazed tile school were forced to kneel, their entire bodies collapsing to the ground, unable to move. It turned out to be a 97th level Title Douluo. 300,000-year soul rings, 6 10,000-year soul rings. The master of star-picking tower is indeed terrifying. No wonder even the 98th level golden crocodile Douluo of the Wuhun Temple couldn't do anything about him. At this moment, seeing the full extent of Yi Tianchen's power, the sword Douluo Chen Xan couldn't help but swallow hard. This terrifying soul ring configuration was something he had never heard of or seen throughout the entire Douluo continent. Ning Sect Master, you still have time now. I'll give you one last chance to hand over all the assassination targets on my star-picking tower's kill list. I will ensure the safety of your 7-treasure glazed tile school. Otherwise, if I truly take action, your 7-treasure glazed tile school will likely face dire consequences. Under the immense pressure, Ning Fengji's brows furrowed tightly. The master of star-picking tower's 97th level strength indeed exceeded his expectations, especially with the terrifying soul ring configuration. However, he was still unwilling to give up. No matter what, they had to fight with all their might today. The reason was simple. If the seven-treasure glazed tile school handed over those people, then in the future, the entire Tiandu Empire would likely never have any soul master or merchant trust the seven-treasure glazed tile school again. Master of star-picking tower, let us not waste words. Since you insist on forcing my seven-treasure glazed tile school in a battle today, then, come on, sword uncle, bone uncle, kill. With Ning Fengji's furious shout, seven soul rings instantly rose beneath his feet. As the leader of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, the 79th level support type soul sage, known as the #1 support type soul master in Douluo Continent, Ning Fengji was not an easy opponent. If it weren't for his martial soul, the seven-treasure glazed tower, only allowing him to cultivate to the soul sage realm, he would likely have been a Title Douluo by now. First soul skill, seven-treasure Linglong heart. As Ning Fengji's first soul ring lit up, two streams of light instantly flew into the bodies of the sword Douluo, Tianchen, and bone Douluo, and the two did not hesitate to unleash their martial souls. Seventh soul skill, seven kill true body. Seventh soul skill, bone dragon true body. As soon as the two of them arrived, they directly unleashed their martial soul true forms. Facing Tianchen, a Title Douluo of level 97, even they could only exert their utmost effort. In an instant, sharp sword energy surged towards Tianchen like a torrential wave. The bone Douluo, seeing this, immediately surrounded Tianchen with countless bone spikes and launched a fierce attack. This is interesting. Sword Douluo Qinshin, bone Douluo Gu Rong, one at level 96. The other at level 95, plus Ning Fengji, who is known as the continent's #1 support. Let me see what confidence you, seven-treasure glazed tile sect, have to dare to make a move against me. Heavenly Demon Zither, Heavenly Dragon 8 sounds. Break. With that, the Heavenly Demon Zither appeared in Tianchen's hands. As he waved the strings with both hands, terrifying sound waves, more powerful than wind blades, instantly blocked all the attacks from Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo. Bang, bang, bang. Endless sound waves and sword energy bone spikes continuously collided in the void, and the surrounding buildings of the seven-treasure glazed tile sect hall collapsed as if they were bombed, with screams and wails echoing everywhere. Seventh soul skill, seven-treasure true body. The seven treasures are famous, 1 for strength, 2 for speed, 3 for control. Seeing this, Ning Fengji did not hesitate at all at this moment. He had used all his soul power to assist Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo to the best of his ability. Fengji, good timing. Watch my methods. 8th soul skill, 7 killing thunderstrike. A sword breaks the sky. Kill. Ha ha ha. Old sword master, I'm coming too. 8th soul skill, space gate. With Ning Fengji support, Sword Douluo's power at this moment had already exceeded the limit of level 96, almost equivalent to the power of level 97. Bone Douluo was the same. His strength had also surged significantly. In just a moment, Bone Douluo used his 8th soul skill and abruptly appeared about 3 meters behind Tianchen. 9th soul skill, Heavenly Bone Divine Dragon Wave. In an instant, Bone Douluo combined spatial power and soul power, aiming to inflict tremendous damage on Tianchen. Moreover, the spatial lockdown in the area immobilized Tianchen, making it impossible for him to dodge. Old Sword Master, hurry! Under their cooperation, they completed a terrifying killing move in the blink of an eye. At this moment, even the immovable Tianchen had to admire the combined strength of Sword Douluo Qinshin and Bone Douluo. Together, they could probably overpower an ordinary level 97 soul master. Not to mention that there was still Ning Fengji assisting them. It seems that I have come to the right place today. I hope you can let me stretch my muscles and bones. Heavenly Demon Zither, 7th soul skill, Heavenly Demon Possession, Heavenly Demon True Body. In an instant, a phantom of the Heavenly Demon appeared behind Tianchen, and a torrent of demonic energy surged. At the same time, Sword Douluo's 8th soul skill and Bone Douluo's 9th soul skill also arrived instantly. Boom! Suddenly, a powerful wave of soul power erupted from Tianchen's Heavenly Demon True Body, and the soul power shockwave created by the three of them sent even Ning Fengji, a level 79 soul sage, flying dozens of meters away in an instant. Whoosh! After this strike, Bone Douluo quickly retreated. Just as he dodged, a black lightning bolt shot out from Tianchen's eyes. The spot where Douluo had been standing was instantly blasted into a deep pit. Old Sword Master, this guy's soul power is too strong. If we act alone, we might struggle to break through his defenses. Then let us team up. Sword Douluo did not hesitate and flew directly to Douluo's side. Seeing this situation, Douluo sighed in relief. He had just continuously unleashed his martial soul, true form, and ninth soul skill, which had greatly drained his soul power. If he attacked alone, Douluo was afraid he would be caught by Tianchen, and Sword Douluo would have even less confidence. Fengji, it's time to give it our all. Sword Douluo then looked at Ning Fengji, who nodded. 7 treasure, glazed tile, heart of the 7 treasures together. In an instant, Ning Fengji activated all 7 of his soul skills simultaneously. The terrifying amplification instantly replenished the soul power that Sword Douluo and Douluo had consumed. Whether it's strength, speed, or defense, the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda has been brought to the extreme by Ning Fengji. Come on, star-picking tower master. My 7 treasure glazed tile sect is definitely not something anyone can easily provoke. 9th soul skill, divine and demon dual slash. At this point, Sword Douluo Qinshin couldn't care less about anything else. The 9th soul skill was absolutely his most terrifying killing move. Similarly, Douluo also unleashed his 9th soul skill. In an instant, the 9th soul skills of Sword Douluo and Douluo intertwined, erupting with an unmatched momentum, advancing relentlessly. Seeing this scene, Tianchen's smile gradually became frenzied. At this moment, the cooperation of Sword Douluo and Douluo was almost equivalent to a full force strike from a level 98 Title Douluo. This thrilled Tianchen. Ha ha ha. Since your 7 treasure glazed tile sect is so stubborn, today this seat will make you remember it well. 9th soul skill, heavenly demon annihilation. In an instant, Tianchen's blood-red 9th soul ring suddenly erupted with an incredibly dazzling light. In the void, streams of black, demonic energy continuously surged from the heavenly demon Qin, forming a 100-meter-high heavenly demon phantom in an instant. The terrifying aura made Sword Douluo and Douluo frown, secretly thinking it was bad. In the blink of an eye, as Tianchen slapped out with one hand, the heavenly demon phantom transformed into a 100-meter giant palm, attacking Sword Douluo and Douluo with an overwhelming momentum. Bang! 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 With each collision between the giant palm and the two, Sword Douluo and Douluo were directly knocked back several dozen meters by the terrifying force. Finally, the moment Douluo's soul power began to wane, Sword Douluo was also on the verge of collapse, and the two were brutally slammed by the giant palm onto the main hall of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. With a crack, the entire main hall of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect was instantly reduced to ruins. At this moment, Sword Douluo and Douluo were already bleeding profusely, with not a single part of them unscathed. Ning Fengji also suffered a backlash, directly letting out a muffled groan and collapsing to the ground. The terrifying nature of the heavenly demon Qin in Tianchen's hands left them feeling desperate. Chapter 40. Darkness and Slaughter. The Demise of 7 Treasure Glazed Tile. Looking at Ning Fengji's gritted teeth, filled with shock and fear, Tianchen's smile became even brighter. Master Ning, how is it? Today, this seat is taking you 3 very seriously. I have to say, compared to the blue electric tyrant dragon family, your 7 treasure glazed tile school is indeed much stronger. Even the Haotian school, in my eyes, without the presence of that unparalleled Douluo Tianchen. Your 7 treasure glazed tile school is even more terrifying than the current Haotian school. What a pity, what a pity. You Ning Fengji are refusing to drink the toast, and instead taking the penalty drink. Although my star-picking tower cannot deal with the spirit hall, dealing with your 7 treasure glazed tile school is not worth mentioning. Hearing this, Ning Fengji's eyes were bloodshot. At this moment, he wished he could swallow Tianchen alive, killing people and striking at their hearts. That's exactly what Tianchen is doing. Me? Hee. It's better for Sect Master Ning not to get too excited. After all, excessive anger harms the body. Right now, you're merely severely injured from backlash. Just don't let yourself die from anger. By the way, look, it's not just the 3 of you suffering now. Our star-picking tower's offering is also in action. After saying this, Tianchen pointed to the busy Inhei. Ning Fengji also followed his gaze. In front of them, the cold knife in Inhei's hand had just pierced into the body of a soul sage from the 7 treasure glazed tile school. That soul sage's eyes were vacant, his body already riddled with wounds. At this moment, seeing the long knife in Inhei's hand stab into his chest and feeling his life ebbing away bit by bit, this soul sage was incredibly unwilling. His hands trembled as he gripped the long knife that Inhei had thrust in forcefully, blood continuously dripping from his palms. But everything was meaningless. How could a severely injured soul sage stop a Title Douluo powerhouse? In an instant, when the knife completely pierced through the soul sage, his eyes began to slowly close, and his heavy breathing became barely audible. No, demons. You star-picking tower are all demons. Witnessing all of this, Ningfengji was on the verge of collapse. The seven-treasure glazed tile school was now like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, and endless blood was about to flow. Tianchen slowly walked to Ningfengji's side, and with a loud crash, he stomped down, causing Ningfengji, who was trying to struggle to get up, to be smashed back to the ground. Sect Master Ning, don't be anxious. This is just the beginning. Your seven-treasure glazed tile school has dozens of targets on my star-picking towers kill list. Take it slow. One by one, they will all have their turn. Upon hearing this, Ningfengji felt a sharp pain in his heart. He never expected that just two people from the star-picking tower could cause such chaos in the entire seven-treasure glazed tile school. Gradually, Ningfengji felt numb. Inhei's long knife kept slicing, and almost no one in the seven-treasure glazed tile school could match Inhei. Even those Title Douluo level powerhouses were filled with trepidation. At that moment, there was no time for them to think too much. Staying alive was more important than anything else. As for these Title Douluo level soul masters, Inhei had no interest in them. His goal had always been those on the star-picking towers kill list. Gradually, the seven-treasure glazed tile school went from being in utter chaos at the beginning to now being numb and unresponsive. Inhei hardly encountered any resistance, and in just over an hour, he had killed all the targets on the kill list. After finishing, Inhei reluctantly dispersed the cold knife in his hand, and with a light tap of his toes, he came to Tianchen's side, kneeling on one knee with both hands clasped in salute. Master, all personnel on the seven-treasure glazed tile school's kill list have been completely eliminated. With a slight smile, Tianchen waved his hand, signaling Inhei to rise. Inhei, well done. Thank you for the praise, Master. Inhei also looked playfully at Ningfengji, who lay on the ground. Although he had not witnessed how his master tortured the sect master of the seven-treasure glazed tile school and those two Title Douluos. Just looking at Ningfengji and those two Title Douluos unable to move, Inhei's mind was already painting a picture. Tianchen then turned his gaze back to Ningfengji, shaking his head as he looked at this miserable sight. He then walked toward the mountain gate of the seven-treasure glazed tile school. As he walked, he spoke. Ningfengji, I won't make things difficult for you regarding today's calamity of the seven-treasure glazed tile school. Rest assured, your seven-treasure glazed tile school is not yet at the point of extinction, and I will not wipe you out completely. After all, my initial target was never you. All right, it's time to leave. By the way, your seven-treasure glazed tile school should have collected quite a few good things over the years, right? I won't take much. Just half will do. Consider it a ransom for the lives of the others in your seven-treasure glazed tile school. At the first sentence, Ningfengji felt a glimmer of joy upon hearing it. After all, as long as the seven-treasure glazed tile school still had them, they could recover. Even if, after this battle, the seven-treasure glazed tile school's influence would likely be greatly weakened. But the latter sentence from Tianchen made him feel immense pain. The seven-treasure glazed tile school was a wealthy existence, and half of their collection. How much would that be? However, at this point, he had no room to resist, and could only silently watch as Tianchen and Inhei began to sweep through the seven-treasure glazed tile school like locusts, especially Inhei, who had filled 3 soul guiding devices to the brim. After Tianchen and Inhei left, only Ningfengji and Swordbone Douluo were left in disarray at the seven-treasure glazed tile school. On the way back to Soto City, Inhei appeared particularly happy. After all, this trip was a bountiful harvest with little danger. However, he was also a bit puzzled as to why the owner of the building didn't take this opportunity to directly destroy the seven-treasure glazed tile school. Owner, I have a question. Why doesn't the owner directly destroy the seven-treasure glazed tile school? With your strength, it shouldn't be a problem. Glancing at Inhei's confused expression, Tianchen stopped and looked towards the direction of Wuhun City. Inhei, it's not yet time for the seven-treasure glazed tile school to perish. They are also a thorn in the side of the Wuhun Hall. The waters of Douluo Continent are best when they are murky. We at the star-picking tower still need time to fish in troubled waters. Inhei seemed to understand, but did not pursue the matter further. The owner's intentions were not important. What he needed to do was to obey orders. A few days later, Tianchen and Inhe returned to Suodo City, and everything seemed to fall into calm. However, the entire Tiando Empire was in an uproar. News quickly spread that the owner of the star-picking tower had descended upon the seven-treasure glazed tile school, and that Ning Fengji, Sword Douluo, and Bon Douluo had all been severely injured. The entire Tiando Empire was abuzz with discussion, and many people found it hard to believe. As one of the top 3 sects, the seven-treasure glazed tile school had 2 Title Douluos above level 95. To think they had fallen to such a state was truly lamentable. When Yuanjin of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family heard this news, he was first shocked. After all, if such a powerful seven-treasure glazed tile school couldn't withstand the star-picking tower, it was clear how abnormal the strength of the star-picking tower was. Then came a wave of joy, as the calamity that had befallen the seven-treasure glazed tile school brought numerous benefits to his Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Soon, under Yuanjin's maneuvering, many soul masters and wealthy merchants in the Tiando Empire sought protection from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. For a time, the entire Tiando Empire was in a whirlwind. At the Wuhun Hall, when Bibidong learned of everything that had happened to the seven-treasure glazed tile school, she couldn't help but feel puzzled. Logically speaking, the star-picking tower should not have easily let Ning Fengji and the others go. Yet, the star-picking tower had not pursued complete annihilation. However, when Bibidong looked toward the offering hall, she seemed to understand what the piano demon from the star-picking tower was thinking. The grand offering Title Douluo, this Title Douluo at level 99, was always an insurmountable barrier for the star-picking tower. It was also a hurdle that Bibidong could not overcome, since it did not concern her directly. Bibidong was not too bothered. After all, she had not yet completely taken control of the Spear Hall, so it was not her turn to start plotting. Chapter 41. 5 years passed, various plans in motion. Since the star-picking tower ascended to the seven-treasure glazed tile school, the entire Tiando Empire has had extremely complex feelings towards the star-picking tower. The influence of the seven-treasure glazed tile school on the Tiando Empire also sharply declined after this incident. For a time, the entire Douluo Continent fell into a state of tranquility. Everyone needed time to accumulate strength. Hope Bibidong needed to control the entire Spirit Hall. Grand Offering Tian Douluo needed to diligently cultivate Qian Renshua. The star-picking tower needed time to grow high in combat power. And the seven-treasure glazed tile school also needed time to lick its wounds. As spring passed and winter came, at the peak of the star-picking tower, Tianchen was currently extending his long 6 fingers as the snowflakes fell slowly from the sky. A crystal-clear snowflake landed in his palm, and then turned into a drop of dew, sliding from between Tianchen's thumb and gently falling to the ground from the peak of the star-picking tower. 5 years had passed, and time had flown by in the blink of an eye. Tianchen retracted his arm, looking at the snow falling from the sky, and couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. Since the incident between the star-picking tower and the seven-treasure glazed tile school 5 years ago, he had not lifted a finger. For 5 years, Tianchen had been collecting information related to the divine. He was already at the peak of level 97, and if needed, he could break through to level 98 at any moment. Just as Tianchen was slightly lost in thought, Inhe and Yang Bai appeared like 2 ghosts, arriving at the peak of the star-picking tower in the blink of an eye. Yang Bai's entire body burst with soul power, vaporizing all the snowflakes around him with a powerful wave of energy. Looking at his master, Yang Bai's expression was serious, and Inhe was the same. However, after exchanging glances, they both sighed gently, intending to speak frankly. "Master, Inhe and I are back." Glancing at the slightly serious expressions of Yang Bai and Inhe, although Tianchen's face was extremely calm, he still felt a bit disappointed inside. There was still no news about Tang Hao. Upon hearing this, Inhe and Yang Bai lowered their heads. They indeed had not found any information about Tang Hao. "Master, we still haven't discovered any trace of Tang Hao. He seems to have disappeared without a trace." In fact, the search for Tang Hao had begun 3 years ago under Tianchen's initiative. The reason was simple. Tang Hao held secrets of the divine, and Tianchen hoped to gain something from him. Shaking his head, Tianchen had gotten used to it. "Forget it. If there is no news about him, then so be it. In any case, I don't believe that Tang Hao can remain hidden forever. You two are doing well, already at level 94. Yin Hei, Yang Bai. Do you remember what I said back then? Whoever breaks through to level 95 first will receive a piece of 100,000-year soul bone. You both need to keep working hard. With a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, Yi Tianchen's words made Inhe and Yang Bai's emotions become lively again, sweeping away the disappointment of not finding news about Tang Hao. Master, you can rest assured. That golden rhinoceros's soul bone will definitely belong to me. Inhe, right? Yang Bai? Inhe grinned mischievously, and Yang Bai didn't mind. Let's hope so, Inhe. I hope you can really surpass me. Slowly responding to Inhe, Yang Bai chose not to say more and quietly stood by Yi Tianchen's side, watching the falling snowflakes, feeling a surge of emotions within. Master, Douluo is already at level 89. Perhaps it won't be long before a star-picking tower can add another Title Douluo. Standing next to Yi Tianchen, Yang Bai mentioned Douluo. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianchen was not surprised. Douluo's talent was not bad. He had just focused on cultivating poison abilities and neglected his overall cultivation. In the past few years at the star-picking tower, Douluo had hardly taken on any tasks, except for the annual Qiansha order that he still needed to be responsible for. This guy had almost always been cultivating in the Sunset Forest. Therefore, improving 3 levels in 5 years was not too surprising. Douluo's cultivation method was special, so it was not unexpected that he could break through to level 89. However, it's a bit difficult for this guy to achieve the title of Douluo. Although the difference between level 89 and level 90 is just 1 level, throughout history, how many soul masters have been stuck at this realm? Yang Bai wondered into it, but this isn't necessarily the case. Didn't he and Inhe break through the barrier back then? Forget it. No need to dwell on these trivial matters. You may go down now. If Douluo breaks through to level 90, I will personally hunt for his soul ring. Understood. Inhe and Yang Bai exchanged a glance and instantly disappeared from the top of the star-picking tower. At the same time, within the Spirit City, in the Papal Palace, Bibidong was currently seated in the position of the Pope. Looking at her 2 Title Douluo from years ago, a flicker of killing intent flashed in Bibidong's eyes. However, thinking of Tianchen Douluo in the Hall of Worship, Bibidong still held back her emotions. Elder Gui, I wonder what brings you both to see me today. In front of her were Yueguan and Guimei. As for why they came to see Bibidong, that is a long story. 6 years ago, after being brought back to Wuhun City by Tianchen Douluo, Yueguan and Guimei had been playing a transparent role in the Wuhun Palace. In the Hall of Worship, due to the incident with Qian Xuandian, no offerings showed Yueguan and Guimei any kindness. Even in the Elder Hall, after Bibidong took over as the Pope, they began to be marginalized. Despite both being Title Douluo level powerhouses, the Wuhun Palace was not lacking in Title Douluo. After much thought, they felt it was better to follow Bibidong. After all, she was the Pope and a Title Douluo of level 95. Seeing Bibidong's cold expression, Yueguan and Guimei exchanged a smile, then directly knelt on the ground and performed a grand salute to Bibidong. Yueguan and Guimei greet Your Holiness the Pope. We come today to seek your support. Your Holiness, you may not know how poorly I and old Gui have been treated in the Wuhun Palace these years. As they spoke, Elder Ju pulled Guimei, crying pitifully. Hearing this, Bibidong's brows began to furrow tightly. She was well aware that Elder Ju and Elder Gui had indeed been struggling in the Wuhun Palace these past few years. As the Pope of the Wuhun Palace, Bibidong was very clear about this. However, Elder Ju and Elder Gui had once supported her. Elder Ju, Elder Gui, no matter how you say it, you are still elders of the Wuhun Palace and Title Douluo level powerhouses. Joining my camp means something significant. You should know that. Upon hearing this, Elder Ju and Elder Gui's hearts sank. They were all too aware that the Wuhun Palace had now split into 2 factions, one led by Bibidong, the Elder faction, and the other led by the Grand Offering, the Offering faction. However, the 2 no longer cared so much. After all, instead of being caught in the middle, it was better to directly join one side. Your Holiness, rest assured, from now on, Yueguan and Guimei will only obey your commands. If there is any betrayal, Yueguan and Guimei will not have a good end. After saying this, Ju Douluo glanced at Bibidong, whose expression had softened considerably at this moment. After all, Jiu and Gui were also Title Douluo level powerhouses, and they were only a little short of reaching level 95. If Bibidong accepted the 2, it would be a great boost for her, so she was somewhat tempted. In that case, Yueguan and Guimei, remember what you said today. From now on, you will work well for me. Bibidong will not treat you unfairly. After finishing, Bibidong's level 95 soul power surged forth, and 9 soul rings slowly appeared, especially that 100,000-year 9th soul ring. Jiu Douluo and Gui Douluo also understood this as a warning to them. They didn't mind. After all, They had no other options left. Chapter 42. Saint Soul Village, Tang San, the Gears of Fate. After doing all this, Bibidong revealed an enigmatic smile. Now, after several years of control, Bibidong had almost grasped great power in the Spirit Hall, except for not being able to command those offerings in the offering hall. Bibidong was the goddess of the Spirit Hall. It was time for her to take action. In contrast to the star-picking tower and the Spirit Hall, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School had been much more low-key in the past 5 years. Since Yi Tianchen and Inhei visited the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School 5 years ago, the school's influence had greatly diminished. Ning Fengji had let go of many unnecessary industries to stabilize the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. At this moment, in the main hall of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji was nervously watching his daughter, Ning Rongrong. Today was the day of Ning Rongrong's soul awakening. As she turned 6 years old, both Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo were also present here. However, the two of them seemed to have aged much more than 5 years ago, their heads filled with silver strands. Perhaps the battle with Yi Tianchen had completely shattered their confidence as veteran Title Douluos. Fengji, don't be too nervous. Rongrong is talented and her martial soul awakening should be just fine. Fengji, your Uncle Gu is right. Rongrong is a child we watched grow up. Her martial soul awakening will definitely not disappoint. The Sword Douluo looked at the innocent and playful Ning Rongrong, as if he had regained a bit of vitality. They were also very concerned about Ning Rongrong's martial soul awakening. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji felt it made sense. The inherited martial soul of their Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School must be the Seven Treasure Glazed Tower. It was just a matter of how much innate soul power she had. Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu, I'm not worried. It's just that Rongrong is the heir of our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, so I'm being a bit cautious. Ning Fengji looked at the Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, feeling some fluctuations deep inside. If it weren't for his gamble 5 years ago, perhaps the Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo Wuhun have lost their vitality like today. Sensing a hint of regret in Ning Fengji's eyes, the Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo stepped forward slightly and patted Ning Fengji's shoulder. They had never regretted their battle with Yi Tianchen, especially the Sword Douluo, Chen. It was through fighting Yi Tianchen that he truly realized what it meant to be a true powerhouse in Douluo Continent. In the past, he had overestimated himself too much. Fengji, let go of the unhappy things. Today is Rongrong's martial soul awakening ceremony. Let's begin. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji nodded. 6-year-old Ning Rongrong didn't yet understand what martial soul awakening meant, but she keenly sensed that her father and 2 grandfathers were eager to see her awaken her martial soul. Therefore, according to her father's instructions, Ning Rongrong began her martial soul awakening. With the pull of the martial soul, a small 7-layered tower began to emerge from the palm of Ning Rongrong's hand. The small tower was like a perfect work of art, radiating dazzling light. It was the Seven Treasure Glazed Tower. Seeing the scene, Ning Fengji clearly breathed a sigh of relief. The moment the small tower appeared, he felt the faint soul power within Ning Rongrong. Although it wasn't very strong, it was still above innate level 7. Ha! I told you, Rongrong's talent wouldn't be lacking. Bone Douluo smiled, feeling particularly happy. Fengji, let Rongrong test her innate soul power. The Sword Douluo was also very excited, but wanted to know how much innate soul power Ning Rongrong had. Nodding, Ning Fengji had the same intention. Rongrong, come, let us test your innate soul power, he said, letting Ning Rongrong place her palm on the awakening stone. With a burst of light, Ning Fengji and the Sword Douluo finally saw how much innate soul power Ning Rongrong had. It turned out to be innate level 9. Not bad, not bad. Ning Rongrong's talent can be said to be among the top in the continent. The words of the Sword Douluo are not an exaggeration. On the entire Douluo Continent, there are very few little ones with innate soul power at level 9. As for innate full soul power, it is basically unseen. Not to mention someone with innate level 20 like Qianren Xue. Therefore, innate soul power level 9 is almost the pinnacle of talent. Looking at Ning Rongrong, whose 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda is shining with brilliant light, Ning Fengji feels an overwhelming sense of pride. One could say that with Ning Rongrong, their 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School has a new hope. In the southwest of the Tiando Empire, in the Fastno province, lies Holy Soul Village. Just by its name, it is undoubtedly a rather surprising name, but in reality, it is just a small village with only over 300 households located south of Notting City in Fastno province. The reason it is called Holy Soul is that, according to legend, a sole master of the Soul Sage level once emerged from here 100 years ago, thus earning the name. This is also the eternal pride of Holy Soul Village. Outside Holy Soul Village, there are vast fields of farmland. The grains and vegetables produced here are supplied to Notting City. Although Notting City is not considered a big city in Fasno province, it is quite close to the border of another empire, making it one of the starting points for trade between the two great empires. Because of this, Notting City flourishes, and the common people living in the surrounding villages have a much better life than those in other places. As dawn breaks, a faint light of fish-belly white rises in the eastern sky. On a small hill only 100 meters high adjacent to Holy Soul Village, a slender figure has already appeared. It is a child only 5 or 6 years old, whose skin has a healthy wheat color from often basking in the sun. And his short black hair looks very tidy. Although his clothes are simple, they are clean. For a child of his age, climbing this 100-meter hill is not an easy task. But strangely, when he reaches the highest point of the hill, he shows no signs of fatigue, looking quite content. The boy sits at the top of the hill, his eyes fixed on the gradually brightening fish-belly white in the east. He breathes in slowly through his nose and exhales gently from his mouth, forming a wonderful cycle of breathing. At this moment, his eyes suddenly widen. A faint purple aura seems to flash in the gradually brightening fish-belly white on the horizon. If one does not have astonishing eyesight and sufficient focus, it would be impossible to notice its presence. The appearance of the purple aura completely captivates the boy's attention. He even stops exhaling, only breathing in lightly and slowly, while his eyes closely watch the flickering purple. The purple aura does not last long, as the fish-belly white in the east is gradually covered by the rising sunlight. The purple aura completely disappears. Only then does the boy slowly close his eyes and exhale a long breath of turbid air from his body. A stream of white air, like a ribbon, is expelled from his mouth and then slowly dissipates. After sitting quietly for a while, the boy opens his eyes again. Perhaps due to the influence of the purple aura, a faint layer of purple hue flickers in his gaze. Although this purple color does not last long before quietly receding. When it exists, it is so clear. With a sigh of disappointment, the little boy makes an expression of helplessness that should not appear at his age. Shaking his head, he mutters to himself, "It's still no good. My Xiantian skill still can't break through the first level's bottleneck. What should I do?" This is Tang San. With 3 parts helplessness and 7 parts determination, 6-year-old Tang San can only return home for now. On the west side of Holy Soul Village, at the entrance of the village, 3 mud brick houses can be said to be the most basic in the entire village. On the roof of the central house, there is a wooden sign about 1 meter in diameter, on which a simple hammer is painted. The hammer in this world widely represents a blacksmith. When Tang San enters the house, Tang Hao, who was originally idle, suddenly looks up at Tang San. Feeling the faint aura within Tang San, Tang Hao is very excited. Just like in the original work, Tang Hao hides in this small mountain village to avoid the searches of the Spirit Hall and the Star Luo Empire. And he never easily uses his soul power. However, unlike before, Tang Hao does not let Tang San become an ordinary person. Instead, he tries his best to cultivate Tang San. He wants to give his son a safe environment to grow up in, because he knows that his son is definitely not simple. From the moment Ain sacrificed herself for him, he sensed something incredible. His soul power was fully restored, and his combat power surged. If this was just a coincidence, during the time at Hao Ian sect, when he was captured by the golden crocodile Douluo, Tang Hao completely confirmed this matter. The small Tang San actually possesses power that even the golden crocodile Douluo cannot withstand. Tang Hao believes that as long as he can protect his son while he grows up, in the future, he can take revenge. Looking at his son walking into the house, Tang Hao's mouth slightly curves up. "Kid, you're back." Hearing his father's greeting, Tang San nods. He always feels that something is off about his father, but as a disciple of the Tang sect, there are some things he will not ask about proactively. He has always maintained the necessary caution, even if the person in front of him is his father in this world. Chapter 43. Father and son face to face. Tang San awakens. "I'm back, father." Tang San slowly walks into the room. Looking at the stove that is still crackling with flames, his brows furrow. He always feels that his father is not simple, despite not having anything particularly remarkable on the surface. That strong and overwhelming aura gives him an extremely dangerous feeling that he cannot quite understand. But after all, this is his father after his rebirth. So Tang San can only suppress all his questions in his heart. It seems that Tang Hao notices the unusual look in Tang San's eyes. He smiles slightly and does not mind. Tang San is about to awaken his martial soul, and Tang Hao has already made a decision in his heart. Just as the atmosphere grows slightly awkward, a hurried knocking sound comes from the dilapidated door. Tang Hao, is Tang San home? Upon hearing this, Tang Hao immediately knows it is Old Jack, the village chief of Holy Soul Village. Without responding to Old Jack's knocking, Tang Hao turns to Tang San. Tang San, go open the door. Hearing this, Tang San slowly walks to the door and easily opens it. As soon as he steps inside, Old Jack focuses his gaze on Tang San. Tang San, you are already 6 years old this year. It's time to awaken your martial soul. Coincidentally, a person from the Spirit Hall has come to our village today to help the children awaken their martial souls. So you must hurry. If you become a soul master, our Holy Soul Village will also gain some glory. Tang San nods, somewhat understanding, as a response to Old Jack. Seeing this, Old Jack does not linger and continues to the next house. After Old Jack leaves, Tang San looks at Tang Hao, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. Father, what exactly is a martial soul, and what is a soul master? Can you tell me? Tang San went straight to the point and chose to confront his father from this world. His Xiantian skill had reached a deadlock, and he could only seek other methods. Tang Hao smiled slightly and chose not to hide anything anymore. Little San, although you're only 6 years old, I can sense that your inner world is beyond that of an ordinary child. You are born extraordinary, and I will no longer keep secrets from you. The so-called martial soul is the most fundamental aspect of the Douluo Continent. When one turns 6, they can awaken their martial soul and gain powerful combat abilities. Tang San nodded. He had heard some scattered information about martial souls from the villagers and was not surprised. Then, Father, how are soul masters classified? What kind of soul master is the strongest? Tang San was concise and to the point. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao's feet were enveloped by a yellow soul ring. Soul masters, starting from the age of 6 when they awaken their martial soul, those with strong talent can possess innate soul power of level 7 or higher. They then enhance their soul power through meditation and cultivation. Upon reaching level 10, one must hunt soul bees to obtain soul rings, just like the one beneath my feet. Moreover, every 10 levels requires a soul ring for a breakthrough. After level 10, one becomes a soul master. After level 20, a great soul master. After level 30, a soul venerable. After level 40, a soul sect master. After level 50, a soul king. After level 60, a soul emperor. And after level 70, a soul saint. Above level 80 are the powerful soul Douluo. As for those who reach level 90 or higher, they are the top-tier powerhouses of the continent, known as Title Douluo. After speaking, a second yellow soul ring appeared beneath Tang Hao's feet, followed by a third purple soul ring. Tang San was somewhat surprised. His father was indeed not an ordinary person, but a soul venerable of over level 30. But that was not the end. Immediately afterward, a fourth purple soul ring appeared beneath Tang Hao's feet, followed by a fifth black soul ring of 10,000 years. And then the 6th, 7th, and 8th. Tang San was astounded. His father was a soul Douluo powerhouse? Just when Tang San thought this was shocking enough, a blood-red, terrifying soul ring slowly rose beneath Tang Hao's feet. The bloody and violent aura made Tang San feel incredibly small. But at this moment, Tang San was also excited. His father was actually a Title Douluo, the top powerhouse of the entire continent. Seeing his son so excited, Tang Hao suddenly retracted all the soul rings. Little San, it's not that your father hasn't told you the truth all these years, but I was worried that revealing my identity would bring you danger. Upon hearing this, Tang San was a bit dazed. Wasn't his father a Title Douluo powerhouse? How could there be danger? It seemed that Tang Hao saw through Tang San's confusion and bitterly smiled. Little San, although Title Douluos are extremely rare on the continent, they are not uncommon among some major powers. Your father had to hide here because he provoked a superpower. After all, Tang San was a soul of over 20 years old and understood what his father meant. Father, Little San does not blame you. With a relieved smile, Tang Hao looked at Tang San and instantly wanted to awaken his martial soul. Little San, now that you are already 6 years old, let me awaken your martial soul. Saying this, Tang Hao set up the awakening stone. Seeing this, Tang San did not hesitate and directly began to follow Tang Hao's instructions. In just a moment, a bright light suddenly appeared in Tang San's palm, and a blue-silver grass instantly emerged. When Tang Hao saw it, he felt a wave of sadness wash over him. The saying, seeing an object reminds one of a person, probably refers to this. However, A trace of disappointment quickly flashed in his eyes. Father, father, I still have a martial soul in my left hand. Suddenly, upon hearing Tang San say this, Tang Hao began to investigate closely. A remarkably exquisite small hammer was quietly floating in the palm of Tang San's hand. In an instant, Tang Hao rubbed his eyes vigorously, and after confirming that he wasn't seeing things, he immediately felt excited. Ha ha, heaven bless my Tang Hao, I actually have a twin martial soul. One blue-silver emperor and one Haotian hammer. This talent is truly unique. Tang Hao was extremely excited at this moment. Tang San possessed such a powerful talent, which was terrifying indeed. Xiao San, quickly, come and test your soul power. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang San placed both hands on the awakening stone according to Tang Hao's guidance. In an instant, a bright light appeared, illuminating the entire room. Innate full soul power. Great, great. I didn't expect that Tang Hao, could have such a son. Hearing his father's excited voice, Tang San guessed that his talent was likely quite high. However, more than talent, he wanted to know how to break through the first level of the Xiantian Gong. Father, since you said that a soul master needs soul rings to grow, let's go now. As soon as he said this, Tang Hao shook his head. He did not intend to hurriedly find a soul ring for his child at this moment. Xiao San, don't be anxious. The soul rings for soul masters play an important role in enhancing their strength. The soul rings produced by soul beasts start from white for 10 years, yellow for 100-year soul beasts, purple for 1,000-year soul beasts, and black for 10,000-year soul rings. As for the blood-red soul ring on my body, it is for 100,000 years. Tang San nodded, indicating that he understood. Tang Hao continued, therefore, I hope you don't just randomly look for any soul ring. I have already made arrangements. I will send you to the Nodding City Soul Master Junior Academy. There, you will find people who can help you. Xiao San understood. In contrast, far away in Soto City, at the top of the star-picking tower, Yi Tianchen was currently very interested in Douluo. Chapter 44, Douluo Bost Breakthrough. The ice and fire duality eye. At this moment, at the top of the star-picking tower, Yi Tianchen sat quietly in the pavilion, while Inhe and Yang Bai stood on either side. In the middle, Douluo was looking at his master with great excitement. Yi Tianchen's face also showed a hint of shock. Not long ago, he had just heard Yang Bai say that Douluo had broken through to level 89. Originally, Yi Tianchen planned to call Douluo today and let Inhe and Yang Bai share some insights on breaking through to a Title Douluo. But who would have thought that Douluo had actually broken through to level 90? He had become a quasi-Title Douluo, compared to Yi Tianchen's relatively calm demeanor. Inhe and Yang Bai's eyes widened in disbelief. Seeing his master and the two offerings looking at him like this, Douluo felt both nervous and very happy. Finally, Yi Tianchen stopped being silent, his deep eyes revealing a hint of surprise as they landed on Douluo. Douluo, I am quite curious. A few days ago, Yang Bai told me that you have already broken through to level 89. To this, I'm not surprised. Raising your soul power by 3 levels in 5 years is not that extraordinary. However, upon seeing you today, you've actually managed to break through to level 90. The difference between level 89 and level 90 is like heaven and earth. How many soul masters remain stuck at this step forever? I am very curious about how you did it. As he spoke, Yi Tianchen was filled with interest. It was impossible for Douluo to have broken through to level 90 without reason. Yi Tianchen felt he couldn't be wrong about this. After all, Douluo's talent was not particularly extraordinary, just average at best. Therefore, since it wasn't a normal breakthrough to level 90, it must have been aided by external forces. What external force in this world could allow a soul Douluo who just broke through to level 89 less than a month ago to suddenly rise to level 90? It's nothing short of astonishing. Hearing his master ask him, Douluo hesitated a bit. But when he thought about how he was already a member of the star-picking tower, and that even his 9th spirit ring would be helped by his master, Douluo had no more hesitation. Master, actually, I consumed a type of celestial herb. Gritting his teeth, Douluo said out loud. As expected, Yi Tianchen was secretly shocked. His guess was correct. Douluo had indeed broken through to level 90 with external help. But what kind of celestial herb could raise Douluo by a level? Yi Tianchen became even more curious. Looking at Douluo's flushed face, Yi Tianchen smiled slightly. To be honest, the fact that Douluo was willing to reveal the specific reason made Yi Tianchen feel that Douluo was worth cultivating. Alright, Douluo. I'm not interrogating you, so there's no need to be so nervous. Rest assured, no matter where you obtain that celestial herb, I will not forcibly take it from you. The star-picking tower has always valued freedom. How could I engage in such acts? However, I still want to ask, does this so-called fairy herb really have such effects? Hearing the host mention this, Douluo felt much more at ease. As for Tianchen's question, he did not hide anything. Host, to speak frankly, I have a cultivation cave in the Sunset Forest, which is a naturally formed spring. The spring water is divided into two sides. One side is as hot as magma, while the other is bone-chilling cold. When I discovered this special spring, there were already many fairy herbs growing there. Therefore, I used that place as a medicinal garden and a cultivation area. A few days ago, after breaking through to level 89, I originally wanted to go to this spring of ice and fire to consolidate my cultivation. But unexpectedly, there was a fairy herb about to mature, one of the few that I recognized in the medicinal garden. If I let it mature, that fairy herb would immediately wither. And since that herb also has the effect of solidifying the foundation and nurturing the essence, I directly consumed it. As a result, I unintentionally broke through to level 90. Upon hearing this, Tianchen's focus shifted to the ice and fire spring. This could very well be the legendary ice-fire duality eye. The Xinjiang continent had recorded such a blessed land, but that was merely a legend. At least, Tianchen had never heard of anyone finding the ice-fire duality eye. He didn't expect it to appear on the Douluo Continent. The marvelous use of the ice-fire duality eye even made Tianchen somewhat tempted. If he could go to the ice-fire duality eye to train his body, he would no longer need soul bones and the like. On the other hand, Inhe and Yang Bai were clearly not focused on the ice-fire duality eye. They didn't even know what benefits it might have. They were simply excited to learn that there were many fairy herbs that Douluo himself did not recognize. It is known that Douluo could increase his soul power by 1 level with a single fairy herb. Inhe and Yang Bai were not asking for much. They would be satisfied with increasing half a level of soul power. In an instant, Douluo felt the eager gazes of Inhe and Yang Bai, and he suddenly shivered, his body trembling unconsciously. Inhe, Yang Bai, what's wrong with you? Hearing Douluo's weak voice, Inhe and Yang Bai exchanged glances and managed to suppress the fiery excitement in their hearts. Ahem, Douluo, it's nothing. We just haven't moved around for a long time, and we're a bit excited. This scene left Tianchen quite speechless. Were these two really that desperate? Although Yang Bai's explanation seemed full of holes, Douluo simply rolled his eyes. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset. The ice and fire spring water was there, but he didn't recognize the immortal herbs, and he didn't dare to consume them easily. Therefore, rather than guarding a treasure mountain without being able to use it, it was better to inform his master. Perhaps his master would be pleased and arrange a 100,000 year soul ring for him. Every time Douluo saw the 100,000 year soul rings light up under Inhe and Yang Bai's feet, he was extremely envious. If he wanted to do it, he would do it. Douluo was not a hesitant person. Master, if you don't mind, I am willing to offer this ice and fire spring to you. After all, I can only watch here. If you can recognize those immortal herbs and leave one for my granddaughter, I would be very satisfied. He hoped his master would not decline. After saying this, Douluo directly knelt on one knee, looking eager. Yang Bai couldn't help but give Douluo a big thumbs up at this moment. This was the way of a smart person. After all, even if his master really didn't care about this special spring, Douluo's action could be seen as a gesture of loyalty. In the future, his master would not treat him unfairly. On the contrary, if Douluo kept it a secret, even if his master didn't need it, there would still be reservations, which would not be beneficial for Douluo in the future. Obviously, Tianchen was very interested in this special spring. The conditions for forming the ice and fire duality were extremely harsh. If it formed naturally, it would require a volcanic and glacial intersection. As far as Tianchen knew, the Sunset Forest had none of these. This meant that the ice and fire duality in the Sunset Forest was not naturally formed. It was achieved because of some kind of extraordinary treasure. This greatly increased Tianchen's interest. Douluo, regarding this ice and fire duality spring, I will not hide it from you. I am very interested in visiting it. As for the immortal herbs, I can't guarantee that I will recognize them all, but rest assured, your granddaughter will definitely not lack an immortal herb. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. Douluo was very happy. Since his master was so pleased, his 100,000 year soul ring should be secured, right? And his granddaughter Douluo Yan's immortal herb. Master, since that's the case, let's go to the Sunset Forest now. Let's bring those immortal herbs back. What do you think, Master? Douluo tried to ask. Inhe and Yang Bai, who were beside him, also exchanged excited glances. They were both thrilled by Douluo's suggestion. They couldn't wait to go and retrieve the immortal herbs, consume them, and break through their cultivation. But Tianchen was not in a hurry. The ice and fire duality, I was in the sunset forest and wouldn't run away. Before going, he had to make some preparations. No problem, Douluo for now. You should continue to cultivate at the ice and fire spring. Consuming the immortal herbs will certainly help you break through to level 90. But I can sense your weak aura. These immortal herbs are ultimately external forces for you. Not only do you need to spend time refining your skills, but you also need to consolidate your soul power and establish a solid foundation. You and T want your cultivation to stagnate after achieving the title of Title Douluo, right? Upon hearing this, Douluo immediately took it seriously. Indeed, although he had broken through to level 90, he still needed time to adapt to this power and couldn't rush it. Master, I understand. During this time, I will stay at the ice and fire spring to diligently cultivate. I will await your arrival. It should be so. Rest assured, once your foundation is solid, I will personally assist you in hunting for soul rings. In the future, you will also be able to possess a 100,000-year soul ring, just like Inhei and Yangbai. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. Soon, Douluo left the star-picking tower, causing Inhei and Yangbai to feel a bit anxious. However, without the order from Tianchen, the two did not dare to go to the so-called ice and fire spring on their own. Moreover, they were not familiar with those celestial herbs. Chapter 45. Tang San bows to his master. Tang how S-Trace appears. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Outside Notting City, a middle-aged man wearing a gray-brown cloak and a black robe quietly gazed at Notting City in front of him. At this moment, beside this middle-aged man, a 6-year-old boy's eyes also flashed with a hint of brilliance. This was Tang Hao and his son, Tang San, who had just come out of Holy Soul Village. Looking at the slightly bustling Notting City ahead, Tang San moved his lips and turned to his father. Father, is this the city where that genius in martial soul research you mentioned is located? It seems a bit small. Tang Hao was taken aback for a moment. Tang San's implication was obvious. He wasn't very confident in the person he had chosen. After all, if he were truly a master in martial soul research, how could he be in this small Notting City? At this moment, Tang Hao didn't know how to explain, but since they were already here, it was better for Tang San to see for himself. Little San, whether it's true or not, you'll know once you see it for yourself. Let us go. Notting City is one of the smallest cities in the Tiando Empire. It's much safer for you to stay here. Once you stabilize, I still need to calculate the interest with those people. Tang San nodded and didn't ask more. Even regarding the enemies Tang Hao mentioned, he understood that it wasn't the time for him to know all the truths yet. Gently touching his wrist, Tang San revealed a confident smile. On his wrist was the first creation he had made after arriving in this world, and it was a piece that he had completed all by himself. It was a hidden weapon known as a sleeve arrow. In the Tang sect, sleeve arrows were the most common type of mechanism-based concealed weapon, and the key to making them lay in the strength of the mechanism and the intricacy of the design. The sleeve arrow Tang San made even had a safety device, ensuring that there was no possibility of accidental injury. A set of sleeve arrows generally consisted of 3 arrows and a sleeve tube, and the one Tang San had was no exception. The material for this sleeve arrow was the wrought iron he had spent nearly 100 days hammering out. For Tang San at this moment, without having broken through the Shintian skill, and with his body still developing at only 6 years old, if he encountered a soul master, he would almost certainly face death. This sleeve arrow was his weapon for self-defense. Tang Hao glanced at Tang San, his brow slightly furrowing before relaxing again. After thinking for a moment, he didn't speak and strode towards Notting City. Once inside the city, it didn't take long for Tang Hao to bring Tang San directly into the Notting City Primary Soul Master Academy. At this moment, within the Notting City Primary Martial Soul Academy, Yu Xiaojiang was feeling somewhat gloomy. Since being rejected by the star-picking tower 5 years ago and returning to the academy, all the teachers in the academy had looked down on him even more. Just as Yu Xiaojiang was feeling bored, 2 figures slowly walked into his room. In an instant, Yu Xiaojiang's hair stood on end, and a strong sense of crisis jolted him awake. Who is it? Suddenly, Yu Xiaojiang saw the 2 people standing in front of him. One big and one small. It was Tang Hao and Tang San. Yu Xiaojiang, son of Yu Yuanjin, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan leader, founder of the top 10 theories in martial soul. Tang Hao quietly looked at Yu Xiaojiang in front of him and said in a calm tone. But in Yu Xiaojiang's eyes, it was not the same. He saw a sharpness in Tang Hao's gaze. Tang San was also looking at him. feeling a bit disdainful towards the so-called master of martial soul research mentioned by his father. Could this coward really be a master-level figure in martial soul research? The corners of Tang Hao's mouth slightly raised, and then one by one, soul rings began to rise beneath his feet. Suddenly, 9 soul rings appeared below Tang Hao, and the blood-red 100,000-year soul ring nearly left Yu Xiaojing in a daze. The unique aura of Tang Hao, the Title Douluo, instantly spread throughout Nodding City. Although it came quickly, it also faded quickly. At this moment, Yu Xiaojing completely understood that a Title Douluo was standing before him, looking at the iconic Haoyan hammer. Yu Xiaojing couldn't help but swallow hard. Yu Xiaojing had seen the Haoyan crown. In just an instant, Yu Xiaojing recognized Tang Hao's true identity. Tang Hao waved his hand, indicating that Yu Xiaojing need not be overly polite. He then turned his gaze to Tang San. This is my son, Tang San. Martial soul, blue silver grass, innate full soul power. He will follow you from now on. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojing felt a bit dazed but still mechanically nodded. Facing a Title Douluo, did he dare to say no? However, seeing Tang San's calm demeanor, Yu Xiaojing couldn't help but look over at him. This is actually the 3rd twin martial soul in 100 years. Hearing the master's words, Tang San was taken aback, and his gaze towards the master suddenly changed. His left wrist had already quietly lifted, and a look of uncertainty flickered in his eyes. Yu Xiaojing suddenly looked at him with a serious expression and smiled, saying, "Are you curious about how I know you have a twin martial soul? I once investigated 647 people with a blue-silver grass martial soul, among which only 16 possess soul power, a probability of less than 3. And even among those 16 with soul power, none exceeded rank 1. Yet you are a full innate 10th rank soul master. According to one of the 10 core competitive advantages of martial souls that I have studied, the size of innate soul power is proportional to the quality of the martial soul. The blue-silver grass clearly does not meet this requirement. So I can be certain that you must have another martial soul, and it must be a very powerful one." Tang San's gaze gradually calmed down, arguing, "There are always exceptions. Why can't I be an exception?" Yu Xiaojing excitedly nodded and said, "That's right, there are always exceptions, but your martial soul is blue-silver grass. So you are clearly not that exception. In the past 100 years, although only 2 twin martial souls have appeared in the Tiando Empire and the Xinglua Empire, there have been 19 innate, full soul power individuals. I have carefully studied each of their martial souls, and none were weak. The youngest among them has already reached the great soul master level. Aside from the 14 who inherited powerful martial souls through family lineage, 5 are exceptions. Their background is not noble, yet they possess innate full soul power. And this exception is the existence of mutated martial souls. Based on my years of research on mutated martial souls, there is no type of martial soul that can mutate with the blue-silver grass martial soul. Since your blue-silver grass martial soul is an ordinary one, I can completely affirm that my judgment is correct." "What is a mutated martial soul?" Tang San asked. Yu Xiaojing carefully explained, "This brings us to the issue of how martial souls are inherited. A person's martial soul has a direct relationship with their parents' martial souls. The most normal situation is inheriting either the father's or mother's martial soul. This is the family-style martial soul inheritance. Among them, some exceptions are what we call mutated martial souls. They also originate from the parents' martial souls, but due to certain mutations between the father's and mother's martial souls, the inheritor's martial soul will appear mutated, resulting in a new type of martial soul. Mutated martial souls can become powerful and even possess innate full soul power. However, the vast majority of mutated martial souls tend to become weaker. Mutated martial souls are like the offspring of close relatives marrying. There's a high chance of producing fools, but there is also the possibility of a genius far surpassing ordinary people." Tang San nodded, and suddenly he took a step back to distance himself from Yu Xiaojing, then knelt down on both knees and respectfully knocked his head 3 times towards the master. This time, it was Yu Xiaojing who was stunned. What was he doing? "Master," Tang San called respectfully, "please accept me as your disciple." Yu Xiaojing smiled proudly, very satisfied, and bent down to pull Tang San up. "Silly boy, why do you need to knock your head to become a disciple? Don't you know that's a gesture reserved for bowing to kings and parents? A simple bow is enough." The customs of Douluo Continent were evidently different from those in Tang San's first life, but Tang San did not think his etiquette was excessive and seriously said, "Once a teacher, always a father. You deserve my kneeling." The Tang sect had very strict teachings regarding etiquette, and having grown up under such education, it was deeply engraved in Tang San's heart. Chapter 46. Yi Tianchen's thoughts close to Nodding City. Seeing this, Yu Xiaojiang felt even prouder. However, there is one thing Yu Xiaojiang will never say in his life. The matter between Tang Hao and the 100,000-year soul beast, the Blue Silver Emperor, is known by almost everyone on the Douluo Continent. Yu Xiaojiang is not a fool, since Tang Hao's claimed that Tang San is his child. How could he only have the blue silver grass martial soul? It is impossible for him not to have the Haotian hammer. Of course, his theory is not entirely incorrect. The blue silver grass is almost impossible to have innate full soul power. At this moment, Yu Xiaojiang feels that Tang San is sent by heaven to save him. If Yu Xiaojiang can cultivate Tang San to become a renowned Title Douluo, his theory will surely be accepted by the world. Thinking this way, Yu Xiaojiang turned his gaze to Tang Hao. After all, he is the main character. Tang Hao's eyes showed a hint of confusion. He originally just wanted Yu Xiaojiang to take care of Tang San, but seeing that Tang San was determined to worship Yu Xiaojiang as his master, Tang Hao could only go along with Tang San's wishes. Since Little San insists on taking you as his master, Yu Xiaojiang, you should teach him well from now on. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang felt ecstatic. Ha ha, Your Highness Haotian, please rest assured, Yu Xiaojiang will definitely do my utmost to teach Little San. Tang Hao nodded and did not say anything more. However, what Tang Hao could never have imagined was that his emergence as a Title Douluo in Nodding City had already been reported back to Soto City by a regional-level assassin from the Star-Picking Tower who was on a mission in Nodding City. At the peak of the Star-Picking Tower, Yi Tianchen, as usual, practiced his lute every day. Just as Yi Tianchen was about to continue playing a piece, a shadowy figure appeared before him. Master of the Tower, I have some news regarding Tang Hao. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianchen instantly approached the shadowy figure, a smile appearing on his face. Yi Tianchen was not worried that Tang Hao had gone into hiding for years without being discovered. He did not believe that a Title Douluo level expert could endure loneliness. Speak, what news do you have about Tang Hao? The shadowy figure nodded and spoke meticulously. Master of the Tower, I have received a report from a regional-level assassin that there is a Title Douluo level expert appearing in Nodding City, which is under the jurisdiction of the Tiando Empire's Fasnuo province. Moreover, that aura is extremely similar to the Haotian hammer of the Haotian sect. However, due to the limited strength of our Earth-level assassin, we didn't dare to rashly investigate and hurried back to report after completing the mission. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianchen looked towards the southwest direction, and he had a strong feeling that it was Tang Hao. It should be noted that the Haotian sect has been in a closed-door state ever since the incident with Tang Hao 6 years ago. Moreover, the only Title Douluo who possesses the Haotian hammer, aside from those few from the Haotian sect, is Tang Hao. As for Nodding City, I know now, Inhei, that Earth-level assassin did well. The smile on Yi Tianchen's face grew even brighter. Master, should I go investigate? To confirm if that Title Douluo is indeed Tang Hao. Yi Tianchen shook his head. If it really is Tang Hao, Inhei going there would only alert the snake. No need for that this time. I will take action myself. I want to see what kind of abilities Tang Hao has that even that old guy Jin couldn't handle. Even if he has divine assistance, I will still give it a try. In an instant, Inhei was taken aback. His own master actually planned to personally go to Nodding City? Master, do you want me to accompany you? Thinking of the exhilarating experience at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School last time, Inhei was somewhat tempted, if possible. He also wanted to have a good encounter with Tang Hao. After all, he and Tang Hao became Title Douluos almost at the same time. Looking at the battle-ready Inhei, Yi Tianchen smiled gently. Inhei, you don't need to. That Tang Hao is someone even Jin Douluo couldn't capture. A level 98 Title Douluo. Could it be that you think you are stronger than Jin Douluo? Just stay at the Star-Picking Tower and remember to take good care of Yang while I'm away. Oh, Master. Inhei wanted to say something, but thinking of how even Jin Douluo had failed, he realized it would indeed be quite difficult for him. Without any hesitation, Yi Tianchen jumped down from the top of the Star-Picking Tower, transforming into a flash of light as he flew towards the southwest, leaving Inhei standing there with a bitter face, feeling gloomy. At the same time, as Yi Tianchen rapidly approached Nodding City, in the Spirit City, in the Offering Hall, Daolu also received the news that a Title Douluo had appeared in Nodding City. Jin Douluo directly pushed open the door of the Offering Hall and walked forward quickly. Brother, there's news. A strange Title Douluo has appeared in Nodding City. Jin suspected that this Title Douluo was Tang Hao. Upon hearing this, Douluo, who had been sitting quietly in meditation, instantly opened his eyes. A terrifying killing intent filled the entire offering hall with a sense of solemnity. Tang Hao for Nodding City, Douluo silently murmured. Then his eyes became murky again. Jin, is the news true? This question left Douluo in a difficult position. After all, the Spirit Hall branch in Nodding City only reported that a strange Title Douluo's aura had appeared locally, and as for whether it was really Tang Hao, Douluo was merely speculating. Brother, this isn't necessarily Tang Hao. The Nodding City Spirit Hall only reported the emergence of a strange Title Douluo's aura. However, the local Spirit Hall's person in charge was too weak to determine what spirit that Title Douluo possessed. Upon hearing this, Douluo's face showed some disappointment. Seeing this, Douluo continued to ask, Brother, should we send someone to check it out? Douluo shook his head. The news is uncertain. Going there might just be a wasted trip. Moreover, if it really is Tang Hao, sending an ordinary person wouldn't be of any use. After hearing this, Douluo understood this reasoning, but Tang Hao was like an obsession. He was too eager to capture him. Gritting his teeth, Douluo knew that his brother probably wouldn't take action. After all, the Spirit Hall really needed Douluo to guard it now, especially since Bibidong became the Pope. Brother, regardless of whether the Title Douluo of Nodding City is Tang Hao, he wants to investigate. I hope my brother will grant permission. After saying this, directly knelt on one knee, clasping his fists in both hands. It was as if he wouldn't get up until Douluo agreed. On the other hand, Douluo, seeing so persistent, revealed a smile at the corner of his mouth. Fine, if you want to go, then go. You were never blamed for the last incident, but remember, if it really is Tang Hao, you must strike to kill. Even if Tang Hao has divine assistance, that deity cannot be watching him all the time, as long as you are fast enough. Hearing this, nodded. Thank you, big brother, for your understanding. After saying that, wasted no time and left the worship hall, heading straight for Nodding City. After left, Douluo slowly stood up, looking thoughtfully in the direction where disappeared. Tang Hao, Tang Chun, Hao Qian sect. He softly uttered these words, and Douluo's unique aura of level 99 surged into the sky. If it weren't for the fact that Douluo needed to protect Renshua, perhaps the one going this time wouldn't be Title Douluo. Meanwhile, in the Hall of the Pope, Bibidong felt the terrifying aura unique to Douluo and instinctively frowned. The aura of the angel god made Bibidong feel uncomfortable. Douluo, what is that old guy doing? Out of sight, out of mind, Bibidong couldn't do anything about Douluo and could only suppress her disgust. Chapter 47, The Situation on the Continent, the phoenix-tailed, chicken-crowned snake. Just as Tianchen and Title Douluo were heading towards Nodding City, their target, Tang Hao, had no idea. At this moment, he was searching for suitable soul rings in the spirit beast forest cultivated by the Empire with Tang San and Yu Xiaojing. Entering the spirit beast forest, Tang San appeared a bit excited, as he was about to obtain his first soul ring. Perhaps the Xintian skill would also break through the first level. Looking at the slightly dark forest ahead, Tang San began to ask, Father, teacher, how should I choose my first soul ring? Little San, your first soul ring should naturally be added to the blue silver grass, and the age should be around 400 years, which is the limit for soul masters. When your blue silver grass has all 9 soul rings filled, you can try to add soul rings to the Haotian hammer. In this way, your Haotian hammer's first soul ring can reach the level of 10,000 years, or even 100,000 years. This is the terrifying aspect of twin martial souls. Yu Xiaojing replied somewhat melancholically. Deep down in Yu Xiaojing's heart, although Tang San was now his disciple, he still felt a strange envy. He envied his disciple's talent, which was so powerful. If only he had such talent back then. Perhaps he wouldn't have had to lower himself in front of Tang Hao. A glimmer of golden light flashed in Tang Hao's murky eyes, clearly in agreement with what Yu Xiaojing said. Little San, your teacher is right. Now is not the time to add soul rings to the Haotian hammer. And remember, from now on, until you become a Title Douluo, absolutely do not use the Haotian hammer, unless you encounter a life and death moment. Otherwise, never expose the Haotian hammer. Once these words came out, Yu Xiaojing seemed hesitant to speak. He understood what Tang Hao meant. Over the past few years, the Spirit Hall had never given up on tracking Tang Hao's whereabouts. It could be said that if Tang San accidentally exposed his Haotian hammer, he would face the Spirit Hall's relentless pursuit. And once the spirit hall took action, even Tang Hao, this Title Douluo with a 100,000-year soul ring, would not be confident of escaping safely. Tang San was not foolish either. His father, as a Title Douluo, was still so cautious, which could only indicate one thing. His father must have provoked some transcendent existence. Father, teacher, don't worry. I will definitely not easily expose the Haotian hammer. Father, can you tell me who our enemy really is? Tang San wanted to know. After speaking, Tang San calmly looked at his father, Tang Hao. Seeing Tang San's determined gaze and remarkably mature demeanor, Tang Hao hesitated for a moment and finally sighed. Since you want to know, I will tell you. After saying this, Tang Hao glanced at Yu Xiaojiang, then turned to Tang San and slowly began to speak. Do you know who your mother is, little San? You probably can't guess. Your mother is actually a transformed soul beast that has lived for 100,000 years. When I met Ain, we got to know each other and fell in love. Everything was developing in a good direction. But who would have thought that during the time you were born, the former pope of the Spirit Hall, Qian Xuanji, came? At this point, Tang Hao paused as if recalling the past, and tears began to flow from the corners of his eyes. Tang San also furrowed his brows, listening intently to his father's recounting of the past. Only Yu Xiaojiang remained calm, as he already knew about these events. Ain sacrificed herself to save you and me, and because of that, I broke through to the Title Douluo level and had a fierce battle with the Pope Qian Xuanji. In the end, I severely wounded him. At that time, I was almost out of strength and hurriedly escaped with you. Who would have thought that Qian Xuanji would eventually die from his injuries? Because of this, the Spirit Hall was enraged, and to this day, I am still their number one wanted person. Dang Hao Sao Let TV inform Dang San, omitting some of the bad things he had done. Hearing all of this, Tang San's expression grew increasingly serious. Father, is the Spirit Hall really that powerful? Tang San asked his final question. He wanted to know just how strong his enemy was. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao fell silent, and Yu Xiaojiang also stepped forward. Little San, the power of the Spirit Hall exceeds your imagination. Although the Haotian crown is also a Title Douluo and possesses a 100,000-year spirit ring, the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall has at least 10 or more Title Douluo. The most terrifying are those old fellows in the Hall of Offerings. Among them, the Angel Douluo, Title Douluo, is a level 99 Peerless Douluo. The second elder, the Golden Crocodile Douluo, is a level 98 Super Douluo. Besides that, there are several offerings in Hall of Offerings who are above level 95. Coupled with the Title Douluo in the Elder Hall, one can say that the Spirit Hall is the most powerful force in this world. After this, Yu Xiaojiang fell silent as well. Wasn't he the one who left Bibidong and the Spirit City out of fear of the Spirit Hall's power? At this moment, Tang San's heart was extremely complicated. Just thinking about facing such a terrifying superpower in the future made Tang San's scalp tingle. Teacher, aside from the Spirit Hall, is there really no other force that can compete with it? Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang was also taken aback. However, he soon shook his head. It is not absolute. Although the Spirit Hall is powerful, it cannot do as it pleases on the continent. The forces on the entire Douluo Continent can be divided into one hall and one tower, the 3 upper sects and the 4 lower sects, 2 great empires, and several major families. Among them, the star-picking tower and the 3 upper sect have Title Douluo present. The Spirit Hall is very wary of this, especially the star-picking tower. It is rumored that the master of the star-picking tower can match the Golden Crocodile Douluo of the Spirit Hall. At this point, Yu Xiaojiang's expression turned grim. He hated the Spirit Hall, and he hated the star-picking tower even more. Meanwhile, Tang San's mind was in turmoil. He did not care about the so-called 3 upper sects and 4 lower sects, but when he heard the word star-picking tower, he was somewhat shocked. Before he came to the Douluo Continent, there was also a star-picking tower in the Tianchen continent. Just as Tang San wanted to continue asking Yu Xiaojiang about the star-picking tower, Tang Hao suddenly discovered a soul beast suitable for Tang San's soul ring. A 400-year-old phoenix tail, coxcomb snake. Little San, your soul ring has been found. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Hao clenched his hand in the air, and a terrifying force pinned the phoenix tail, coxcomb snake to the ground, rendering it unable to move. Little San, hurry. You need to personally kill the soul beast to absorb the soul ring. Upon hearing this, Tang San didn't bother to inquire about the star-picking tower and quickly raised his left arm. A silver light flashed, and an arrow pierced fiercely into the head of the phoenix tail, coxcomb snake. In the next second, a yellow soul ring slowly rose. Without daring to slack off even a little, Tang San quickly absorbed this soul ring. After absorbing the soul ring, his soul power broke through to level 11. At the same time, the Xintian skill also broke through to the first layer. Slowly standing up, Tang Sen raised his right hand, and a faint white light appeared on the surface of his skin. Immediately afterward, deep blue-silver grass surged out from his palm. A clear yellow halo rose from beneath his feet, swirling around his body. This was a distinctive feature of a one-ring soul master. The previous blue-silver grass was less than half a finger wide, but now it had grown to 3 fingers in width, with the leaves much thicker than before. With strange patterns, dozens of blue-silver grass rapidly spread out in all directions. The tips of the grass raised as if more than 10 phoenix tail crowned snakes were foraging around. The blue-silver grass did not carry the fishy smell of the phoenix tail crowned snake, but only a faint tea fragrance, which was intoxicating yet filled with danger. Yu Xiaozhang's eyes sparkled with extreme excitement, and he suppressed his enthusiasm, asking, "How's the toughness?" Seeing was believing. Tang Sen responded to the master with action. One of the blue-silver grasses that had detached from his palm suddenly flew up, wrapping around a small tree with a trunk the size of an arm. The other end returned to Tang San's hand. He pulled back hard with his right hand, causing the trunk of the small tree to bend down immediately, making the blue-silver grass taut and straight, yet showing no signs of breaking. "Good, this is really great." Yu Xiaozhang seemed extremely excited, and Tang Hao beside him nodded slightly, very satisfied with Tang San's performance of his first soul skill. Soon, the three of them set off on their way back to Nodding City. Chapter 48. The Hao Ian Hammer emerges, the celestial demon strings move. After returning to Nodding City, life seemed to fall into a calm routine. Under Yu Xiaozhang's arrangement, Tang San successfully entered the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy to study. Tang San also successfully became the leader of the 7th dormitory. Lying on his bed, Tang San felt somewhat troubled. His mother turned out to be a 100,000-year soul beast and had an enemy like the Spear Hall. For a moment, Tang San felt overwhelmed, and he was also filled with doubts about the star-picking tower mentioned by his teacher. At this moment, a crisp voice came from outside. "Is this the 7th dormitory?" Everyone turned to look at the door, their eyes widening. A lively little girl stood at the door, looking about the same age as Tang San, and almost the same height. Her pretty little face was rosy, looking like a ripe peach, making one have the impulse to take a bite. Although her clothing was very simple, it looked quite tidy. Her long black hair was styled into a braid that hung down past her waist. A pair of sparkling big eyes brimmed with curiosity. She was also holding a brand new school uniform. All the boys in the dormitory were stunned to see such a beautiful little girl appear. Tang Sen couldn't help but whisper to Wang Sheng, "Can boys and girls live together here?" Wang Sheng nodded and replied in a low voice, "We're all still kids." Every dormitory in the school doesn't separate genders. It said that only in the Intermediate Soul Master Academy will they be divided. How strange. There wasn't a working student last year, but this year there are 2. "Boss, go on, give her a warning." No need." Tang Sen didn't expect that he had just become the so-called leader of the 7th dormitory and immediately faced a dilemma. He really couldn't bring himself to bully a girl. The girl at the door blinked her big eyes, seeing no one inside paying attention to her, then looked up at the sign of the 7th dormitory, revealing a sweet smile. "Hello, my name is Xiao Wu, the Dance of Dance." "Hello, I'm Tang San." It was as if fate had predetermined it. Tang San and the 100,000-year soul beast Xiao Wu had finally met. At this moment, Yi Tianchen had also arrived outside Nodding City. Not wanting to alert the snake by stirring the grass, Yi Tianchen walked through the streets of Nodding City in plain clothes, sensing the fluctuations of soul power around him. However, after being busy for half a day, he still found nothing. The aura belonging to Tang Hao seemed to have vanished into thin air. Could it be that this guy Tang Hao just passed through Nodding City? Yi Tianchen had some doubts in his heart, but since he was already there, he wouldn't give up easily. "Tang Hao, you better not let me find you." Calming himself down, Yi Tianchen began to search inch by inch in Nodding City, not letting any corner go unnoticed. In a short while, Yi Tianchen arrived in front of the Nodding Soul Master Junior Academy. Suddenly, he sensed an incredibly unique aura. The aura of a 100,000-year soul beast. Interesting. This little Nodding City actually has a 100,000-year soul beast. Just as Yi Tianchen was about to explore the truth behind the 100,000-year soul beast. Deep within the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, Tang Hao's heart suddenly exploded with anxiety. A sense of inexplicable terror made Tang Hao's heart race wildly. In just an instant, Tang Hao understood that he was being targeted. Looking at Tang San's position and that 100,000-year little rabbit, Tang Hao gritted his teeth, and suddenly, the unique aura of a Title Douluo instantly spread throughout the entire Nodding City. In a flash, Tang Hao soared into the sky and fled outside of Nodding City. At this moment, Tianchen also stopped in his tracks. Tang Hao, you finally appeared. However, your trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain seems to have come a bit too late. Ha ha ha. Never mind. Since you want to play, I'll play along. In just an instant, Tianchen soared into the sky, and in the blink of an eye, he spotted Tang Hao's figure. At this moment, Tang Hao also sensed the terrifying aura behind him, but in order to keep his son and that 100,000-year soul beast from being discovered, Tang Hao still wanted to lure Tianchen a bit further away. After all, that 100,000-year soul beast was the soul ring Tang Hao had reserved for Tang San. The sudden change in Nodding City shook all the soul masters in the city, and in the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, Xiao Wu couldn't help but tremble. That was the aura of a Title Douluo. Xiao Wu was extremely frightened. If a human Title Douluo discovered her, she was sure she would be doomed. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaojing quickly found Tang San, knowing that Tang Hao's enemy had come. Most likely, it was a powerful being above the Super Douluo level. Without daring to delay for a moment, Yu Xiaojing found Tang San and prepared to leave Nodding City. Tang San didn't even have time to react before being taken away by Yu Xiaojing. Outside Nodding City, 10 miles away, Tianchen's figure suddenly appeared in front of Tang Hao. Sitting cross-legged in the void, Tianchen smiled as he watched Tang Hao's frantic escape. With the sudden appearance of the heavenly demon zither in his hand, he plucked the strings with 6 fingers, sending a terrifying sound wave towards the rapidly approaching Tang Hao. In an instant, this sound wave flattened everything in its path. Tang Hao also noticed this terrifying scene. He quickly stopped his pace and struck the ground hard. The sound wave rushed past, barely missing his head. It scraped painfully against Tang Hao's face. After landing, Tang Hao finally saw clearly who was in front of him. What came into view was just a plain robe, an ancient zither, and a young man with white hair. Tang Hao could almost be certain that this Title Douluo in front of him was definitely not a member of the Spear Hall. Who exactly is this lord? We have no grudges or enmity, so why block my path? After calming down, Tang Hao cautiously looked at Tianchen and slowly asked. Seeing Tang Hao's demeanor, Tianchen found nothing unusual. He appeared dazed and foolish. How could he have divine assistance? Unable to understand, Tianchen also didn't want to think further. Tang Hao, disciple of the Haotian sect, level 94 Title Douluo, with a 100,000-year 9th spirit ring. It seems that's all there is to it. I can't figure out how that old fellow, the golden crocodile Douluo, could have failed. Boom! When Tianchen mentioned the golden crocodile Douluo, Tang Hao instantly understood. The Title Douluo in front of him was an enemy, not a friend. Who exactly is this lord? Tang Hao stepped forward, his 9 spirit rings slowly rising, and the Haotian hammer suddenly appeared in his hand. The terrifying aura from the Title Douluo instantly enveloped the area. In an instant, dust and stones flew, and the atmosphere turned deadly. Looking at Tang Hao's tense demeanor, Tianchen shook his head slightly, and in a moment his eyes shot out a brilliant light. Looking at Tang Hao, he spoke word by word. I am Tianchen, master of the star-picking tower. Boom! In an instant, Tang Hao felt his head buzzing. The person in front of him was actually the master of the star-picking tower? That mysterious six-fingered Lyre Demon. Chapter 49. The battle begins. Haotian's severed arm. In a daze, Tang Hao suddenly remembered the scene from 6 years ago. It seemed that the strange sound wave from 6 years ago was extremely similar to today's. Thinking of this, Tang Hao had some doubts. Looking at Tianchen's calm demeanor, showing no signs of fluctuation, Tang Hao couldn't help but ask, Master of the Star-Picking Tower, 6 years ago, it was you who forced me to retreat in the Stardow Forest, right? Tianchen smiled slightly, the corners of his mouth curling into an inexplicable arc. It seems Tang Hao is not foolish. He immediately recognized that he was the one who stole the 100,000-year blue-silver Emperor Spirit Bone 6 years ago. Without further ado, Tianchen did not explain. He just looked at Tang Hao with eyes like those of a dead person. As Tianchen stepped forward, one by one, 10,000-year spirit rings rose up beneath his feet. When the 7th spirit ring lit up, a captivating 100,000-year bright red spirit ring suddenly appeared. At this moment, Tang Hao's heart sank to the bottom. But that wasn't all. When the 8th blood-red 100,000-year spirit ring and the 9th 100,000-year spirit ring slowly rose, the unique aura of Tianchen at level 97 instantly crushed all of Tang Hao's momentum. At this moment, Beads of sweat began to drip from Tang Hao's forehead. He had never seen such a terrifying spirit ring configuration in his life. Feeling the aura from Yi Tianchen that was no less than that of the golden crocodile, Douluo, it would be a lie to say Tang Hao wasn't anxious. Struggling to suppress the shock in his heart, Tang Hao still wanted to try and resist. Master Zither Demon, I have no grudges or enmity with you, so why must you force me and block my path? Looking at Tang Hao's stubborn demeanor, Yi Tianchen shook his head. I have heard that you, Tang Hao, have divine assistance, and even that guy, the golden crocodile Douluo, has failed. I want to see just how powerful this divine force really is. The moment the words fell, Yi Tianchen chose not to continue entangling with Tang Hao. With a flick of the heavenly demon zither, the terrifying sound wave transformed into thousands of blades, overwhelming Tang Hao. At this moment, Tang Hao did not expect Yi Tianchen's attack to come so quickly. Since there was no way to ease the situation, Tang Hao decided to fight desperately. Hao Ian Hammer, 7th Spirit Skill, Hao Ian True Body. Suddenly, the Hao Ian Hammer in Tang Hao's hand erupted with a terrifying aura, lightning swirling around the Hao Ian Hammer. He swung it towards Yi Tianchen's myriad sword chi and countless blades. The spirit power from the Title Douluo seemed to be outputting crazily without regard for his life. The ground was directly shattered by Tang Hao's hammer. A terrifying force created deep cracks in the earth. Boom, boom, boom. When the Hao Ian Hammer in Tang Hao's hand met Yi Tianchen's thousands of sword chi blades, the two unique spirit powers of Title Douluo's collided violently. A shockwave instantly wiped out all life within 100 meters. Even Tang Hao found the powerful impact somewhat overwhelming. The Hao Ian Hammer in his hand trembled continuously. That previous tentative clash made Tang Hao realize that it would be difficult to escape today. The Hao Ian Hammer truly lived up to its name, capable of overpowering 10 with 1. Even with only level 94 strength, it could still hold its own against a level 95 Super Douluo. Feeling the faint fluctuations transmitted from the hammer, Yi Tianchen couldn't help but admire. I have to say, Tang Hao is actually quite strong. At least in Yi Tianchen's view. Yin He and Yang Bai would probably not be able to match Tang Hao one-on-one. However, with this level of strength, I'm afraid you won't be able to get away today, Tang Hao. Without overthinking, Yi Tianchen's flowing and incredibly smooth melody resonated throughout the skies. The so-called four tails to move 1,000 pounds, using softness to overcome hardness. Since Tang Hao was exceptionally strong, Yi Tianchen wanted to test where Tang Hao's limits truly lay. A tune that breaks the heart. Where can one find a soulmate in this vast world? As Yi Tianchen urged the Dragon 8 sounds, the softness technique also carried a hint of inexplicable killing intent. Waves of sound, like fine threads, spread across the sky. That feeling of softness yet lack of substance made Tang Hao suddenly widen his eyes. Without hesitation, Tang Hao still brought down his hammer. He wanted to directly use brute force to shatter everything. But when the Hao Ian hammer struck those threads, Tang Hao realized he was wrong, absurdly wrong. The Hao Ian hammer struck fiercely against the strands, but those threads naturally bent with the force. It was like a punch hitting cotton, having no effect at all. Just as Tang Hao was surprised and confused, a wave of sound silently swept across his cheek. In an instant, a streak of blood appeared on Tang Hao's face. A flash of blood made Tang Hao realize the seriousness of the situation. The chaotic wind hammer. Seeing himself about to be slain by these countless threads, Tang Hao's heart leaped to his throat. As he executed the chaotic wind hammer, massive hammers continuously struck at the fine threads, and with each strike, the power grew stronger. Finally, Tang Hao's speed began to accelerate rapidly. A whirlwind formed around him, blowing away all the fine threads in the sky. When the last strike of the chaotic wind hammer came down, Tang Hao showed no hesitation and directly slammed down towards Yi Tianchen. Tang Hao instantly emitted powerful killing intent, materializing it, causing the surrounding air to distort, and even the weather turned gloomy under his killing aura. The power of the 81st hammer amazed Yi Tianchen, who couldn't help but marvel. After all, he was from the Hao Qian sect. Although the current Hao Ian sect was not what it used to be, Tang Chen's unique skills as a level 99 ultimate Douluo were still quite formidable. Come on, 4th soul skill, Demon Shield. When Yi Tianchen's 4th soul ring lit up, endless soul power materialized into a pitch-black shield above his head in an instant, emitting a faint demonic aura. It took on Tang Hao's 81st hammer head-on. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, Tang Hao's eyes were already blood red. Without hesitation, he struck with all his might. In an instant, a force even more terrifying than Tang Hao's 81st hammer rebounded and sent Tang Hao flying. As the black shield dissipated, Tianchen gently brushed off the dust that had settled on his white attire. Looking at Tang Hao, who was panting heavily, he couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. Just now, Tianchen felt that he could face a 95th level Title Douluo in direct combat. However, he was still far from what he had in mind. His purpose was very simple: to gradually force Tang Hao until the so-called divine power appeared. Killing Tang Hao was never the goal of Tianchen's journey. 7th soul skill. True body of the heavenly demon. As Tianchen unleashed his 7th soul skill, a phantom of the heavenly demon appeared behind him. In almost an instant, a massive sword that blocked out the sky was directly cleaved toward Tang Hao. Weakened and exhausted, Tang Hao could only watch helplessly as the giant sword fell. Crack! As the giant sword descended, a 100-meter deep abyss was directly cleaved beside Tang Hao. And at the same time, Tang Hao's left arm fell with a loud sound. Chapter 50. The Torment of the Past. The Emergence of the Azura Divine Power. As Tang Hao's left arm was severed by the sword, a warm spray of blood burst forth. Tang Hao stared blankly at this scene. At that moment, due to the speed being too fast, he felt no pain at all. Finally, the pain of losing his left arm surged into his mind. A heart-wrenching sense of agony engulfed Tang Hao's entire body. At this moment, Tang Hao could no longer remain calm. His heart was on the verge of collapse. Why? Why were there so many powerful beings causing trouble for him? Tang Hao. Surviving the attack from the 98th level Golden Crocodile Douluo had been a stroke of luck, and today, the master of the star-picking tower was no weaker than the Golden Crocodile Douluo. Tang Hao felt that he was destined to die today. At this moment, with his left arm severed, Tang Hao felt a numbness in half of his body. Soon after, he felt his legs tremble. Looking at the still calm Tianchen, Tang Hao was completely desperate. His body could no longer hold on, and he collapsed heavily to the ground. Gasping for breath, Tang Hao was consumed by the pain coursing through him. Seeing Tang Hao in such a miserable state, Tianchen's smile became even brighter. However, at this moment, Tang Hao cannot die. In the blink of an eye, Tianchen appeared in front of Tang Hao. Looking at the already resigned Tang Hao, Tianchen slowly took out a soul bone from his soul guide. This was the soul bone of the 100,000-year soul beast, the Blue-Silver Emperor. Is that all you can do? Let's see what I have in my hand. When Tang Hao heard Tianchen's mocking voice, he slowly opened his eyes. Upon seeing the soul bone in Tianchen's hand, Tang Hao's whole body swelled with anger. An unnamed fire began to burn in his heart. This is a yin soul bone. Devil, give it back to me. Tang Hao stretched out his right arm, waving it in the air repeatedly, as if trying to grab the soul bone from Tianchen's hand. But it was all in vain. Seeing that this had some effect, Tianchen became even more excited. TSK, TSK, TSK. You Tang Hao are the Title Douluo of the Haotian sect. Oh no, I misspoke. The Haotian sect does not acknowledge you, Tang Hao. Alas, it's all my fault. 6 years ago, I went to the Stardow Forest and accidentally killed the Pope of the Spear Hall, Qin Shuanji, on the spot. I really don't know what those people from the Spear Hall were thinking. They actually insisted that it was you, Tang Hao, who killed him. TSK, what a pity. Just because of this little matter, you Tang Hao have to live such a miserable life. You, Tang Hao is about to explode with anger. You should have realized it earlier. Qin Shuanji was only severely injured by him, and with Zhu Ghost Law around, it should never have resulted in death. Now hearing Tianchen speak so freely, Tang Hao understood everything. Qin Shuanji was killed by the master of the star-picking tower, and he, Tang Hao, bore the blame. In an instant, memories of the dead began to attack him. Within the Haotian sect, the accusations and curses from the elders, their cold stares, and feelings of helplessness against the spirit hall, Tang Hao's anger had turned into something tangible. If looks could kill at this moment, Tang Hao would want nothing more than to tear the smiling face of Tianchen in front of him into pieces. Unfortunately, he did not have that ability, and could only watch helplessly as Tianchen smiled at him. Seemingly sensing the turmoil within Tang Hao, Tianchen became even more excited. Tang Hao, do you think that your death today can put an end to everything? No. In Nodding City, I will personally capture that 10,000-year soul beast. And I have to thank you, Tang Hao. After all, this 10,000-year soul beast is incredibly precious. Let me guess, the baby you held back then should be about 6 or 7 years old now. And the little bastard born from the 10,000-year soul beast should be right here in Nodding City. That 10,000-year soul beast, it wouldn't be for your 6 or 7-year-old child. Would it? Today, it's all going to benefit me. Provoked by Yi Tianchen like this, Tang Hao went completely mad, enduring the unbearable pain throughout his body. Tang Hao slowly got up. He gripped the Haotian hammer tightly, his eyes filled with killing intent. After a difficult crawl, Tang Hao finally stood up straight. Star-picking Tower Master, you deserve to die. Seeing this situation, Yi Tianchen remained calm, lightly pointed, and Tang Hao's body was directly pierced. He was sent flying back 100 meters. This time, after struggling for a long time, Tang Hao could not get up again. With a strength of 94, facing Yi Tianchen at 97, plus the terror of the heavenly demon Q and the configuration of soul rings, Tang Hao was utterly powerless to fight back. Is that so? Tang Hao, don't you have divine power within you? Use it. Ha ha. Divine? It seems merely a joke. Today, I want you dead, and the god behind you remains indifferent. Ridiculous. So ridiculous. In his words, Yi Tianchen was full of sarcasm, his soul power transforming into a long whip, striking fiercely at Tang Hao. It directly attacked his soul, and Tang Hao had no power to resist. He could only helplessly endure this indescribable pain. At the same time, he was questioning himself. Does he really have divine help? But if not, then what was that time in Haotian sect for? Tang Hao looked at the blood hole in his chest, and his consciousness began to blur. Just as he was about to faint, a dark red divine power slowly entered his mind. At this moment, Yi Tianchen also sensed something was wrong. But there was not a trace of fear on his face. Instead, he wore an extreme smile. He succeeded. He finally attracted the attention of that god. In just an instant, Tang Hao's body stood upright, his eyes radiating dark red light. His entire momentum underwent a tremendous change. Originally only at the level of 94, it began to soar, reaching 95, 96, until it hit 99. It then stopped growing. The Haotian hammer in Tang Hao's hand also turned dark red. The terrifying momentum made Yi Tianchen frown. The guardian of my divine position. How could you injure it? Quickly retreat. Spare your life. Tang Hao Slao spoke. But how could Yi Tianchen let it go easily? Ha, 99, TSK, TSK, TSK. Truly the means of God. Just a trace of divine power can reach this level. I want to see how you can handle this. God, I will also kill you. Oof. Stubborn fool. Come and die for me. The moment the words fell, the Haotian hammer in Tang Hao's hand erupted with terrifying power. It crashed down on Yi Tianchen's head. 7th soul skill, heavenly demon true body. 8th soul skill, heavenly demon fury. A vast soul power poured out from Yi Tianchen's body. A body of the heavenly demon became tangible. It directly clashed with Tang Hao's astonishing hammer. Like a celestial being descending, with just one strike, it annihilated all living beings within 1,000 meters. At this moment, Yi Tianchen's plain clothes had already become tattered, but the battle intent in his eyes surged. Good, good, good. This is the power a god should have. A trace of divine power, haha. I don't believe Tang Hao's body can withstand such a shock. New book recommendation. Recommend a new book without letting the old Taoist scroll through his phone? Then let's go down the mountain to eliminate evil. I, Stone Jian, invite all demons and monsters to their deaths. This killer has improved a lot compared to the last book, but the new book will be even better. Welcome everyone to appreciate. Chapter 51. The world-shocking battle ends. Yu Xiaojiang guesses. As the words fell, the phantom of the heavenly demon behind Yi Tianchen solidified. Heavenly Dragon 8 sounds, kill. The heavenly demon true body wielded a giant sword that transformed into an ancient zither, and with the heavenly demon plucking the strings. Waves of terrifying demonic energy wrapped around endless sound waves. They transformed into countless demonic soldiers, overwhelming Tang Hao. Mortal, how dare you? Tang Hao shouted angrily. Then the Haotian hammer in his hand suddenly enlarged. A powerful aura began to spread. Great Sumeru hammer. Boom. As Tang Hao gathered terrifying energy in the Haotian hammer, he swung it fiercely at the oncoming attacks from Yi Tianchen. In an instant, countless demonic soldiers turned into demonic energy, dissipating in the air. And the killing momentum of the Haotian hammer did not diminish, directly knocking Yi Tianchen 100 meters away, feeling the terrifying energy within the Haotian hammer. Even though Yi Tianchen's appearance was already gone, the corners of his mouth still curled up, truly the power of a god. In contrast, Tang Hao, seeing that he still couldn't force Yi Tianchen back, couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. A trace of divine power wouldn't last long. Bruce, Tang Hao's body was also close to its limit. He had to settle this quickly. Explode, explode, explode. Suddenly, the soul rings beneath Tang Hao's feet began to change color. From yellow, purple, black, 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 red, slowly transforming. And finally, 8 black and 1 red soul rings appeared under Tang Hao's feet. And this was not the end. Immediately after, these 9 soul rings beneath Tang Hao began to explode one by one. The terrifying soul power of the 9 soul rings was directly infused into the Haotian hammer. Great Sumeru hammer, ultimate meaning. D. Seeing Tang Hao's terrifying power as if a true god had descended, even the usually calm Tianchen couldn't help but be greatly shocked. The power of the gods exceeded his imagination. However, soon, Tianchen went crazy. The 9th soul skill, transformation into heavenly demon. In an instant, Tianchen unleashed his second 9th soul skill, which is the terrifying aspect of the 100,000-year soul ring. But this was far from enough. The transformed Tianchen became a 100-foot heavenly demon, blocking out the sun, with a vast demonic aura. The entire Nodding City could see this terrifying scene. Every soul master was trembling in fear, worried that one careless move from either of the 2 combatants could bring the soul skill crashing down on Nodding City. Meanwhile, Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang were watching this earth-shattering battle. At this moment, Yu Xiaojiang looked somewhat stunned. Was this really the Tang Hao from his memories? Tang San was also shocked, but more than that, he was worried. The 9th soul skill, heavenly demon annihilation. Suddenly, the transformed Tianchen gathered all his soul power in his palm. In an explosive instant, an unparalleled light burst forth. Boom! 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 The astonishing power erupted at the center of the 2 combatants. In the blink of an eye, this massive energy impact reached the walls of Nodding City. With a thunderous roar, the entire city wall of Nodding City was instantly reduced to ashes by this terrifying aftershock. At the center of the battle, Tianchen, with disheveled hair, was trembling slightly, a trace of bright red blood slowly flowing from the corner of his mouth. But his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. He knew that after this terrifying blow, even that horrifying divine power was almost exhausted, and Tang Hao's body could no longer withstand it. Mortal, I didn't expect you to still be alive. This is somewhat unexpected for me. With that, Tang Hao turned to leave. This trace of divine power was about to dissipate. Watching Tang Hao's figure quietly, Tianchen shouted, God, is this all there is to you? Can you tell me your name? As soon as the words fell, Tang Hao's body paused for an instant, slowly turning his head. Looking at Tianchen's full of fighting spirit, he then chuckled lightly. This god is Shura. With that, he transformed into a dark red light and disappeared from spot. Watching Tang Hao leave, Tianchen's face showed no disappointment. Instead, he looked even more excited. Is this the power of a god? Truly powerful. Shura, one day, Tianchen, will surely take your divine head. After saying that, Tianchen suddenly spewed out a mouthful of fresh blood. Although he wasn't severely injured from the last clash with Tang Hao, he had almost exhausted all his soul power. Of course, Tang Hao wasn't in a much better situation. That trace of Shura's divine power was also nearly depleted. After meditating and resting for a while, Tianchen exhaled a breath of turbid air, and his soul power recovered by 1/3. Slowly standing up, he shook his soul power, and all the dust on his plain clothes was cleared away. Looking towards Nodding City, Tianchen did not forget that there was still a 100,000-year soul beast within the city. With heavy steps, Tianchen walked towards Nodding City. Inside the city, when Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang saw the battle end, without any hesitation, Yu Xiaojiang directly grabbed Tang San and fled from one side of Nodding City. At this moment, Tang San could not stay in Nodding City no matter what. Yu Xiaojiang would never take that risk. Although Tang San was very worried about his father, he did not hesitate. He knew that if he did not leave Nodding City and was found by his father's enemies, then the earth-shattering battle between his father and the mysterious figure would be meaningless. Moreover, for members of the Tang sect, the first priority is to ensure their own safety. Tang San would never joke with his own life. The two fled at high speed. Although Yu Xiaojiang's strength was not great, he was still a level 29 Great Soul Master. After years of training, with his soul power being recklessly urged, he ran like an arrow, faster than a rabbit. And although Tang San only had level 11 soul power, when fully utilizing the Ghost Shadow Phantom, his speed was not any slower than Yu Xiaojiang's. In a short while, the two left Nodding City and began to sprint towards a dense forest. Finally, after a stick of incense, they stopped. Yu Xiaojiang collapsed on the ground, gasping for air. His soul power nearly exhausted. Sweat dripped down his forehead, soaking his clothes. Tianchen was not much better off, looking particularly disheveled as he gently brushed the leaves off his head. He looked at his teacher, furrowed his brow, and took a deep breath before softly saying, "Teacher, we've escaped far enough, right?" Yu Xiaojiang took a deep breath, looked at Tang San, and smiled slightly. "Xiao San, don't worry. We've already left Nodding City by at least 20 miles. That Title level powerhouse shouldn't chase after us. Moreover, that Title Douluo has fought with your father before. So we are safe now." Nodding, Tang San felt much more at ease after hearing this. "Teacher, do you know who that Title Douluo was who fought with my father?" Tang San's question surprised Yu Xiaojiang for a moment, but he then recalled the scene carefully. In his mind, the shadow of the sky demon loomed large, accompanied by the eerie sound of the qin. Yu Xiaojiang searched his memory and finally recalled a Title Douluo that matched. However, thinking of that person's title, Yu Xiaojiang became somewhat uncertain. However, looking at Tang San's eager expression, regardless of whether it was right or wrong, Yu Xiaojiang had to say something today. "Little San, if I am not mistaken, the Title Douluo who just fought with your father should be the master of the star-picking tower, that mysterious six-fingered piano demon." As Yu Xiaojiang articulated the words slowly, Tang San's brows furrowed tightly. When did his father provoke the star-picking tower? This made Tang San somewhat silent. The most powerful spirit hall on the entire Douluo continent was already an enemy to both him and his father. Now, with the addition of the star-picking tower, Tang San felt his emotions were quite complicated, unsure if he was more worried or more calm. He exhaled a breath of turbid air, knowing that the road ahead would probably not be easy. Chapter 52, the 100,000 Year Soul Beast, the soft-boned rabbit Xiao Wu. As for the situation on Tang San's side, Yi Tianchen naturally would not know. Even if he did, he wouldn't care. At this moment, Yi Tianchen had already stepped in Nodding City. Feeling the unique aura of a 100,000 Year Soul Beast, Yi Tianchen slowly walked into the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. At this moment, Xiao Wu was curled up in a hidden corner, her small body trembling slightly. A 100,000 Year Soul Beast taking human form can easily be detected by a Title Douluo before reaching level 60. Even an ordinary Soul Douluo could discover the identity of a 100,000 Year Soul Beast taking human form if they were careful, not to mention that she was a soft-boned rabbit on the Douluo Continent. The soft-boned rabbit could be considered a very ordinary soul beast. Although it was unclear how Xiao Wu managed to have a cultivation of 100,000 years at this moment, she buried her head deeper, tears starting to flow from the corners of her eyes. When she left the Star Dough Forest, the Sky Blue Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape had also tried to persuade her, but Xiao Wu was determined to enter the human world. Now, it was too late to regret. In a daze, Xiao Wu seemed to dream of her mother again. In the Star Dough Forest, her mother had a gentle face, holding a wooden comb and carefully combing Xiao Wu's smooth long hair. The warm spring breeze, combined with the breath of nature, made everything in the world seem so beautiful, without strife or killing. Those days were so intoxicating for Xiao Wu. In an instant, the scene suddenly changed. 3 human soul masters invaded the Star Dough Forest. The leading Title Douluo, wearing a purple gold crown and holding a scepter, appeared noble yet filled with a disgusting aura. It was Pope Bibidong. The other 2 were the chrysanthemum ghost Douluo. Immediately after, Xiao Wu's mother was pierced through the body by a poisonous sting. No, in an instant, Xiao Wu woke up from her daze, 2 lines of tears slowly sliding down her fair cheeks. Just as Xiao Wu felt confused and worried, as if she were falling into an abyss, a calm, yet cold voice rang in her ear. "Little rabbit, you are so bold. You actually dare to enter the human world alone. TSK. This really surprises me." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's face turned extremely pale. Mechanically turning her head, Xiao Wu saw the face she would never forget. It was Yi Tianchen. Boom! Feeling the terrifying soul power fluctuations emanating from the young man in front of her, Xiao Wu's expression became exceptionally blank. This was the aura unique to a human Title Douluo. She knew she had been discovered. Yi Tianchen, looking at the 6 or 7-year-old girl in front of him, found it somewhat unbelievable. It wasn't out of pity, but because he thought a 100,000 Year Soul Beast shouldn't enter the human world at such a young age. Even the Blue Silver Emperor, who was with Tang Hao, only entered the human world after nearly reaching adulthood. At this moment, Tianchen felt that this 100,000-year little rabbit seemed a bit unintelligent. Looking at the dazed expression of the 100,000-year soul beast staring blankly at him, the calmness on Tianchen's face instantly disappeared. No matter what, the 6 or 7-year-old girl in front of him was also 100,000 years of transformation. Suddenly, Tianchen stretched out his long hand. Strands of soul power transformed into dark threads, binding the entire body of Xiao Wu. In just an instant, countless black threads penetrated Xiao Wu's body, and drops of bright red began to seep out. The boundless pain made Xiao Wu wake up in an instant. Feeling as if her life was about to flow away, her heart was collapsing, and she was even more unwilling. She hadn't avenged her mother yet. She didn't want to die. Struggling to lift her head, she looked at the Title Douluo in front of her, and Xiao Wu slowly uttered a few words. I can't die yet. Please let me go. Tianchen sneezed, letting her go. 100,000-year soul beast? Is that possible? Little rabbit, don't struggle uselessly. I really don't understand. What benefit would it bring me to let you go? 100,000-year soul beast if I could kill it. Although I don't lack soul rings, I could still absorb it. Moreover, you could also provide me with 100,000-year soul bone. Do you think I would let you go? Hearing this, Xiao Wu fell silent. Yes, after all, she was a soul beast, an 100,000-year soul beast without any ability to resist. Why would this Title Douluo in front of her let her go? Listening to Tianchen's cold words, Xiao Wu's heart sank to the bottom. As if she had come to terms with her fate, her eyes began to slowly close, waiting for death to arrive. But at that moment, Tianchen's cold voice came again. Do you dare to kill? I can let you live. As soon as the words fell, Xiao Wu suddenly opened her eyes, her incredulous gaze filled with the desire to survive. I can. In an instant, the black threads in Tianchen's hand disappeared, and Xiao Wu fell to the ground, covered in blood. But she still struggled to get up, looking at the Title Douluo strongman in front of her, then lowered her head again. Tianchen smiled slightly. Although this little rabbit in front of him looked harmless, she was still a 100,000-year soul beast in transformation. However, for Tianchen, the soft-bone rabbit really had no effect. Although his subordinate Douluo also needed the 9th spirit ring, Tianchen felt that the soft-bone rabbit was somewhat unsuitable. Douluo walked the path of poison, which required extremely toxic spirit beasts, not the 100,000-year soft-bone rabbit in front of him. As for the spirit bones, he already possessed 300,000-year spirit bones. Having one more or one less made no difference. Xiao Wu was breathing heavily, and the loss of vitality within her body came to a halt in an instant. Despite being covered in blood, she still knelt down in front of Tianchen with a thud. Thank you. Tianchen shook his head, looked at Xiao Wu, and then spoke. I said that if you dare to kill, I would temporarily spare your life. Now I want to see you kill someone personally. As soon as the words fell, Tianchen's immense spiritual power scanned the entire Nodding City Spirit Master Primary Academy in an instant, and soon found a guy with karma. With a gentle pull of his hand, even though they were hundreds of meters apart, that guy was suddenly pulled in front of Tianchen. With a casual slap, the guy lost his ability to move, bound by spirit power. Then he took out a dagger from his spirit tool and threw it directly in front of Xiao Wu. Go ahead, take the dagger and stab it into his chest, aiming for his heart. You have half a stick of incense's worth of time. If he is not dead by then you might as well not live. After saying that, Tianchen crossed his arms and calmly watched the scene. Xiao Wu was a bit dazed. While she was told to do so, when it came to actually killing the living being in front of her, she hesitated. However, she also understood very clearly that the Title Douluo in front of her was definitely not merciful. If she did not kill this guy, she would be the one to die. Seeing that the 100,000-year spirit beast was actually hesitating, Tianchen smiled wickedly. He then directly released the binding on the man. Now, only one of you can live. Kid, you can kill this little girl in front of you. At that time, I will let you go. Suddenly, the guy entangled in karma had a murderous look in his eyes. Without any hesitation, a long sword appeared in his hand. He thrust it straight towards Xiao Wu's forehead. Xiao Wu was shocked and hurriedly dodged, but still got her arm cut by the long sword. Immediately after, another sword slashed down, and Xiao Wu went completely crazy. Just as the long sword was about to land in front of her, she sidestepped, and the sword pierced in her lower abdomen. At the same time, Xiao Wu fiercely plunged the dagger in the guy's chest. In an instant, hot blood gushed out, splattering all over Xiao Wu's face. Chapter 53. The Arrival of the Golden Crocodile, Confrontation with the Celestial Being. Xiao Wu was somewhat stunned. It was her first time killing someone, and she appeared a bit flustered. With all her strength, she pushed the man's corpse away, trembling as she looked at Yi Tianchen, and then stumbled and fainted. This 100,000-year spirit beast was interesting. She had never killed anyone before. However, from today on, you are a knife in my hand. Slaughter will always accompany you. After saying this, Yi Tianchen's palm gently fell on Xiao Wu's forehead, and a wave of soul power instantly swept through her entire body, causing her to rapidly recover. Even a wound on her abdomen was healing quickly. After a moment, Xiao Wu gradually awakened from her coma. What came into view was Yi Tianchen's blurred figure. Little rabbit, remember, from now on you are the assassin of my star-picking tower. This is the price for your life. Xiao Wu numbly nodded. She had no choice but to accept her fate. Xiao Wu understood. After saying this, she fell into a deep sleep. Seeing this, Yi Tianchen smiled slightly. He reached out and gently lifted Xiao Wu's small body, preparing to leave Nodding City. Yi Tianchen had achieved his goal. He had successfully witnessed the power of the gods, even if it was just a trace of divine power. Just as Yi Tianchen was about to leave Nodding City with Xiao Wu outside the city, an old man had a gloomy expression. Sensing the lingering aura of battle, his eyes were filled with shock. The master of the star-picking tower. I didn't expect you to be interested in Tang Hao too. You even arrived before me. In a breath, the man's face began to turn icy cold. It was none other than the golden crocodile Douluo, who had rushed all the way from the spirit hall. At this moment, the golden crocodile Douluo stood there, waiting at the gate of Nodding City. His aura had already been retracted. He was waiting for Yi Tianchen's arrival. Meanwhile, Yi Tianchen was strolling leisurely, carrying Xiao Wu in his arms, and soon walked out of the city gate. Suddenly, Yi Tianchen stopped, casually placing Xiao Wu in a corner of the city gate. He then slowly looked at a figure over 100 meters away, exhaling a breath of turbid air with a smile on his face. He then stepped forward, and his soul power at level 97 began to erupt, plunging the entire Nodding City into panic. Ha! Golden Crocodile Douluo, long time no see. I didn't expect you to come to Nodding City today. Let me guess, it must be for Tang Hao. As he spoke, Yi Tianchen took another step forward, and at that moment, the golden crocodile, also unwilling to show weakness. His aura at level 98 soared to the sky. The terrifying soul power of the two clashed, making the soul masters in Nodding City feel particularly oppressed, and they all fled towards the outside of the city. At this moment, Xiao Wu also gradually awakened, but she was startled when she saw the scene. How could another Title Douluo powerhouse appear? Xiao Wu felt really unlucky. There weren't many Title Douluos in the Douluo Continent, let alone in Nodding City. Why did this happen to her? Sigh. At this moment, she could only pray that Yi Tianchen would be safe. Otherwise, Xiao Wu could already imagine her fate in the hands of that old man. Although Yi Tianchen was not a good person, at least she could survive, right? Master of the star-picking tower. I didn't expect you to arrive in Nodding City ahead of me. Where exactly is that guy Tang Hao? Tell me, and I will let you go today. Listening to the absurd words of the golden crocodile, Douluo, Yi Tianchen chuckled softly. What a joke. Did he really need to inform him? Golden crocodile, I see you're getting old and confused. 5 years ago, you could have captured Tang Hao and his son, but TSK, the power of the gods is not easy to handle. Upon hearing this, the golden crocodile's face turned ashen. This matter was a stain on his life, and yet Yi Tianchen brought it up. This made the golden crocodile feel furious. Master of the star-picking tower. From what you say, it seems you couldn't do anything to Tang Hao either. I saw the aftermath of that battle from a distance. How was the power of the gods? Didn't you experience it yourself? Why mock me? This was indeed the truth, and Yi Tianchen smiled slightly. To tell you the truth, golden crocodile, Tang Hao still escaped, but this was intentional on my part. I came here just to personally experience the power of the gods, and now, not only have I witnessed it, but I also fought a battle with a god. The experience is something you, golden crocodile, cannot understand. You should retreat quickly. Perhaps Tang Hao hasn't gone far yet, and you might still catch up. After Yi Tianchen said this, although the golden crocodile's face remained extremely grim, he was much less angry. Being able to fight against a god was already quite remarkable. At least he, golden crocodile, had not achieved that. However, it was impossible for Yi Tianchen to let the golden crocodile leave just like that. At this moment, the golden crocodile also noticed the trembling body of Xiao Wu, who was terrified. With a mysterious smile at the corner of his mouth, the golden crocodile Douluo looked at Xiao Wu, master of the star-picking tower. I didn't expect you to have unexpected gains on this trip. 100,000-year soul beast, the soft-bone rabbit, transformed into a human. I truly envy you. Since I am here today, you, the master of the star-picking tower, have already experienced the power of the gods. I, the golden crocodile, cannot return empty-handed. How about handing over this 100,000-year soft-bone rabbit to me? In an instant, Xiao Wu's expression changed drastically. This old guy really had his eyes on her. But soon, Tianchen's words eased Xiao Wu's anxious heart. Golden crocodile Douluo, old man, you are dreaming. This little rabbit already belongs to my star-picking tower. How could I just hand it over? Moreover, I really don't know what confidence you have to make me hand over this little rabbit. You, Tianchen, don't you dare refuse to drink the wine offered and instead take the punishment drink. In a fit of rage, the golden crocodile stopped referring to him as the master of the star-picking tower and directly called his name. As soon as these words came out, Tianchen just shook his head, and then terrifying soul rings slowly rose beneath his feet. In an instant, 6 black 10,000-year soul rings and 300,000-year soul rings made the golden crocodile, Douluo, frown directly. Tianchen, you are just holding on. The battle with the god earlier must have consumed quite a bit of your strength. I don't believe you can still fight me. As his voice fell, 9 soul rings of yellow, purple, black, and red lit up beneath the golden crocodile Douluo's feet. The atmosphere outside Nodding City also became tense. At this moment, Tianchen was also pondering. After battling Tang Hao earlier, his soul power was almost exhausted, and now he had only recovered a little over 1/3. Normally, Tianchen would not be afraid of the golden crocodile at all, as his current combat power far exceeded level 98. However, a skilled woman cannot cook without rice. With insufficient soul power, it was somewhat uncomfortable. When the golden crocodile, Douluo, saw Tianchen's momentary hesitation, he knew his guess was correct. If the level 97 Tianchen had enough soul power, would he be so chatty with him? For what the golden crocodile knew about Tianchen, he would have started fighting him long ago. Now that Tianchen seemed hesitant, it indicated that he still had hope. Since Tang Hao didn't catch him, it was no use. He had already run away, and searching further would be futile. But the 100,000-year little rabbit in front of him was different. If he could bring it back to the Spear Hall and force her to offer a sacrifice to Qianrenchu, the golden crocodile knew that his big brother would definitely be very pleased. As for failure, it would just mean a retreat for the golden crocodile. Although he knew he might not be Tianchen's opponent, if he wanted to leave, Tianchen couldn't stop him. Seeing that Tianchen still had not taken any action, the golden crocodile knew he could not wait any longer. Tianchen, hand over the 100,000-year soul beast. Otherwise, I won't show mercy. As soon as these words came out, the originally hesitant Tianchen was suddenly amused by anger. Did this old guy really think he was afraid of him? Golden crocodile, since you are so persistent, I will test you today to see what you can do. Chapter 54. Tianchen's Might, Golden Crocodile's Reluctant Retreat. Heavenly Demon Zither. Heavenly Dragon 8 Sounds. Kill, kill, kill. In an instant, as Tianchen plucked the strings, terrifying demonic shadows surged like 1,000 troops, wielding demonic blades. And in the blink of an eye, they rushed towards the golden crocodile, Douluo. Seeing this situation, the corner of the golden crocodile, Douluo's mouth slightly lifted, and, with a calm demeanor, he took a step forward with his right foot, and his momentum changed completely. 7th Soul Skill, Golden Crocodile, True Body. Suddenly, a gigantic golden crocodile appeared behind the golden crocodile Douluo, its thick scales directly blocking in front of him. As the demonic shadows approached, the golden crocodile, Douluo, remained motionless, standing firm. Bang, bang, bang. The demonic shadows, undeterred by death, crashed into the golden crocodile, Douluo's martial spirit true body, self-destructing. The terrifying impact caused the ground within a 10-meter radius of the golden crocodile Douluo to continuously collapse. However, the golden crocodile Douluo remained unfazed, not moving at all. Ha ha! The golden crocodile Douluo truly deserves to be the invincible existence in defense. Come again. 5th Soul Skill, Illusionary God's Feather. As Tianchen unleashed his 5th soul skill, a flurry of black feathers began to slowly appear in the sky above the battlefield. Like falling snow, they rained down to the ground. All the black feathers spontaneously ignited. In just an instant, they all landed on the golden crocodile, Douluo's martial spirit true body. In a moment, the entire martial spirit true body of the golden crocodile, Douluo, was engulfed in black feathers. At this moment, The golden crocodile Douluo felt as if his martial spirit true body was being eroded. The black feathers struck at his soul. And the golden crocodile Douluo's physical defense had now lost its effect. Master of the star-picking tower, you indeed have some tricks. You didn't use this move on me back then. Third soul skill, Death's Whirl. In an instant, the golden crocodile Douluo spun like a whirlwind, creating a gust of wind centered around his martial spirit true body. All the falling black feathers were swept away by the whirlwind. Without the slightest hesitation, the golden crocodile Douluo knew that both of them were merely testing the waters, and it was time to get serious. 8th soul skill, Golden Giant Force Break. In an instant, a golden light flashed by. Like a terrifying meteor, everything that stood in the path of this streak of light was instantly destroyed. Tianchen did not dare to be careless. After all, the golden crocodile Douluo was a top-tier existence at level 98. 7th soul skill, Heavenly Demon True Body. 8th soul skill, Heavenly Demon S Fury. In just a moment, the Heavenly Demon illusion appeared behind Tianchen, gathering demonic energy into a giant hand that obscured the sky, crashing into the golden crocodile Douluo's 8th soul skill. Boom, boom, boom. Like the sound of thunder, the entire area outside Notting City was trampled by 1,000 troops, and all life was instantly obliterated. At this moment, even Xiao Wu, who was trembling against the wall, was blown away several dozen meters by the terrifying shockwave. After a single strike, the golden crocodile Douluo was panting, having released both his martial spirit true body and 8th soul skill. Even he found it somewhat difficult to bear. Tianchen was in an even worse state. Sweat was already beginning to bead on his forehead, and his soul power was running low. Gritting his teeth, Tianchen made a decision. Facing the relentless pressure from the golden crocodile Douluo, he could no longer afford to drag this out. He wanted to end it with one decisive strike. 9th soul skill, Body of the Heavenly Demon. 9th soul skill, Heavenly Demon Annihilation. In just a moment, Tianchen was about to use the 2 soul skills attached to the 100,000-year soul ring. However, he soon realized something was wrong. When he transformed into the Heavenly Demon, his soul power was nearly depleted. With no other choice, Tianchen could only extend his right hand, and, as his fingertips slid down, drops of bright red blood fell onto the Heavenly Demon Zither. Blood sacrifice to the Heavenly Demon. Grant me demonic power. With a pale face, Tianchen suddenly seemed to transform into another person in just an instant. In the demon harp, a torrent of demonic energy surged forth, instantly wrapping around Tianchen's body. In an instant, his previously withered soul power was replenished, flowing like an endless river. The second 9th soul skill was successfully unleashed in an instant. In a flash, outside Notting City, a towering 100-foot demon stood majestically against the sky. Its whole body was constantly swirling with demonic energy. Golden crocodile Douluo was instantly pushed back over 100 meters. This was not his first time battling Tianchen, and he was well aware of the power of Tianchen's 9th soul skill. However, he quickly understood that retreat was not an option. Tianchen transformed into the sky demon and took a step forward, covering a distance of hundreds of meters in an instant, arriving right before golden crocodile Douluo. The sky demon clenched his fist and delivered a powerful punch to golden crocodile. Poof! Golden crocodile didn't even have a chance to react and was sent flying by the punch. He realized that avoiding the fight would do no good, so he decided to fight back head-on with his 9th spirit skill, Extreme Violent Kill. As the 10,000-year spirit ring beneath golden crocodile lit up instantly, all the spirit power in his body converged into one point. The true form of the golden giant crocodile immediately expanded to a length of 100 meters. The head of the giant crocodile was covered with a thick layer of golden light, the hardest part of its body. In an instant, the golden giant crocodile began to roll violently, its speed generating strong winds outside Notting City. Finally, his speed reached a critical point, and like a fired cannonball, the golden giant crocodile charged towards Tianchen's sky demon form with a loud crash. Tianchen was not to be outdone either. All his spirit power mixed with strands of demonic energy to form a giant sword. In a flash, he slashed down. The two forces collided fiercely once again. This clash was no less intense than when Tianchen faced Tang Hao under the influence of a trace of sure divine power. At the moment of impact, a terrifying shockwave caused Tianchen to lose his balance and be sent flying, crashing into the walls of Notting City. With a loud bang, the wall collapsed instantly. Amidst the rubble, Tianchen slowly stood up. Poof! A mouthful of blood surged up his throat, and in a daze he realized that he was gravely injured. More frighteningly, his internal spirit power was nearly exhausted. But compared to Golden Crocodile Douluo, Tianchen was still in a better state. At the moment of collision, Golden Crocodile Douluo was also sent flying, crashing into the ground and creating a deep pit. Despite his unparalleled defensive ability, he was now suffering from shattered bones all over his body. He had also exerted all his strength in that last attack. However, Tianchen was also fighting desperately. Struggling to crawl out of the deep pit, Golden Crocodile Douluo gasped for breath, blood beginning to seep from his joints. Looking towards Tianchen. Even though Golden Crocodile Douluo knew that Tianchen was likely also out of spirit power, he still did not advance further. If they continued to clash and Tang Hao suddenly appeared, neither would have the strength to resist. Using all his remaining strength, Golden Crocodile Douluo straightened up and fled towards the spirit hall. Tianchen, not daring to delay for a moment, turned his gaze to Xiao Wu, only to find that she had been knocked unconscious by the shockwaves from their battle. With a quick motion, he firmly grabbed Xiao Wu and, with a powerful push from his toes, despite exhausting his spirit power, the internal energy of the sky, 8 sounds within him also plummeted. Nevertheless, he moved swiftly towards the direction of Soto City. After a day and a night, inside Soto City, in front of the star-picking tower, Tianchen used up his last bit of energy and slammed down. His entire body landed on top of the star-picking tower in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Inhei and Yang Bai also appeared at the top of the star-picking tower, gently putting down the little rabbit in his hands. Tianchen was extremely exhausted. Master! Master! Inhei and Yang Bai were dumbfounded, wondering how their master could appear so disheveled. Without having time to think too much, Inhei quickly poured a cup of fresh tea from the pavilion and respectfully handed it to Tianchen. Master, please have a cup of tea. Without hesitation, Tianchen raised the cup and drank it all at once. After taking a moment to rest, he felt somewhat better. Looking at Inhei and Yang Bai, Tianchen couldn't help but smile wryly. He realized he had been a bit careless this time. He didn't expect that old guy Jin would also catch the scent and arrive in Nodding City. However, it didn't take long for Tianchen to regain his usual calm. Inhei and Yang Bai took the little rabbit down for treatment and said, "Bring it back to see me tomorrow." After saying this, Tianchen walked heavily into the pavilion to restore his own lost soul power. It was only then that Inhei and Yang Bai noticed the small body of Xiao Wu. Inhei exclaimed, "It's actually a 100,000-year soul beast." Yang Bai was shocked, wondering what their master was up to. How did they end up with such an unexpected gang? Inhei was also extremely surprised. Didn't their master go to find Tang Hao? Why didn't Tang Hao come back? But instead, they got a 100,000-year soft-bone rabbit. Moreover, judging by its appearance, this 100,000-year soft-bone rabbit seemed to have just taken form not long ago, which shouldn't exist in the human world. The two looked at each other, both with puzzled expressions. However, the host had already instructed them, and they dared not ask more questions. Yang Bai gently picked up Xiao Wu and, together with Inhei, went to the star-picking tower to seek treatment from the healing soul master. Meanwhile, the Golden Crocodile Douluo was significantly faster than Tianchen, as he had more soul power remaining in his body. A day later, he also appeared outside the Spirit City. Chapter 55. Douluo's amazement and Xiao Wu's thoughts. Looking at the tall and majestic Spirit City, the Golden Crocodile Douluo felt somewhat complicated. The last time he went to capture Tang Hao, he ended up letting Tang Hao and his son escape, which was already frustrating enough. And this time, unexpectedly, the host of the star-picking tower appeared out of nowhere. Just thinking about that 10,000-year transformed spirit beast made the Golden Crocodile Douluo feel a bit itchy. Unfortunately, Tianchen was not someone to be trifled with, and he had no way to deal with it. He let out a gentle sigh, smiled bitterly, and then strode into the Spirit City. In no time, Golden Crocodile Douluo arrived outside the Hall of Worship. Before he could push open the large door, Tianchen Douluo inside the hall had already sensed his arrival. With a casual wave, a surge of soul power flashed, and the large door of the hall slowly opened. Golden Crocodile Douluo's body noticeably paused, but he still steeled himself and walked in. As soon as he entered the grand hall, he found his elder brother looking at him calmly, seemingly already anticipating his outcome. "You're back," Tianchen Douluo said with no unnecessary questions, just a simple 5 words that made Golden Crocodile Douluo feel somewhat defensive. "Elder brother, this time I failed again." As soon as these words were spoken, Tianchen Douluo immediately straightened up. So it means that the hidden Tang Hao is indeed in the city of Nodding? Oh, could it be that the god has intervened again? Tianchen Douluo felt a bit nervous. The so-called once, twice, and thrice. This god was probably looking for an heir. Otherwise, there would be no reason to protect a newly appointed Title Douluo so fiercely. And this was exactly what Tianchen Douluo was worried about. Their spirit hall and Haotian sect had always been in a state of open and covert conflict. If Tang Hao achieved godhood, Tianchen Douluo knew without thinking that he would certainly find a way to destroy the spirit hall. However, what Tianchen Douluo didn't know was that this time, Jin, he didn't even see Tang Hao's shadow. Listening to his older brother's soul-searching question, Jin, he appeared somewhat awkward, as it was quite embarrassing to admit. But since the person in front of him was his older brother, Jin, he wouldn't hide or evade. Taking a deep breath, Jin, he began to speak. Brother, this time when I went to Nodding City, Tang Hao was indeed hiding there. However, the golden crocodile did not confront Tang Hao directly. After I arrived in Nodding City, the one from the star-picking tower had already engaged in a fierce battle with Tang Hao, and the two had fought a great deal. By the time I reached the battlefield, Tang Hao had already vanished without a trace. At this point, the golden crocodile's voice began to lower. Upon hearing this, Tianchen Douluo slightly furrowed his brows. He had not expected the master of the star-picking tower to appear in Nodding City. However, upon careful thought, he felt relieved. Tianchen's journey to Nodding City was likely due to news from Tang Hao. As for why Tang Hao was able to fight against Tianchen and successfully escape, Tianchen Douluo speculated that it was still the power of the gods at play. Looking at the somewhat downcast golden crocodile in front of him, Tianchen Douluo instantly relaxed his brow. Anyway, since Tang Hao's matter has aroused Tianchen's strong interest, Tianchen Douluo believes that Tianchen will not sit idly by while a person under divine protection continues to exist in this world. In Tianchen Douluo's mind, Tianchen and the golden crocodile are actually of the same kind, a kind of strong individuals who, in order to eliminate all unstable factors, can resort to any means and can kill. It's just that they belong to different factions. While golden crocodile, since Tang Hao has escaped this time, let him go. In the future, it is likely that Tianchen will pursue Tang Hao to the end, which can be considered a good thing. But why are you in such a sorry state? At this point, Tianchen Douluo couldn't help but glance at Jin Yi's disheveled appearance. It seemed like he had just been in a fierce battle with someone else. Hearing this, Jin, he had a somewhat complicated expression and then said, Big brother. After I arrived in Nodding City, I had a fierce battle with Tianchen. That's how I ended up like this. After saying that, Jin, he casually adjusted his robe. Tianchen Douluo was somewhat speechless. How could these two still fight each other? After all, neither could do anything to the other. And wouldn't it be a waste of soul power to fight? It seemed that Jin, he anticipated his brother's confusion and explained, Big brother, you don't know. This time, Tianchen was in Nodding City, and not only did he fight to a standstill with Tang Hao, who had divine assistance, but he also captured a little girl transformed from a 100,000-year soul beast. Jin thought that if he could bring that 100,000-year transformed soul beast back and offer it as a sacrifice for Xiao Shui, it wouldn't be bad. He couldn't help himself. After all, at that time, Tianchen didn't have much soul power left. At this point, Tianchen Douluo had nothing to say. After all, Jin, he was doing it for his granddaughter to have a 100,000-year soul ring. What could he say? However, when it comes to a 100,000-year soul beast transforming, Tianchen Douluo is also somewhat tempted. As Jin Ao said, if his Schwerer could have a 100,000-year soul beast as a sacrifice, it would definitely help in obtaining the angel god position more quickly in the future. Unfortunately, looking at Jin Ao's demeanor, it seems that in their confrontation, Jin Ao did not gain much. Forget it, it's just a 100,000-year soul beast. Since Tianchen has taken it, Tianchen Douluo can only let it go. After all, he will not leave the spirit hall for a step, nor will he leave Qian Rinxue for a step. Jin Ao, let it be this way. I believe that in this battle, you can also clearly feel his growth. Tianchen Sai, he has completely grown up. Even if I personally intervene, I'm afraid I won't be able to keep him. You go down and rest well. Yes, big brother. Jin Ao did not say anything further, nodded, and then turned to leave. After Jin Ao left, Tianchen Douluo felt somewhat complicated. At this moment, he only hopes that his Schwerer can grow up quickly. Suya, Grandpa is waiting for you. The day you become a soul Douluo, Grandpa will take care of Bibidong. Let you become the Pope of our spirit hall. After saying this coldly, Tianchen Douluo slowly walked to the angel statue and then sat down like a monk in meditation, not making any unnecessary movements. Meanwhile in Soto City, At the top of the starry tower, after a night of adjusting and recovering, Tianchen finally replenished all the exhausted soul power. He exhaled a heavy breath and began to contemplate the direction of his future. He is already a level 97 Title Douluo and is about to break through to level 98. Perhaps in a few years, he can successfully reach level 99, becoming an existence like Title Douluo. However, by then, a very realistic problem will be presented before him. He does not want to be trapped as a Title Douluo for a lifetime, but becoming a god. These two words sound light, but Tianchen has no idea at all. After all, becoming a god is not simple. Just looking at Tang Hao, who possesses such terrifying power with a trace of divine energy, it is not hard to see the gap between a god and a Title Douluo, which is like the difference between heaven and earth. Sigh, I didn't expect that the Title Douluo realm I longed for back then has now become a constraint. What does becoming a god really mean? Perhaps that old guy, Tianchen Douluo, knows more. Muttering to himself for a few moments, Tianchen shook his head and threw all those thoughts out of his mind. Saying these things now is meaningless. It's better to wait until he achieves level 99 before seeking the answer about becoming a god. With this thought, Tianchen fell into the tranquility of the past. However, soon after, Inhe and Yangbai arrived directly with Xiaowu. As Inhe and Yangbai flew toward the top of the star-picking tower, the Xiaowu being held by Yangbai appeared particularly calm at this moment. Xiaowu had heard about this force, the star-picking tower, while she was in Nodding City, and she also knew what she might face. After all, the two people beside her were both Title level powerhouses, and Xiaowu realized that in her lifetime, she would either become a soul ring for Soul Master or stay in the star-picking tower for the rest of her life. However, Xiaowu also had reasons to be happy. Although her situation as a 100,000-year-soul beast in the star-picking tower was perilous, she knew she was safer here than anywhere else as long as that person did not speak. Chapter 56, Xiaowu's Killing Intent, the Pope's Twin Martial Spirits. Before Xiaowu could think further, Inhe and Yangbai had already arrived at the top of the star-picking tower. After lightly landing, Yangbai let go of Xiaowu and slightly bowed to Tianchen. Inhe, Yangbai, pay respects to the Tower Master. Tianchen waved his hand, signaling the two not to be overly polite, then shifted his gaze to Xiaowu. After a casual glance, Tianchen could tell that the injuries on this little rabbit were no longer serious. Looking at the calm-faced man in front of her, Xiaowu felt nervous, which would be a lie to deny. After all, he was a Title Douluo level powerhouse, and not just any Title Douluo. Seemingly noticing Xiaowu's slight timidity, Tianchen smiled gently, like a warm spring breeze, leaving Inhe and Yangbai in a daze. However, they would not interfere with their master's matters. Little one, tell me, where do you come from? Tianchen said slowly, looking calmly at Xiaowu. Upon hearing this, Xiaowu did not hesitate or conceal anything. At this moment, she understood that this man could see through any truth or lie at a glance. I am Xiaowu, and I come from the Douluo Great Forest. Nodding, Tianchen did not find it strange. If this little rabbit had casually mentioned a different location, he would have probably killed her on the spot. After all, those who remained in the star-picking tower could only be loyal assassins. Upon hearing that this 100,000-year transformed rabbit came from the Douluo Great Forest, Inhe and Yangbai were also somewhat shocked. After all, there had been no news of a 100,000-year soft-bone rabbit in the Douluo Great Forest. However, thinking about the terror of the Douluo Forest and the ferocious beasts with over 100,000 years of cultivation that the owner of my house once mentioned, I felt relieved. It's quite normal for there to be a 100,000-year soft-bone rabbit hidden in the vast Douluo Forest, right? I am very curious. Logically speaking, if a 100,000-year-old beast wants to transform into a human and recultivate its martial soul, it should first reach level 60 or above in the forest before entering the human world. Yet this little rabbit looks to be only 6 or 7 years old, with a mere cultivation of level 10 and no first spirit ring condensed. How could he even think about entering the human world? As soon as these words were spoken, Inhe and Yangbai also perked up their ears, feeling extremely puzzled about this matter. After hearing this, Xiaowu slowly recalled her mother, and her expression changed from timid to ferocious. Then, 2 lines of tears began to slowly drip from the corners of her eyes. A faint killing intent started to emanate from her small body. Suddenly looking up, Xiaowu's small face was filled with determination. I am here to avenge my mother. In an instant, Xiaowu let out a fierce roar. Even Inhe and Yangbai, who had killed countless people, could sense the genuine killing intent in Xiaowu's heart. But Yi Tianchen's focus was clearly not here. Xiao Wu's words implied that her mother was also a 100,000-year soft-bone rabbit, and she must have been hunted down by human soul masters. Ignoring Xiao Wu's broken appearance, Yi Tianchen slightly raised the corners of his mouth and then teasingly asked, "Then who do you want to kill?" Upon hearing this, Inhei and Yangbai also became interested. After all, someone who could slay a 100,000-year soul beast must undoubtedly be a Title Douluo. Xiao Wu's mind slowly conjured up the image of Bibidong, and a murderous intent surged in her eyes. Spirit Hall the Pope, Bibidong. Damn. When Inhei and Yangbai heard Xiao Wu say the three words Bibidong, their reactions were different. Inhei was directly shocked. It turned out that it was that Bibidong woman who killed Xiao Wu's mother. Of course, his real surprise came from the fact that the previous pope of the Spirit Hall, Qin Xuanji, was taken down by their Jiaxing Tower. If Xiao Wu continued to stay in Jiaxing Tower, would the past scene repeat itself? In contrast to Inhei, Yangbai felt that Xiao Wu was somewhat delusional. Bibidong was close to being a 95-level Title Douluo. Xiao Wu is just a 100,000-year soft-bone rabbit transformed. How could she have the ability to say she wants to kill Bibidong? Unless their own master personally intervened. Otherwise, even if Yangbai and Inhei worked together, there would be no guarantee they could slay Bibidong. But Yangbai understood his own master very well. Getting their master to personally deal with Bibidong was almost impossible. As for Yi Tianchen, when he heard Xiao Wu say the name Bibidong, he remained calm. Who Xiao Wu wanted to kill was her own business. No one in Jiaxing Tower would act on her behalf. Moreover, Yi Tianchen brought her back solely to have her serve Jiaxing Tower and carry out tasks for them. It wasn't that Yi Tianchen was particularly interested in Xiao Wu's talent. After all, he couldn't just let Tang Hao take advantage of a 100,000-year soul beast for nothing, right? With a light sigh, when Xiao Wu mentioned Bibidong, her heart also calmed down significantly. This was her belief for survival. To avenge her mother. Xiao Wu, according to what you said, did Bibidong absorb your mother's spirit ring? Just then, Yangbai noticed something suspicious. Bibidong had already become a Title Douluo 5 years ago, with all 9 spirit rings gathered. Although the 9th spirit ring was also at the 100,000-year level, Yangbai had personally interacted with Bibidong, and that 9th spirit ring was filled with a murderous and evil aura, which could not belong to a soft-bone rabbit. Xiao was a bit confused, but still nodded dumbly, believing that Daming and Erming would not deceive her, as they had witnessed it with their own eyes. Then it became strange. How could Bibidong, who had achieved Title Douluo 5 years ago, absorb another spirit ring? Yangbai's heart was filled with doubt. After all, not everyone could do what their master did. Moreover, even their master did not absorb spirit rings. It was merely using the power of the absorbed spirit rings for himself. Once Yangbai said this, Inhei also reacted. Although he did not know the specifics about Bibidong, Yangbai clearly would not speak nonsense. Yangbai took another serious look at Xiao Wu, confirming that she was not lying, and the doubt in his heart made him think hard. He could only look towards his master. Yi Tianchen smiled slightly, looking at Yangbai, and slowly explained, "Yangbai, there is no need to doubt. I know Bibidong very well. She is a dual martial soul. 6 years ago, on the night when Yi Tianchen supplemented Yin with Yang, he had already discovered this. But he was not afraid of Bibidong's talent. Therefore, he had kept it to himself. Since Yangbai and the others were now doubtful, he might as well let them know some details about Bibidong to avoid suffering losses in the future." Dual martial soul. Inhei and Yangbai were suddenly startled. They knew very well what a dual martial soul meant. It meant that one martial soul could be raised to the Title Douluo level first, and then the other martial soul could be added with spirit rings. Initially, starting from the first spirit ring, it could even be a 10,000-year spirit ring. And Bibidong had directly hunted a 100,000-year soul beast. However, thinking of the equally incredible soul ring configuration of their own master, Inhei Yangbai understood the reason why their master didn't take it to heart. But they couldn't afford to be careless. Hey, today, he and Inhei have truly opened their eyes. The world is vast and full of wonders. A 100,000-year soul beast chooses to transform and enter the human world at the age of 6. A small child boldly claims to assassinate Bibidong. The Pope of the Spirit Hall is actually a dual spirit owner. Inhei Yangbai found it hard to comment. Compared to the shock that Inhei and Yangbai felt upon learning that Bibidong was a dual spirit user, Xiao Wu appeared particularly gloomy. A Title Douluo approaching level 95, and she is a dual spirit owner. Moreover, she is the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Does she really have a chance to kill Bibidong? Xiao Wu didn't know, but as long as there was a glimmer of hope, she was unwilling to give up. Looking at Yi Tianchen, Xiao Wu's heart stirred slightly. This man might give her more opportunities. She knew that even if she were asked to leave the star-picking tower at this moment, she wouldn't go. Chapter 57. Speculations from all sides. Journey to the Sunset Forest. Silently glancing at Xiao Wu's determined gaze, Tianchen felt a slight stir in his heart. This kind of determination was good. It felt somewhat like the star-picking tower. Little rabbit, from now on, you will stay in my star-picking tower for the time being. In the future, follow Inhei and let him teach you how to kill and cultivate. In 6 years, you will begin to carry out missions. Remember, you only have one life. So if you die, you must die within the star-picking tower. Hearing the master of the star-picking tower say this, Xiao Wu had no hesitation in her heart. She immediately knelt before Inhei. Inhei, I will rely on you from now on. Inhei's expression was somewhat complex, to be honest. He didn't want to get involved in this matter, but since his master had spoken, he couldn't refuse. Moreover, looking at Xiao Wu's determined gaze, Inhei knew very well that Xiao Wu would never be able to kill Bibidong with her own strength in this lifetime, especially since she was 100,000-year soul beast. In the human world, she was a coveted treasure. Sigh, Master, Inhei obeys. As he spoke, Inhei gently lifted the kneeling Xiao Wu and somewhat helplessly placed her behind him. Yang Bai had been quietly watching the whole time, without saying a word. But from the smile at the corner of his mouth, it was clear that he could only offer spiritual encouragement to Inhei regarding his predicament. In truth, Tianchen also felt somewhat helpless. Xiao Wu wouldn't be of much use if she was killed, and releasing her was not an option since she was a 100,000-year soul beast. So, let us keep her for now. After all, she is only 6 years old. After thinking about it, Tianchen decided to proceed this way for the time being. Looking at Inhei and Yang Bai, Tianchen then assigned them another task, which was regarding the medicinal garden mentioned by Douluo. By the way, Yang Bai, Inhei, 3 days from now, you will accompany me to the Sunset Forest to see what Douluo was talking about regarding that medicinal garden. As soon as Tianchen finished speaking, Inhei, who had previously had a bitter expression, instantly broke into a smile. He had been eagerly awaiting this day. Yang Bai also revealed a faint smile, clearly very interested. We understand. With a glance exchanged between Inhei and Yang Bai, the two spoke in unison, and Tianchen waved his hand to let them go. After Inhei and Yang Bai took Xiao Wu away, Tianchen sighed lightly, although his soul power had fully recovered. The blood sacrifice of the heavenly demon Tianchen during his battle with the golden crocodile had still left him somewhat depleted. His vital essence still needed some time to recover. Shaking his head, Tianchen returned to the pavilion, quietly cultivating and waiting to head to the Sunset Forest in 3 days. Just as the star-picking tower and the spirit hall in Soto City fell into calm, everything happening in Nodding City was spreading wildly across the Douluo Continent. First, the Haotian Douluo Tanghao emerged unexpectedly, managing to stand against the terrifying master of the star-picking tower without defeat. Then, there was a fierce battle between the spirit hall's second offering, the golden crocodile Douluo, who hadn't acted for decades, and the master of the star-picking tower outside Nodding City. In the end, both retreated. The entire Douluo Continent was buzzing with discussions, but more astonished than anything else. They were amazed at Tanghao's terrifying strength as a rising star, as well as the formidable strength of the master of the star-picking tower. After all, being able to face two opponents without defeat was not something an ordinary Title Douluo could achieve, especially since the golden crocodile Douluo was a well-known level 98 Title Douluo 7 treasure glazed tile school. When Ning Fengji learned about everything happening in Nodding City, he was clearly quite unsettled, because he simply couldn't understand how could compete with Tianchen without being defeated. Others might not know, but Ning Fengji was very clear. Not to mention the terrifying and bizarre heavenly demon Tianchen in Tianchen's hands. Just talking about Tianchen's extraordinary strength at level 97. He couldn't think of anyone in the world who could match him, apart from the golden crocodile Douluo of the Spirit Hall, Douluo, and the long-missing Tianchen of the Haotian sect. Ning Fengji couldn't figure out who else could be Tianchen's opponent. Even the golden crocodile Douluo could only put up a fight. Moreover, there was Tianchen's unbelievable soul ring configuration. Ning Fengji was really baffled. Was Tanghao really that powerful, or was their 7 treasure glazed tile school just too weak? Taking a deep breath, Ning Fengji felt a bit dizzy. Just then, the sword Douluo and bone Douluo hurried in. Fengji, have you heard? Tanghao for Nodding City. He's so powerful. The bone Douluo, in excitement, spoke a bit haltingly, but he was genuinely shocked. How long has it been since Tanghao became a Title Douluo? It's not that I'm praising Douluo, but even if Tang Hao possesses a 100,000 year 9 spirit ring, he definitely wouldn't exceed level 94 now. How could a level 94 Title Douluo be a match for a level 97 opponent? Besides, that person is the master of the star-picking tower. Just thinking about my experiences from a few years ago makes even Sword Daw unable to help but ask. Fengji, is this matter true? Ning Fengji really didn't want to believe it, but all the soul masters in Nodding City could see it clearly. Uncle Jian, that's right. This matter is true. Upon hearing this, Sword Douluo fell silent for a moment, then exclaimed, "No way. Fengji, Tang Hao definitely couldn't have the power to confront the master of the star-picking tower. Unless he is hiding some secret. Yes, that's it. Otherwise, why would the spirit hall pursue him relentlessly? Back then, the golden crocodile Daw personally came to Haotian sect to capture Tang Hao, but he escaped. Tang Hao must have some secret." Sword Douluo's expression was excited, as if he had seen the sun breaking through the clouds. However, very soon, the smile on his face disappeared, replaced by a look of confusion. What kind of secret does Tang Hao have that makes both the golden crocodile Douluo and the star-picking tower master so interested? The bone Douluo shook his head as well. How could they know what had happened to Tang Hao? But Ning Fengji suddenly laughed out loud. "Sword uncle, bone uncle, no matter what secret Tang Hao has, can't we just investigate it ourselves to find out everything? Compared to searching for people. Both the star-picking tower and the spirit hall can't compare to our 7-treasure glazed tile school." Boom! Ning Fengji's words seemed like a Pandora's box, and a flash of brilliance appeared in the eyes of the Sword Douluo and the bone Douluo. Unbeknownst to Tang Hao, he had attracted the attention of another force. I wonder how Tang-san would feel upon learning all this. In the Spirit City, in the Hall of the Pope. When Bibidong learned about everything that had happened in Nodding City, she immediately understood why the golden crocodile Douluo had not been seen recently. It turned out he had gone to find Tang Hao. Interesting, a Tang Hao, just a few years after becoming a Title Douluo, could actually make this old fellow take action personally several times. Not even Tianchen could keep him. Who would believe that Tang Hao had no secrets? Bibidong murmured to herself, and she was also very interested in this matter. After all, her third trial of the Rakshasa god requires her to personally kill a Title Douluo above level 95 and devour their soul. As for the second trial of the Rakshasa god, hunting a 100,000-year-old beast and becoming a Title Douluo, she completed that several years ago. The reason there had been no movement on the third trial was not only due to insufficient strength, but also because it was difficult to choose a target. There are not many Title Douluos who reached above level 95, and Bibidong did not dare to act lightly. However, for Tang Hao, if she waits until he reaches level 95, Bibidong could mobilize the power of the Spirit Hall to complete the third divine trial. Why not? She might even uncover the secrets behind Tang Hao. Bibidong was somewhat tempted, but all of this would still require some time to wait. Planning before taking action is always in style. 3 days later, Tianchen jumped down from the top of the star-picking tower and headed straight toward the direction of the Sunset Forest. Behind him, Inhei and Yang Bai closely followed, heading together to the medicinal garden of Douluo in the Sunset Forest. Chapter 58, The Eye of Ice and Fire. Countless immortal herbs appear. 2 days later, the three entered the Sunset Forest. At this moment, Douluo had already been waiting for a long time. He had received news from Yang Bai a day earlier, indicating that the master of the tower was coming. So he did not dare to delay and had been waiting for quite some time. Subordinate Douluo pays respects to the master of the tower. Seeing Douluo, Tianchen's expression remained unchanged. At this moment, he just wanted to see if that spring eye was indeed the legendary eye of ice and fire. Alright, Douluo. No need for excessive courtesy. Quickly get up and take us to see the medicinal garden you mentioned. Douluo was slightly taken aback, but he did not dare to refuse. Subordinate obeys. In a short while, under the terrifying speed of the 4 individuals, they arrived at the medicinal garden mentioned by Douluo. It was a cave that resembled a sky pit. Tianchen did not pay attention to Douluo's proud expression at this moment, but instead focused on the scene inside the cave before him. To his surprise, the hot spring inside the cave was not what he had imagined. The hot spring was not large, but it was divided into 2 sections, in the oval-shaped water pool. The colors of the hot spring water were actually milky white and bright red. Even more strangely, although they were in the same pool, they were clearly distinct from each other, never encroaching upon one another, and always maintained their own sides. The steam rising up was generated by the position of the 2 hot springs, continuously ascending until it gradually dispersed to the mountain's mouth. This scene made Tianchen tremble with excitement. He never expected to see such a magnificent sight in this world. Although he had never seen the ice and fire yin-yang eye with his own eyes, he had a similar description in his memory. This was indeed the ice and fire yin-yang eye, a natural treasure trove. This so-called treasure trove did not refer to yellow and white items, but rather to a treasure trove for medicinal materials. It was also a special natural environment. In the environment of the treasure trove, ordinary plants could not grow at all because they could not adapt to the unique climate, but the treasure trove was the birthplace of all rare plants. Moreover, it could shorten the growth time of these precious plants by a factor of 10. Simply put, if a spiritual mushroom grew in any part of the treasure trove for 10 years, it would have the effect of a 100-year-old spiritual mushroom. The treasure trove possessed unique conditions, where the essence of heaven and earth converged. The ice and fire yin-yang eye. This was truly the ice and fire yin-yang eye. The ice and fire yin-yang eye referred to the exceptional spring before him, a dual source, where the two forces counteract each other, and it might take millions of years to form such a treasure land. In his lifetime, how could Tianchen not be excited to witness the gathering place of the essence of heaven and earth? The ice and fire yin-yang eye not only nurture plants, but also had extremely special effects on the human body. Once humans or animals lived near the ice and fire yin-yang eye, their bodies would be impacted by the two extreme properties of heaven and earth's spiritual energy in a short period of time. If they could not leave in time, they would surely explode and die. But for someone like Douluo, who was full of poison, it had tremendous benefits. The extreme heat and extreme cold could restrain poison, making it suitable for Douluo to cultivate here. Surrounding the ice and fire yin-yang eye were various plants, all shapes and sizes, resembling a botanical paradise. All the plants here were rare treasures. Just one glance left Tianchen somewhat dumbfounded. Not far in front of him, near the edge of the milky white hot spring, there was a cluster of something that looked like small insects. Tianchen cautiously squatted down to take a closer look, and his heart was suddenly filled with intense shock. This is snow silkworm, the finest type among cordyceps, snow silkworm. He recognized it at a glance, and his heartbeat seemed to quicken even more. Cordyceps itself is a premium medicinal material, referred to as cordyceps for short. In fact, it is a type of insect fungus, a lower-level parasitic fungal plant. This cordyceps fungus lives in the winter on Lepidoptera insects. It invades the bodies of larvae, pupae, or adult insects living in high mountains, absorbs nutrients, and when the mycelium gradually fills the insect's body, the larva becomes stiff and dies. In summer, true summer, the fungal spores reproduce inside the dead insect body, growing a stick-shaped fruiting body from the top of the insect's head. This is cordyceps. Thus, it is named cordyceps. Snow silkworm is another name for the finest type of cordyceps. This type of cordyceps is grayish-white in appearance, with ring patterns. It has 8 pairs of legs, with the 4 pairs in the middle being the most prominent. Its texture is easily breakable, with a slightly flat cross-section, white with a hint of yellow. The fruiting body is long and cylindrical, ranging from dark brown to brownish yellow, generally longer than the insect body, with a slightly swollen spore on top. The outer color is bright yellow, while the inner color is white and plump. It is not only larger than ordinary cordyceps, but also much more effective. At this moment, the snow silkworm presented before Tianchen was more than twice the size of the snow silkworm he remembered from his previous life. This cluster weighed at least several pounds. Although the snow silkworm could not yet be considered a heavenly treasure, he had never even heard of such quality before. Following that, Tianchen noticed another plant next to the snow silkworm. This plant had a yellow-brown outer skin and a yellow-red cross-section. The leaves were arranged alternately, with long and curved petioles, and the leaf blades were ovate heart-shaped, gradually pointed at the tip. In summer, small yellow-green flowers with purple spots would bloom from the leaf axils in a twisted shape, which was quite strange. Is this vermilion lotus? It actually grew this large? Unlike the nourishing properties of cordyceps, the vermilion lotus prefers shady, cold environments. Being inherently very cold and able to counteract heat, it is also a precious medicinal material with remarkable efficacy for treating fire toxicity. Whether it is snow silkworm or cinnabar lotus, both are rare treasures. If Knight Tianchen encountered these 2 herbs in ordinary circumstances, he would surely be captivated by them. However, at this moment, he had no time to observe them closely, as his attention was quickly drawn by a faint fragrance. It was a large pale pink flower, leafless, with a 3-foot-long stem, and the flower itself was enormous, with a diameter of nearly a foot. Each petal appeared as crystal clear as water. The pale pink flower swayed gently with the mist, growing at the bank where the red and white springs intersected. Knight Tianchen was still over 10 meters away from the flower, but could still perceive that faint, ethereal fragrance. The flower's stamen was light purple, resembling purple diamonds embedded in it. Although the scent traveled far, it was not strong. The subtle fragrance was as enchanting as a maiden's body scent. When Knight Tianchen saw this large pink flower, he couldn't help but be a bit dazed, as he couldn't immediately recognize what kind of flower it was due to the distance. Instinctively taking a few quick steps closer to the flower, he leaned in to sniff. The floral scent remained, not intensifying with his proximity, still that faint, refreshing aroma that was soothing to the heart. This alleviated some discomfort he had been feeling near the ice and fiery yang eye. What kind of flower is this? It felt somewhat strange. Knight Tianchen vaguely felt that he had an impression of this flower in his mind, but for a moment, he couldn't recall it. The only thing he could be sure of was that this flower before him was not a heavenly material or earthly treasure, but a true immortal product. Knight Tianchen instinctively turned around to look at other herbs, and just as he turned, he suddenly saw a strange sight. The surrounding darkness had transformed into a pink hue, with a pink light shield forming a diameter of about 10 meters, the color very faint. But with Knight Tianchen's Title Douluo sensitivity, he immediately determined that he was not seeing things. Turning back to look at the large flower, he finally realized that this faint pink light shield was centered around this flower. The blockage in his mind instantly cleared, and in a flash of inspiration, Knight Tianchen blurted out the name of this flower, Yosang Chiluo, immortal product. Taking a deep breath, Knight Tianchen quickly circled around the ice and fiery yang eye. With just a rough observation, he had already seen countless treasures. Even treasures like the 9th grade purple Ji were present. Knight Tianchen had at least spotted 7 or 8 kinds of immortal herbs. Superior herbs were countless. Among these herbs, although the poisonous ones accounted for more than half, there were still many beneficial ones. Just like the 2 springs in the ice and fire yang eye, they were in a stalemate. At this moment, not only was Knight Tianchen excited, but Inhei and Yang Bai were also exceptionally thrilled, looking at the ground full of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Their hearts were already blooming with joy. Their feelings towards Douluo became even more affectionate. Chapter 59, Octagonal Xianbing Grass, Fire Apricot Blossom. Of course, Douluo was also aware of what Inhei and Yang Bai were eyeing. After all, the 2 of them were practically drooling at this moment. Without hesitation, Knight Tianchen slowly approached a white octagonal immortal grass. The top of the white herb looked like a large white flower, octagonal in shape, with its center twinkling like ice crystals. No fragrance was emitted. Its location was right at the center of the cold extreme Yin spring. Taking a dagger from his soul guide, Knight Tianchen casually made a cut. A cold light flashed, and the octagonal white flower fell to the ground among the herbs. In an instant, a chill spread out, and a layer of faint white frost clung to the surrounding herbs. This item was called octagonal Xianbing grass, a strange cold flower that could chill a person's heart and freeze their core. Within 10 meters of this grass, the cold air was overwhelming, and after a while, it would attack the heart with cold poison, leaving no cure. Not to mention consuming it. Even being near it would bring misfortune. To pick it, one must use a metal object. After cutting down the octagonal Xianbing grass, Knight Tianchen did not linger in that spot, nor did he pick it up. Instead, he quickly ran to the other side of the ice and fire yang eye, at the center of the hot yang spring. This time, his target was a plant that resembled a cabbage, but was entirely fire red. After hesitating for a moment, Knight Tianchen stood about 10 meters away from it and slowly raised his palms. Accompanied by the gathering of soul power, his hands gradually turned as dark as ink. Almost in the blink of an eye, Knight Tianchen had reached the side of the fire-red herb, swiftly waving his hands to dig it out from the root. In stark contrast to the extremely cold octagonal Xianbing grass, what Knight Tianchen had just picked was a top-grade poisonous immortal product, Fire Apricot Blossom. This item only grows in hot places, able to survive even in magma, with effects completely opposite to those of the octagonal Xianbing grass. Inhei, Yang Bai, and Douluo, upon seeing this scene, did not move at all. Although they did not know what their master was doing, since Knight Tianchen did not call them, they would just guard the area well. Glancing at the center of the ice and fire Yang eyes spring water, a slight smile appeared on Knight Tianchen's lips. He then extended his long hands, inhaling from both sides, and the octagonal Xianbing grass and fire apricot blossom fell into Knight Tianchen's hands. One was extremely cold, the other extremely fiery. At this moment, even though Knight Tianchen's soul power was abundant, he still felt the pressure brought by the two immortal herbs. Although both were poisonous, after being restrained by their nemesis, they lost their previous dominance and melted in his mouth, turning into liquid that flowed down his throat. Knight Tianchen felt a refreshing sensation under his tongue, with a fragrant aroma wafting. The taste was truly good, Knight Tianchen thought to himself, hoping that they wouldn't be too aggressive next. In almost just 3 breaths, Knight Tianchen's body trembled violently, followed by a layer of ice blue rising from beneath his feet. In the blink of an eye, he had completely turned blue, and then a layer of red rose up. At this moment, Knight Tianchen looked just like a boiled shrimp. The blue and red alternated, looking extremely bizarre. Without a moment's hesitation, Knight Tianchen leaped directly into the ice and fire Yin-Yang Eye. Master, In-Hei, Yang-Bai, and Douluo's faces turned pale in an instant. Their master was being too reckless. However, it was too late for them to stop him at this moment. They could only hope that their landlord would not encounter any accidents. With a splash, Yi Tianchen had already submerged himself in the spring water, instantly sinking into it. The reason he did not dive into the water immediately after consuming the 2 types of celestial herbs was to wait for the effects to take place. Otherwise, if he had acted just a moment too soon, he would have turned to bones upon hitting the water. Now, after the effect had taken hold, he did not feel much anymore. The sensations brought by the 8-pointed Xianbing grass and the fierce fire apricot blossom had caused all his perception of the outside world to vanish in an instant. Yi Tianchen's decision to choose these 2 herbs was naturally made after careful consideration. These 2 types of celestial-grade poisonous herbs were not the highest quality around the Eye of Ice and Fire. They could only be considered quite ordinary. If it were just one type, let alone consuming it, merely being near would immediately plunge one into extreme danger. However, due to the opposing nature of ice and fire, when the 2 types of herbs were combined, they produced the neutralizing effect he had just experienced. This was the only opportunity to consume both types of herbs. Of course, the ice and fire attributes of the 2 herbs did not disappear as a result, and after consuming them, Yi Tianchen would still have to endure the intense baptism of ice and fire. If his body could not withstand it, he would immediately explode and die. Fortunately, Yi Tianchen is a 97th level Title Douluo, so this pressure is still within a controllable range. Yi Tianchen chose to consume them primarily because of the ice and fire yin-yang eye in front of him. According to the records from the Tianchen continent, the only chance to enter the ice and fire yin-yang eye is to take the octagonal Xianbing grass and the fierce fire apricot flower simultaneously. These 2 herbs are born from the extreme energies of the ice and fire yin-yang eye, and only they can suppress the terrifying power of the 2 springs. As Yi Tianchen leaped into the spring, the water in the ice and fire yin-yang eye surged momentarily, and soon he had quietly submerged within. The surface of the water returned to calm, with the milky white and bright red still distinctly separated. The mist continued to linger in the air, and everything fell back into silence. Time flowed like water from dawn to dusk, merely the sun rising and setting. As night fell again, darkness enveloped the land, and the area of the ice and fire yin-yang I was once again plunged into darkness. Yet, Yi Tianchen, who had sunk within, still had not surfaced, as if he had completely disappeared from the spring. In-Hei, Yang-Bai, and Douluo could only quietly wait in place, hoping for their master's safe return. What they did not know was that at this moment, Yi Tianchen was immersed in the ice and fire yin-yang eye. Waves of extreme yin and extreme yang powers continuously permeated Yi Tianchen's body from spring, cleansing his meridians. His bones and flesh began to strengthen, and even his internal organs were continuously enhanced. The violent medicinal power within him also began to transform into pure soul power, merging with the vast soul power within him. In an instant, when Yi Tianchen opened his eyes, his absorption speed began to accelerate rapidly. The entire ice and fire yin-yang I began to form a vortex, continuously transmitting energy around Yi Tianchen's body. In-Hei, Yang-Bai, and Douluo, who had been waiting for a long time, were all stunned at this moment. They could clearly sense that beneath the ice and fire yin-yang eye, there was a strong fluctuation of soul power, which belonged to their master. Moreover, this aura was continuously strengthening. The expressions of In-Hei and Yang-Bai changed from initial concern to deep envy. However, they are also very clear that in the face of the terrifying ice and fire yin-yang eye, even though they have already reached the level of Title Douluo, they do not dare to take risks lightly. Ha! It seems that the host has nothing to worry about, but rather it is a tremendous opportunity. It truly makes us feel admiration. Inhe grinned, and Yangbai also wore a smile at this moment, after letting out a sigh of relief. Douluo also became curious about what exactly this ice and fire yin-yang is and what effects it has. Although he does not know all of this now, as long as the host comes out, he will be able to resolve the confusion in his heart. Finally, when dawn breaks, a golden light shoots directly into the entire cave from the east. The area above the ice and fire yin-yang also starts to roll continuously, and a unique aura belonging to a level 97 Title Douluo spreads throughout the cave. Immediately afterward, Tianchen's body leaps out from the ice and fire yin-yang. Suspended in midair, Inhe, Yangbai, and Douluo see him, resembling ice and jade. In an instant, the entire cave is filled with fragrance. Chapter 59. Breaking through level 98, 3 people practicing together. But this is not the end. As the massive soul power fluctuations continuously surge from Tianchen's body, his internal soul power begins to reach a limit. With the rising tide, the soul power within him is not suppressed by Tianchen at all and starts to rush towards level 98. Boom! 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 At this moment, Tianchen also understands that it's better to let it flow than to block it. Previously, he chose not to break through due to concerns that a rapid breakthrough might lead to an unstable foundation and impure soul power. But now, he can no longer hold back. With a roar from Tianchen, the majestic soul power surges like a towering wave, and in just an instant, his soul power breaks through the level 98 barrier. At the same time, Tianchen does not remain idle. After the breakthrough of his soul power, he also begins to purify it. One must not underestimate the change in combat power brought by the purity of a soul master's soul power. The purer the soul power, the more terrifying its destructive power becomes. While those with mixed soul power may appear formidable when using soul skills, but in reality, they are like a reflection of the moon in water, causing very little damage. This is the power of level 98, letting out a breath of turbid air. Tianchen reflects that improving personal strength is always the most correct path. As for Inhe, Yangbai, and Douluo, the moment Tianchen breaks through level 98, the 3 of them feel an unparalleled pressure. Fortunately, all 3 of them are powerful Title Douluos, but Inhe and Yangbai frown tightly, and Douluo, who has not yet obtained his 9th spirit ring, grits his teeth while his legs tremble uncontrollably. However, the immense pressure quickly receded like a tide. Douluo was drenched in sweat, unable to stop gasping for breath. He lightly tapped his toes in the void, and in an instant, Tianchen appeared beside the 3 of them. Inhe, being the most clever, hurriedly greeted him. "Congratulations, Master! Congratulations, Master! Today, Master has broken through to level 98. From now on, our star-picking tower will surely reach new heights." Yangbai, standing aside, felt somewhat speechless. This guy was really something. Douluo remained relatively calm. After all, for him, there seemed to be little difference between Tianchen being at level 98 or 97. Anyway, he couldn't defeat any of the people present. Tianchen smiled slightly, and seeing how eager Inhe was, he decided to reward him. "Inhe, over the years, you have been dedicated in the star-picking tower and have always followed my orders. You have done well in all matters, big and small. So today, since we have encountered this blessed land, I shall grant you a chance for fortune. What do you think?" As Tianchen's words fell, Inhe's little heart began to thump wildly. His eyes were full of joy. "Ha ha ha, Master, Inhe thanks you." After saying this, the conspicuous fellow didn't forget to raise an eyebrow at Yangbai, who was left speechless. Nodding, Tianchen then stretched out his hand, and with the operation of his soul power, he firmly grasped the fragrant Chilua celestial product. "Inhe, open your mouth." "Huh?" Just as Inhe was puzzled about why his master wanted him to open his mouth, the fragrant Chilua celestial product was suddenly shoved into his mouth by Tianchen. As Tianchen gently lifted Inhe's chin, Inhe instinctively tilted his head back, and the fragrant Chilua celestial product was sent straight into his belly. Cough, 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 cough. As Tianchen withdrew his arm, Inhe was somewhat bewildered. "Master, didn't you say you were going to grant me a chance for fortune? Why?" Before Inhe could finish his sentence, he saw a familiar smile on Tianchen's face, and he immediately knew that something was wrong. Sure enough, the next moment, Tianchen grabbed Inhe's shoulder with one hand, lifted him up, and directly tossed him into the eye of ice and fire. "Master, you Before Inhe could finish, his entire body had already fallen into the eye of ice and fire. Plop, plop. After falling into the eye of ice and fire, Inhe instantly felt the terrifying duality of ice and fire. Yangbai swallowed hard at this scene, and Douluo frowned tightly. Inhe, operate your soul power and try your best to absorb the power within the eye of ice and fire to refine yourself. This is a rare opportunity. Hearing his master's words, Inhe, who had initially wanted to come out quickly, gritted his teeth and began to operate his soul power. In an instant, the fragrant Douluo celestial product within him started to take effect. The fragrant Douluo celestial product transformed into pure soul power and began to run rampant within Inhe's body. Coupled with the terrifying power of the eye of ice and fire, Inhe was directly racked with pain. At this moment, Tianchen slowly turned his head to look at Yangbai and Douluo. The instant Tianchen turned his head, Yangbai immediately felt that something was wrong. Master, what are you? Yangbai cautiously asked Tianchen, even though deep down he already understood what was about to happen. Oh, what's wrong, Yangbai? Don't you want to break through to level 95 quickly? As soon as these words came out, Yangbai's expression changed dramatically, from initial concern to beaming with joy. Master, is what you said true? In an instant, Yangbai believed Tianchen's words. His master was not someone who would speak nonsense. At this moment, even Douluo could not refuse such a great temptation. Although he glanced at Inhe's somewhat painful appearance, if this could make them stronger, they were willing to give it a try. Seeing the situation, Tianchen nodded and smiled slightly. A rare opportunity. The eye of ice and fire was indeed a rare sight. Looking towards the medicinal garden, after selecting a target, Tianchen reached out with his hand, and the 8-petal celestial orchid instantly floated in front of Douluo. His strength was relatively weaker compared to Yangbai, so taking this celestial product was more suitable for him. Immediately afterward, as Tianchen's hand moved slightly, a coxcomb phoenix sunflower appeared in front of Yangbai. You two quickly take them, and then enter the eye of ice and fire. After saying this, Tianchen chuckled lightly and began to enter the medicinal garden to continue identifying these heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Yangbai and Douluo looked at the various celestial herbs in front of them, feeling somewhat complicated. They glanced at Inhe, exchanged looks, and an answer already appeared in their eyes. Brother Yangbai, please. Douluo waved his hand, exuding a sense of grandeur. Ha, Brother Douluo, let's take it together. In an instant, the two celestial herbs were swallowed by the two of them, and without any hesitation, they leaped straight into the eye of ice and fire. The extremely cold spring water instantly made them feel both scorching heat and freezing cold on their skin. But at the same time, the energy contained in the eye of ice and fire began to continuously seep into their bodies, as the medicinal power of the celestial herbs within them began to vaporize. They also felt the kind of pain that Inhe had initially experienced. Nevertheless, Yangbai and Douluo showed no signs of retreating. As their bodies endured pain, their soul power began to surge rapidly. At this moment, both Inhe and Yangbai felt their long-stagnant soul power begin to rise rapidly. Their soul power quickly reached the peak of level 94, and at the same time, the soul power within them did not stop growing but continued to accumulate. Waiting to reach an extreme, quantitative changes would ultimately lead to qualitative changes. Douluo was different. He was already at level 90 and couldn't grow much more, so the soul power entering his body, after failing to continue growing, began to strengthen Douluo's physical body. Tianchen kui yachit. Not worried that anything would happen to the three of them. Over the past 2 days, he had absorbed more than half of the energy from the eye of ice and fire, and now it posed no significant danger to a Title Douluo. Therefore, Inhe, Yangbai, and the others could remain safe and sound. As the three of them transitioned from initial pain to a state of extreme calmness within the eye of ice and fire, they had already adapted to it. Chapter 60, Douluo's Poison, 100,000-year soul bone. After a day and night, Inhe, Yangbai, and Douluo had nearly absorbed all the medicinal power within them. Even the remaining energy in the eye of ice and fire was now minimal. After a day and night of absorption, although the three of them did not appear as ethereal as Tianchen, their bodies had been significantly strengthened. The enhancement of physical strength brought about an overall improvement in their physical qualities, including speed and reaction ability. More importantly, the soul power within them had also been refined in the eye of ice and fire, becoming even more pure. This was truly something that could be encountered but not sought. Suddenly, Tianchen's tightly shut eyes snapped open, looking at Douluo, and with a grip of his palm. Douluo's body was pulled out from the eye of ice and fire by Tianchen. At this moment, Douluo was somewhat bewildered. What was going on with his master? Wasn't he cultivating well in the ice and fire yin-yang eyes? It seemed that Tianchen noticed the confusion in Douluo's heart and smiled, then explained. Douluo, this ice and fire yin-yang eyes cannot be stayed in for too long. Otherwise, if the cold poison and the blazing sun poison accumulate too much in your body, you won't be able to suppress your own poison skills. The final result would only be death. Upon hearing this, Douluo was startled. He understood that his master would not speak recklessly, and moreover, it was not surprising that Tianchen, a Title Douluo at level 98, could see the drawbacks of his poison skills. You are right, master. The toxins in my body. Douluo sighed. As his cultivation level increased, the toxins in his body also became more numerous. However, while the toxins enhanced his combat power, they could also lead to his demise at any moment. Douluo was not unaware of this. It was just that many times, even if he knew, he could only choose to continue cultivating. Seeing Douluo's dejected expression, Tianchen gently patted his shoulder. Don't worry, I'm here. Your poison is not a difficult matter. I have 2 methods. I wonder which one you would like to choose. Master, please feel free to say. Tianchen nodded and shared his methods. The first method was very simple. He would personally take action and use his profound soul power to help you eliminate all the toxins in your body. However, doing so would cause you immense pain, and you might even die from the rupture of your meridians during the process. Moreover, because all your strength is based on poison skills, once all the toxins in your body are cleared, your strength will greatly decrease. Uncertain if Douluo is willing, Douluo was somewhat speechless, looking at his master's half-smiling expression, feeling a bit deflated. His entire strength was focused on poison techniques, and this couldn't be wasted. Forget it. I still have a method that can allow you to have both fish and bear's paw. Ah, master, please tell me. As soon as this was said, Douluo instantly became excited. This method is actually not complicated. The reason you're being backfired by the toxin is mainly because of the poison techniques you practice. If you had a weapon spirit, it would be much easier. You would just need to condense the toxins in your body onto your weapon spirit, and all problems would be solved. But since you're currently using a beast spirit, the toxins merge with your own body, even though your soul power can mobilize and suppress them. However, they have already become a part of your body, hence causing great damage. If you want to keep the potent toxins in your body without harming yourself, you must find a parasitic body to store the toxins. I think soul bones would be a good choice. Upon hearing this, Douluo began to think. Douluo himself was also an expert in poison, and hearing Tianchen say this, he immediately understood. His eyes lit up. Master, are you saying I should force the toxins in my body into the soul bone so that it won't harm me? Tianchen nodded. That's the idea. By the way, your little granddaughter is the same. You just need to find her a suitable soul bone so she can force the toxins into the soul bone while practicing poison techniques. And then there will be no problem. Hearing this, Douluo was excited, but then he thought of some drawbacks. Douluo frowned. Master, I have been cultivating the Bai Lin snake spirit for over 60 years. My body has long merged with the toxins, and this poison is not easy to force out. If something goes wrong, the backlash might be even stronger. Master, are you not teaching me how to commit suicide? Tianchen said lightly. This is the only feasible method. Of course, I am not asking you to directly force it out with your soul power. You are right. Doing so would not only have no good effect, but would provoke a stronger backlash. It must be guided by certain medicines, gradually filtering out the toxins in your meridians and bones, concentrating them into the soul bone. This will be a long process. It won't be completed in a day or 2. After all, you are essentially a person of poison now. Of course, Tianchen wouldn't just ignore this matter. He would prepare the medicinal materials that Douluo needed. In fact, Tianchen had an even simpler method, but Douluo was prone to being possessed. His Tianchen could directly dissipate the toxins in Douluo's body, but it was better for Douluo not to easily get involved with that demonic energy. Just as Douluo was lost in thought, Tianchen quietly took out a soul bone from the soul guide device. This was the torso bone of the 100,000-year soul beast that Tianchen hunted when he broke through to level 90. When the soul bone appeared in front of Douluo, he instantly focused his gaze on it like a cat-smelling fish. This is a torso bone of a 100,000-year soul beast. My heavens! Douluo was dumbfounded. Why did his master take out such a precious item? Before Douluo could react from his shock, Tianchen tossed the soul bone, and it landed steadily in Douluo's arms. Thump thump, Douluo's heart raced. and he stared blankly, mechanically raising his head to look at Yi Tianchen. Master, is this a reward for me? Douluo's eyes widened in disbelief. Yi Tianchen smiled slightly. What's wrong, Douluo? Do you not want it? If that's the case, then I'll take it back. No, 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 Master. How could Douluo dare to refuse your reward? Thank you for your generous gift, Master. Yi Tianchen rolled his eyes at Douluo and shook his head. Looking at the 100,000-year soul beast's torso bone in his hand, Douluo seemed to have found a treasure, feeling it all over, and, after a long time, he reluctantly put it into his soul guide device. Looking at his master, Douluo felt incredibly lucky, ignoring Douluo's gaze that seemed to melt. Yi Tianchen now looked at the Inhei and Yangbai still in the ice and fire duality eye. Regarding giving Douluo the 100,000-year soul bone, Yi Tianchen didn't feel anything. After all, this ice and fire duality I was worth much more than a 100,000-year soul bone. Moreover, Douluo was a member of the star-picking tower. A 100,000-year soul bone was nothing, and Yi Tianchen would give it away sooner or later. But now Douluo needed it more. At this moment, in the ice and fire duality eye, Inhei and Yangbai had also reached a critical moment. The soul power within them had reached a limit. Even their physical bodies were no longer absorbing any energy. At this moment, there was only one path to take: breakthrough. Only by breaking through to level 95 would they have room for improvement. The two seemed to realize this problem, and now was the best time to break through. The ice and fire duality, I could still provide some energy, and the celestial grass in their bodies had not been fully digested yet. If they didn't move now, when would they? Chapter 61. Breakthrough to level 95. Inhei and Yangbai rejoice. At this moment, Inhei and Yangbai were already fully awake. Inhei turned to look at Yangbai, and the two instantly locked eyes. Inhei's mouth slightly curled up, his face beaming with joy. Yangbai, today I will break through to level 95. The golden rhinoceros soul bone in the master's hand must belong to me. Inhei, haha, just wish me luck. Rest assured, if you encounter danger in the future, I, with the 100,000-year soul bone, will definitely help you. What do you think, Yangbai? Yangbai was quite speechless. Did Inhei really think he could monopolize this breakthrough? Inhei, do you think today only you can break through to level 95? Today, Yangbai will also push for level 95. I don't believe I will let you break through first. After saying that, Yangbai accelerated the operation of his soul power, and his entire body rapidly began to absorb the remaining energy from the ice and fire duality eye. At the same time, an air vortex formed above Yangbai's head, and a large amount of soul power drifting in the world began to pour down. Then Yangbai began to refine these wandering soul powers again and again, purifying them. Seeing this, Inhei immediately became a little anxious. He didn't want Yangbai to break through first. Following suit, a large amount of mixed soul power from the world began to surge into Inhei's body from above his head. His body was also constantly changing. Fortunately, the two had strengthened their physical bodies considerably over the past day and night. Otherwise, this level of absorbing mixed soul power from the world would be akin to seeking death. After all, ordinary soul masters cultivate by meditating to communicate with the mixed soul power in the world. Then they temper it to make it gentle before absorbing it into their bodies for refinement. It would be like Inhei and Yangbai at this moment. In just a short while, all the wandering soul power in the cave was absorbed by the two. Seeing this, Yi Tianchen furrowed his brows. Inhei and Yangbai were at a critical moment. They could not afford to fail now. Yi Tianchen began to bombard the mountain above with great force. In an instant, the entire mountain crumbled, and then, with Yi Tianchen's powerful fluctuations of soul power, the shattered mountain fragments were suspended in the void. With a wave of his hand, all the broken pieces were thrown hundreds of meters away. At this moment, it was midnight, and a bright moonbeam shone directly onto the ice-fire dual eyes. As the air fully circulated, Inhei and Yangbai began to draw soul power from the distant heavens and earth. Suddenly, the soul power vortex above their heads expanded several times, and the overwhelming soul power entered their bodies, causing their expressions to change dramatically. They had to refine a large amount of mixed soul power, and both exerted all their strength to continuously refine it. In no time, Inhei and Yangbai were drenched in sweat, even though they were still immersed in the ice-fire dual eyes. At this moment, after the ice-fire dual eyes were illuminated by moonlight, the entire terrain here underwent a significant change. All the heavenly materials and earth treasures, as well as the immortal roots and herbs, trembled slightly. Yi Tianchen no longer hesitated. The ice-fire dual eyes had exhausted its energy and could no longer support the continued growth of these immortal herbs and heavenly materials. Seeing the subtle changes in the immortal herbs and spiritual roots, Tianchen dared not delay. He quickly harvested all the mature, immortal herbs into the soul-guiding device. As for the immature ones, except for the highly toxic ones, all were sent into the ice-fire dual eyes by Tianchen to begin emitting pure soul power to support Inhe and Yang Bai's breakthrough. After completing all this, Tianchen slowly approached Douluo, looking at the now empty medicinal garden. He felt quite embarrassed. However, when Douluo turned to look at Tianchen immediately fell into a state of calm. Douluo, you have reached the limit of level 90. Your 100,000-year spirit ring will be ready for us to hunt after Inhe and Yang Bai complete their breakthroughs. Upon hearing this, Douluo instantly transformed from a moment of sadness over losing the medicine garden to overwhelming joy. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. At this moment, Inhe and Yang Bai within the ice and fire duality also began their assault. The barrier at level 95 is different from the breakthroughs below level 95. Below level 95, as long as one spirit power accumulates, the breakthrough is not a problem. But level 95 is an extremely important threshold. If the range from level 91 to level 95 encompasses the top powerhouses of Douluo Continent, then spirit masters above level 95 are like nuclear weapons for a force or empire. The significance is entirely different. As Inhe and Yang Bai began to strive to break through that barrier, their bodies started to operate under heavy load. Their entire bodies began to swell, with veins popping out, and their bodies turned a deep red. In some places, blood mist even began to seep out. At this moment, even Tianchen could not help them. They could only rely on themselves. Whether they could break through to level 95 was now at stake. Crack! Finally, with a crisp sound, Yang Bai's body began to operate at high speed. His level 95 barrier had been broken. Suddenly, the spirit power that had no place to release within him surged wildly into the seemingly newly emerged world. A look of joy appeared on Yang Bai's face. He had finally broken through before Inhe. However, just at the moment when Yang Bai broke through, Inhe also broke through the barrier of level 95, and the surging soul power within him was unleashed. He couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Although Inhe felt a bit uncomfortable that he didn't break through to level 95 before Yang Bai. After all, he was now a level 95 Super Douluo. Only at this level could they have the strength to represent the star-picking tower and Zhou Xian on the entire continent. Otherwise, even if the two joined forces before their breakthrough, they could only look up in admiration at the seven-treasure glazed tile school. Tianchen was particularly pleased to see Inhe and Yang Bai break through to level 95 so quickly. Many matters of the star-picking tower would no longer require his personal involvement. As for Douluo, he felt an indescribable complexity of emotions. He initially thought that by breaking through to Title Douluo, he could get closer to Yang Bai and the others. But who would have thought that their distance was only growing larger? Level 95, a powerhouse of this level. Douluo couldn't even believe that he would reach it one day. After all, there were countless soul masters in Douluo Continent. But those who could reach above level 95 were no more than 20. It could be said to be extremely difficult, and that would not be an exaggeration. However, at this moment, Douluo's heart became increasingly firm. As long as he carried out his tasks well in the future, there would come a day when he could have such an opportunity to become a true peerless powerhouse in the Douluo Continent. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Douluo was still thinking about these things, Inhe and Yang Bai simultaneously leaped out from the ice and fire Yang Bai and stood before Tianchen. Master of the tower, we have lived up to our mission and have already broken through to level 95, Yang Bai said with excitement, while Inhe showed a hint of regret amidst his joy. Looking at the two, Tianchen smiled slightly. You both did well. A Title Douluo at level 95 is already rare in this world. In the future, you will also be able to take on greater responsibilities for the star-picking tower. Not bad, not bad. Ha ha ha. Yang Bai has somewhat caught onto the implication of his own host's words, and a hint of gloom mixed with his joy. Ignoring how Inhe and Yang Bai were thinking, Tianchen was also determined to fulfill his promise. With a flip of his hand, a 10,000-year-old bone suddenly appeared in his palm. It was indeed the right arm bone of the golden rhinoceros. Yang Bai, you are the first to break through to level 95, so this soul bone is for you. After saying this, Tianchen handed the soul bone to Yang Bai, who smiled and glanced at Inhe, then said loudly, Thank you for your cultivation, host. From now on, Yangbai will definitely work even harder. After saying this, he proudly accepted the soul bone, looking quite precious. Chapter 62. The mysterious poisonous mud pit. The thousand-eyed poisonous toad emerges. At this moment, Inhei's face had completely darkened. He felt that he would probably be too embarrassed to face anyone in the future because of Yangbai. Tianchen shook his head and smiled gently. It was rare for Inhei to suffer a loss, and this way, it would save him from jumping around too much on ordinary days. However, when it comes to giving, Tianchen is not stingy. He reached into the soul guide at his waist and suddenly pulled out a soul bone that exudes the aura of a 100,000-year soul beast. Inhei was instantly stunned. This is a 100,000-year right leg bone. Seeing the eager expression on Inhei's face, Tianchen deliberately waved the soul bone in front of him and then slowly spoke. How about it, Inhei? This 100,000-year right leg bone of the blue silver emperor in my hand is not bad, right? Host, what you said is true. A soul bone from a 100,000-year soul beast can't be inferior. Inhei replied, his eyes fixed on the soul bone without moving an inch. Since you also think it's good, then I'll give it to you. After saying that, Tianchen gently tossed the blue silver emperor's right leg bone into Inhei's hands. Inhei was dumbfounded. Is this really for him? He thought the host was just asking, but he didn't expect to actually receive such a soul bone. Yangbai rolled his eyes, thinking that Inhei was the typical type who gets a bargain and acts coy. All right, Inhei, just accept what the host has given you. Looking at that soul bone, it seems to be from Tang Hao's 100,000-year soul, beast wife 6 years ago. What? Are you afraid of Tang Hao and don't dare to accept it? After saying this, Yangbai laughed heartily. Inhei certainly wasn't afraid of Tang Hao. He was just a bit surprised at the moment. After all, the feeling of regaining something lost is something Yangbai couldn't understand. With trembling hands and an excited heart, Inhei carefully cradled the blue silver emperor's right leg bone in his arms, as if holding a baby. At this moment, not only Yangbai, but even Tianchen frowned slightly, realizing that Inhei had quite a peculiar nature. After a night passed, when dawn broke the next day, the four of them immediately got up and disappeared without looking back. The ice and fire Yin-Yang I had temporarily become useless, and it would take at least 1,000 years to recover. After leaving the ice and fire Yin-Yang I, the four of them headed towards the deepest part of the sunset forest. They still needed to help Douluo hunt for the 9th spirit ring. As they slowly walked into the depths of the sunset forest, the surrounding environment began to change. Unlike the Douluo forest, which felt vast and primitive, the sunset forest always gave a sense of eerie terror, as if everything around was bloody and treacherous. Tianchen walked at the forefront, continuously sensing the surrounding soul beasts with his level 98 soul power. Although the sunset forest didn't have as many kinds of soul beasts as the Douluo forest, when it came to which places soul beasts were most suitable for Douluo, it had to be the soul beasts in the sunset forest. In short, as they walked along, Tianchen and the others frequently encountered some soul beasts below 50,000 years, and among these soul beasts, surprisingly, 1/3 were highly poisonous. As a master of poison, Douluo was particularly excited. Host, do you really think the sunset forest has soul beasts around 80 to 90,000 years old? If it's really not feasible, we might as well head deeper into the Douluo forest, which would be easier to obtain. After walking for a while, Inhei cautiously inquired. In his memory, he had never heard of any high-age soul beasts in the sunset forest. After all, he was also a Title Douluo level powerhouse, and such information was like second nature to him. However, before Tianchen could speak, Douluo rebutted. Dark Black Worshipper, you may not know that the reason there are rumors in the outside world that there are no high-age soul beasts in the sunset forest is simply because they cannot approach. As far as I know, there's an 80,000-year old emerald phosphor snake king in the sunset forest. In terms of my martial soul, it is simply the most suitable. After saying this, Douluo focused his gaze on Tianchen, believing that his master must be aware of some information. However, what Tianchen was about to say next left the three of them stunned. Tianchen nodded and then spoke. Douluo is right. Although the sunset forest is not as terrifying as the Douluo forest, there are indeed soul beasts over 50,000 years old, and there may even be 100,000-year soul beasts. Let's look for them. Moreover, the soul beasts here are more suitable for Douluo's martial soul. As soon as he finished speaking, it was like a hammer striking an anvil, and Inhei had nothing more to say. The four continued deeper into the forest. After 2 hours, Tianchen's previously steady pace suddenly stopped. The three behind him instantly became alert, releasing their soul power to probe, but found nothing. Tianchen, however, had a slight smile on his lips. It seemed that Douluo's ninth soul ring was about to be settled. Let's go, ahead is a good place. Perhaps Douluo's ninth soul ring is right there. After saying this, Tianchen took the lead and moved forward. About 10 miles later, a vast swamp appeared before the four of them. At this moment, Tianchen had already sensed an aura of a soul beast that seemed weak, but was actually very powerful. Inhei looked at the endless black swamp and frowned, sniffing lightly. A strong foul odor immediately assaulted his senses. Inhei's face twisted in disgust. Master, this place is so stinky. Is there really a soul beast hiding here? Facing Inhei's probing question, Tianchen did not respond. He simply stared at the unfathomable black swamp, and then slowly spoke. Inhei, it seems you still don't fully trust me. In that case, if there really is a soul beast later, you can deal with it yourself. Young Bai, and Douluo will stand back and watch you display your might. As soon as these words were spoken, Yang Bai couldn't help but laugh. Inhei, you really are looking for trouble. If there's indeed a soul beast hiding in this black swamp, even if it is just one with 50,000 years of cultivation, I believe you will have to exert some effort. Moreover, the swamp is so smelly. At that moment, Tianchen's expression shifted slightly, and he looked at Inhei. Inhei, why don't you go take a walk in this swamp? Whether there's a soul beast or not, it will be better for you to see it with your own eyes. Go. Without giving Inhei any room for negotiation, hearing his master's order, Inhei gritted his teeth, lightly pointed his toes, and flew into the air, landing on a rotten piece of wood. As Inhei's soul power surged, the rotting wood began to slide forward. After a moment, Tianchen and the others could only see Inhei's tiny figure. Looking at Tianchen, Yang Bai stepped forward slightly, his curiosity piqued, and softly asked, Master, is there really a soul beast over 50,000 years in this black swamp? Douluo also leaned in. He was eager to know. With a mysterious smile, Tianchen pointed at the distant black swamp and slowly spoke. There's an 80,000-year-old thousand-eyed poison frog over there. This time, it will be enough for Inhei to drink a pot. Hearing the name of the thousand-eyed poison frog, Yang Bai was instantly bewildered. He had never encountered such a soul beast and only knew the name. Douluo, however, was different. Hearing that there was an 80,000-year-old thousand-eyed poison frog, his expression changed drastically. There really exists a thousand-eyed poison frog in this world. And it's around 80,000 years of cultivation. Incredible, simply incredible. When Yang Bai heard Douluo mumbling to himself, he was quite curious. Was the thousand-eyed poison frog really worth such a fuss? Brother Douluo, does the thousand-eyed poison frog have some extraordinary qualities? Upon hearing Yang Bai's question, Douluo's brow relaxed slightly. Brother Yang Bai, you may not know this, but the thousand-eyed poison frog is no simple creature. It is renowned for its terrifying venom. The term thousand-eyed actually refers to the outlets through which it releases its poison. However, because of this, its venom is almost impossible to evade. And given that it has always lived in such abyssal mud pits, it becomes even harder to hunt down. An 80,000-year-old thousand-eyed poison frog, with the Dark One having already broken through to level 95, is likely quite formidable. Moreover, the thousand-eyed poison frog is extremely stealthy, capable of concealing its presence. After hearing Douluo's explanation, Yang Bai was slightly surprised, but then smiled broadly. Indeed, what his master said was correct. It was enough to provide the Dark One with a challenge. Just as Yang Bai and Douluo continued their conversation, Inhei, who had entered the mud pit, felt somewhat bored. The master is really something, always trying to scare people. In a place like this, where not even a bird would defecate, how could there possibly be soul beasts? Though he complained, Inhei was still quite serious, quickly searching the entire mud pit. Unfortunately, he found nothing at all. Just when Inhei was about to return the way he came, a shadow about several dozen meters long suddenly emerged from the mud beneath him, opening its mouth wide and roaring toward him. In an instant, Inhei didn't even bother to identify what soul beast it was, directly channeling his soul power and shooting upward into the sky. Bang! The speed of a level 95 Title Douluo was no joke. Even though the thousand-eyed poison frog had launched a sneak attack on Inhei, he successfully escaped from the abyssal giant mouth. Quack, 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 suspended in the void. Inhei finally caught a clear glimpse of the soul beast that had attacked him. At a glance, he made eye contact with the thousand-eyed poison frog. Hiss! It was actually this disgusting creature. The thousand-eyed poison frog? Inhe frowned. This thousand-eyed poison frog was not easy to deal with. That said, beneath his feet, 9 soul rings slowly lit up. With the emergence of the 9 soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red, a unique aura belonging to a Title Douluo erupted instantly. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, Inhe knew that his master in Yongbai, Douluo, and the others were all watching him. Stinky frog, you dare to sneak attack me. 7th soul skill. Cold shadow, true body. In an instant, a cold and terrifying long knife appeared behind Inhe. The glimmering cold light at the tip of the blade sent chills down people's spines. At this moment, the 80,000-year-old thousand-eyed poison frog also sensed the unusual danger. The intelligence of an 80,000-year-old soul beast was not low. In just a moment, the thousand-eyed poison frog vanished into the mud pit. At the same time, its aura suddenly weakened. Inhe smirked. As long as it showed itself, how could it escape so easily? 5th soul skill, Shadow Moon Slash. In an instant, as Inhe swung the long knife, 2 beams of cold light suddenly appeared, directly striking into the mud pit and landing on the thousand-eyed poison frog. Quack! Sensing the impending danger, the thousand-eyed poison frog did not sit idly by. It spat out a mouthful of venom, instantly petrifying the mud around its body. Inhe's Shadow Moon Slash only managed to break a corner of it. At this moment, Tianchen and the others were also focused on the battle between Inhe and the thousand-eyed poison frog. Seeing that the thousand-eyed poison frog could still perform like this, Tianchen also found it somewhat unbelievable. This ability was certainly not weak. However, there's an obvious drawback. Once it leaves the mire, this thousand-eyed poison toad is rendered useless. Yongbai also understood why Douluo said the thousand-eyed poison toad was difficult to deal with. Boss, how about I help Inhe? Yongbai said softly. He didn't think Inhe couldn't handle this 80,000-year-old thousand-eyed poison toad. He just wanted to see how much his strength had increased after reaching level 95. Tianchen glanced at Inhe and then shook his head. No, net, Yongbai. That thousand-eyed poison toad isn't enough for you to unleash your full strength. Inhe hasn't truly made a move yet. This 80,000-year-old thousand-eyed poison toad won't last much longer. Upon hearing this, Yongbai had no choice but to give up. Since his boss said so, could he still argue? Moreover, it was indeed the case. In the arena, seeing that the thousand-eyed poison toad easily blocked his 5th soul skill, Inhe didn't mind. However, it's time to solve it. With a cold gaze, the killing aura emanating from Inhe began to intensify. 8th soul skill, Shadow Wind Devour. In an instant, as the long knife behind Inhe came crashing down, waves of shadow wind mixed with blade light poured down onto the petrified mire on the body of the 80,000-year-old thousand-eyed poison frog. Boom! 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 As expected, when a 95-level Title Douluo exerted his full strength, the 80,000-year-old thousand-eyed poison frog clearly couldn't withstand it. In the blink of an eye, the petrified mire on its back turned into ruins, and the blade light instantly struck the back of the thousand-eyed poison frog. Roar! Deep gashes appeared on its back. Green blood gushed out, and a wave of poisonous mist suddenly erupted. In a moment of desperation, the 80,000-year-old thousand-eyed poison frog could no longer care about anything else, and all its poison was expelled in a torrent, instantly overwhelming. Seeing this, Inhe could only dodge away. Noticing this, the thousand-eyed poison frog quickly retreated deep into the mire, beginning to flee frantically. Inhe, no need to chase anymore. Just as Inhe was about to continue pursuing for the finishing blow, Tianchen's voice rang in his ear, uncertain and confused. Inhe could only listen to what his master had said. He glanced helplessly at the Qinmu poison frog that had run deep into the mud pit, and then flew back to join Tianchen and the others. As soon as he landed, Inhe's face was filled with questions. Tianchen smiled slightly. Inhe, there is not just the Qinmu poison frog nearby at this moment. There's also a nearly 90,000-year-old Bailin Snake Emperor hiding in the area. Just now, you injured that Qinmu poison frog. Do you think the Bailin Snake Emperor will take any action? Upon hearing this, not only was Inhe surprised, but even Yongbai and Douluo were taken aback. The two of them were puzzled by Inhe's sudden return, realizing it was because of this. They all understood that Douluo's goal on this trip was the Bailin Snake Emperor, and he certainly wouldn't let the 80,000-year-old Qinmu poison frog go either. Unlike the Qinmu poison frog, if the Bailin Snake Emperor sensed any trouble, it might just flee. Although the Sunset Forest is not as vast as the Stardew Forest, it is certainly not small. If that were the case, capturing it would require some effort. The Bai Lin Snake Emperor and the Qianmu Poison Frog were evenly matched. As the saying goes, a mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. If one of them shows a flaw, the other will not miss the opportunity to devour its opponent. Sure enough, just when the Qianmu Poison Frog escaped into the depths of the mud pit, the Bai Lin Snake Emperor, from a distance, caught the scent of the blood from the Qianmu Poison Frog. Stimulated by the smell of blood, it understood that the Qianmu Poison Frog was at its weakest right now. In the Sunset Forest, both the Bai Lin Snake Emperor and the Qianmu Poison Frog were very familiar with each other. Soon, the Bai Lin Snake Emperor launched its attack. From a distance, Tianchen noticed a pair of blood-red eyes suddenly appear in the dim forest. The Bai Lin Snake Emperor had arrived. Its dozens of meters long body twisted and moved slowly, with two horns sprouting from its head, giving off an imposing aura as if it were about to transform into a dragon. Its dark green scales shimmered, and the pitch-black tongue slowly flicked out, aiming at the direction of the Qianmu Poison Frog, preparing for a fatal strike. Chapter 64. Both suffer heavy losses. Douluo seizes the opportunity. Hiss! With a deep and ominous sound, the Bai Lin Snake Emperor suddenly accelerated. Its speed was so fast that even an ordinary Title Douluo could not compare. In the blink of an eye, it dove into the stinking mud pit. It bit down right where the Qianmu Poison Frog was hiding. At the moment the Bai Lin Snake Emperor bit down, the injured Qianmu Poison Frog sensed an unprecedented crisis. Without any hesitation, the Qianmu Poison Frog suddenly jumped, tried to escape from its spot. But just as it leaped out of the mud pit and into the air, the Bai Lin Snake Emperor's massive mouth clamped down on one of its hind legs. In an instant, a large amount of venom surged through the Bai Lin Snake Emperor's fangs into the Qianmu Poison Frog's body. Following that, the Bai Lin Snake Emperor's body tightly coiled around the Qianmu Poison Frog. Feeling the pain coursing through its body, the Qianmu Poison Frog refused to sit idly by. As all its venom outlets slowly opened, a cloud of poisonous mist immediately surrounded the Bai Lin Snake Emperor. Countless toxins capable of petrifying the mud pit fell onto the Bai Lin Snake Emperor's body. Strangely, the Bai Lin Snake Emperor's body did not exhibit any signs of petrification. However, the poison from the Qianmu Poison Frog began to corrode its body. In a desperate situation, the Phosphor Serpent Emperor had no choice but to loosen its grip and quickly retreat. Its venom had already been injected into the thousand-eyed poison toad, and there was no need to engage in a fight with it at this moment. The four of them, watching from 1,000 meters away, had already concealed their aura and were quietly observing the unfolding scene. Yangbai and Inhei could tell that the thousand-eyed poison toad was likely not a match for the Phosphor Serpent Emperor today. You two should act together shortly and be sure to capture the Phosphor Serpent Emperor. Rest assured, leader. Yangbai and Inhei nodded, indicating their understanding. Douluo was also extremely excited. He was about to achieve the title of Title Douluo. Inhei, Yangbai, Douluo is here. Thank you both for your assistance. Douluo bowed to Inhei and Yangbai, then turned to look at Tianchen, his eyes filled with gratitude. Before long, the thousand-eyed poison frog could no longer withstand the venom of the Biphosphor Snake Emperor and began to go mad. The struggle before death is often the most intense. The thousand-eyed poison frog stared intently at the Biphosphor Snake Emperor not far away, and its soul power slowly gathered beneath its feet. Then, with a sudden leap, it flew out of the mud pit, catching the Biphosphor Snake Emperor off guard. Suddenly, it crashed into the snake's body, and the thousand-eyed poison frog tightly wrapped around the Biphosphor Snake Emperor, spraying toxins wildly. For a moment, the Biphosphor Snake Emperor was in excruciating pain. At this moment, it could not care about anything else and directly coiled its entire body around the thousand-eyed poison frog. While enduring the corrosive toxins of the thousand-eyed poison frog, it slowly began to exert its strength. Finally, as the thousand-eyed poison frog moved violently, the venom of the Biphosphor Snake Emperor circulated throughout its body. Coupled with the Biphosphor Snake Emperor's death grip, it was soon on the verge of collapse. Inhei and Yangbai now, with a command from Tianchen. Inhei and Yangbai shot out like cannonballs. 7th Soul Skill, Cold In True Body. 7th Soul Skill, Blazing Sun True Body. As Inhei and Yangbai burst forth, two beams of light immediately arrived before the Biphosphor Snake Emperor. At this moment, the Biphosphor Snake Emperor's eyes widened in fear. However, because its body was entangled with the thousand-eyed poison frog, it found itself unable to break free. Moreover, after being entangled with the thousand-eyed poison frog for so long, the Biphosphor Snake Emperor was also somewhat fatigued. In an instant, A massive long sword pierced through the biphosphor snake emperor's midsection, pinning it firmly to the ground. Meanwhile, Inhei's cold blade stabbed into the tail of the biphosphor snake emperor. Hiss! The biphosphor snake emperor hissed in pain, and as the giant sword and long knife struck down, streams of dark green blood gushed forth, and its body twisted incessantly. At this moment, the biphosphor snake emperor was still thinking of escaping, but all of this was undoubtedly in vain. Before Inhei and Yangbai, two Title Douluos, the only outcome awaiting the biphosphor snake emperor was death. Douluo saw that the biphosphor snake emperor had been subdued by Inhei and Yangbai and hurriedly flew over. After all, he needed to personally kill the biphosphor snake emperor to absorb its soul ring. When he saw Douluo approaching, Yangbai smiled slightly, and with a flick of his hand, the blazing sun's sword appeared. "Brother Douluo, let us act." Douluo nodded, raised his right hand, took the blazing sun sword from Yangbai's hand, and slowly gathered his soul power in his palm. Accompanied by a dark green halo, the blazing sun sword instantly ended the life of the biphosphor snake emperor. "Come on, my ninth soul ring. You will determine whether I can become a top master on the continent." Guided by the dark green light, the 90,000 year biphosphor snake emperor's soul ring slowly flew toward Douluo Yangbai's eyes fixed on the approaching soul ring, and he said in a deep voice, "Brother Douluo, be prepared. This 90,000 year soul ring is not simple." Douluo nodded, sitting cross-legged on the ground, focusing his attention on his martial soul. At this moment, as the 90,000 year biphosphor snake emperor's soul ring approached, he felt an unprecedented powerful pressure, causing his entire skeleton to emit faint cracking sounds under this pressure. Soon, the black halo arrived above Douluo's head, not giving him any chance to react. That black halo suddenly contracted, transforming into a 1-meter-sized, incredibly solid black ring that directly encircled his biphosphor snake martial soul. Douluo felt as if he had plunged into magma. A scorching energy surged wildly. An intense heat flowed into his body, instantly setting his insides ablaze. His body involuntarily trembled violently. An hour later, Title Douluo indeed, this powerful soul power is completely beyond comparison to when I was at level 90. Douluo felt the majestic soul power within him, and his heart was overflowing with joy. "Ha ha ha ha! Brother Douluo, congratulations." Just then, Tianchen walked over. Looking at Douluo, he said calmly, "Douluo, release your martial soul." "Ah, okay, thank you, Lord." As he spoke, Douluo released his martial soul, the biphosphor snake emperor. In an instant, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black soul rings lit up beneath Douluo's feet. Heavenly demon zither, absorb. In just an instant, the heavenly demon zither in Tianchen's hands absorbed the soul ring of the 80,000 year thousand-eyed poison frog into the zither. Suddenly, the heavenly demon zither began to emit powerful soul power fluctuations, converting all of the 80,000 year thousand-eyed poison frog's soul ring into soul power. As Tianchen's 6 fingers strummed the zither strings, pure soul power began to merge into Douluo's 9th soul ring. When this soul power began to merge into Douluo's 9th soul ring, Douluo's expression also started to twist into a grimace. At this moment, Douluo's eyes turned blood red, and his aura became even more violent. But at the same time, as the soul power infused into the soul ring, his 9th soul ring began to undergo significant changes. The originally pitch-black color slowly started to gain hints of blood red. Finally, when Tianchen's movements with his hands came to a stop, the originally dark soul ring had turned completely blood red. A 100,000 year soul ring was thus formed. Douluo's body began to be forced to adapt to this sudden influx of powerful soul power, and in an instant his soul power directly broke through to level 92. Who? As Tianchen slowly came to a halt, the 80,000 year thousand-eyed poison frog soul ring was nearly exhausted, and the remaining bit was absorbed by Tianchen himself. Chapter 65. The poison Douluo emerges, the 100,000 year soul ring. At this moment, if Douluo had not witnessed it with his own eyes, who would believe that a 100,000 year soul ring could be obtained in this manner? Deeply looking at his master, Douluo was undoubtedly in shock. Slowly walking to Tianchen's front, he knelt on one knee and clasped his hands in salute. His His eyes expressed both the joy of breaking through to Title Douluo and deep gratitude. Master, everything I have today is thanks to you. Such great kindness. I do not know how to repay it, and can only be at your service from now on, Douluo declared with unwavering sincerity. Douluo spoke with heartfelt emotion. He was truly grateful to Tianchen. A 100,000-year soul ring. Is this something an ordinary soul master can possess? Seeing Douluo like this, Tianchen smiled gently, raised his hand lightly, and an invisible soul power lifted Douluo up. Douluo, everything today is what you deserve. I have merely acted on a whim. However, from now on, you, Douluo, can be considered a true powerhouse of this continent. Since the establishment of the star-picking tower, there have only been Inhe and Yongbai as its offerings. So, from now on, you will be the offering of my star-picking tower. Level 92. You have earned this qualification. As soon as Tianchen finished speaking, Douluo was somewhat bewildered. He clearly intended to express gratitude to his tower master. But how did he suddenly become an offering in such a confused manner? Douluo was momentarily stunned. However, Yongbai's words pulled him back to reality. Ha, Douluo brother. Hurry up and thank the master. From now on, you are also a worshipper of the star-picking tower. Nodding his head, Douluo finally reacted. Being recognized as a worshipper of the star-picking tower was actually a pleasant surprise for Douluo. When he first joined the star-picking tower, he was merely a nominal member and had no actual position. Now, this meant that the master of the tower and the star-picking tower had fully recognized Douluo. Gratitude was evident on Douluo's face. Looking at Tianchen, who was still quietly smiling, Douluo's eyes were firm. Douluo thanked the master. Waving his hand, Tianchen didn't care about this. All right, it has been a while since we left the star-picking tower. Let's go back. As Tianchen's voice fell, his figure had already disappeared from the spot. Only traces of his shadow remained. Inhe and Yongbai, seeing this, instantly felt the wind beneath their feet and soared into the sky. A hint of a smile flashed in Douluo's eyes. And as the soul power at the level of a Title Douluo was unleashed from his body, he quickly followed closely behind Inhe and Yongbai. Not long after, with the four of them rushing at full speed, they soon returned to Soto City. Swish, 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 as the four landed at the peak of the star-picking tower. The journey to the ice and fire Yong-ai in the sunset forest came to a conclusion. Inhe, Yongbai, and Douluo silently retreated, and Tianchen looked at their departing figures, feeling quite pleased. From now on, the star-picking tower could allow Inhe and Yongbai to act independently. Just as Tianchen was about to enter a period of quiet cultivation, Yongbai returned. Master, a letter from the Tiando royal family arrived a few days ago, signed by the Snow Knight Emperor. Yongbai dared not delay, so he had to disturb you, master. Nodding, Tianchen took the letter from Yongbai's hand. It read, to Tianchen, personally opened, written by Snow Knight. Slowly opening the cover, Tianchen began to read. Tianchen, when you see this letter, I hope to receive your help. The Tiando royal family has been struggling to hold on in recent years, and all the prosperity is merely surface level. Without the protection of a Title Douluo, the people from those sects and academies are acting recklessly. If possible, Tianchen, I hope you can send a strong person to Tiando City. After silently reading the letter written by Snow Knight, Tianchen's expression was calm. Snow Knight's intention was merely to have a strong person suppress those academies and sects. But Inhe and Yongbai, it could not appear. After thinking carefully, Tianchen felt a bit helpless. Fine, he would help Snow Knight this once. Yongbai, go summon Douluo. I have something to instruct. Although he didn't know what the Snow Knight Emperor wrote to his master, Yongbai keenly sensed that it was probably not a simple matter, and quickly went to find Douluo. In a short while, Douluo returned to the top of the star-picking tower. Master, what do you need from me? Douluo asked, somewhat puzzled, as he had just returned. Glancing lightly at Douluo, Tianchen slowly spoke. Douluo, if I were to send you to Tiando City to become a guest elder of the Tiando Empire, would you be willing? Upon hearing this, Douluo's expression changed dramatically, and he was left stunned. Master, do you no longer want me? Douluo's face showed deep resentment, as he had just become a guest elder of the star-picking tower and was being sent away so soon. Tianchen realized he hadn't explained clearly. Douluo, what I mean is not for you to leave the star-picking tower, but to take on a dual role. But don't worry, the Tiando Empire has no power to command you to do anything. Usually, if there is something, I'll just inform you. Besides, I sent your granddaughter in Tiando City. It's most suitable for you to go. After finishing, Tianchen looked at Douluo, who seemed to understand the meaning of his master at this moment. Simply put, it means letting him go to the Tiandu royal family to make an appearance, without directly saying it, to avoid startling him. Haha, I thought you didn't want me anymore, master. Since that's the case, Douluo is willing to go. Nodding, Tianchen then let Douluo and Yangbai leave. Snow Knight, I've almost repaid what I owed you back then. Silently murmuring a few words, Tianchen no longer hesitated and entered the pavilion to quietly cultivate. Meanwhile, Douluo and Yangbai, who had left, also began to prepare. Douluo didn't hesitate at all, since his master asked him to go make an appearance. He would treat it as a task. It's just that this task has a longer duration and doesn't require him to kill constantly. Looking towards the direction of Tiandu City, Douluo's heart was still a bit excited. The last time he went was a year ago when he went to see his granddaughter. This time, it would be different. Douluo was about to make a name for himself in the world. 3 days later, outside Tiandu City, Douluo slowly walked to the city gate, looking at the familiar scene. His heart was filled with anticipation. Tiandu Soul Master Academy. Douluo's figure quickly appeared here. The reason he didn't go directly to the Tiandu royal family was that Douluo was still studying at the Tiandu Soul Master Academy. Douluo certainly had to see his granddaughter first. Stepping forward, Douluo walked towards the academy, where there were children around 10 years old. At this moment, even though Douluo was already a 92nd level Title Douluo with a 100,000-year soul ring, he still couldn't hide the excitement in his heart. In a short while, Douluo arrived at a relatively quiet small house. His granddaughter lived here. As Douluo's granddaughter, Douluo naturally didn't need to share a roof with others. After all, Douluo was a genuine soul Douluo, and he was well known throughout the academy. It could be considered a form of protection, at least in these past few years. Although Douluo had rarely received her grandfather's company, she had not been bullied at all. Inside the small house, a girl around 10 years old was continuously practicing. In Douluo's heart, the reason her grandfather didn't have time to be with her was that she was too weak and he feared that being by her side would bring her danger. Therefore, Douluo was particularly focused on her cultivation. Just as she finished her training and stood up, the door was suddenly pushed open. Chapter 66. The Joy of the Snow Knight Emperor, Douluo's Worship. The moment the door opened, Douluo's slightly aged yet spirited appearance instantly entered Douluo's sight. Grandpa! Without any hesitation, Douluo ran straight to Douluo and tightly hugged her grandfather. Ha ha ha! Yinner, Grandpa is so happy to see you. How are you, Yin? About 10 years old, Douluo had already developed some of her own thoughts. Her little face turned red, and she immediately hugged her grandfather tightly again. I'm happy. Yinner is very happy. However, soon, Douluo's face turned sad. Seeing this, Douluo thought his granddaughter was being bullied here. Yinner, what's wrong? You were just happy. Why are you like this now? Yinner, is someone bullying you at the academy? Oof. Who dares to bully my granddaughter? Quickly, Yinner, tell Grandpa, and I'll take care of him for you. Upon hearing this, the sadness on Douluo's face disappeared instantly like the sky clearing after rain. With a soft laugh, Douluo couldn't help but chuckle, leaving Douluo a bit confused. What is going on with his granddaughter? Oomph. Stinky Grandpa. No one is bullying me at the academy. They all know I am your granddaughter, and they usually avoid me. Douluo was even more confused, scratching his head, feeling a bit at a loss. Seeing her grandpa's puzzled expression, Douluo tightly hugged Douluo and expressed her true feelings. Grandpa, every time you come to see me, you just meet me once and then leave in a hurry. Although I've gotten used to it, I still hope you can spend more time with me. This time you came, I suppose you'll be leaving again soon. Once these words were spoken, Douluo finally understood what his granddaughter meant. Sigh. Yinner, over the years, it's Grandpa who hasn't been good to you, not being able to be by your side. At this moment, Douluo felt really incompetent. Yinner's parents left early, and he had raised her all by himself since she was little. Thinking about how he hadn't properly accompanied his granddaughter over the years, Douluo's eyes became a bit misty. Then his gaze became firm. Yinner, don't worry. Grandpa will definitely be by your side from now on. This time Grandpa is back, and I want to leave for a while. Once this was said, it was Douluo who was stunned. She understood her grandpa's personality very well, and this genuinely shocked her. Really? Grandpa? Nodding, Douluo smiled slightly. Yana, really? Ha ha, that's great, that's great. Immediately, Douluo excitedly jumped into Douluo's arms. At this moment, Douluo finally understood why his master wanted him to carry out this task. Not only because his strength met the requirements, but also so that he could spend some quality time with his granddaughter, at least for the short term. Douluo would not be leaving Tiando City. Thank you, Master. Douluo silently expressed his gratitude to Yi Tianchen while tightly hugging his granddaughter. Half a day later, Douluo was holding Du Guyan's little hand and appeared in front of the Tiando Palace. Du Guyan's little head was a bit confused. What was her grandpa doing here? Soon, after Douluo handed a letter to the gatekeeper soldiers, the palace gates slowly opened. Walking towards them was none other than Emperor Shuiyi. At this moment, Emperor Shuiyi's face was filled with smiles. He had originally just tried to seek help from Yi Tianchen, not expecting that Yi Tianchen would actually send a Title Douluo powerhouse. Of course, although it wasn't the two worshippers he had expected, Yin He and Yang Bai, as long as it was a Title Douluo powerhouse, that was enough. The moment he saw Douluo, Emperor Shuiyi felt that faint aura, fear, slaughter, and other elements fused into one. If it weren't for his acquaintance with Shuiyi, he wouldn't dare to believe that this was Douluo. The change in temperament was too great. Upon seeing Emperor Shuiyi arrive in person, Douluo didn't put on airs. Douluo, I have met His Majesty Shuiyi. Du Guyan, greetings to His Majesty Shuiyi. With Douluo and Du Guyan's crisp voices ringing out, Emperor Shuiyi's smile became even brighter. Ha ha ha. No need for formalities. The matters regarding Duke Douluo have been clearly explained by Tianchen. In fact, it is Shuiyi who will trouble Duke Douluo for a while. Your Majesty Shuiyi, you overstated. Since it is my master's request, I naturally have no problem. Emperor Shuiyi nodded, expressing his affirmation. Duke Douluo, Mr. Gu, please come in. At this moment, Emperor Shuiyi felt that there was no problem at all. A Title Douluo powerhouse deserved respect wherever they went. Moreover, this person in front of him was the new worshipper of the star-picking tower. In the future, he would be a guest worshipper of the Tiando royal family. Emperor Shuiyi valued him even more. Before long, Douluo arrived in the royal palace with Du Guyan. The entire palace was indeed exclusive to the royal family, and everything appeared exceptionally luxurious. Even the most ordinary items would fetch astronomical prices outside. However, these things could not possibly make Douluo feel any excitement. After entering the Great Hall, Douluo sat down at a table with Du Guyan. The Snow Knight Emperor smiled and sat down opposite Douluo. Douluo, I wonder if Tianchen has discussed the specific matters with you? The Snow Knight Emperor inquired while waving his hand to have someone prepare food. Hearing this, Douluo raised an eyebrow. Although he did not understand why the Snow Knight Emperor asked such a question, he did not hesitate at all. Your Majesty, my master sent me to Tiando City to become a guest elder of the Tiando royal family. This matter, I believe, you are well aware of. As Douluo's words fell, an excited smile appeared on the Snow Knight Emperor's face. Ha ha, Douluo, you jest. Although I am the emperor of the Tiando Empire, if Tianchen does not want to help our Tiando royal family, there is nothing I can do to compel him. Naturally, I would only know the answer once Douluo speaks it out loud. Douluo nodded. Indeed, if his master was unwilling, there truly was no one in this world who could force the star-picking tower. However, Douluo was also filled with doubts. Before coming to the Tiando Empire, Yang Bai had mentioned to him that their master had a close relationship with the Snow Knight Emperor. Hearing the Snow Knight Emperor call out Tianchen today made it clear. At this moment, the Snow Knight Emperor was also wondering when Douluo had joined the star-picking tower and even became a Title Douluo. But upon further thought, it didn't matter. Douluo would soon be a guest elder of their Tiando royal family. Shifting his gaze, the Snow Knight Emperor looked at Du Guyan, who was Douluo's only granddaughter. If he wanted to strengthen the relationship between the Tiando Empire and Douluo, the Snow Knight Emperor felt it would be better to start with Du Guyan. Ha ha, Du Guyan. Speaking of your granddaughter, she is almost 12 years old now. Mentioning Du Guyan brought a smile to Douluo's face. Your Majesty Snow Knight, to be honest, there's still 2 years to go. The Snow Knight Emperor nodded and continued. I see that your granddaughter is exceptionally gifted. She must be a child of destiny. Our Tiando Royal Academy is quite good as well. If Du Guyan is at ease, after Yinner turns 12, she could directly enter the Tiando Royal Academy to study. What do you think, Du Guyan? Douluo was still puzzled as to why the Snow Knight Emperor was bringing up his granddaughter, but he didn't mind too much. However, if it can ensure that Yinner is better protected in the future, perhaps the Heavenly Royal Academy is a good choice. With this thought, Douluo felt relieved. He smiled gently at Emperor Shuya and then thanked him, saying, Thank you very much, Your Majesty Shuya. Ha ha, it's nothing. This small matter is hardly worth mentioning, especially since you, Lord Douluo, are about to become a guest elder of the Heavenly Empire and naturally enjoy these privileges. Chapter 67. Reactions at the feast for the guest elder. Ha ha ha. Then I shall not refuse. Douluo did not stand on ceremony with Emperor Xue, as he said. Becoming a guest elder of the Heavenly Empire would bring benefits that are not just a little bit. It can be said that once Douluo reveals that he possesses a 100,000 year soul ring and is a 92nd level Title Douluo, all sects and academies in the entire Heavenly Empire will feel wary of the royal family. Even superpowers like the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan cannot ignore Douluo's existence. As for the lower four sects and those scattered soul master academies, there's even less to say. These, Xue understands, and Douluo understands as well. After discussing Yenner's matter, Emperor Xue did not hesitate and got straight to the point. Lord Douluo, 3 days from now, I will hold a banquet for you to celebrate your becoming a guest elder of the Heavenly Empire. Not sure if Lord Douluo thinks it's appropriate? Douluo understands the meaning of this sentence from Xue. To put it bluntly, whether it's a mule or a horse, it needs to be taken out for a walk. The guest elder position in the Heaven-Do Empire is not something to be hidden. On the contrary, what Xue needs is merely the deterrent power of Douluo's Title Douluo level. Therefore, Douluo naturally has no objections to this matter. Your Majesty, Xue, you can arrange it as you see fit. Just inform me when the time comes. Good. Lord Douluo indeed has a bold spirit. After a grand feast, Douluo took Douluo Yin and left the Imperial Palace, returning to the small house in the Heaven-Do Junior Soul Master Academy where Douluo Yin lived. The next day, as the sun rose, with a document from Emperor Xue sent to various places, the news of Douluo becoming a guest elder of the Heaven-Do Empire began to spread rapidly. Within the Heaven-Do Empire, quite a few people knew Douluo's name. However, everyone was puzzled that Douluo could cultivate to the Title Douluo level so quickly. Moreover, he had joined the Heaven-Do royal family, becoming a guest elder. In no time, all parties began to stir, and various factions started to act quickly. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. As Wuhun Temple received the invitation letter from Emperor Xue and opened it to see its contents, his expression changed instantly. Douluo has actually become a Title Douluo. This guy is so fast. Becoming a guest elder sounds quite nice. But does the Heaven-Do royal family want to intimidate all factions? Forget it. I will go see what qualifications Douluo has to make such a decision. Although Wuhun Temple was also surprised by this matter, he had no worries at all. Their Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan had always acted low-key and had no conflicting interests with the royal family. Of course, more importantly, Wuhun Temple was a Title Douluo at level 95, so he naturally wouldn't fear a mere Douluo. In contrast, when the news reached the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji did not agree as much. The current Heaven-Do Empire is a complex web of various factions. Although the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is also a formidable force, after the Star-Picking Tower incident 5 years ago, Ning Fengji has become much more prudent. Douluo, in just 5 years, you have managed to become a Title Douluo. This truly surprises me. However, since Snow Knight personally invited me, I might as well go and see for myself. I'll also take the opportunity to see how strong Douluo really is. After making up his mind, Ning Fengji didn't delay any further. He left the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School with Sword Douluo, Tianchen, and headed straight for Tiandu City. Besides the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, the other 4 sects also sent people to Tiandu City. 3 days later, Tiandu City was bustling with various forces gathering, making it extremely lively. The figures of high-level soul masters continuously appeared throughout Tiandu City, all heading towards the Tiandu Imperial Palace. At this moment, in the main hall of the Tiandu Imperial Palace, Emperor Snow Knight, wearing a dragon robe, looked majestic, sitting with a group of ministers solemnly, while the royal family members were also on high alert. Finally, as Emperor Snow Knight spoke, the ceremony was about to begin. Send my orders, open the palace gates, and welcome guests from all sides. As the command was issued layer by layer, the gates of the Tiandu Imperial Palace slowly opened, and the various forces that had been waiting for a long time entered the palace one after another. In the main hall, it was already a sea of people. Seeing so many soul master forces arrive, Emperor Snow Knight felt extremely pleased deep down. The more people that came today, the deeper the impression Douluo would leave in their hearts, and the better the deterrent effect would be. The sect master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji, has arrived. With this announcement, everyone looked towards the entrance. They saw Ning Fengji walking slowly, step by step, towards the main hall. Behind him, Sword Douluo, Tianchen had an expressionless face, but the terrifying aura emanating from him sent chills down the spines of everyone present. So that Ning Fengji, the sect master of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, he indeed has some presence. But that figure behind him is Sword Douluo Chen, a Title Douluo of level 96. He is the true foundation of the seven-treasure glazed tile school. For a moment, discussions erupted in the hall, and everyone whispered among themselves. Emperor Snow Knight didn't he put on airs and personally went to the entrance of the hall to welcome them. Ha ha! Sect Master Ning actually came in person, which surprises our Tiando royal family. Ning Fengji smiled slightly. Your Majesty, you flatter me. Douluo achieving the Title Douluo is a significant event, and moreover, he has become a guest elder of the Tiando Empire. How can I not come? Nodding, Snow Knight didn't he dwell on this. He knew Ning Fengji was no simple character. Snow Knight hadn't he considered how much Douluo could deter the seven-treasure glazed tile school. The head of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, His Excellency Yu has arrived. Following that, Yu also entered the main hall. After all the personnel arrived, Snow Knight began to set the stage. Ha ha! Today is indeed a great honor for Snow Knight. Everyone present is a strong figure of our Tiando Empire, and it's not easy for us to gather here today. I believe everyone knows that His Excellency Douluo has achieved the Title Douluo. From now on, Douluo will be a guest elder of our Tiando royal family. After speaking, Snow Knight gave a glance, and a soldier instantly understood. Before long, outside the main hall, Douluo was walking step by step towards the interior. Everyone turned to look at Douluo, eager to catch a glimpse of the Title Douluo's demeanor. As Douluo approached slowly, a faint smile began to appear at the corner of his mouth. At that moment, the Sword Douluo Chen and Yu inside the hall exchanged glances, and the pressure from two Title Douluos suddenly surged towards Douluo. In an instant, Douluo's steps came to a halt. Feeling the pressure from the level of a Title Douluo, Douluo first frowned, then smiled broadly. He knew that this was definitely the show of force from the seven-treasure glazed tile school and the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Unfortunately, Douluo was not alone. He had the star-picking tower behind him, so he would not swallow his pride. As Douluo took a step forward, boom, the entire stone slab instantly turned to ashes, and immediately, soul rings began to rise slowly beneath Douluo's feet. 8 soul rings in yellow, purple, black. Black suddenly appeared, and the pressure from Yu and Sword Douluo Chen was significantly reduced. But that was not the end, as the corners of Douluo's mouth slightly lifted. The 9th soul ring of 100,000 years appeared before everyone. That incredibly crimson soul ring made everyone present wish they could get even closer to see it. This, 100,000-year soul ring. How was that possible? How could Douluo possibly possess a 100,000-year soul ring? At this moment, Ning Fengji was constantly shouting in his heart. Although he felt puzzled about Douluo's achievement as a Title Douluo, he thought it was just luck. But how could he explain this 100,000-year soul ring? A 100,000-year soul ring represents a 100,000-year soul beast. This had to leave Ning Fengji in shock. Chapter 68. Sword Douluo's Test, Douluo's Strength. At this moment, it was not just Ning Fengji. Yu felt the same way. However, he was more filled with jealousy. Why did he, Yu not have a 100,000-year soul ring, while a mere Douluo could possess one? He didn't understand and felt extremely uncomfortable in his heart. In fact, compared to them, the shock of the Snow Knight Emperor was no less than theirs. He had thought that Douluo was just an ordinary Title Douluo, but now, with a shift in perspective, he had obtained a 100,000-year soul ring. This changed everything. The 100,000-year soul ring represented something significant, and the Snow Knight Emperor was very clear about this. Now, even the seven-treasure glazed tile school and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan would no longer dare to underestimate Douluo. No matter what those in the main hall thought, at this moment, Douluo appeared exceptionally comfortable, with the sudden explosion of his soul power at level 92. Even if Sword Douluo Chen and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan leader Yu secretly made their moves, it was futile. With a faint cold smile at the corner of his mouth, Douluo stepped forward towards the hall. All the soul masters present felt the wave of soul power emanating from Douluo at level 92. Title Douluo like a great mountain, pressed down on all the soul masters, making it hard for them to breathe. As he entered the hall and glanced around, Douluo's face remained extremely calm, showing no expression whatsoever. Everyone, today is my first appearance as a Title Douluo, and from now on, my title will be Poison. As soon as he finished speaking, a chilling aura arose, and everyone felt a cold sensation beneath their feet. At the same time, some realized the terrifying aspect of Douluo joining the Heaven Do Empire. A Title Douluo skilled in poison, with a 100,000-year spirit ring, if a conflict arose with the empire, Douluo would be like a god of war in battle. It was evident that Shui Yi also recognized this issue, his face breaking into a beaming smile. He hurriedly approached. Haha, everyone has heard it. I hereby announce that from now on, Lord Douluo will be a guest elder of our Heaven Do Empire. His status is equivalent to that of a prince. While saying this, Shui Yi looked at all those present, unable to hide the joy in his eyes. Ha ha! Congratulations, Your Majesty Shui Yi. Congratulations, Lord Douluo. As the ministers of the Heaven Do Empire echoed, the soul masters present felt somewhat helpless. But at that moment, Sword Douluo Tianchen stood up. Brother Douluo, I never expected that one day you would achieve Title Douluo and even possess a 100,000-year spirit ring. I truly envy you. As soon as these words came out, everyone focused their attention on Sword Douluo. After all, he was level 96. Hearing this, Douluo gave a self-deprecating smile. Sword Douluo, you jest. I'm just lucky. And this 100,000-year spirit ring was merely a coincidence. But you, Sword Douluo, a super Douluo at level 96, that's a realm that ordinary people cannot reach. This truly left people in shock. Upon hearing this, Sword Douluo smiled, but remained silent. His goal had been achieved, proving to everyone that the seven-treasure glazed tile school was still strong. One Douluo was not enough to make the seven-treasure glazed tile school feel apprehensive. Douluo was clear about this in his heart. But to speak frankly, even with a 100,000-year spirit ring and a 100,000-year spirit bone, he could not possibly be a match for Sword Douluo Tianchen. Perhaps Inhei and Yang Bai could fight him. Just then, Yu Engine, who had been silent, also stood up. Ha ha! Sword Douluo Tianchen is a level 96 Title Douluo. Brother Douluo need not take it to heart. I believe that with Brother Douluo's 100,000-year spirit ring, reaching level 95 in the future is merely a matter of time. However, today, I wonder if we can witness your strength, Brother Douluo. As soon as this was said, the entire venue was shaken. It was clear that Yu Engine wanted to have a match with Douluo. Douluo appeared to smile on the surface, but secretly he was estimating the gap between himself and Yu Engine. Although Yu Engine was not as strong as the Sword Douluo Tianchen, he was still a super Douluo at level 95. Coupled with the powerful blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul, Douluo knew he was not a match for him either. Haha, the clan leader Yu is joking. Douluo is naturally just a Title Douluo in strength. Perhaps he is slightly weaker than the clan leader Yu, but he is definitely not weak. Don't believe it? You, chief of the Yu clan, can come and try it yourself. In an instant, the atmosphere became somewhat cold. Yu Engine let out a cold laugh, but ultimately maintained his composure and did not act directly. After all, this was a guest offering from the Tianchen royal family. It was fine to talk, but if it came to fighting, he had to think twice. Just as tensions were rising, the Snow Knight Emperor came to play the role of peacemaker. Douluo Mian, chief of the Yu clan, you are both Title Douluo level powerhouses and the true foundation of our Tianchen empire. Where is the distinction in status? Come. It is rare for everyone to gather together today, so let our Tianchen royal family extend our hospitality. With just a few words, Snow Knight managed to ease the atmosphere. However, Douluo secretly remembered today as events. The Sword Douluo Tianchen from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School at least expressed himself in a more subtle manner. But Yu Engine was simply brainlessly domineering. Did he really think that Douluo was a lonely person? In fact, Yu Engine's arrogance was related to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School 5 years ago at the Star-Picking Tower. After that incident, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family had swallowed up many of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's industries. Moreover, with the most soul masters joining the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, Yu Engine had become even more arrogant. But he didn't consider that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School had 2 Title Douluos above level 95 who had suffered severe setbacks, let alone his Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Aside from Yu Engine being a Title Douluo at level 95, there were no other Title Douluos in the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. As the saying goes, those who are arrogant will meet misfortune. The seed sown today by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family will surely bear bitter fruit in the future. The grand banquet belonging to the Tianchen royal family ended shortly after. Douluo also stood up and left gracefully, preferring to spend time with his granddaughter rather than dealing with these guys. However, the end of the banquet does not mean the end of this matter. The news that Douluo is a rank 92 Title Douluo, as well as the news of his 10,000-year soul ring, quickly spread throughout the Heaven Do Empire. This powerful figure, titled Poison, instantly became famous across the entire Heaven-Do Empire. After returning to the seven-treasure glazed tile school, Ning Fengji felt increasingly uneasy. He could not understand why Douluo was able to possess a 10,000-year soul ring. This was definitely not a coincidence. The secret hidden within this was, in Ning Fengji's opinion, absolutely not simple. However, no matter how much he pondered, he couldn't figure out the reason. Just then, 6-year-old Ning Rongrong ran in. "Daddy, Daddy, come play with Rongrong." 6-year-old Ning Rongrong was extremely cute, and at this time, she hadn't yet developed the temper of a spoiled young lady. When Ning Fengji heard that his daughter had arrived, he couldn't help but show a father's smile. "Haha, Rongrong, be good. Daddy has some matters to attend to right now. Can we play together after Daddy finishes?" "Okay." Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong pouted her little mouth and angrily walked up to Ning Fengji. Her tender voice was filled with a different kind of anger. "I don't want to." Unable to do anything, Ning Fengji could only compromise with his obedient daughter and stop thinking about the matter of Douluo's 100,000-year spirit ring. He picked up Ning Rongrong and left the seven-treasure glazed tile pagoda directly. Chapter 69. The first ring is formed. Xiao Wu is level 11 in Soto City, at the top of the star-picking tower. After everything that happened in Heaven-Do City was reported to Douluo, Inhe respectfully handed the message to Yi Tianchen. After looking at the message sent by Douluo, Yi Tianchen's expression showed no change at all. Sending Douluo to Heaven-Do City as a guest elder of the Heaven-Do Empire was not only due to the relationship with Emperor Shuiyi, but Yi Tianchen also wanted to insert a thorn into Heaven-Do City. This way, the Heaven-Do Empire would stabilize a lot, preventing various forces from taking turns to appear. However, the mention of the blue lightning tyrant dragon family in the letter made Yi Tianchen furrow his brows. Yu Engine, a rank 95 Title Douluo, has the martial soul blue lightning tyrant dragon. This guy really has some nerve. It's time to deal with his blue lightning tyrant dragon family. Haven T, the seven-treasure glazed tile school, learned their lesson. Silently thinking this, Yi Tianchen set down the letter in his hand. The matter of Douluo would have to wait for now. At that moment, Inhe, who had been standing by, couldn't he help but glance at Yi Tianchen, his expression somewhat hesitant, looking as if he wanted to say something but held back. This was naturally noticed by Yi Tianchen. Turning his head to look at Inhe, Yi Tianchen smiled lightly. "Inhe, stuttering is not a good habit. If you have any difficulties, just speak up." Upon hearing this, Inhe no longer hesitated and voiced his dilemma. "Master, there is something I need to mention to you, and I hope you can agree." "Oh, go ahead." Receiving an affirmative response, Inhe directly said, "Master, the little rabbit you asked me to take care of last time, that is Xiao Wu, she seems to be about to condense her first spirit ring. The spirit beast cannot be disturbed while condensing a spirit ring. And I happen to need to enter seclusion to refine the soul bone you gave me recently. So, I want to know if I can bring that little rabbit to you." As he spoke, Inhe's voice grew softer until it faded away. What greeted him was Yi Tianchen's cold face, and Inhe's heart jolted, realizing he might have overstepped. Slap! Yi Tianchen's finger landed on Inhe's head with a light tap. "Can't we wait for that little rabbit to condense her first spirit ring before you refine the soul bone?" Upon hearing this, Inhe hesitated but still mustered the courage to carefully say, "Master, the key is that Yangbai has already started refining the soul bone. I don't want to fall behind him. Is that all?" Yi Tianchen understood. Realizing that Inhe and Yangbai really were a family that believed in love and killing each other, neither would give in to the other. Thinking that Inhe would say something so outrageous, Yi Tianchen couldn't help but laugh and scold him. "All right, Inhe, bring the little rabbit here, and go refine the soul bone. However, if you successfully refine it behind Yangbai, then I will have to guide you well. Do you understand?" As soon as he heard guidance, Inhe's expression changed immediately, and he quickly nodded, rushing to bring Xiao Wu. Within a few breaths, Xiao Wu was directly grabbed by Inhe and placed at the top of the star-picking tower. Without paying any attention to Xiao Wu's puzzled expression, he vanished from his spot with a swoosh. He cannot refine the soul bone after Yangbai. Otherwise, hissing. Just thinking about the darkness feels terrifying. However, Xiao was obviously a bit confused. She had been cultivating well and was about to condense her first soul ring. Unexpectedly, she was directly captured by the dark worshipper at the top of the star-picking tower. Xiao Wu sneaked a glance at Yi Tianchen, and, seeing no killing intent in his eyes, she felt much more at ease. She had thought that this master of the star-picking tower intended to kill her. It seems that's not the case. "Little rabbit," Inhe said, "you need to condense your first spirit ring, so you can start condensing it here." Looking at Xiao Wu, Tianchen said nothing more and simply turned back into the pavilion. At this moment, Xiao Wu was completely bewildered. What on earth had happened? Shaking her head vigorously, Xiao Wu didn't dare to delay. Since this person wanted her to condense her first spirit ring here, she could only obediently comply. Otherwise, what else can we do? Calm down. Xiao Wu also began her own attempts. Unlike real humans, after transforming, soul beasts do not need to absorb soul rings. They can produce soul rings on their own. However, the resulting soul ring still depends on individual endurance, which is somewhat similar to the divine soul rings. However, the soul rings produced by soul beasts cannot exceed the age of their transformation. Soon, Xiao Wu sat cross-legged outside the pavilion, began to calm her mind, and concentrated on forming her first soul ring. Just then, the voice of Tianchen came again from within the pavilion. Little rabbit, I advise you not to be careless with the formation of each soul ring. If possible, you should try to increase the age of the soul ring. After saying this, Tianchen's voice completely vanished, leaving Xiao Wu in contemplation. She was not a novice in cultivation. She understood that the higher the age of the soul ring, the stronger the soul skill would be. Following Tianchen's advice, Xiao Wu proceeded accordingly. After sitting quietly, Xiao Wu began to draw upon the soul ring within her body. In a short while, a white soul ring appeared in front of Xiao Wu. However, Xiao Wu did not rush to absorb and refine it, but continuously injected soul power into the white soul ring. As the soul power was gradually infused into the white soul ring, the white soul ring began to change bit by bit. In a short while, the white soul ring transformed into a yellow 100-year soul ring. However, Xiao Wu did not stop injecting her soul power. Just 100 years is not enough. Naturally, Tianchen in the tower also noticed the commotion of Xiao Wu condensing her first soul ring. However, he did not intervene. A strong person does not need excessive help from others. Flowers in a greenhouse cannot grow. Moreover, Xiao Wu is ultimately a soul beast, and there are still some reservations in Tianchen's heart. As time passed, night gradually fell, and Xiao Wu's first soul ring had now manifested a deep yellow color, reaching a limit of 400 years. At this moment, Xiao Wu was already drenched in sweat. But thinking of her future opponent being a Title Douluo with dual martial souls, she gritted her teeth and persevered. Finally, when the limit of her first soul ring broke through to 500 years, Xiao Wu felt that she was on the verge of collapsing. No, 500 years is not enough. Not enough. A hint of madness flashed in Xiao Wu's eyes. Her first soul ring could not only have a limit of 500 years. With a roar from Xiao Wu, the limit of her first soul ring began to rise again. Chapter 70, Bibidong's plan, Qian Rinchue's foolishness. Finally, at the 600-year limit, a mouthful of fresh blood burst forth from Xiao Wu's mouth. The blood dripped slowly from the corner of her mouth, decorating her pristine white dress with bright red plum blossoms. For the 600-year first soul ring, she still did not give up and continued to push forward. When the first soul ring reached the 700-year limit, Xiao Wu's body had already begun to ooze a trickle of blood. Her entire skeleton was creaking. At this moment, Xiao Wu had become somewhat possessed, still disregarding everything and wanting to continue increasing the limit of her first soul ring. Just then, a cold voice came from the pavilion. Little rabbit, 700 years is already your limit. Don't be ungrateful. If you push further, you will explode and die. Only by living can you have the chance for revenge. If you die, you will have nothing. The moment Tianchen's words fell, Xiao Wu suddenly woke up. She indeed had been a bit possessed. Enduring immense pain, Xiao Wu summoned the last bit of strength in her body to slowly absorb and refine the soul ring. At this moment, Tianchen in the pavilion couldn't help but admire. This little rabbit is really ruthless, so harsh on herself, a talent worth cultivating. However, Tianchen also understood that Xiao Wu dared to play like this because of her transformation from a soul beast. The first reason is the soul power impact. Generally, when a person absorbs and refines a soul ring, they need to guard against the soul power impact, as the power of the soul ring does not belong to them and can be extremely violent once it enters the human body, affecting the absorption of the soul ring. Xiao Wu is different. The first soul ring she condensed is made up of the energy stored in her body before her transformation. Since she is refining it herself, the soul power is incredibly gentle, and there are no such concerns. Additionally, Xiao Wu's body is much stronger than that of an average 6-year-old child, as she is currently a 100,000-year soul beast in transformation. It is normal for her to have soul power nourished from a young age. After successfully condensing and refining her first soul ring, Xiao Wu is already exhausted, and as her internal soul power broke through to the 12th level, she fainted directly. Tianchen had no interest in taking care of this little rabbit and pretended not to see her. At this moment, while Xiao Wu was condensing her first soul ring, Qian Rinxue in the Spirit Hall had just finished absorbing her 5th soul ring. That's right, 12-year-old Qian Rinxue already possessed the cultivation of a soul king. As she slowly walked into the offering hall, Qian Rinxue saw her grandfather waiting for her. "Welcome back, Xiao Xue. How was the soul ring capture this time?" Hearing her grandfather's inquiry, Qian Rinxue did not answer directly, but her feet lit up with soul rings. Yellow, purple, purple, black, black. The configuration of 5 soul rings, which would astonish anyone else, only made Title Douluo nod slightly. Compared to the original story, this time, Title Douluo had invested much more in Qian Rinxue. With endless rare materials piled up, Qian Rinxue's body strength skyrocketed. The 2nd soul ring started at 1,000 years. Even the 4th soul ring, which is a 10,000-year soul ring, was obtained through Title Douluo's means, forcing a 10,000-year soul beast to willingly sacrifice itself. It can be said that Qian Rinxue was born with a silver spoon in her mouth. However, even though Qian Rinxue already possessed most of what soul masters dream of, she still felt uneasy in her heart. The root of her discomfort had only one source, Bibidong. From birth until now, Qian Rinxue clearly remembered that Bibidong had never spoken more than 3 sentences to her. But Bibidong was her mother. Qian Rinxue felt complicated and didn't know what to do. Regarding this matter, Title Douluo was not unaware, but he also could not interfere forcefully. "Grandfather, everything is going well." "Not bad," Qian Rinxue said before leaving the offering hall, leaving Title Douluo alone in the Great Hall. Looking at Qian Rinxue's departing figure, Title Douluo felt an immense sense of loss and melancholy. How had he, a 99th level ultimate Douluo, ended up like this? Sighing softly, Title Douluo slowly approached the angel statue, clasped his hands together, and knelt before the angel statue. After leaving, Qian Rinxue walked straight to the Pope's hall. She needed to find Bibidong and clarify things with her. At that moment, Bibidong was discussing matters with the Jew ghost Douluo, sitting high on the Pope's chair. Bibidong looked at the Jew ghost Douluo and slowly spoke. "I heard that the royal family of the Heaven Do Empire has recruited a title Douluo named Douluo, who also possesses a 100,000-year soul ring. Is this true or false?" Bibidong's voice was calm, but filled with a sense of authority. The Jew Douluo carefully observed Bibidong and, seeing nothing unusual, finally felt at ease to respond. "Reporting to your holiness, it is true that the Heaven Do Empire has indeed recruited a Title Douluo. I under Douluo have known him and he is skilled in using poison, but I have my doubts about him possessing a 100,000-year soul ring. A 100,000-year soul ring is incredibly precious. What qualifications does Douluo have to obtain it?" The Jew Douluo sneered at the idea, not believing Douluo could possess a 100,000-year soul ring. Upon hearing this, Bibidong let out a cold laugh, looking at the Jew Douluo with a hint of killing intent in her eyes. In an instant, the Jew Douluo felt something was amiss and hurriedly knelt on the ground, lowering his head infinitely. "Yuguan, there are people beyond people, and heavens beyond heavens. The news from the Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall in Heavendo City, Salis, confirms that Douluo possesses a 100,000-year soul ring. This is not false." As Bibidong's words fell, the Jew Douluo immediately confessed. "It was Yuguan's error in judgment. I hope your holiness will forgive me." Ignoring the Jew Douluo, Bibidong stood up and continued speaking. "The Heaven Do Empire will also be a target for our Spirit Hall to destroy in the future. The appearance of this Title Douluo is not good news. Moreover, the Heaven Do Empire also possesses the 7-treasure glazed tile sect, the Haotian sect, and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. It is said that one should pick the softest persimmons to squeeze. However, the Heaven Do Empire is much more troublesome than the Star Luo Empire. Do you two have any plans?" After saying this, Bibidong made a graceful turn and slowly sat back down on the Pope's chair. The Jew Douluo and the Gue Douluo were momentarily left speechless. Besides what Bibidong mentioned, the Heaven Do Empire also had the mysterious star-picking tower, and the Jew Douluo truly had no way to handle it. Useless, a bunch of useless people. "All right, you may leave." After saying this, the Jew Douluo quickly retreated. "Come out, don't hide." After the Jew Douluo left, with a loud command from Bibidong, Qian Rinxue slowly walked out from the shadows. "Mother Pope." Qian Rinxue still couldn't bring herself to call her mother. Bibidong looked at Qian Rinxue and felt a tremor in her heart upon hearing this hesitant address. Chapter 71. Qian Daoliu's headache, Qian Rinchue's stubbornness. However, soon, Bibidong returned to her cold demeanor. It was unclear what Miss Schwerer was eavesdropping on. This was the Pope's palace, not the hall of the high priest. In an instant, the temperature in the entire Pope's palace plummeted, with a hint of murderous intent hidden within the cold. Qian Rinchue trembled slightly. Was the exalted Pope really so ruthless? She couldn't understand. After all, she was her daughter. At that moment, Bibidong looked at Qian Rinchue, and the more she looked, the more she saw a shadow of Qian Xuanji in her. A hint of disgust began to mix into her expression. Without waiting for Qian Rinchue to speak again, Bibidong directly waved her hand. And a terrifying soul power swept Qian Rinchue out of the Pope's palace, after which the door slowly closed. Watching the door that had tightly shut, Qian Rinchue felt a sense of loneliness, but even more, she felt disappointment. Over the years, she had appeared before Bibidong more than once. Yet Bibidong had never even glanced at her. It was unclear how long she had been lingering outside the door, but as Qian Rinchue slowly stood up, her eyes filled with determination. She wanted Bibidong to know that she was not a flower in a greenhouse. She could help her. With this thought, Qian Rinchue retracted the sorrow from her face, replaced instead by coldness and resolve. In a short while, Qian Rinchue returned to the worship hall. Qian Douluo slowly rose from in front of the angel statue, turned his head to look at Qian Rinchue, who had just entered, and smiled slightly. She still hasn't accepted you? As soon as Qian Douluo said this, Qian Rinchue momentarily froze, but then thought to herself, how could she possibly deceive her grandfather? The Holy Pope was busy with church affairs, so after saying this, Qian Rinchue didn't continue to elaborate. Upon hearing this, Qian Douluo shook his head and let out a helpless smile. How could he not know the personality of the granddaughter he raised? But Bibidong sighed. In this regard, Qian Douluo really had no way to handle it. However, in his heart, he still felt that Qian Rinchue had no need to interact with Bibidong. Since she was going to obtain the angel god's inheritance in the future, there was no need to leave any memories in the world after becoming a god. Xuya, do you know why your mother Bibidong treats you this way? After taking a deep look at Qian Rinchue, Qian Douluo decided to inform her of the past events. It is better to endure short pain than long pain. How to choose should be left to her. As soon as Qian Douluo said this, Qian Rinchue immediately focused her attention. With a soft sigh, Qian Douluo began to narrate. Schwer, your father was the Pope of our spirit hall, and your mother Bibidong was your father's disciple, also the saintess of our spirit hall. What? Qian Rinchue was stunned. Her father was actually her mother's teacher. Isn't that against ethics? Seeing Qian Rinchue's reaction, Qian Douluo was not surprised, as he felt the same way. Schwer, there's no need to be so agitated. Let Grandpa explain slowly. Nodding, Qian Rinchue regained her calmness and focused her attention on her grandfather once more. At that time, your mother fell in love with a man full of lies, named Yu Shaojiang, the son of Yu Yuanjin, the leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. He was a born waste in martial spirit and could only be a level 29 soul master for his entire life. When your father discovered this, he was extremely furious because he also had feelings for your mother. At this point, Qian Douluo glanced at Qian Rinchue again, and seeing no change in her expression, he continued. Later, your mother actually wanted to elope with that waste Yu Shaojiang, but was discovered by your father. In a fit of anger, your father. After that, your mother had you. Your mother has always hated your father, wishing she could kill him herself. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinchue seemed to understand why her mother Bibidong treated her so poorly. But why should she bear the blame for her father's mistakes? At the same time, she began to feel pity for Bibidong. After pondering for a moment, Qian Rinchue suddenly raised her head and looked at her grandfather, asking, so, Grandpa, did my mother Bibidong kill my father? Suddenly hearing Qian Rinchue ask this, Qian Douluo was somewhat at a loss for how to respond. However, upon thinking about it, since it's already been said, I might as well tell Qian Rinchue everything. Schwer, regarding your father's death. You know that what we at the Spirit Hall spread is that he was killed by Tang Hao of the Haotian sect in collusion with a 100,000-year soul beast. But that's not true. The real killer of your father is the master of the star-picking tower, Yi Tianchen. What? The master of the star-picking tower, Yi Tianchen? That six-fingered Lyre Demon? It was actually him. Qian Rinchue grew up in the Spirit Hall and naturally heard about Yi Tianchen, a Title Douluo at level 97, with 6 10,000-year soul rings and 300,000-year soul rings. His strength has already surpassed that of my second grandfather, the golden crocodile, Douluo. Seeing Qian Rinchue's confusion, Qian Douluo slowly spoke. Sure, you don't know, this matter is not as simple as you think. Your mother once went to the star-picking tower That time may have been to pay a price for the master of the star-picking tower, to take your father's life. At this point, Qian Oliu's expression was no longer calm, and a terrifying killing intent surged on his aged face. Qian Renxue fell silent. After hearing so many secrets she never knew, her heart was filled with too many complex emotions. Seeing this, Qian Douluo gently comforted her. Shuer, you don't need to worry about your mother and father's matters. Everything will be handled by Grandpa. This includes that master of the star-picking tower as well. What you need to do now is to cultivate hard and strive to achieve Title Douluo as soon as possible. By then, Grandpa will definitely help you reclaim the position of the Pope of the Spirit Hall. After hearing this, Qian Renxue wanted to say something but hesitated. She didn't want the position of Pope, but facing the grandfather who raised her, she couldn't bear to refuse. Grandpa, don't worry. Shuer will work hard to cultivate and break through to Title Douluo as soon as possible. When she said this, Qian Renxue herself didn't believe she would really ignore it. Clearly, Qian Douluo also shook his head slightly. He understood his granddaughter too well. Although she had always appeared obedient, sensible, and hardworking, only Qian Douluo understood how similar Qian Renxue's stubbornness was to Bibidong's. They were equally stubborn, or rather, it would be more accurate to say obsessive. Let's hope so. Xuya, you can go now. Grandpa is tired and wants to rest for a while. Qian Douluo spoke gently, and after hearing this, Qian Renxue slowly left the worship hall. Just after Qian Renxue left, the golden crocodile, Douluo, slowly walked out from the depths of the worship hall. Big brother Shuer, actually big brother, you shouldn't have told her all this. With Shuer's character, she probably won't be able to cultivate peacefully. Qian Douluo nodded. He understood this too. Golden crocodile. A long pain is worse than short pain. Sooner or later, Shuer will know all this. Rather than waiting until then, when everything is settled down and it would be futile for her to try hard, it's better to let her decide her path now. While we are here now, with you and me, in the worship hall, Shuer can at least receive some support, not to be alone in the future. After hearing this, he also sighed lightly yes. In that case, big brother, we must be prepared. Shuer's personality will never let it go as if nothing happened. I'm afraid Shuer will go directly to seek revenge on Yi Tianchen. You also know that Yi Tianchen's current strength is probably no longer at level 97. Nodding, Qian Douluo was not very worried. His own Shuer was just stubborn, not foolish. Yi Tianchen's strength was so formidable that unless he acted personally, no one could do anything to him. Don't worry, Genie. When troops come, we will block them. When water comes, we will cover it with earth. There is nothing to fear. After saying this, the two did not continue the conversation. Chapter 72, The Dark Sheet Practice, Egg Against Stone. In Soto City, at the top of the star-picking tower, since Xiao Wu was sent by Inhe 3 days ago, she had been recovering from the injuries caused by desperately increasing the age of her soul rings. After 3 days, she had basically returned to her original state. During these 3 days, Yi Tianchen had been quietly cultivating in the pavilion, completely ignoring Xiao Wu's life or death. The reason was simple. There was a soul guiding device at Xiao Wu's waist, and Yi Tianchen could no longer remember how many carrots this little rabbit had taken out. In addition, Yi Tianchen had just broken through to level 98 and needed time to stabilize his cultivation. After all, a tall building rises from the ground, and no matter how high one cultivates, he would not forget this most basic point. Just as Yi Tianchen was immersed in his cultivation, a breath suddenly erupted from within the star-picking tower. Suddenly, Yi Tianchen opened his eyes. This breath belonged to none other than Yang Bai. In an instant, a mysterious smile appeared on Yi Tianchen's lips. If you remember correctly, he had told Inhe 3 days ago. Just over an hour after Yang Bai refined the soul bone, a terrifying breath also emanated from Inhe's cultivation place. Obviously, Inhe had successfully refined the 100,000-year soul bone. At this moment, in Inhe's cultivation place, although he had successfully refined the 100,000-year soul bone of the Blue-Silver Emperor, there was no joy on his face. Instead, he was so nervous that he was sweating profusely. How could Yang Bai refine it so quickly? That piece was the soul bone of a 100,000-year golden rhinoceros. My Blue-Silver Emperor's soul bone should be easier to refine than his. Sigh. Now it's a mess. Just as Inhe was still muttering, a melodious and pleasant sound of a zither slowly came from the top of the star-picking tower. But this pleasant zither sound was a great opportunity for the soul masters waiting below the star-picking tower. For Inhe, however, it was extremely terrifying. Sure enough, the next second, Yi Tianchen's voice appeared in Inhe's ear. Inhe, Congratulations on refining the soul bone. Come see me at once. With a sudden leap, Inhei shot up and instantly arrived at the top of the star-picking tower. After landing, he did not act as leisurely as usual, but nervously moved to the front of the pavilion. He then bowed. Subordinate Inhei pays respects to the tower master. Suddenly, the door of the pavilion opened, and Yi Tianchen appeared before Inhei. With a gentle smile, he said, Inhei, it seems you promised something to me 3 days ago. Do you still remember? After saying this, Yi Tianchen smiled at Inhei, whose soft smile made Inhei involuntarily shrink his head. Inhei certainly knew what his tower master was referring to, and at this moment, with no way to retreat, he could only brace himself. Tower master, Inhei certainly remembers. This time, it was Inhei's boast, and he is willing to accept punishment. With his head lowered, Inhei was already prepared to face the terrifying one-sided beating. At the moment Inhei finished speaking, Yangbai also sensed Inhei's breath and flew to the top of the star-picking tower. Seeing the reluctant Inhei and the slightly smiling tower master, Yangbai decisively chose to remain silent. He quietly approached Xiao Wu, squatted down, and gently asked Xiao Wu, tell this servant, did your teacher Inhei promise the tower master anything? Xiao Wu was somewhat puzzled. What exactly was going on? Unclear about the situation, Xiao Wu also informed Yangbai of all the dark actions from 3 days ago. After all, when facing a Title Douluo at level 95, Xiao Wu decisively chose to be honest. When Yangbai learned everything, a hint of a mocking smile appeared on his face. Tis Inhei. Someone else in trouble. At this moment, it was clear that Inhei was too preoccupied to notice Yangbai's smile. He didn't even realize Yangbai had arrived. Since you know, then Inhei, come with me. As the words fell, Yi Tianchen soared into the sky like a great rock. Inhei shakily stood up, gritted his teeth, and with a determined effort, his entire body instantly transformed into a fleeting shadow. Ha, Xiao Wu, let us go. Today, I'll show you how your teacher, Inhei, gets embarrassed. Before Xiao Wu could agree, Yangbai had already lifted her and vanished from the spot. 30 miles outside Soto City, in a desolate and uninhabited forest, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With the sound of wind breaking, Yi Tianchen and Inhei arrived here. Soon after, Yangbai also appeared with Xiao Wu on a towering tree, 100 meters away from Inhei. There's a good show to watch. Yangbai smiled, while Xiao Wu looked curious. In the arena, Yi Tianchen stood still, watching the somewhat nervous Inhei, and then spoke. Inhei, come on. Let me see how much power you really have at level 95. Inhei nodded. Since it had come to this, there was nothing to be afraid of. He then changed his expression to a heavy one and gently exhaled a breath of turbid air. In an instant, soul rings slowly rose beneath Inhei's feet. 9 soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red, emanated a terrifying aura. The soul power of level 95 erupted violently, and a powerful wave of soul power instantly spread out. Sitting in the tree, Xiao Wu was almost swept to the ground by this momentum, but fortunately, Yangbai reacted quickly and caught her. Master, I want to hold back. After saying this, Inhei's 7th soul ring suddenly lit up. 7th soul skill. True body of Cold In. As soon as he attacked, Inhei directly used his martial soul, True Body. No joke when fighting with his own master. Inhei wouldn't foolishly worry about consuming soul power. In this case, it's still better to suffer short pain than long pain. 5th soul skill, In Moon Slash. As the saying goes, the best defense is offense. At this moment, Inhei didn't leave himself any retreat. In an instant, 2 beams of cold light rushed forward, arriving in front of Yi Tianchen in just a moment. With a light smile, Yi Tianchen didn't even use the heavenly demon zither. He simply shook his entire body's soul power. A wave of soul power instantly met Inhei's 5th soul skill. Boom! In an instant, Inhei's 5th soul skill was forcefully shattered by Yi Tianchen. Seeing this, Inhei was not discouraged. This was something he had expected. 8th soul skill, In Wind Shock. Immediately, Inhei did not hesitate and directly unleashed his 8th soul skill. A violent wind suddenly descended, filled with terrifying blade lights, emitting a bloodthirsty, killing intent. It enveloped Yi Tianchen completely. Seeing this, Yi Tianchen still did not take a step back. He concentrated his soul power in his palm, forcefully slapped out, directly meeting this storm of blade lights. Scrape, scrape, scrape. Yi Tianchen's palm, under the concentration of soul power, was like metal, and with each collision with the blade light, it produced a deafening friction sound. Not bad. Inhei, your 8th soul skill is quite interesting. However, next, this seat is going to take action. After saying this, Tianchen stepped forward, and his whole body burst out with soul power, instantly dissipating the dark 8th soul skill. As Tianchen took a step, a series of extremely dark soul rings slowly rose beneath his feet. In an instant, 3 blood-red soul rings appeared. Inhei felt his scalp tingle at this moment, and he was drenched in sweat. Meanwhile, over 100 meters away, on a large tree, Yangbai's expression was clearly in stark contrast to Inhei's. He showed no signs of panic on his face. Instead, he looked excited. Xiao Wu on the side found it hard to evaluate. Of course, Xiao Wu was also extremely surprised. As a 100,000-year soul beast, she knew the strength of a Title Douluo. But this scene was something she had never seen before. The last time in Nodding City, she hadn't seen it clearly before being knocked out by the aftermath of the battle between Tianchen and the Golden Crocodile. Now, seeing the 2 terrifying figures in the arena and those blood-red soul rings, Xiao Wu felt an inexplicable sense of admiration instead of any rejection. Perhaps at this moment, she understood that this was the mark of true human strength, compared to her pitiful peers. What Xiao Wu wanted to do now was to become stronger as soon as possible and then take revenge. Chapter 73. Yangbai takes a bullet, teaming up to fight the harp demon. In the arena, when all 9 of Tianchen's soul rings appeared, Inhei became highly tense. If nothing unexpected happens, Inhei is about to face a mishap soon. As for whether he will die, Inhei knows that won't happen, but he probably won't be able to get out of bed for 10 days or half a month. Tianchen similit Bibidong, and the heavenly demon zither appeared in his hand in an instant. Threads of demonic energy flowed slowly on the heavenly demon zither. Although there was no murderous intent, that terrifying aura still made people feel suffocated. Inhei, come give it a try. Heavenly Dragon 8 sounds. Break. As Tianchen's 6 fingers vibrated the strings, waves of sound accompanied by endless blades and shadows descended upon Inhei like a torrential storm. At this moment, Inhei's pupils dilated infinitely. In just a moment, the sound waves arrived. Without time to think, Inhei directly urged his martial soul's true form, and all the soul power in his body erupted, starting to defend desperately. Boom, boom, boom. Each wave of blades and shadows that landed on Inhei's martial soul true form made him feel as if he had been struck heavily by a hammer. That sensation was particularly unpleasant. His body was constantly being pushed back. With each wave of sound, he was pushed back several meters, and the ground beneath him was pockmarked, with no intact place. At this moment, Tianchen's 6 fingers moved faster and faster. The sound waves multiplied, and their power grew stronger, showing no signs of stopping. Seeing this, Inhei felt a sense of foreboding. He knew he could not retreat any further. All his soul power condensed directly onto his martial soul true form. With a desperate slash, he cut through all the sound waves in front of him. Taking this opportunity, Inhei flew into the sky. 9th soul skill. Blade shatters the heavens. With a rumble, as Inhei's 9th soul ring lit up, a blood-red giant blade spanning 100 meters coalesced in the sky. The crimson blade clearly indicated extraordinary power. In an instant, as Inhei gathered enough strength, it was also the first time he unleashed his 9th soul skill. Slash. As Inhei's voice fell, the 100-meter blood blade descended from the sky, its speed so fast that even Tianchen couldn't help but marvel. 4th soul skill. Heavenly Demon Shield. With the activation of Tianchen's 4th soul skill, a shield formed instantly in front of him, composed of soul power mixed with demonic energy. With no worry at all, although Inhei's strike was indeed not weak, it still fell short of breaking Tianchen's 4th soul skill. Boom, boom, boom. As the blood blade descended and struck the heavenly demon shield, a blood-red light soared into the sky, and a powerful wave of soul power erupted from the two, frantically spilling outwards. Over 100 meters away, Yangbai instantly pulled Xiao Wu into the air. In just a moment, the towering tree beneath them was shattered into pieces by the spreading blade light. As the smoke cleared, Inhei was now covered in sweat, his face pale and weak. His entire arm trembled constantly, and as he slightly raised his head to look at his master, who remained unmoved, Inhei nearly couldn't recover. Master, your power is unmatched. Inhei truly can't hold on any longer. After saying this, Inhei also noticed Yangbai and Xiao Wu in the distant sky. Immediately, a glint of light flashed in his eyes, and a plan formed in his mind. However, Master, this time I really can't withstand your few moves alone. But if Yangbai can join me, I believe you will definitely look at us with new eyes. As soon as these words were spoken, Inhei quickly stood up, pointing at Yangbai in the sky. Look, Master, Yangbai has also come. It seems he also wants you to personally test him. Yi Tianchen looked in the direction Inhei pointed, and he certainly knew why Yangbai wanted to come along. However, Inhei was right. Since it had come to this, why not try with both of them? With that thought, Yi Tianchen's voice rang in Yangbai's ear. Yangbai, don't just stand there. Come and give it a try, too. Boom. As soon as these words were spoken, Yangbai was instantly stunned. What's going on? Did I just get caught up in this? But no matter how resentful Yangbai felt at that moment, he still had to listen to his master's words. He quickly placed Xiao Wu a kilometer away and then landed on the battlefield. As soon as he landed, Inhei cheekily winked at Yangbai. Yangbai immediately felt a black line forming on his forehead. Stop being dazed. You two attacked together. As Yi Tianchen's words fell, Inhei and Yangbai no longer hesitated. Yangbai directly unleashed his martial soul, and 9 soul rings emerged together. 7th soul skill, true body of the blazing sun. 7th soul skill, true body of the cold shadow. Inhei, let's do it together. No problem. With a swoosh, Inhei flew behind Yi Tianchen, while Yangbai faced Yi Tianchen directly. At this moment, both of them began to take things seriously. Yangbai launched the first attack. With a blazing sun sword in hand, accompanied by the surging soul power within him, waves of sword chi surged forward towards Yi Tianchen. And Inhei was not idle either. The moment Yangbai launched his attack, he also unleashed his cold shadow blade. Quite clever. Knowing that his soul power had just been significantly consumed, he chose to sneak attack from behind. Not bad, not bad. 5th soul skill, feather of illusion. In an instant, black feathers condensed in the sky, falling at such a speed that Inhei and Yangbai didn't even anticipate it. Without time to think, both of them immediately withdrew their attacks and kept retreating. In an instant, those feathers filled the sky and fell onto their martial spirit true bodies. A searing pain burned their souls, causing them to furrow their brows tightly. Only when truly facing their master could they feel the despair that others experienced. Seeing that their martial spirit true bodies were about to be unable to withstand it, Inhei and Yangbai exchanged glances, both understanding each other's intention. They could not sit idly by. 9th soul skill, blade breaking heaven and earth. 9th soul skill, sword slashing mountains and rivers. The two of them simultaneously unleashed their 9th soul skills, with Inhei's soul power being nearly drained by the technique, and Yangbai also showing signs of cold sweat. The blood knife and giant sword suddenly fell together, and a satisfied look appeared in Yi Tianchen's eyes. Their attacks were almost enough to contend with the sword Douluo of the 7 treasure, glazed tile school. Without any defense, Yi Tianchen unleashed all of his soul power. The 98th level soul power formed a massive black halo. Boom! As the blood knife and giant sword struck down, Yi Tianchen felt an incredibly sharp, killing intent break through his soul power defense in an instant. Immediately after, a glow erupted from Inhei's right leg, and Yangbai's right arm did the same. Golden strike, blue silver guardian. Boom! 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 Without any warning, the two of them struck Yi Tianchen's body in an instant. This was the accompanying soul skill after they refined their soul bones. Just at this critical moment, when the two were filled with joy, a massive demonic aura seemed to be stimulated from within Yi Tianchen's body. His entire soul power became frenzied. The ferocity of their strike was matched by the tragic outcome of being sent flying. Bang! 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 As the two flew backward, they could no longer hold back and spat out a mouthful of blood. Yi Tianchen also instantly retracted his 9 soul rings and slowly approached Inhei and Yangbai, channeling a wave of soul power into them, causing their expressions to start improving. Looking at Inhei and Yangbai, Yi Tianchen smiled and said, "You two are quite capable, especially that last strike." The accompanying soul skill of a 100,000 year soul bone is something that most people often don't guard against. It can be used as a life-saving measure. Not bad, not bad. Hearing the praise from their own master, both of them could only force a smile. In the end, they were actually thinking the same thing. What a pity. Shaking their heads, Inhei and Yangbai slowly stood up, looking at the already devastated land, and had a certain estimation of their own strength. In the distance, Xiao Wu was already dumbfounded, realizing that the master of the star-picking tower was actually so powerful. And Inhei and Yangbai, who usually kept a low profile, turned out to be unexpected. Indeed, among human soul masters, those who could cultivate to the Title Douluo level were not simple characters. Chapter 74. The Trace of Tang San, guest from the Hao Ian clan. Apart from being surprised, Xiao Wu also knew that she was still far from the Title Douluo level, which strengthened her determination to cultivate. After a trial, Yi Tianchen took Inhei Yongbai and Xiao Wu back to the star-picking tower in Soto City. Everything seemed to quiet down. Meanwhile, in the room of Qian Rinxue in the Spirit Hall, it was anything but peaceful. Over the past few days, Qian Rinxue thought about many things. Her father's death, the injuries her mother Bibidong had suffered. Everything felt like scratches etched into Qian Rinxue's heart. She didn't know what she should do now, or what she could do. After thinking for a while, Qian Rinxue suddenly stood up, and a flash of light crossed her eyes. That's right, the Tiando Empire. If I could resolve the entire Tiando Empire, will my mother be happy and accept me? No. Why should I accept her? In an instant, Qian Rinxue's mental state changed dramatically. Perhaps, after repeated disappointments, she had become stubborn. At this moment, far away in a dense forest of the Tiando Empire, two figures were breathing heavily as they looked at a village in the distance. This place was not far from Tiando City, located 800 miles east of Tiando City, surrounded by mountains. What appeared before the two was just a small village that looked no different from other villages. Thin smoke was rising from various parts of the village, indicating it was almost lunchtime. At the village entrance, several mischievous children were playing, and in the nearby fields, many were tidying up farming tools, preparing to return to the village for lunch. Unfolding the sheepskin map in his hand, Yu Xiaojiang carefully identified the location and was certain he had not made a mistake. This was the place. The map indicated that Haotian sect was indeed this small village before him. How could the once #1 sect in the world have fallen to such a state? The two people were Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang. Since leaving Nodding City, Yu Xiaojiang had taken Tang San and rushed straight toward Haotian sect. In fact, it wouldn't just be Yu Xiaojiang who would be surprised. Even Tang Hao would be astonished upon arriving here. After announcing its closure, Haotian sect had gone into hiding. The map was originally from a few years ago. With the mindset of making the best of the situation, Yu Xiaojiang put away his map and walked briskly towards the seemingly inconspicuous small mountain village with Tang San. At the same time, he felt an inexplicable sentiment in his heart. Once upon a time, Haotian sect was the #1 sect in the soul master world of Douluo Continent. Yet now, it had fallen to being hidden in a small mountain village, which was truly disheartening. Although this allowed for good concealment, it was an immense blow for a family with a powerful legacy. Tang San looked at everything before him and felt uneasy as well. The current Haotian sect was so dilapidated. While it was indeed his father's fault that the sect faced disaster, did his father have any choice at that time? Tang San understood that he was Tang Hao's son and would naturally lean towards his father's side on this matter. However, times had changed, and it was no longer the time to assign blame. Rather, it was time to think about how to revive the sect and clear the shame of the past. Amidst the swirling thoughts in his mind, Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang had already reached the entrance of the mountain village. Just as he was about to step inside, several middle-aged villagers who had just returned from farming blocked his way. Please leave. We do not welcome outsiders here. The speaker was a robust middle-aged man who looked at Tang San with a hint of suspicion, sizing him up. Tang San sighed inwardly, standing firm. I am not an outsider. I am just coming home. The middle-aged villager was taken aback. Home? We don't have any noble young masters like you here. We are all country folk. Where are you going home to? Tang San did not need to look to sense the tension rising among the surrounding villagers. They were clearly tightening their grip on their farming tools. Their footsteps subtly shifted, seemingly surrounding him. Unwilling to waste time here, Tang San slowly raised his left hand. Black light surged from his palm, carrying a heavy and imposing aura, and the Haotian hammer quietly emerged. Tightening his left hand to firmly grip the hammer's handle, Tang San smiled slightly. Is this proof enough? Upon seeing the Haotian hammer, several middle-aged men were momentarily stunned, but their emotions quickly relaxed, and when they looked at Tang San again, their gazes were filled with respect. Without further obstruction, Tang San quickly began to ascend the mountain with Yu Xiaojiang. Upon reaching the mountaintop, the view ahead suddenly opened up. On the other side of the rocky mountain, the scenery was no longer monotonous. Looking out, several mountains were covered with lush green vegetation. The two moved forward, one after the other, into the mountains. Through observation, Tang San noticed that this mountain range was quite peculiar. Most of the peaks were very steep, and between the mountains were deep ravines. To enter the mountains, climbing up and down would undoubtedly result in great exhaustion. If defenses were set up on each mountain peak, one would have to pass through one chasm after another. Even if the attackers outnumbered the defenders 10 to 1, they might not be able to breach the defenses. The terrain was truly treacherous. Not long after moving forward, they reached the end of the mountain peak beneath them. At a height of 500 meters, mist swirled around. Tianchen focused and couldn't help but chuckle. At the end of this peak, there was a thick iron chain as thick as an arm, extending into the distance, undoubtedly connecting to another peak. The mist shrouded it well, making it difficult to notice without careful observation. Although the chain swayed in the air, anyone with a certain level of strength could stabilize their body and walk across it. This was easily achievable even for a level 20 soul master. Tianchen immediately understood the purpose of this setup. If enemies attacked, they could retreat to the second mountain via the iron chain when unable to hold the first line of defense, and then cut the chain. This way, they would not only have time to buffer, but could also use the second mountain as a barrier against the enemy. Such a design was truly clever. Tianchen was not afraid of situations like the one encountered in Nodding City, let alone this small iron chain. Taking off into the air, he lightly moved his feet, and his whole person landed on the iron chain. The chain extended diagonally upwards, indicating that the peak at the end was higher than the previous one. Using the power of his soul and his 6-year-old body, he slid forward as if glued to the iron chain. Yu Xiaojing followed suit behind him. The distance between the two peaks was quite far, nearly 1,000 meters. As they progressed, they gradually entered the middle section of the iron chain. Under the influence of the peaks, the swaying of the chain intensified, swinging almost uniformly from side to side, with an amplitude nearing 10 meters. The following path felt like a continuous repetition, but the ravines between the mountains grew deeper. Upon reaching the fourth peak via the iron chain, the condition of the chain began to change due to the cold and humidity. A layer of ice had formed on the chain connecting the fourth peak to the fifth peak, making it dangerously slippery. This greatly increased the difficulty of moving forward. Chapter 75. Tang Zhao's Anger, Hatred for the Elder Council. Finally reaching the mountain top, Tianchen felt indifferent, but behind him, Yu Xiaojing's face was pale. This fifth peak was also the last one before entering the Haotian sect. The secluded Haotian sect was located atop this peak, though there were no pavilions or towers. From a distance, it resembled a castle-like structure, entirely gray, appearing as part of the mountain and almost occupying the entire summit. Walking towards the sect, the massive stone structure resembled a fortress, with a main entrance 5 meters high. Although it couldn't compare to the Pope's Hall, this all-stone building appeared particularly solid. Above the main entrance, 3 powerful stone-carved characters exuded a majestic aura capable of rivaling the surrounding mountains. Haotian sect. In front of the main entrance, 2 young men dressed in gray quickly bowed upon seeing the two approach, but one of them blocked Tianchen's path, asking him to present the sect's token. A token? Tianchen was momentarily taken aback. He certainly did not know what this so-called token was, and looked at his teacher Yu Xiaojing with some confusion. Yu Xiaojing smiled and said, "It's the Haotian hammer. Is there anything better to prove your identity as a direct disciple of the sect? They ask you to show it because they don't recognize you. It's the rule. To show it to them. Only direct disciples of our sect can enter here. The affiliated and outer disciples are outside in that village." Upon hearing this, Tianchen flipped his left hand, the black light surged, and the 1-foot-long Haotian hammer appeared in his grasp. After seeing the Haotian hammer, Tianchen and Yu Xiaojing encountered no further obstruction. After the 2 Haotian sect disciples entered the sect and reported, they brought Tianchen and Yu Xiaojing into the Haotian sect. The architecture of the Haotian sect did not have any sense of luxury, but it wasn't exactly simple. Its overall characteristic was one of heaviness. Entering the main building of the sect, which was castle-like, they passed through a wide hall and climbed the stairs to the 2nd floor. Along the way, they saw many disciples of the Haotian sect, all dressed in gray. The 2 led Tianchen and Yu Xiaojing to stop in front of an archway at the innermost part of the 2nd floor. Raising his hand, he knocked twice on the door. "Sect master, we have brought the people. Come in." A deep and resonant voice came from within the room, which sounded surprisingly familiar to Tianchen, as it resembled his father Tang Hao's voice by at least 80%. Pushing open the door, he entered a room of over 100 square meters, furnished simply with a wide table, bookshelves covering 2 walls, and 2 long sofas. An elegant noblewoman sat gracefully on one of the sofas, and upon seeing Tianchen and Yu Xiaojing in white attire, her charming smile instantly became more pronounced. Tianchen naturally noticed the noblewoman at a glance, but he was drawn more to the imposing figure behind the table. Standing over 2 meters tall, with a robust build and a face chiseled like a sculpture, his hair was short and gray. Dressed in simple gray clothing, he stood there like the very core of the castle. While 2 meters might not seem exceptionally tall, if Tang San had to describe this person in one word, he could only think of majestic. Tang San's father's eyes were clouded due to old injuries, but this man, who bore a strong resemblance to his father, appeared to be a few years younger. His bright, piercing gaze was fixed on Tang San, emanating an overwhelming and unrestrained aura that instantly enveloped Tang San with immense pressure. Interestingly, this pressure seemed to bypass Yu Xiaojing entirely, having no effect on him. When Yu Xiaojing looked at Tang San, there was a hint of urgency in his eyes. However, to Yu Xiaojing's surprise, as Tang San stepped into the room and faced the oncoming pressure, his expression showed no change at all. His feet subtly formed a T stance. His back straightened, and the elegance on his face vanished, replaced by a look of deep respect. He bent his knees and, with a thud, knelt on the ground, bowing to the man behind the table who radiated an imposing presence. Tang San pays respects to the sect master. The 6 simple words were articulated clearly and coherently. The man's gaze softened, and all pressure dissipated in an instant. Tang San felt as if the strength had been drained from his body, leaving him feeling empty. Nevertheless, he stabilized himself, swaying slightly but maintaining his kneeling position. "Get up," the deep voice of the man echoed. Indeed, this person was Tang Hao's biological elder brother, Tang Xiao, the current sect master of the Haotian sect, who was also a dual spirit Douluo. His title was Xiao Tian. Tang San did not rise immediately, but bowed his head 3 times with force, his forehead touching the ground with 3 resounding thuds. Tang Yuehua frowned and hurriedly stepped forward to pull Tang San up. "What are you doing? You shouldn't bear all the burdens of your father's affairs." Whether it was her or Tang Xiao, they both understood that Tang San's 3 bows were for Tang Hao. Standing up straight, Tang San said, "It is only right for a son to repay his father's debts. Master, I am willing to bear all responsibilities for my father." Since Tang San entered, Tang Xiao's expression had been somewhat unpredictable. Hearing this, he slammed his palm on the stone table in front of him and shouted angrily, "You little brat! How can you bear such a burden at your age?" With a light sound, the table in front of Tang Xiao silently collapsed, turning into dust without affecting anything around it. Unbeknownst to others, he had already demonstrated his profound and terrifying cultivation. Yu Xiaojing, standing to the side, was secretly astonished. That table was made from 2 tons of the hardest granite. It wasn't difficult to break it, but making it turn to dust silently was another matter. Tang San knelt down again, saying, "I do not know if I can bear it, but I am willing to use my life to serve the sect and do everything in my power for it." Tang Xiao turned around and opened the window behind him. With a wave of his right hand, the stone dust on the ground was drawn up and flew out into the air. To have a child bear his own responsibilities. "Tang Hao, are you really going to keep escaping?" Listening to Tang Xiao's words, Tang San's mind involuntarily recalled the scene of his father in battle. "Master, my father is not escaping," he said. "He has no face to face the sect. He has no right to return." Tang Xiao's voice trembled uncontrollably. "Is he still okay?" Before Tang San could respond, Yu Xiaojing took over the conversation. Under the title of Xiao Tian, the situation of Haotian is not optimistic. The reason I brought Tang San to Haotian's sect is to seek its protection. You may not know, a few days ago, in Nodding City, for some unknown reason, Haotian and the 6-fingered Zither Devil from the Star-Picking Tower had a battle. As a result, Haotian has gone missing. Boom! As soon as these words were spoken, Tang Xiao's face instantly changed. When did Tang Hao provoke the master of the Star-Picking Tower again? Without speaking, Tang Xiao was momentarily silent, feeling a hint of guilt and regret in his heart. But when he thought of the resolute expressions of the elders back then, a wave of anger surged in his heart. Chapter 76. Tang Xiao's suggestion, Yu Xiaojing's terror. If it weren't for those elders blocking him, fearing for their lives, his younger brother wouldn't have been so isolated and helpless. The nephew in front of him wouldn't have to hide from all kinds of forces at such a young age. He glanced at Tang San's youthful face. The 6-year-old child appeared resolute and courageous. Tang Xiao silently made a decision in his heart. 5 years ago, he lacked the ability to protect his younger brother and Tang San, but now he would never allow Tang San to suffer even the slightest harm. "Forget it, Xiao San. I will send someone to investigate your father's matter. Don't worry, your father is a Title Douluo with a 100,000-year soul ring. Nothing will happen to him. As for you, just stay in Haotian sect for now. In a few days, I will hold a sect meeting to make you a true disciple of Haotian sect." As soon as these words were spoken, a faint smile appeared on Tang San's lips. If it could really be like this, he would be more than happy. Would he really not be afraid after his father had offended so many forces, including the Spirit Hall and the Star-Picking Tower? The answer was no. It was just that being in a family without the protection of forces left Tang San powerless to change anything. Thank you, uncle. At this moment, Tang San, who had initially addressed him as master, now called him uncle. This made Tang Xiao feel very close. Seeing this scene, Tang Yuehua's heart was also filled with warmth. At this moment, the three of them in the Tang family were close together, completely unaware of the faint shadow on Yu Xiaojiang's face. Yu Xiaojiang never expected that things would begin to slip out of his control. The purpose of bringing Tang San to Haotian sect was merely to seek its protection for both him and Tang San. After all, he had seen the strength of the Star-Picking Tower with his own eyes. It was not an exaggeration to say it was unfathomable. If the Star-Picking Tower really got involved with Tang Hao's escape, Yu Xiaojiang felt he might face certain death, and Tang San was the reason he was taking this risk. He wanted Tang San, who possessed dual martial souls, to become a Title Douluo, and naturally, as his teacher, he would gain fame and redeem his shame. Now that Tang Xiao actually wanted Tang San to join Haotian sect, wasn't that a wasted effort? But no matter how unwilling Yu Xiaojiang felt at this moment, he could only suppress it. As a level 29 soul master, facing Tang Xiao, he had no power to speak. While hiding his worries, Yu Xiaojiang still wore a cheerful smile on the surface, but his heart was filled with gloom. Tang Xiao felt extremely gratified upon hearing that Tang San was also willing to join Haotian sect. Perhaps what he owed his younger brother back then could be compensated through Tang San. Soon, his gaze fell on the smiling Yu Xiaojiang beside him. He couldn't help but furrow his brows slightly. The third party, may I ask who this is? Looking at the middle-aged man in front of him, Tang Xiao felt a bit puzzled, mixed with a hint of disdain. He could clearly sense the fluctuation of soul power within Yu Xiaojiang, which was only at level 29. Such strength was extremely rare even within the Haotian sect, except for children in their teens. Upon hearing his uncle's words, Tang San turned to look at his teacher, Yu Xiaojiang, and then introduced him. Uncle, this is my teacher, Yu Xiaojiang. My teacher is the son of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family head, Yu Yuan. I was able to come to the Haotian sect thanks to my teacher's help. Clearly, upon hearing the name Yu Xiaojiang, Tang Xiao's brows furrowed even deeper. Who did he think he was? It turned out to be that Yu Xiaojiang, who could only flatter others and plagiarize the achievements of the Spirit Hall. Watching Yu Xiaojiang's smiling face, Tang Xiao's expression gradually lost its smile, replaced by a cold demeanor. He couldn't understand why a level 29 soul master, his own Haodong, would allow him to become Tang San's teacher. Taking a deep breath, Tang Xiao didn't erupt at this moment. After all, Tang San had said that this journey was all thanks to Yu Xiaojiang. He couldn't just cut off the bridge after crossing it. Long time no see. It turns out you're the son of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family head, Yu Yuan. Your Excellency, we met years ago, and today, you have not lost your youthful appearance. It seems we no longer recognize each other. Back in the day, you were renowned throughout the Spirit City. The top 10 theories of Spirit Masters made you famous in one fell swoop. For some reason, as soon as Yu Xiaojiang heard this, he felt that Tang Xiao was mocking him, but unfortunately, he had no evidence. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Yu Xiaojiang still greeted him with a smile. Ha ha, Your Excellency Xiao Tian, you jest. I had no choice but to study the 10 theories of martial souls due to the defect in my martial soul. Unfortunately, even to this day, I still haven't resolved my own issues and remain stuck at level 29. Unlike the Hao Tianluo, who has become one of the top Title Douluos in just over a decade. I have heard that you, under the title of Xiaotian, are still the leader of the Haotian sect. I presume that the Haotian sect has been thriving under your leadership all these years. After Yu Xiaojiang finished speaking, his eyes swept across the entire room, finally resting on Tang Xiao. At this moment, Tang Xiao's feelings towards Yu Xiaojiang had changed from initial dislike to a trace of hidden killing intent in his eyes. Yu Xiaojiang's words were nothing but a mockery of him. The Haotian sect had been suppressed by the Spirit Hall over the years, and had no choice but to close its doors. The first round of conversation between the two was already tense, and Tang Sin noticed a slight oddity. Though he didn't know what exactly was hidden within, he just felt that his uncle and his teacher seemed to be at odds. Thinking this, Tang Sin quickly took action. Uncle, don't worry, my teacher treats me very well, and I have learned a lot these days. Moreover, my teacher was personally chosen for me by my father. Tang San's words were clearly meant to signal Tang Xiao to stop mentioning his teacher. Feeling guilty towards Tang San, Tang Xiao respected his opinion at this moment and no longer paid attention to Yu Xiaojiang. After all, once Tang San became a true disciple of the Haotian sect, Yu Xiaojiang's presence would have no impact at all. All right, since you say so, Xiao San, you and your teacher should rest early. Leave your entry into the Haotian sect to your uncle. After saying this, Tang Xiao glanced at Tang Yuehua, and the two slowly left the room. After Tang Xiao and Tang Yuehua left, Tang San did not inquire about the conflict between his teacher and his uncle. Some matters were beyond his reach. Besides, Tang San truly wanted to rest after so many days of traveling, as he was just a little over 6 years old. Seeing Tang San beginning to rest, Yu Xiaojiang felt a bit complicated, but he decided to take things one step at a time, as this was not the time to worry. What if a turning point really appeared? Shaking his head, it wasn't too long before Yu Xiaojiang fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, Tang Xiao and Tang Yuehua quickly arrived at the main hall of the sect. Brother, Xiao San must have suffered a lot over the years. At such a young age, he is so sensible that it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he is skilled in strategy. Sigh. If only we could have kept Xiao San in the Haotian sect back then, he wouldn't have had to endure so much suffering. Nodding, Tang Xiao agreed. Yuehua, now that Xiao San is in the Haotian sect, I'm not worried about him. My concern is for Haodong, the master of the star-picking tower, that six-fingered harp demon, is terrifyingly powerful, on par with the golden crocodile Douluo of the spirit hall. Haodong being targeted by the star-picking tower is likely to be extremely dangerous. Unfortunately, as his older brother, I have no ability to help him. Sigh. Thinking of this, Tang Xiao's mood sank, and Tang Yuehua felt the same. Compared to Tang Xiao, Tang Yuehua felt even worse. Her brother at least possessed the strength of a Title Douluo, while she. Chapter 77. The sect conference begins. Tang San's talent. Brother, what about Yu Xiaojiang? After a moment of silence, Tang Yuehua shifted the topic to Yu Xiaojiang. Upon mentioning Yu Xiaojiang, Tang Xiao's face immediately revealed anger. Yu Xiaojiang, this guy is just a fraud. I don't know how he deceived Haodong into entrusting Xiao San to him, but in any case, we can't allow someone as mediocre as Yu Xiaojiang to continue teaching Xiao San. Tang Yuehua also agreed with Tang Xiao's words. They both knew very well what kind of person Yu Xiaojiang was, and they could roughly guess why he wanted to be Xiao San's teacher. Tang San was only a little over 6 years old, and had probably just awakened his martial soul. Yet Tang Xiao could clearly sense the fluctuations of Tang San's 12th level soul power. Yu Xiaojiang was merely trying to leverage Xiao San's cultivation talent to wash away his own reputation as a waste. Brother, speaking of which, if you call this sect conference, I wonder if those elders will agree to let Xiao San become a disciple of the Haotian sect. After all that, Tang Yuehua did not continue. But Tang Xiao understood what she wanted to express. It was merely a concern that those elders might still resolutely refuse due to Haodong. However, Tang Xiao had confidence. 6 years ago, he was only at level 92, but now, through years of effort and the vast resources of the Haotian sect, he had broken through to level 95. Even the second elder was only at the same level as him. What happened back then was merely due to Tang Xiao's lack of strength and influence, making it impossible for him to control the entire Haotian sect. And now, with his level 95 strength, his words carried significantly more weight. He could not believe that as the leader of the Haotian sect and its strongest member, he could not allow Xiao San to become a disciple. Rest assured, Yuehua, this is not 6 years ago. Now, I'm a level 95 Title Douluo. The elders of the Haotian sect, apart from the second elder, would not dare to disobey me. Brother is confident. As he spoke, a powerful aura flashed across Tang Xiao's body. The increase in strength brought him immense confidence. Tang Yuehua wanted to say something more, but seeing her brother's confident demeanor, she chose not to continue. Soon, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Yu Xiaojiang felt an immense sense of anxiety, fearing that in the end, Tang San would really stay in the Haotian sect. If that were to happen, all his efforts would turn to ashes, wasted. As the morning sunlight slowly illuminated the Haotian sect, the sound of bells suddenly rang out in the main hall. All the elders within the Haotian sect, upon hearing the bell, immediately put down their tasks and hurried to the main hall. In no time, all the elders of the Haotian sect with a cultivation level of soul, Douluo, and above gathered. Everyone found their seats and sat down quietly. Although they didn't know what was happening, they remained calm and composed. Soon, the initiator of this sect meeting, Tang Xiao, slowly walked in from outside the main hall. We bow to the sect master. Regardless of what the grand elder was thinking at that moment, the proper sect etiquette towards Tang Xiao could not be lacking. Step by step, he approached the main hall, and as Tang Xiao slowly sat down, the sect meeting of the Haotian sect officially began. Elders, since 6 years ago when our Haotian sect had to seal the mountain, this sect meeting has not been held again. Today I, Tang Xiao, have summoned all of you elders here for an important matter to discuss. After speaking, Tang Xiao glanced around, but there were no obvious changes on the faces of the elders present. At this moment, the second elder stood up. Ha! Since the sect master convened the sect meeting, there must be a reason, and as elders of the Haotian sect, we naturally cannot refuse. If the sect master has any matters to discuss, please feel free to say so. Although our strength may be somewhat inferior to yours, we are rich in experience and can provide you with some beneficial guidance. As the second elder finished speaking, the other elders all nodded and stroked their beards. The tranquility of the past few years had indeed brought smiles to their faces. But seeing this scene, Tang Xiao felt a surge of anger inside. However, for the sake of Tang San, he still managed to hold it in. Taking a deep breath, Tang Xiao continued, Elders, today I have invited you all here for the matter of one person. This person is also from our Haotian sect, and his martial soul is the Haotian hammer. I wonder if you would like to meet this person? As soon as Tang Xiao spoke, the group of elders from the Haotian sect became interested. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be anyone from the sect who had revealed themselves. But there are always exceptions to everything. It would be better to meet and see. There is such a thing, the sect master truly think for the sect. Yes, our Haotian sect indeed needs to supplement fresh blood. One by one, the elders expressed their opinions. But they would never have thought that the person Tang Xiao was bringing would be Tang San. In their minds, their sect master had already given up on that thought 6 years ago. He shouldn't be so confused. With a gentle smile, Tang Xiao was waiting for this moment. Yuhua, go and bring Xiao San and the others here. As Tang Xiao spoke, Tang Yuhua nodded and left with a smile. Before long, Tang San and Yu Xiaojing followed behind Tang Yuhua and slowly walked into the main hall. As soon as they entered the main hall of the sect, all the elders of the Haotian sect focused their attention on Tang San. They instinctively ignored Yu Xiaojing. After all, who among them would still be at level 29 in their middle age if they were exceptionally talented? At this moment, Tang San also felt countless gazes directed at him. Sensing the terrifying aura of everyone present, he couldn't help but sigh. A dead camel is bigger than a horse. Although the Haotian sect lacked high-end combat power, there were indeed quite a few strong soul masters. Elders, this is Tang San, and his martial soul is the Haotian hammer. What do you think, elders? With Tang Xiao's words, the elders of the Haotian sect became interested and started to size up Tang San. Not bad. This little guy, although only 6 years old, possesses a soul power of level 12, truly a rare genius. The sect master has a good eye. Being able to achieve such cultivation at just a little over 6 years old must mean his innate soul power is not low. The second elder was also very pleased. This little guy indeed has good talent. Ha, little friend, may I ask what your innate soul power is? With great interest, the second elder directly asked Tang San. Upon hearing this, Tang San glanced at his uncle, and seeing his uncle smiling and signaling him to speak freely, Tang San relaxed. Reporting to the elder, Tang San is an innate full soul power. What? Did we hear that wrong? Innate full soul power? We have a disciple with innate full soul power in the Haotian sect. Several elders were stunned. They all knew what innate full soul power meant. As long as he does not fall, he will undoubtedly become a Title Douluo in the future. They cannot ignore this. Despite their pretentious cowardice and being submissive in front of the spirit hall, it did not mean they had no ambition. If the Haotian sect could secretly cultivate such a talented disciple, it would only bring benefits and no drawbacks for the future of the Haotian sect. At that moment, Yu Xiaojing, standing beside Tang San, also noticed the reactions of the elders from the Haotian sect. Their extremely excited expressions made Yu Xiaojing feel uneasy. These guys actually wanted to snatch Tang San from him. No way. But at this moment, he did not have the qualification to speak on the scene. Yet he understood that if this group of elders from the Haotian sect knew that Tang San was the son of Title Douluo Tang Hao, it would surely be even more exciting. Thinking of this, Yu Xiaojing was not anxious. Everything was under control. Chapter 78. Yu Xiaojing's Confession. The Elder's Dilemma. The delighted elders of the Haotian sect looked at Tang Xiao, and their expressions softened considerably. Regarding the events from 6 years ago, not only did Tang Xiao feel angry, but the elders of the Haotian sect felt the same. They always believed that protecting the Haotian sect and ensuring its survival was the most important thing. They strongly disagreed with what Tang Xiao said 6 years ago. At this moment, after hearing Tang San say he had innate full soul power, the second elder could no longer suppress his inner joy. He slowly walked towards Tang San and soon stood in front of him. "Kid, release your martial soul. We want to take a good look." As he spoke, his eyes were filled with desire and excitement. Upon hearing this, Tang San did not hide it. He gently raised his hand, and with the gathering of soul power, a remarkably exquisite small hammer appeared before the second elder. At the same time, a yellow soul ring slowly rose beneath Tang San's feet. Whether it was the second elder or the other elders of the Haotian sect, they could tell at a glance that the age of Tang San's soul ring was likely not low. Feeling the fluctuations of Tang San's level 12 soul power, the second elder trembled slightly, staring intently at the soul ring beneath Tang San's feet, and his breathing began to quicken. The first soul ring is over 400 years old. Incredible, simply incredible. This is truly a gift from heaven for our Haotian sect. Turning around, the second elder looked at the many elders in the elder's seat, and the smile on his face said it all. "Sectmaster, if we are to accept this young friend into our Haotian sect, I, along with the other elders, will definitely fully support it. Such a terrifying talent is truly rare and hard to come by." As the second elder finished speaking, Tang Zhao's heart was also filled with joy. He knew that with Tang San's strong talent, this group of elders from the Haotian sect would definitely not put up any obstacles. Indeed, such a terrifying talent is extremely rare in the world, and our Haotian sect is eager to recruit talented individuals. So we certainly won't let a disciple with such talent go to waste. Exactly, the second elder's words are absolutely right, and we all support what the second elder has said. As the other elders chimed in, Tang Xiao knew that this matter was practically settled for today. Haha. Since all the elders believe this matter is feasible, from now on, Tang San will be a disciple of our Haotian sect. Does anyone have any objections? After Tang Xiao spoke, he looked at the elders, and they all shook their heads. How could they have any objections to such a good disciple? Just when everything was about to settle down, Yu Xiaojing couldn't hold back any longer. A hint of a sinister smile appeared on his lips. Originally silent, he directly stepped forward. "Everyone, I am Yu Xiaojing, and my father is the head of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, Yu Yuanjin. Tang San is my disciple. And today, I'm also extremely excited that Tang San can become a disciple of the Haotian sect. I feel happy for Xiao San. However, I have a small request. Not sure whether to speak or not." As soon as Yu Xiaojing said this, the second elder and the others were momentarily stunned. They began to ponder in their hearts how Yu Xiaojing had come to their Haotian sect. Moreover, he was actually Tang San's teacher. However, when they thought about his identity as a member of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family, the elders did not pursue the matter further. The second elder smiled slightly, appearing very kind. "As a friend of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family and Tang San's teacher, you can speak openly. We are all ears." After he finished speaking, the other elders also nodded in agreement. For some reason, at this moment, Tang Xiao suddenly felt that something was terribly wrong. Sure enough, the moment Yu Xiaojing opened his mouth, everything was about to change dramatically. "Since the elders of the Haotian sect are willing to listen to me speak a few words, I will speak frankly. It is said that the Haotian sect is the leader of the top 3 sects, and as a member of the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon family, I, Yu Xiaojing, naturally understand this very well. What I want to say is a small request. Tang San's father and I go way back, but unfortunately, Tang San's father is currently being hunted down due to some trivial matters. I wonder if the elders of the Haotian sect could lend a helping hand and save Tang San's father from his peril. If so, not only I, Yu Xiaojing, but I believe Tang San will also be immensely grateful to the elders." Upon hearing this, Tang San was deeply moved. His teacher had never sought any benefit for himself, but had always thought of him and his father. Thinking of this, Tang San felt a bit emotional, but what he felt more was hope, hoping that the elders of the Haotian sect could extend their help to rescue his father. The elders of the Haotian sect, including the second elder, looked at each other, exchanging glances. However, they quickly reached the conclusion that what help could Tang San's father provide? After all, they were all powerful beings above the soul Douluo level. In this vast world, where couldn't they go? "Lord Yu Xiaojing, please speak plainly. What exactly has happened to Tang San's father? Whatever we can do to help Tang San's father, we will definitely lend a hand. As the leading sect among the top 3 sects, this small matter is naturally our responsibility." At this moment, Tang Xiao saw that the situation was about to spiral out of his control, and his hatred for Yu Xiaojing reached its peak. This guy insisted on intervening at a critical moment. Wasn't this just putting him on the hot seat? A faint smile flashed across Yu Xiaojing's lips, and without delay, he began to explain. As an elder of the Haotian sect, in fact, Tang San's father was known to all the elders. That is the Haotian Douluo Tang Hao. Tang San is indeed the son of the Haotian Douluo. Speaking of which, he is one of your Haotian sect's people. Boom! Yu Xiaojing's few words were like a thunderclap, shocking all the elders of the Haotian sect to the core. They never expected that Tang San would actually be Tang Hao's son. After all, according to reason, 6 years ago, after they firmly refused, Tang Xiao should not have brought up such a matter again. Yet, it happened again. The second elder's expression was somewhat complicated as he glanced at the somewhat guilty-looking Tang Xiao, and then turned his gaze to Tang San. To be honest, he had high hopes for Tang San, but after all, he was Tang Hao's son. He was a sinner of the Haotian sect. Moreover, in a sense, Tang San was born of Tang Hao and a 100,000-year soul beast, which really made him a hybrid. He hesitated, while the other elders of the Haotian sect were different. During the 5 or 6 years that Tang Hao had disappeared, they had grown too comfortable and would not want to provoke anything related to Tang Hao. What if the Wuhun Hall found out that they had privately accepted Tang Hao's son? If they took action against the Haotian sect, they would be powerless to resist. And at that time, they would be lambs to the slaughter. This made the other elders begin to discuss among themselves. And their expressions toward Tang San and Tang Xiao suddenly changed drastically, seeing the plan taking effect. Although Yu Xiaojing appeared worried on the surface, he was already smiling inwardly. But this is not over yet. He still has to add fuel to the fire for the Haotian sect. A few elders of the Haotian sect? How do you all feel about this? Are you willing to help Tang San's father? I, Yu Xiaojing, will speak frankly. A few days ago, for some unknown reason, the Lord of the Star-Picking Tower had a conflict with the High Heaven Crown. After a great battle, the High Heaven Crown went missing. That is why I hurriedly brought Tang San to the High Heaven sect, hoping that he could receive the sect's protection. It seems that you elders are righteous and will certainly not abandon Tang San or the High Heaven Crown. Suddenly, several elders from the High Heaven sect stood up upon hearing this. What does this mean? This guy Tang Hao has not only provoked the Spirit Hall, but now he has also gotten involved with the Star-Picking Tower? Instantly, the atmosphere on site became strange. Tang San looked somewhat at a loss at the elders of the High Heaven sect in front of him. He did not know why all this was happening, but he could feel that his teacher was still pleading for his father. This deeply moved Tang San. Chapter 79. Tang Xiao's Determination. Chaos in the High Heaven sect. No matter how others think at this moment, Tang Xiao couldn't help but want to kill Yu Xiaojing on the spot. This guy has no filter and actually revealed this matter. It's simply outrageous. Yet Tang San still had a grateful and respectful look, which made Tang Xiao even more furious. At this moment, however, the second elder's mind flashed with the 4 characters Master of the Star-Picking Tower. What does the Master of the Star-Picking Tower represent? Even though the Haotian sect has sealed its mountain and does not go out, it still knows some things. 5 years ago, just the Master of the Star-Picking Tower alone went to the 7-treasure glazed tile school and completely dismantled the entire 7-treasure glazed tile school. You must know that the 7-treasure glazed tile school has 2 Title Douluos above level 95. Moreover, according to known information, the Master of the Star-Picking Tower's strength is not inferior to that of the Golden Crocodile Douluo. Back then, a Golden Crocodile almost swept through their entire Haotian sect, making everyone too afraid to act recklessly. Now that Tang Hao has provoked the Master of the Star-Picking Tower, if he accepts Tang San, the second elder could not imagine what kind of devastating blow it would bring to the Haotian sect if the Master of the Star-Picking Tower learned about this. Furthermore, by that time, the Spirit Hall would definitely learn of this matter. Under the pressure of these 2 great powers, where would the Haotian sect go? These are all things the second elder needs to consider. Just then, some elders present began to speak up. I thought he was an extraordinary person, some kind of genius. But it turns out he is just the illegitimate child of that sinner Tang Hao. How did someone like this even come to our Haotian sect? Sect Master, shouldn't you give us an explanation? Tang Hao is a calamity for our Haotian sect, and what you're doing is quite puzzling. In my opinion, we should quickly expel Tang San from the Haotian sect. Otherwise, if the Spirit Hall and the Star-Picking Tower discover him and blame it on our Haotian sect, what will you all use to resist? The century-old foundation of the Haotian sect must not be interrupted like this. Sect Master, please listen to the advice of us old men. Quickly send Tang San, this child of calamity, down the mountain. This way, we can ensure the safety of our Haotian sect. This is the right path. Listening to the angry tone of the elders and their accusations towards him, Tang Xiao's anger could no longer be contained. Striving to calm himself down, Tang Xiao turned his gaze to the second elder, wanting to know what the second elder was thinking. It seemed that the second elder sensed Tang Xiao's gaze, his expression flickering slightly, but upon hearing his colleague's complaints, he could only sigh helplessly at the thought that the Haoyan sect would face both the Spirit Hall and the Star-Picking Tower because of Tang San. Sectmaster, although the elders speak quite extremely, they are not without reason. The century-old foundation of our Haoyan sect is truly rare. If it is destroyed over such a small matter, how can we face the old sect master after we die? Therefore, no matter how monstrous Tang San is, we cannot accept him into our Haoyan sect. I hope the sect master can understand that the interests of the Haoyan sect are always the most important. As soon as these words were spoken, Tang Xiao's lingering hope was instantly dashed. He should have known that this would be the outcome. As Tang Xiao's expression turned cold, the soul power within him began to surge violently. The soul power of level 95 suddenly erupted, and 9 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black slowly rose beneath Tang Xiao's feet. The exquisite Haoyan hammer appeared in his hand in an instant. Elders, 6 years ago, Tang Xiao already compromised with you. You a group of cowardly and fearful people. What face do you have to stay in my Haoyan sect? Today, regarding Tang San, whether you agree or not, Tang San will be a disciple of my Haoyan sect. From now on, if the Star-Picking Tower and the Spirit Hall blame us, all consequences will be borne by me alone, Tang Xiao. Elders, what do you think of this matter? Hearing Tang Xiao's cold words, both the second elder and the other elders changed their expressions. They did not expect Tang Xiao to be so strong-willed and forceful. In an instant, the atmosphere in the entire Haoyan sect's main hall became tense. Tang Xiao, as the sect master of the Haoyan sect, is this how you consider the sect? All consequences will be borne by you alone? If the Spirit Hall and the Star-Picking Tower really blame us, what are you, Tang Xiao? What qualifications do you have to say that you can bear everything? Just because you are at level 95? Let me tell you, even though we old guys might not be as strong as you, you should know what kind of power the Spirit Hall and the Star-Picking Tower are. 6 years ago, you had no power to resist in front of the golden crocodile, Douluo, did you? Do you really think that being at level 95 means you can challenge the Spirit Hall and the Star-Picking Tower? The second elder's icy words were filled with anger. Tang Xiao, oh Tang Xiao, in your eyes, we elders are all cowards. We do not deny this. But what significance would it have to resist against the might of the Spirit Hall and the Star-Picking Tower? If the golden crocodile Douluo comes to the Haoyan sect again, tell me, what can you use to guarantee? We are afraid of death because we know that opposing the Spirit Hall and the Star-Picking Tower leaves us with no chance at all. It's like hitting a stone with an egg, like trying to stop a chariot with a mantis. Our Haoyan sect has already declined. Since the disappearance of our ancestor Tianchen, we have already been in decline. Your father was merely struggling to hold on. He was only at level 97 and could only ensure that the Haoyan sect barely survived. What qualifications do you, Tang Xiao, have to speak so arrogantly? The sect master has high aspirations but low abilities, thinking that his life is more important than heaven. Yet his strength is actually mediocre. Anyone can boast, but there is only one Haoyan sect. At this moment, the elders of the Haoyan sect seemed to explode, each one condemning Tang Xiao. Were they wrong? Perhaps. In some sense, they were right. If 6 years ago, they had recklessly resisted against the golden crocodile Douluo, would there still be a Haoyan sect today? Most likely not. The thoughts of several elders remain the same. When they are weak, they must still compromise. Even if they have to flatter, what of it? Only by living can they have a chance to turn the tables. In an instant, Tang Xiao was left speechless, wanting to say something, but finding himself utterly powerless. Yes, everything he said now, although righteous, would become meaningless if the Star-Picking Tower and the Spirit Hall really attacked, leading to the destruction of the Haoyan sect. His level 95 strength was only at the top among the Haoyan sect. There were many who were stronger than him in the Spirit Hall. The terror of the master of the Star-Picking Tower was something the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School had personally experienced. For a moment, Tang Xiao's expression became a bit dazed, unsure of what to do. Seeing the scene in the Haoyan sect, Yu Xiaojing's expression was calm, even with a hint of schadenfreude. His disciple would definitely not become the pawn of the Haoyan sect. Tang San was his only chance for rise, even if it offended Tang Xiao. Yu Xiaojing would not hesitate. A cold smile flashed across his lips as Yu Xiaojing walked up to Tang San and lightly patted his shoulder. Little San, It seems that the Haotian sect still refuses to accept you and your father. The events of that year are long gone, At this moment, Tang San's expression was somewhat unpleasant. He had originally thought he could find a powerful backing, but now it seemed that it would be fortunate if these guys didn't kill him on the spot. He nodded in understanding to his teacher's words. It was indeed their fault for coming to the Haotian clan, and Tang San also felt some guilt towards his uncle. Because of him, his uncle, as the clan leader of the Haotian clan, had obviously fallen out with the elders of the clan. Thus, a thought of retreat began to arise in Tang San's heart. Teacher, why don't we just leave? Since the elders of the Haotian clan don't welcome me, I, Tang San, am not a person who clings on stubbornly. The world is so vast, where can't we go? Even if the Spirit Hall and the Star-Picking Tower are targeting me. So what? A man born in the world cannot remain depressed under others for long. Chapter 80. Tang Xiao resigns as clan leader. Tang San leaves Haotian. Hearing Tang San's passionate words, Yu Xiaojiang smiled slightly, clearly very satisfied. In contrast, Tang Xiao felt extremely uncomfortable at this moment. He still held on to hope and didn't want to live in guilt. Looking at the several elders, Tang Xiao mustered his courage and wanted to plead once more. Elders, you have your own thoughts. But the fresh blood of our Haotian clan is about to wither. Tang San is indeed the son of my younger brother, but he possesses innate full spirit power, and his martial soul is the Haotian hammer. Given time, our Haotian clan will surely produce a powerful Title Douluo. At that time, it may not be impossible to sweep away the decline and restore the might of the Haotian clan. I hope you elders can reconsider. The second elder fell silent. He understood Tang Xiao's intentions, but this matter was simply too risky. If Tang San's situation were to be leaked, the Haotian clan would surely face destruction. In the second elder's heart, he feared that Tang San might not have truly grown up before being discovered by the Spirit Hall and the Star-Picking Tower. With a gentle sigh, he thought for a moment and shook his head. Tang Xiao, I understand your meaning, but we really cannot stake the Haotian clan as a gamble. Forgive us for our inability to help. Tang San must not be allowed to enter the Haotian clan. You all. Tang Xiao was almost laughing in anger. After speaking for so long, these old fellows hadn't listened to a word. Elders, don't forget that I, Tang Xiao, am the clan leader of the Haotian clan. Everything in the Haotian clan is decided by me alone. I summoned you elders here today just to inform you. Whether you agree or not, from today on, Tang San is a disciple of our Haotian clan. As soon as he said this, all the elders of the Haotian clan erupted in an uproar. Clan leader Tang Xiao, what great authority you have. 6 years ago, when facing the Spirit Hall, weren't you just a turtle hiding its head? Today, you dare to reprimand us. Do you deserve it? Tang Xiao, I see that you are bewitched by ghosts. Back then, both you brothers were infatuated with that 100,000-year soul beast. Do you really think we didn't know it all? Now you actually want to disregard the century-old foundation of the Haotian clan for that 100,000-year soul beast and the rebellious son born from Tang Hao. How can you have the face to call yourself the clan leader of the Haotian clan? Our Haotian clan certainly cannot have a clan leader like you. Today, you dare to threaten us for a monster born from soul beast. Who knows what outrageous things you, Tang Xiao, will do in the future. Indeed, you brothers are cut from the same cloth. Shut up. Tang Xiao was evidently hit where it hurt and directly shouted, trying to make all the elders of the Haotian clan quiet down. But this was clearly in vain. They not only did not obediently shut their mouths, but instead became more and more intense, bringing up all the matters between Tang Xiao, the Blue-Silver Emperor, and Tang Hao. This left Yu Xiaojiang's jaw dropped. He only knew that Tang Hao had an affair with a 100,000-year soul beast, but he never expected that both brothers were well aware of this. As expected of a brother, our tastes are indeed similar. When Tang San heard the elders of the Haotian sect discussing his father and mother so recklessly, the humiliation made countless killing intents flash in his eyes. If it weren't for his insufficient strength at that moment, he would have annihilated every single one of those elders. Good. So this is how you elders treat me, the sect master of the Haotian sect. Ha. Since that's the case, I have no need to stay in the Haotian sect. From now on, I, Tang Xiao, am no longer the sect master of the Haotian sect. The future of the Haotian sect has nothing to do with me, Tang Xiao. With that, Tang Xiao began to grip the Haotian hammer tightly in his hand. His anger needed to be released. Seeing the situation was not right, Yu Xiaojiang was very clever and immediately pulled Tang San to leave the Haotian sect. The elders of the Haotian sect, seeing Tang San trying to leave, quickly rushed over. wanted to stop him. Whether it was Tang San or Tang Hao, they were both ticking time bombs for the Haotian sect. If possible, these elders wanted to capture Tang San and then send him to the star-picking tower or the spirit hall. In short, to have nothing to do with the Haotian sect from then on. Seeing this, Tang Xiao directly flashed forward, landing heavily in front of Tang San. "You Xiaojiang, you take little San and leave first. I will deal with these elders." After saying this, Yu Xiaojiang took Tang San's little hand and ran wildly along the path they came from. Along the way, the disciples of the Haotian sect were all confused and did not stop them. Inside the main hall of the Haotian sect, Tang Xiao took a deep look at the departing Yu Xiaojiang and slowly exhaled a breath of foul air. He then turned his head to look at the elders who were filled with anger. "Elders, from now on, I, Tang Xiao, am no longer a member of the Haotian sect. I advise all of you elders to let Tang San leave safely. Tang Xiao does not want to meet you with weapons. But if you elders do not listen to my advice, then don't blame Tang Xiao." Tang Xiao. All the elders present widened their eyes in anger, staring fiercely at Tang Xiao. This guy made them feel extremely furious. "Tang Xiao, are you really going to do this?" The second elder said calmly. Tang Xiao smiled slightly, looking at the elders of the Haotian sect, and shook his head. "My actions have nothing to do with you." Refusing a toast, and instead asking for a penalty drink. "Do you think you can stop us alone? That's a delusion. Elders, use all your strength. We must capture Tang San and bring him back." At this point, the second elder no longer cared about anything else, since everything had already fallen apart. Any brotherhood was no longer important. Tang San is a genius. If I let him go, he will definitely come back for revenge once he grows stronger. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, the Haotian hammer appeared in the hands of the elders of the Haotian sect, and under their feet were 8 soul rings in yellow, purple, black, and black. The second elder, along with 3 other elders, had 9 soul rings rising beneath their feet. 7th soul skill, Haotian true body, chaotic cloak hammer. Taking the initiative, Tang Xiao suddenly activated the Haotian true body, and the Haotian hammer in his hand instantly expanded. With a thunderous crash, he struck down. All the elders fought hard to resist. After all, they were Title Douluo at level 95, and they did not dare to underestimate him. At the moment of collision, the entire main hall of the Haotian sect instantly exploded, and all the elders and Tang Xiao were thrown back. This was not the end at this moment. The anger in Tang Xiao's heart had already ignited, and the Haotian hammer in his hand became reckless. As all notions of brotherhood and the future of the Haotian sect turned into a heavy hammer in his hand. Among the crowd, soul power scattered everywhere. After all, Tang Xiao was in his prime, and the only ones who could resist him were a few elders at the Title Douluo level. Even so, apart from the second elder, the other 3 found it somewhat difficult. Hascommenced. Great Sumera hammer. Explode, explode, explode. In an instant, Tang Xiao directly used the explosion ring, and his soul power surged rapidly. Every strike cost the elders of the Haotian sect a tremendous price. Even the second elder felt some strain, cold sweat pouring down his face. Crazy. Tang Xiao, you madman. At this moment, Tang Xiao was like a war god, and all the elders of the Haotian sect did not dare to approach him easily. They did not want to fight like Tang Xiao with the explosion ring. It was not worth it, as both sides fell into a stalemate. After a while, Tang Xiao saw that Tang San and the others had long disappeared without a trace, and he raised the Haotian hammer high. With one strike, he too vanished without a trace. As the smoke cleared, all that was left was the elders of the Haotian sect angrily cursing. Chapter 81. The Bright Moonlight on the 24th Bridge. Half a month later, Nodding City Primary Soul Master Academy. After leaving the Haotian sect, Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang did not go anywhere else but returned to Nodding City. As the saying goes, the most dangerous place is the safest place. After returning to Nodding City, life seemed to fall into tranquility. At this moment, Tang San was asking Yu Xiaojiang about cultivation. "Teacher, the longer the soul beast has been cultivated, the stronger its power will be, and the effects of the soul rings it produces will be better. In what aspects does this strength manifest?" Tang San asked. A stiff smile appeared on Yu Xiaojiang's face, revealing his signature ugly grin. "This is a very good question. The main difference in the soul rings produced by soul beasts of different levels lies in the attribute additions to the soul master themselves and the capabilities of the skills. For example, from a quantitative perspective, if your blue-silver grass martial soul follows the control-type soul master route, and you obtain a 10-year soul ring that matches your attributes, then your control over the blue-silver grass will increase by 10. However, If it is a 100-year soul ring, your control will increase by 100, and so on. Therefore, whenever possible, all soul masters will strive to pursue more powerful martial souls. Tang San asked in confusion. Doesn't that mean that those with greater power can obtain better soul rings? Those nobles can completely rely on their family power to hunt stronger soul rings for themselves. Yu Xiaojiang's eyes showed a look of approval. The fact that you can think of this means you have considered it carefully, but in reality, it is not that simple. Or rather, the requirements for soul rings are extremely strict. First of all, the soul beast must be killed by the person themselves to obtain that soul beast soul ring. The soul ring only exists for a very short time. If it is not attached to oneself within an hour, it will lose its effect. Secondly, soul beasts are extremely proud creatures. No soul beast will allow itself to be captured. If it is heavily injured by an enemy and the attempt is made to capture it, the soul beast will choose to self-destruct and die. This eliminates the scenario you mentioned. Even if someone is hired to hunt the soul beast, if they are not the ones who kill it, it will be difficult to obtain the soul ring. Of course, this is not absolute. How can the wisdom of humans be inferior to that of soul beasts? The best method to hunt soul beasts is to form a team and go to the location of the soul beasts, with a final blow delivered by oneself to obtain the soul ring. Therefore, as you mentioned, nobles and those with power do have certain advantages in hunting soul beasts. However, just because such people can easily obtain soul rings does not mean they will become stronger than ordinary soul masters. No one can be sure if the attributes of the soul beast they encounter are the most suitable for them. While the level of the soul beast is important, whether the attributes match is equally crucial. No matter how good the soul ring is, if it conflicts with one's own martial soul, it cannot produce a good effect and may even have adverse effects. Most importantly, each soul master has limits on absorbing soul rings at different stages. For example, if you're currently only a level 12 soul master, with your current soul power, you can at most absorb a 100-year soul beast soul ring. If you attempt to absorb a 1,000-year soul ring, the result will only be one. Your body cannot bear it and will be destroyed by the power of the soul ring. When absorbing a soul ring, no external force can help. It relies solely on oneself. Think about it. Those who need help from others to hunt the soul beasts they require cannot possibly have strong resilience. It is likely that even absorbing a soul ring that is suitable for them and within the acceptable level could have devastating consequences. Tang San, you must remember that this world is fair. If you want to obtain something, you must make corresponding efforts. Taking shortcuts is the act of a fool. The martial soul theory I study is merely to make the process of effort a bit easier. It is to become stronger under conditions of equal strength. Do you understand? Tang San nodded seriously. He was not someone who was accustomed to taking shortcuts. Relying on his own efforts to steadily work towards his goals was the most solid approach. If it were possible to take shortcuts directly, when he first obtained his soul ring, with his father there, he probably could have directly achieved a 10,000-year soul ring. Xiao San, this is for you. Yu Xiaojiang's calm voice pulled Tang San from his thoughts. When he looked at Yu Xiaojiang, he found that he had unknowingly acquired a belt. It looked like a very beautiful belt. The belt was entirely black, with dark stripes that were hard to distinguish unless looked at closely, and evenly embedded with 24 pieces of milky white jade, each about the size of an adult's thumbnail and circular. The luster was warm, indicating that it was a rare, beautiful jade. Thank you, teacher. Tang San was not polite and reached out to take it. As the saying goes, one should not refuse a gift from an elder. He had seen this in the Tang sect before, where the inner sect elders would give a gift to their disciples after accepting them. His teacher, giving him this belt, should carry the same meaning. This belt has accompanied me for many years and has been buried for many years. I hope it can shine with its due brilliance in your hands in the future. The moment Tang San held the belt, he felt its unusual nature. It seemed that many faint currents were flowing through it, and these currents used the belt itself as a bridge, storing energy in the jade. 30 years ago, when I obtained it, I didn't know what it was called. But from my years of research, it can be considered a top-tier soul guide device used for storage. You just need to inject your own soul power into it, and each piece of jade can provide 1 cubic meter of storage space, making it convenient for storing such items. The term soul guide device was entirely new to Tang San. Although he did not yet know the exact meaning of a soul guide device, his teacher's explanation had already left him greatly shocked. 24 pieces of jade meant 24 cubic meters of storage space, which for him will be a place to store 24 types of hidden weapons. Tang San's eyes became fervent, and his desire to improve his Shintian skill reached an unprecedented level. He wished he could have enough internal energy right now to practice the use of various hidden weapons. With this belt, he no longer needed to worry about the storage issue of hidden weapons. Without waiting for Tang San to ask, the master explained first. A soul guide device, as the name suggests, is a tool used by relying on martial soul power. There are very few soul guide devices that are handed down, and most do not have attack capabilities. Soul masters themselves do not require weapons. Soul guide devices can be compared to cultural relics. As for how they are produced and made, that knowledge has long been lost. I obtained this belt during an adventure with a few friends. It was distributed to me as a reward. For me, it doesn't hold much significance, but you should find it useful in the future. Given name, looking at the 24 warm jade pieces, Tang San almost instinctively thought of a famous line from a poem in his past life. The 24 bridges on a moonlit night. Let's call it 24 bridges on a moonlit night. Yu Xiaojiang was slightly taken aback, his stiff face revealing no expression. But he nodded and said, "It's a very nice name, just a bit long." Tang San secretly sighed. Perhaps this was also a bit of a memory from his previous life. The master said, "Using it is very simple. Just inject your soul power into that piece of jade, and you'll be able to feel the existence of its space. If your reaction is quick enough, the items within will seem to appear out of thin air. However, to master its characteristics, you will need to practice more. This will also be one of your tasks in the future." Without needing his own teacher to say it, Tang San understood the importance of practicing well, especially when taking things from the night of the full moon at the 24 bridges, and quickly nodded in agreement. Chapter 82. Tang Hao appears and entrusts Yu Xiaojiang. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, a year had gone by. For Tang San, this past year had been extremely fulfilling and satisfying. He had broken through the bottleneck of the first level of the Xiantian Gong and made significant progress in his cultivation through hard work. According to his own calculations, he had now reached a strength level slightly above the mid-second level, corresponding to a soul power level of around 16 to 17. With childhood memories in mind, Tang San returned to Holy Soul Village. The small village where he had lived for 6 years was already in sight, and for some reason, a strange emotion gradually surfaced in Tang San's heart. If he had to describe it in one sentence, he would say that it felt great to have a home, even if this home consisted only of himself and his father. Soon, Tang San had entered Holy Soul Village, and his home was at the village's entrance. As his home came into view, Tang San's mood unconsciously became excited, and he quickened his pace, taking 2 steps at a time to reach the door. The front door was still open, just as it had been when he left. This had always been Tang Hao's habit, since there was nothing in the blacksmith shop that could be stolen. Tang San walked quickly inside. Everything seemed unchanged. The blacksmith shop was still as messy as ever, even more chaotic than before he left, with clutter strewn all over the place, giving it a shabby feel that brought him more warmth. "Oh, Lil San, you're back." A gentle voice rang out. A person walked out from the inner room. Seeing him, Tang San couldn't help but freeze for a moment. "Grandpa Jack, you're here too." The person who walked out was the village elder of Holy Soul Village. Jack, who had a slight on his face as he handed Tang San a piece of paper. "Take a look. This is what your father left behind 6 months ago." A hint of tension appeared in Tang San's heart as he hurriedly took the paper from Grandpa Jack and looked down at it. The paper contained only a few simple lines of words, written in a somewhat hasty manner, yet it could not hide the rugged and bold spirit. "Little San, when you see this letter, I will have already left. Don't worry, last time outside Nodding City, nothing happened to your father. Don't look for me. You won't be able to find me. Although you are still young, you have the ability to take care of yourself. Only by spreading your wings on your own can a fledgling soar higher and earlier. Don't worry about me. You have inherited a lot of your mother's delicacy in your character. Your father is a useless man. You have grown up gradually, and your father needs to reclaim some things that should belong to me. One day, the two of us will meet again." Tang San silently shook his head, carefully folded the paper in his hand, and put it in his bosom. "Thank you, Grandpa Jack. The house is so messy, so I won't ask you to stay. I still need to tidy up." Old Jack was taken aback. He didn't expect little Tang San to issue an eviction order, and he sighed. "All right then. However, if you need anything, feel free to come find me." Shaking his head helplessly, he turned and walked out. Once old Jack left, only Tang San remained in the blacksmith shop. Tang San didn't speak and began to tidy up the messy room, organizing everything in it. Meanwhile, at the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, Yu Xiaojiang was reading in his room, feeling empty since Tang San had returned home. After spending a year together, even though he didn't say it, his feelings for this disciple had deepened continuously. Until this morning when Tang San left. He was still hesitating whether to go to his house to take a look. In the end, Yu Xiaojiang dismissed this thought. There were many reasons, and even he couldn't clearly explain it. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, a knock on the door suddenly sounded. Yu Xiaojiang frowned. Usually, apart from Tang San, no one would come to see him. Guomin, Yu Xiaojiang put down the book in his hand and said, "Ly." The door opened, and a tall figure walked in from outside. He was wearing a simple gray robe, with disheveled black hair falling over his shoulders. His aged face was etched with the marks of time, and his murky eyes seemed to have reached the end of their life, which was inconsistent with his appearance of only about 50 years old. "Hello, master." The visitor's voice was deep and somewhat hoarse. I don't know why, but as soon as this person entered the door, the master instinctively tensed up all over. Even his soul power unconsciously spread throughout his body. "Who are you?" Slowly standing up, Yu Xiaojiang showed a hint of confusion in his eyes. The man in gray said, "Tang Hao." "Tang Hao." Yu Xiaojiang's usually calm expression suddenly changed drastically. His pupils almost instantly focused, staring intently at the person in front of him, his hands gripping the table, his fingers turning pale. You are Hao. A year ago outside Notting City, you disappeared. I thought your left arm." Tang Hao waved his hand to stop Yu Xiaojiang from continuing. "There's no need to mention the past. We do have some acquaintance. Others may think you are just a madman, but I know you are a persistent person." Yu Xiaojiang's emotions gradually calmed down, and his stiff face slightly moved. "Xiao San has already gone home. Why are you here?" Tang Hao nodded slightly and said, "It's precisely because he has gone home that I am here. You are his teacher. As a father, I should come to meet you. I am leaving, and the only thing I care about is him. So I hope to entrust Xiao San to you." "You are leaving? Where to?" "He's your son." Yu Xiaojiang stared fiercely at Tang Hao, his gaze somewhat sharp. Tang Hao still maintained a cold demeanor. "He is also your disciple. I must leave. There are many things I must do. If he follows me, he will not find happiness. I have no other requests. His life should be chosen by himself. It has been 7 years. I have been away from this world for 7 years. Now he has grown up, and there are some things I must do. Moreover, with Xiao San by my side, whether it's the Spirit Hall or the Star-Picking Tower, I have no confidence in protecting him." Yu Xiaojiang took a deep breath. "I don't know what has happened to you, but I can see that Xiao San is very attached to you. Don't you think leaving like this is too cruel for him?" Tang Hao said, "He has decided to walk an extraordinary path. Being with me is what would be cruel to him. All right, I have said what I needed to say. No matter when, please remember, he is my son." After saying this, Tang Hao raised his hand, and a dark token clanged as it fell onto the table in front of the master. Bang! The door closed, and Tang Hao's tall figure had already disappeared. Looking at the door, Yu Xiaojiang stood there for a long time without any movement. After a long time, he slowly lowered his head, his gaze falling on the token, a bitter smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "I didn't expect my idol to have turned out like this. Sigh, Tang Hao, you just left like this. What should I and Xiao San do in the future? What if the Star-Picking Tower or Spirit Hall comes looking for him? Wouldn't that be?" Sigh. Chapter 83. Hulaina and Xiaoyu. In the Pope's palace of Spirit City, on the high throne, a woman sat quietly. She had a stunning face, skin whiter than snow, and a head of beautiful wine-red long hair. Her snow-white hands tightly gripped a golden scepter, and she wore a luxurious coronation robe, regal and elegant, exuding an imposing presence. She was the supreme ruler of the Spirit Hall, Pope Bibidong. "Reporting to your holiness, news has come from the main hall of the Barak Kingdom. A cardinal in red knelt in the hall, holding a letter. Present it." The Pope's lips parted slightly, her cold voice filled with authority. As soon as she finished speaking, a man dressed in a chrysanthemum-patterned outfit took the letter from the cardinal and respectfully handed it to Bibidong. With delicate hands, she took out the letter and read it carefully with her beautiful eyes. Thud! This was the sound of the scepter falling to the ground. Bibidong's expression was indifferent, but there was an unspeakable anger in her eyes. "Fengming village has been slaughtered." Bibidong's tone was calm, but it was like a thunderclap, shaking everyone in the hall. "What?" Everyone looked incredulous. They knew that Fengming village was the Pope's hometown, and someone actually dared to slaughter it. "Your Holiness, may I ask about the casualties?" The man in the chrysanthemum outfit asked. "All the old and weak have perished. Only a few women and children survived." Bibidong's tone was filled with suppressed rage. Although she didn't have much attachment to Fengming village, it was still her hometown, and this act was equivalent to slapping her face. "I don't know which madman dared to commit such a heinous act." The man continued, his tone filled with anger. "Who else could it be? Of course, it's those evil soul masters." The letter also states that the evil soul master's target is not just Fengming village. This is a premeditated revenge. Bibidong's gaze turned sharp. "Yu Egwan, this matter is up to you. Make sure to capture all these evil soul masters, leaving not one behind. Yu Egwan takes the order. The letter mentioned that a steward from the Fasnuo main hall and 2 children named Hulaina and Xiaoyu reported that the spirit hall killed those evil soul masters and saved the women and children. How should we handle this? Bibidong's gaze shifted. I wonder what the strength of these 2 is. Yu Egwan asked. The steward is a rank 51 soul king with the martial soul of a mad lion, aged 48. The 2 children are about 11 or 12, with nearly 30 levels of soul power. Bibidong said, reporting to your holiness, Yu Egwan believes that the steward need not be concerned. Just give some rewards. But those 2 children have amazing talent, and we should cultivate them vigorously. This is reasonable. We should recruit such talents for ourselves. A man in black on Bibidong's left also spoke. Then send these 2 to the genius training camp. If they can win the championship in the selection competition 3 months from now, they will become my first disciple under the Pope. Bibidong said, as you wish. Your holiness. No one opposed Bibidong's words. The genius training camp was a special camp established by the Spirit Hall to recruit children under the age of 12, specifically for selecting talents for the Spirit Hall. There would be a selection competition every 3 years, and this year happened to be the year for the competition. There are no mediocre talents in the genius training camp. Each member has innate soul power above level 6. Currently, there are even students of the great soul master level in the training camp. If Hulaina and Xiaoyu can stand out from here and win the championship, they would have the qualification to be disciples of the Pope. After several days of travel, Hulaina and Xiaoyu finally arrived at Spirit City. Spirit City is so prosperous. Hulaina couldn't help but exclaim. Along the way, she had seen many prosperous cities, but even the capital of the Tindo Empire was slightly inferior compared to the Spirit City in front of her. This is the holy city in the hearts of all soul masters, Xiaoyu said with admiration. Hulaina did not comment. Her brother's words were indeed factual. Those so-called sects aside, the common soul masters in the world still held a high respect for Spirit City. Brother, where are we going now? Should we go directly to the Spirit Hall? Hulaina asked crisply. No, we should first go to the relay station. There are special Spirit Hall stewards responsible for receiving guests there. We need to wait for orders at the relay station. This has always been the rule, Xiaoyu said. Oh, stop right there. Before long, the carriage of the 2 was stopped by the temple knights responsible for guarding the Spirit City. Get off, said Xiaoyu. Hulaina nodded, and the 2 got off the carriage together. We are from the Fasnuo Spirit Hall. Here are our credentials. Xiaoyu took out a document from his bosom, which bore the seal of the Fasnuo Province Spirit Hall. After verifying the document, the knight clasped his hands and said, the relay station is just ahead. Please walk there. Carriages are not allowed to travel near the relay station, as it is close to the Pope's palace. Unless it is a figure of the elder worship level, even a platinum bishop must obediently get off the carriage and walk. The Pope's authority cannot be violated. All right, thank you. Following her brother, Hulaina entered the relay station. Inside the relay station, there were quite a few people, including a dozen or so children of similar age, who were young talents sent from various Spirit Hall branches or sub-branches. Generally speaking, those who could be sent here were at least level 7 in innate soul power. The bishop is here. Welcome, bishop. Everyone bowed in unison. The one who arrived was a cardinal in red robes from the Pope's palace, whose strength was at the soul sage level, and his status was much higher than everyone present. By the order of His Holiness the Pope, the deacons of each branch, sub-branch, and main hall will take their talents to report to the Spirit Academy tomorrow. Those who pass the Academy assessment will stay, and those who do not must return to their original places immediately, without exception. The cardinal said loudly. We obey. Everyone responded in unison. Where are Hulaina and Xiaoyu from the Fasnuo main hall? The cardinal asked. We are here, although surprised that the cardinal personally called their names. Xiaoyu still pulled Hulaina to step forward. You are Xiaoyu and Hulaina? The cardinal asked. Yes, sir. The cardinal looked at them with some depth and said, Xiaoyu has made contributions by killing evil soul masters in Fengming village, rewarded with 20,000 gold soul coins. As for Hulaina, His Holiness the Pope has ordered that she join the genius training camp starting today and participate in the talent selection competition, without exception. Genius training camp? Hulaina asked curiously. May I ask, what is the genius training camp, sir? The cardinal replied. The genius training camp is a place specifically for selecting talents for our Spirit Hall. Any genius who wishes to join the Pope's palace must join the genius training camp and participate in the talent selection competition held every 3 years. Only the top 3 geniuses are eligible to join the Pope's palace. Those ranked in the top 10 can enter the Spirit Academy, without examination and receive elite student treatment. Being allowed to join the genius training camp shows how much His Holiness values you. You must not disappoint him. Yes, I will remember, Hulaina said softly. Then that's it for now. I will take my leave. Tomorrow, someone will escort you to the genius training camp. The cardinal gracefully departed, leaving everyone in the room looking at Xiaoyu and Hulaina in confusion. Chapter 84. Yangbai encounters Xiaoyu and Hulaina. After the red-robed cardinal left, Hulaina felt particularly bored. She glanced at her brother Xiaoyu, her eyes twinkling, and immediately approached him. Brother, this place is so boring. We just arrived at the Spirit City. Shouldn't we go out for a stroll? Xiaoyu looked speechless. His sister was perfect in many ways, but a bit too impulsive. Sister, this is the Spirit City. We are both so young. I'm afraid something might happen if we go outside. Xiaoyu was still quite cautious. The Spirit City was not like the Baroque Kingdom, and whatever they did, Xiaoyu was always careful, as there were countless experts in the Spirit City. Stinky brother, if you want to accompany me to play, then fine, I will just go by myself. After saying that, Hulaina raised her eyebrows and used her charm. Ignoring her brother Xiaoyu, she walked straight out the door. Wait for me, sister. Seeing that his sister had already left, Xiaoyu had no choice but to hurry after her. Walking on the streets of the Spirit City, Hulaina skipped along, taking small steps towards a lewd-looking uncle. She had noticed earlier that this guy seemed off, probably some kind of flower thief. What is my sister up to? Xiaoyu looked at his sister with some confusion. Although Hulaina seemed to be walking slowly, she positioned herself right in front of the lewd uncle. Hello, uncle. Is there a place nearby that sells candy? The lewd uncle had just come out from a bush, fully immersed in satisfaction. The sudden voice startled him, and he looked up towards the source of the sound. Instantly, a special glow appeared on his seemingly honest face, and certain parts of his body began to stir restlessly. I have to say, the little girl who suddenly appeared before him in the night looked so charming. With her tender, fair little face and long, shiny black hair, her figure, though not voluptuous, was still somewhat proportionate. Especially the hint of innocence on her rosy little face was even more enticing for someone like him, a flower thief. The lecherous uncle's eyes sparkled as he looked at Hulaina, and he thought to himself, what a beautiful and adorable little lowly. Oh heavens, is this a gift you have sent me? Coughing lightly, the lecherous uncle quickly concealed the lustful gleam in his eyes, puffed out his chest, and struck a serious pose. The change was so rapid that if Hulaina hadn't been watching him the whole time, he might have deceived her. Not wanting to listen to Hulaina's question, the lecherous uncle immediately said with righteous indignation, of course, uncles are good people. Little girl, what is your name and how old are you this year? Hulaina's small face flushed with a hint of embarrassment. My name is Hulaina. The lecherous uncle was taken aback for a moment. His Adam's apple moved vigorously as he swallowed. If he didn't take a bite of this tender meat right in front of him, he would really be doing himself a disservice. You will definitely be a great beauty in the future. Hulaina, there are no candy sellers around here. So come with Uncle. Uncle will take you to buy candy and then take you home, okay? Hulaina smiled and nodded obediently, saying okay. The lecherous uncle didn't expect this little girl to be so easy to deceive. Seeing that she agreed to go with him, he was overjoyed, and his small eyes looked around before heading in a secluded direction according to his memory, to avoid alarming the snake. He held back from grabbing Hulaina's small tender hand. Little girl, it's so late and you're still out to buy candy? It's so remote here. Aren't you afraid of meeting bad people? When the lecherous uncle put on a serious face, combined with his seemingly simple appearance, it did give off a somewhat righteous look. Hulaina blinked her beautiful big eyes. Uncle, are you a bad person? At this moment, the lecherous uncle's wicked heart was stirred, with his soul power at level 46. If he had been more vigilant like usual, he might have noticed the tracking of Xiaoyu. But at this moment, all his thoughts were on the person beside him, and he couldn't care about anything else. Stealing glances at Hulaina, her slender waist swayed gently as she walked. Her hips weren't particularly large, but her waist was so thin that the curve it created made the lecherous uncle, this flower thief, continuously swallow his saliva. Coupled with Hulaina's nearly perfect appearance, like wind-blown lotus leaves and rain-drenched banana plants, the wicked fire that had originally been extinguished in his heart began to rise again. For a flower thief of his age, external stimulation was particularly important. How could the Hulaina in front of him compare to those earthy chickens in the grass nest? The further they walked, the more remote it became, and there were hardly any pedestrians around. The lecherous uncle turned a corner with Hulaina and entered a deep, dark alley. Uncle, where are the candy sellers? It's so dark here, I'm a little scared, Hulaina said softly, seemingly a bit panicked. The lecherous uncle chuckled and said, Hulaina, eating candy at night is not good for your health. Let uncle show you some other good things. Good things? What good things? Hulaina asked curiously. The lecherous uncle stopped in his tracks, reached to undo his belt, and was about to show her. Suddenly, Hulaina laughed, Uncle, look into my eyes. The lecherous uncle's hand froze, and his movements immediately stopped. He saw a pair of red, enchanting eyes, and he instantly became stiff. In the next moment, in front of him, only a purple afterimage remained. His neck tightened, and before the lecherous uncle could unleash his martial soul, Hulaina's arms had already quietly wrapped around his neck. The next moment, the lecherous uncle felt a great force coming from his neck, and he was lifted off the ground involuntarily. If he were a strength-type soul master, he might have had a chance to stabilize his body. Unfortunately, he was a control-type soul master, and if a soul master's martial soul couldn't be released, their power would be greatly weakened. Plus, he had already exhausted much of his stamina after a hard day's work. At this moment, the lecherous uncle felt dizzy, and in the next moment, everything before him turned into a sea of stars. Golden stars, silver stars, large and small stars kept flashing before his eyes, and the intense shaking made it impossible for him to concentrate his soul power to unleash his martial soul. His body didn't even feel pain, only a strong numbness. Xiaoyu, who had been following them, hurried over at this moment. Looking at his sister, Xiaoyu was somewhat speechless. Sister, you should let your brother handle this kind of thing. What you're doing is dangerous. Hulaina made a face at Xiaoyu and snorted lightly. Brother, if I hadn't acted, with your personality, you definitely wouldn't care. At this moment, Xiaoyu had nothing to say. Just as his sister said, even if he discovered that this guy was a flower thief, he would go looking for trouble unless he threatened his sister. In that case, Xiaoyu would not hesitate to kill him. Just as the two were talking, the lecherous man's eyes suddenly opened. His furious expression and fierce face revealed his anger at this moment. You are all looking for death. Fourth soul skill, evil flower. The lecherous man silently activated his soul skill, and soon, Xiaoyu and Hulaina smelled a strange odor. Brother? What is this smell? Why is it so foul? Xiaoyu sniffed again, frowned, and was about to speak when he realized his sister had already collapsed. He wanted to reach out to support her, but was horrified to find that he was also starting to feel weak all over. Ha ha ha, you little brats actually tried to ambush me. Since you've come to me today, I want to be polite. In an instant, the lecherous uncle, who had been lying down, suddenly stood up. Just as he reached out his greasy hand to grab Hulaina, a red light flashed by. Crack! The lecherous man slowly lowered his head and found that his chest had been pierced. Blood gushed out continuously, and then he fell heavily to the ground. Moments later, a figure appeared before Xiaoyu and Hulaina, and upon closer inspection, it was Yang Bai. Chapter 85. Captured by the Title Douluo. These two little guys are interesting. Two soul masters over level 20 actually dared to cause trouble for this soul clan. TSK, TSK, TSK. Quite bold. You two little ones are lucky to run into me today, otherwise. Yang Bai glanced at the lecherous man who was dead beyond saving. If this little girl had fallen into his hands, the outcome would be unimaginable. Forget it. I'll be a good person to the end. Since you two have a fate with me, I'll take you back. After saying this, Yang Bai picked up one in each hand and quickly left the Spirit City. This time he came to Spirit City at the behest of Tianchen to retrieve intelligence from the Spirit Hall during this period. The personnel of the star-picking tower embedded within the Spirit Hall had not been able to act recently, because Bibidong seemed to have some major moves, which had made the intelligence personnel of the star-picking tower quite cautious. Therefore, Tianchen personally dispatched Yang Bai, as he was a Title Douluo at level 95, and generally, there wouldn't be any accidents. After a night passed, early the next morning, after a night of traveling, Yang Bai had brought the two of them to an open area 300 miles away from Suatoa City. Looking at the two little ones in his hands, Yang Bai was somewhat puzzled. Was that lecherous man's soul skill so enduring? These two little ones had been unconscious for a whole night. Without thinking much, Yang Bai shook his head and continued on towards Suatoa City. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu and Hulaina had begun to show signs of awakening. In a daze, Hulaina felt her body shaking up and down, left and right. That sensation instantly made her wake up. With great difficulty, she opened her eyes, only to be greeted by a scene of primitive forest, and she was moving at a speed that ordinary people would find hard to understand. In an instant, Hulaina exclaimed in surprise. At that moment, Yang Bai also noticed that the little girl in his hands had woken up. Hearing her somewhat piercing scream, Yang Bai immediately slowed down. Little girl, you're awake? Don't shout. I haven't done anything to you. A sudden deep male voice entered Hulaina's ears, and she looked up to see her situation clearly. At that moment, she was being held by a middle-aged man, jumping continuously at the top of the forest. Turning her head, she glanced at her brother, who was in the same situation. Although she was very nervous, she also breathed a sigh of relief. At least her brother was still with her. Hulaina clearly noticed that the middle-aged man holding her was not the perverted man from last night, which calmed her heart, while also guessing that both she and her brother had been taken away by this man. Sir, could you please put us down first? Hulaina said weakly. Yongbai paused, then directly landed on a flat ground. With a loosen of his grip, Hulaina was dropped to the ground. Stumbling to her feet, Hulaina felt her head still spinning. Looking at the middle-aged man in front of her, she became cautious. Uncle, are you the one who saved us last night? Hulaina asked carefully, not very sure. Yongbai smiled gently. Little one, you were trying to outsmart that flower thief last night, right? Trying to steal a chicken only to lose the rice. You were too naive. If I hadn't arrived in time and happened to run into you, your fate would be clear. Hulaina was left speechless. She indeed had been a bit careless. Just then, the previously unconscious Xie Yu also woke up. Sister. With a sudden leap, Xie Yu stood in front of Hulaina, still feeling dizzy but cautiously watching Yongbai. Who are you? What do you want with us? Xie Yu was very cautious, afraid that Yongbai might suddenly attack him. He even released his martial soul. 2 yellow soul rings appeared, looking so empty and powerless. Shaking his head slightly, Yongbai revealed an interesting smile. As he took a step forward, a yellow soul ring instantly lit up beneath his feet, followed by a second yellow soul ring, a third purple soul ring, and a fourth purple soul ring. In an instant, Hulaina and Xie Yu were extremely tense. It didn't stop there. In the blink of an eye, beneath Yongbai's feet, a 5th black soul ring slowly lit up, followed by the 6th, 7th, and 8th. A soul Douluo powerhouse. Xie Yu exclaimed in shock, and his legs began to tremble uncontrollably. Boom! Yongbai took another step forward, and a scarlet, incredibly brilliant 9th soul ring of 100,000 years erupted, leaving Xie Yu and Hulaina frozen in place. Title Douluo, 100,000-year soul ring. Hulaina was so shocked that she couldn't tell if it was real or an illusion. She pinched her arm hard, feeling the pain, and confirmed that they really had encountered a Title Douluo. Senior. Xie Yu's mouth was bitter. He never expected to witness such a scene one day. We were just joking around. Please don't take it to heart, Senior. Yongbai smiled slightly, looking at the now very obedient Xie Yu and Hulaina, shaking his head. Take it to heart? I'm not that boring. However, you two are both people I saved from the Spirit City, so you should pay some price. You should know that without me, your fate would be easy to imagine. Xie Yu nodded. That was indeed the case. He then clasped his fists heavily towards Yongbai. Senior, please just tell us how we should repay your great kindness. Upon hearing this, Yongbai became interested. Money is insufficient, but a life is worth more. Since I saved your lives, I won't ask for some trivial things. If you have any rare treasures that can help a Title Douluo increase strength, just give me a few. Hulaina suddenly felt her face flush. This lord had really high demands. My brother and I only have a little silver. Xie Yu's voice grew softer. What? That won't do. Yongbai said. I went through a lot of trouble to save you too. I can't just let you leave like this, right? How about this? Since you can't afford what I want, then follow me and run errands for me for 20 or 30 years. That works too. Just in time. I need to supplement some fresh blood for the star-picking tower. You two aren't weak, at least for your age. I don't mind you. So, come with me. Without waiting for Xie Yu and Hulaina to resist, Yongbai directly picked up the two of them and continued towards the star-picking tower in Soto City. Xie Yu and Hulaina were completely stunned. The person in front of them was actually a Title Douluo from the star-picking tower. This was a disaster. Chapter 86. Xiao Wu reveals the mystery of the Star Do Forest. With Yongbai's strength as a 95th level Title Douluo, it only took a little over 2 hours to reach Soto City. After gently putting down Xie Yu and Hulaina, Yongbai took the lead and walked into Soto City. Yongbai was not worried that Hulaina and Xie Yu would escape. After all, they were not foolish. Walking through Soto City brought a different feeling to Xie Yu and Hulaina. If the Spirit City was a symbol of luxury and nobility, power and strength, Soto City seemed rather ordinary. But the two did not dare to underestimate this place. As the saying goes, this may be a humble room, but it is my virtue that makes it fragrant. The mountain may not be high, but it is famous if there are immortals. The Spirit City is famous in the world because the Spirit Hall is located there. In this regard, Soto City is not much different. The strangeness and power of the star-picking tower made everyone in the continent harbor a bit of apprehension deep down. Following quietly behind Yongbai, Hulaina looked around with her small eyes. She didn't expect Soto City to be quite interesting, without those solemn spirit masters patrolling around, no layers of checkpoints, and no inspections everywhere. It seemed quite free. Brother, what do you think? Hulaina also had a big heart, but since they were here, they just relaxed. Knowing that there was no way to escape in front of a Title Douluo powerhouse, they might as well take it easy. In no time, Yongbai led them to the front of the star-picking tower. Wow, this is the star-picking tower, towering into the sky. Although it is not as luxurious as the Spirit Hall, it has its own unique charm. Hulaina was chattering away, while Xiaoyu frowned tightly. The brother and sister formed a striking contrast. Turning back to look at the two little ones he brought, Yongbai decided to take them to meet Tianchen. After all, if they were to become part of the star-picking tower in the future, they would need the approval of their master. You two siblings, stop looking around. Soon, I will take you to meet my master. Make sure you don't mess things up or humph. I can't guarantee your safety. Xiaoyu quickly nodded, indicating he understood, while Hulaina's mind was elsewhere. The moment she heard she would soon meet the legendary master of the star-picking tower, the mysteriously powerful Qin Mo, her little heart began to race uncontrollably. She completely forgot that she had been taken by a Title Douluo-level powerhouse. Yongbai looked at Hulaina with a deep gaze, feeling speechless while also lamenting how carefree she was. Shaking his head helplessly, Yongbai then took the two of them and soared toward the top of the star-picking tower. At that moment, at the top of the star-picking tower, Inhei and Xiao Wu happened to be there as well. Seeing Xiao Wu, Tianchen raised an eyebrow and immediately asked, "Little rabbit, I didn't have time to deal with you a few days ago. Today, let Inhei bring you here, so you don't need to be nervous. Don't worry, I'm not going to kill you. I want to ask, how much do you know about the Douluo Forest? In other words, which soul beasts over 100,000 years old are there in the Douluo Forest?" As soon as these words were spoken, Xiao Wu's eyes instantly became alert. She didn't know what the master of the star-picking tower wanted, but she didn't want to reveal anything about Deming and Erming. It seemed that Tianchen noticed the hesitation in Xiao Wu's eyes and smiled gently. "Little rabbit, do you think I'm negotiating with you? All you can do is answer, otherwise, I can't guarantee your safety." After saying this, Tianchen looked at Inhei, who felt a jolt in his heart, knowing that his master was not joking. During the time spent with Xiao Wu, Inhei felt that she was quite good, and at this moment, he wanted to help, but hesitated. The master is not that Xiao Wu doesn't want to tell you everything about the Douluo Forest. It's just that she cannot betray her former friends. Hearing this, Tianchen was not angry, but pleased. Xiao Wu's reaction fully indicated that she knew quite a bit. Then, Tianchen became calm again. "Little rabbit, don't haggle. Besides, I just want to understand some secrets of the Douluo Forest. If you have any connections with those 100,000-year soul beasts, I want to make things difficult for you. In this world, if anyone has the least interest in 100,000-year soul beasts, it would be me first, and no one would come second, including your supervisor Inhei. His 100,000-year soul ring did not come from a 100,000-year soul beast. If possible, I would mind making friends with 100,000-year soul beasts. So just speak freely. Otherwise, with things being this way, Xiao could only grit her teeth and say what she knew. "Master, I might not know much about the Douluo Forest. However, what Xiao Wu said will definitely have no concealment. Well, just speak plainly, whether it's true or false. I will judge for myself." Nodding, Xiao Wu began to recount. In the Douluo Forest, mysterious and unpredictable, as far as Xiao Wu knows, apart from me and my mother, there are also Deming and Erming. Deming's true form is a sky blue bull python, which should have over 100,000 years of cultivation, while Erming is a titan giant ape, also a 100,000-year spirit beast. Besides that, my mother once mentioned that there are some other 100,000-year spirit beasts living in the forest, such as the 100,000-year golden rhinoceros and the 7-colored divine deer. However, those little beasts have never been seen by Xiao Wu. She only has a good relationship with Deming and Erming. After Xiao Wu finished speaking, Inhei was surprised. This girl, Xiao Wu, seemed delicate and weak, and although he knew she was a 100,000-year soul beast, hearing that she was good friends with the Tianchen Yomang and the Titan giant ape gave Inhei a sense of deja vu. Tianchen kept staring into Xiao Wu's eyes, hoping to see something, but unfortunately, it was clear that Xiao Wu was not lying. With her lips moving slightly, Tianchen felt a bit disappointed. "Xiao Wu, in the Douluo Forest, Are there only 100,000-year soul beasts? Do you know where those legendary fierce beasts might be hidden? This was Yi Tianchen's true goal. Some 100,000-year soul beasts were optional for Yi Tianchen. In fact, if he lacked soul rings, he could hunt sea soul beasts instead. Of course, the soul masters on the continent were not unaware that sea soul beasts were abundant, but it was time-consuming and labor-intensive. Moreover, sea soul beasts were generally singular, so not many soul masters targeted them. As for the fierce beasts, Yi Tianchen's reason for wanting to make contact was simple: to inquire about information regarding the gods. A group of beings that have existed on the Douluo Continent for countless years, Yi Tianchen did not believe that they knew nothing. Of course, he could also ask Title Douluo, but considering the relationship between the two parties, Yi Tianchen felt it was better to avoid that. Upon hearing Yi Tianchen's inquiry about fierce beasts, Xiao Wu's brows furrowed. She had also heard some rumors about this term. However, she did not understand the specifics. Host, Xiao Wu has only heard some rumors about fierce beasts. I do not know the specific situation. According to the rumors, after our soul beasts break through to 100,000 years, we could transform into human forms to continue our cultivation. And we can also survive the 20,000-year tribulation to become fierce beasts. However, Xiao Wu couldn't wait that long and had to choose to transform. Fierce beasts had to undergo a heavenly tribulation every 100,000 years until they passed through the million-year tribulation. At that time, they could achieve divinity. But all of this was just hearsay, told to Xiao Wu by her mother during her lifetime. Whether it was true or not, Xiao Wu couldn't judge. Now, Xiao Wu only knew that a soul beast could transform after 100,000 years. Upon hearing Xiao Wu mention the word God, Yi Tianchen felt a surge of excitement. The figure behind Tang Hao, known as Shura, was a true god. Only by experiencing the power of a god would one endlessly yearn for it. Is that so? Yi Tianchen pondered quietly. Inhe, who was beside him, was equally astonished. He had never encountered any of the things he heard today, such as fierce beasts, heavenly tribulations, or gods. He couldn't imagine how powerful a 100,000-year fierce beast was, let alone how terrifying a million-year fierce beast could be, or even what kind of world a god, that legendary existence, inhabited. While Yi Tianchen was silent, Xiao Wu also stood quietly, not daring to move, and at that moment, Yang Bai, Hulaina, and Xie arrived at the top of the star-picking tower. As soon as they landed, Yang Bai sensed something was off. Why was their master so quiet? Looking at Inhe and Xiao Wu waiting silently, he immediately realized that he might have come at the wrong time. Seeing that their master didn't even notice him, Yang Bai pulled Hulaina and Xie to stand in a corner, not daring to breathe. Hulaina and Xie had never seen